Chapter 1. Where the hell is my brother? Name? Yang Jinyu. In the Dongwang District, Xinghua Prefecture, at the Public Security Bureau of Xinhui City. Oh, so you were the one who reported the case. The officer scrutinized the seemingly frail girl before him, who was actually putting on an act. She was quite beautiful and lacked any special abilities, which left little doubt that she was indeed, as claimed, a student with powers bullying an ordinary person. Yang Jinyu nodded with a pitiful expression. That's right, officer. I have evidence here. The officer took the phone, opened the video, and continued his inquiry. Gender? Male. The officer? Young lady, this is the Public Security Bureau. Before the officer could finish his sentence, Yang Jinyu adeptly produced her identification card, indicating that it had become a habit. The gender section clearly stated male. Huh. Not quite a man or a woman, just a pretty boy, scoffed a girl standing nearby. The officer shot her a glare. This is the Public Security Bureau. Be honest, do you still have the audacity to complain about being bullied by a power user? At that moment, the video finished loading. In the footage, Zhao Weiner stood with her hands on her hips, her gaze filled with provocation. Yang Jinyu, you useless pretty boy, did you hear that? Tomorrow, the entire class must participate in the competition. You can't escape. The officer was taken aback, momentarily ignoring the term pretty boy. And after hearing the words from the video, he shot Zhao Weiner a fierce glare. However, since the power user threatened an ordinary person without any physical altercation, he could not file a case. He could only issue a warning to the haughty Zhao Weiner nearby. Zhao Weiner seemed to want to explain something, but her words were cut off by the evidence presented. Eventually, the two exited the Public Security Bureau, Zhao Weiner seething with resentment, while Yang Jinyu's previously pitiful demeanor transformed into one of disdain. Ha! Zhao Weiner, you truly are impressive, like a little cow visiting home, boldly flaunting your prowess. An ability user bullying an ordinary person? You really have some nerve. As she spoke, she lightly tapped her own cheek and provocatively looked at Zhao Weiner. Are you a glutton for punishment? If you have the guts, don't wait for the class competition next Monday. Come at me now. Do you dare? Coward, you won't. Seeing Zhao Weiner's face flush with anger, Yang Jinyu grew bolder. If you dare hit me, I will go back to the Public Security Bureau and report you for an ability user assaulting an ordinary person. Just watch me ruin you. That way, you can spend a few more days inside, and don't even think about attending the Secret Realm trial. You're infuriating. Zhao Weiner could no longer contain herself. Before entering the bureau, she had already been insulted, and now Yang Jinyu even had a partial video to ensnare her. Although she had indeed threatened him, disregarding that fact, could the video of her being mercilessly insulted just be ignored? Coming out and being insulted again was intolerable. As she thought of this, countless blades of wind suddenly coalesced around Zhao Weiner. Wait, are you insane? Yang Jinyu exclaimed as he watched the whirling wind blades approach. His complexion turning pale. Why was Zhao Weiner attacking now? This wasn't how it was supposed to go. They were still at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. However, before he could finish his sentence, darkness suddenly enveloped him. What the hell? Zhao Weiner, are you trying to disgust me even in your dreams? In his slumber, Yang Jinyu jolted awake, yesterday's events vividly replaying in his mind. Zhao Weiner, his classmate, a quintessential reality T0, for some reason, enjoyed bringing a pack of sycophants to trouble him. Yet, she had always failed until yesterday, when an unexpected class competition provided her with a reason to act. But he was merely an ability user, without any real power. Wasn't this tantamount to a death sentence? Although he had relished cursing her out yesterday, the thought of the class competition on Monday filled him with dread. He feared the last scene of his dream would become reality. At that moment, his mother's furious voice echoed from the living room. Yang Jinyu, what time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Reluctantly, Yang Jinyu crawled out of bed, rubbed his eyes, and mumbled, finally a holiday, and I can't even sleep in? Everyone was intent on separating him from his beloved blanket, especially Zhao Weiner, who sought to disturb him even in his dreams. Just waking up, he was still startled by the remnants of his nightmare. Feeling slightly dazed, he stood up, his hair in a playful tuft, and headed to the bathroom. Worrying about the upcoming class competition was futile. Addressing the current situation was of utmost importance. However, he suddenly felt his pajamas were a bit too snug but shrugged it off, casually tugging at the hem. He remained oblivious to the fact that his mother had just poured a glass of milk and was now staring at it in disbelief. Then, she shifted her gaze to her son, astonished. Smack! As he closed the bathroom door, and before he could sit down, Yang Jinyu felt a sudden chill below. It seemed something was amiss instinctively. He reached down to check, and instantly his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? What is this, and where is my brother? An hour later, Yang Jinyu, still struggling to accept reality, lay despondently on his bed, staring at the ceiling. She had awakened, indeed awakened her abilities. However, during the ability awakening ceremony 6 months ago, she had not manifested any powers. At that time, her mindset had shattered in such a perilous world. Being a powerless ordinary person was little different from a death sentence, merely a stay of execution. Especially since she had enemies at school. If it weren't for her loyal best friend protecting her, she would have been bagged and tagged long ago. Although ability users could not harm ordinary people without cause, ordinary people still needed evidence. Fortunately, with her loyal friend around, Zhao Weiner couldn't touch her, so she chose to lay low. Until yesterday, Friday. Students, we will have a class competition tomorrow to select outstanding students for special training in the secret realm, aiming for top-tier universities. Wasn't she just going to get beaten up? Clearly, her nemesis Zhao Weiner was aware of this, as she came to provoke her right after class. That was a legitimate opportunity to act, not to mention. Her best friend was absent from school, and Zhao Weiner had the audacity to confront her without anyone to back her up. Thus, Yang Jinyu promptly reported the incident and managed to verbally assault Zhao Weiner before the officers arrived. Then, in despair, she continued to lay low. But last night, a meteor shower streaked across the sky, and she impulsively made a wish to awaken her abilities. What happened next? Upon awakening, she had indeed manifested powers, yet they seemed rather pitiful. She transformed into a girl permanently, and it appeared to serve no other purpose, certainly not even qualifying as the lowest grade abilities. Ability levels range from low to high as F, E, D, C, up to SS and SSS. Even the weakest abilities could at least ignite a flame or generate electricity. What could she do? Perform a thug's excitement punch? This absurd ability awakening would only make her life at school even more difficult. Having already faced exclusion for her feminine features and short ponytail, would things not become even more intense now? That ponytail was not a choice, but a result of her hair growing too quickly. While others trimmed their hair once a month, she found herself needing a cut every 2 or 3 days until she simply stopped caring. Eventually, her hair reached a certain length and resumed its normal growth rate, leading her to neglect it entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening your abilities. You meet the conditions for system binding and are now binding with the DNF Goddess Gunslinger system, currently syncing with the ability panel. Wait, a system? Did she just hear that? Was this her golden finger? Was she saved? Having lived through 2 lifetimes, albeit through reincarnation, she could be considered a time traveler, and she knew well the power of a system. But what was this Goddess Gunslinger nonsense? She knew about DNF, and had even played it during the level 60 version. Couldn't she have a different role? Why did it have to turn her into a girl? Why not a male gunslinger? All right, Jinyu, stop moping in your room and come out for dinner. Hearing her mother's voice, Yang Jinyu glanced down at her newly formed curves. As she stepped out of the room, a conflicted expression marked her face. Mom, don't you have anything to say? Her mother smiled kindly. What's wrong? Isn't this what you've always wanted, your abilities awakened? Yang Jinyu scratched her head, wearing a pained expression. But I never wanted to become a girl, and your beloved son is gone. Her mother approached, examining Yang Jinyu's delicate features, which retained an air of heroism. Your appearance hasn't changed. You're still the same person. And after raising a son for 18 years, it's just perfect to have a daughter now. After saying this, she continued to serve the dishes, leaving Yang Jinyu in utter despair. Leaning against the chair, she rolled her eyes, resigned to her new reality. With her identity transformed, there was no point in lamenting. The only path forward was to grow stronger in this world. That was the only way to survive and perhaps even attain beauty and wealth. Since it was her second life, she was determined to carve out her own destiny. Alas, without my little brother, it is impossible for her to harbor any affection for men. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. System, are you there? After a brief moment of self-reassurance, Yang Jinyu began to summon the system in her mind. Instantly, a data panel materialized before her eyes. Host, Yang Jinyu, level 1 not yet in the first tier, strength 5, agility 5, spirit 15, constitution 5, inventory unlocked, skills unlocked. Level 1? Is this truly my attribute points system? This data panel is a common feature among those who have awakened their supernatural abilities. However, she possesses a few extra features, such as the inventory and skills. As for levels to her knowledge, they range from 9 tiers to 10 stages, with the lowest being not yet tiered. Beyond the 7th tier, there are flamboyant titles, such as Brave General or Noble Lord, but those hold no significance for her for now. She is merely a fledgling. Yet the pressing concern remains. Why are all her attributes, save for spirit, a mere 5 points? Does this imply she is utterly inept in combat? Ding! Please, host, possess self-awareness and promptly elevate your level to learn skills. Due to integration with reality, all skills of the goddess gunslinger can be regarded as the host's supernatural abilities. Thus their usage will deplete the internal spirit source, akin to a mana bar, though the host must prepare the basic weaponry. Depleting my internal spirit source? An alternative elemental skill? No, it should be classified as a special type. Yang Jinyu murmured, her gaze fixating on the vexatious little red exclamation mark beside the skill, and instinctively read aloud. Learn skills? The interface before her transformed in an instant. Is this the skill allocation interface? This implies that she merely needs to click to acquire skills. How extraordinary. Yang Jinyu couldn't suppress her elation and immediately turned her attention to the skill icons. Floating bullet. Fires a powerful projectile that can levitate enemies. Back kick. A forceful backward kick that can elevate enemies, possessing invulnerability during execution. Dual gun extreme dance. Gunplay technique. Knee strike. Without hesitation, she selected the first skill to learn. Immediately, Yang Jinyu felt a new fragment of memory embedding itself in her mind. Floating bullet. Unlike in games, this is akin to enchanting, requiring no special ammunition. Seeing that learning skills was indeed as effortless as she had anticipated, Yang Jinyu promptly opted for the next skill. Suddenly, the space around her shifted, and she found herself in a white void, with several large characters materializing before her. Please practice back kick 1,000 times. Yang Jinyu, practice back kick 1,000 times? Must she truly train herself? Reminder. Physical skills necessitate the host's practice. Failure to master the skill will prevent the host from exiting, with possible penalties. However, rest assured, time does not flow in the training ground. The corners of Yang Jinyu's mouth twitched. She found this system rather unintelligent. Did it truly require her to practice, and 1,000 times at that? With her slender arms and legs, was it not a recipe for disaster? And penalties, really? Reminder, should the host fail to commence training, the first penalty will be an electric shock. Please no. I will train, Yang Jinyu declared, fully committed. After all, it was a rare opportunity to grow stronger. She could not afford to give up. Otherwise, during the class competition, she would surely be tormented by that insufferable girl and her devoted followers. Then, host movements are not standard. The system will provide electric shock guidance. System, are you certain this isn't a punishment? Rest assured, the system lacks consciousness and emotion. It is impartial and just. The electric shock will facilitate the host's memorization of the movements. Goodness, system, you are infuriating. Thus, 1 hour later in the training ground, the Real Yang Jinyu lay sprawled on the table, her body unscathed. Yet she felt as if she had been thoroughly trampled, every muscle aching. Host, your constitution is too weak. Even with learned skills, you cannot fully exert them. Now issuing the first task. Find a way to enhance your constitution. Rewards. Minor life potion, minor magic potion, shiny Remy assistance x10. Potions? The health and mana replenishing items from Gamesto, they hold any utility in reality? Never mind, I will find out when the time comes. However, it seems this system diverges significantly from those in games, leaning more towards reality. I suspect my lack of strength will prevent me from wielding heavy weaponry. Yang Jinyu's expression turned contemplative, yet she soon abandoned her thoughts, opting for a moment of indulgence. Never mind, I shall first ponder how to enhance my constitution. Inside the room was a pistol and a yellowing book titled Spirit Source Body Forging Technique. This was the final birthday gift left to her by her father. However, the Spirit Source Body Forging Technique requires one to possess supernatural abilities and cultivate Spirit Source within before one can practice it, which is why she had never had the opportunity previously. It's akin to acquiring a permanent buff, I wonder where my father procured it. The only downside is that its effectiveness begins to wane after the third tier. The abyss. I will undoubtedly venture there. Young Jinyu murmured. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards her mother, who had just emerged from the kitchen. This body forging required medicinal materials. Yet the issue was her lack of funds, prompting her to ingratiate herself. Mother, may I discuss a matter with you? Chapter 2. Zhao Wanner and her infatuated admirer. As Yang Jinyu strolled towards the herbal medicine shop, a sense of bewilderment lingered within her. Why had her mother suddenly become so generous? Just previously, she had hesitated to part with even a single 100 yuan bill, yet now she had transferred 5,000 without a second thought. Furthermore, she hadn't even inquired about the purpose of the money, merely stating that a girl indeed required some funds for certain purchases. Unable to fathom this sudden change, Yang Jinyu decided to dismiss her thoughts and glanced down at her figure, which had reverted to its original state. Feeling somewhat constricted and stifled in the summer heat, clad in a bulky coat. Nonetheless, it mattered little. She would never concede to being a girl. She was still a man. Were it not for the dog system being the goddess gun system, she would have certainly found a way to revert to her former self. Before long, Yang Jinyu arrived at her destination. Tianyang Shopping Mall, the largest chain store in Dongwang.it, offered a plethora of items related to ability users, particularly combat weapons specifically designed for them. The herbs she sought were not ordinary. They were spiritual medicines, also utilized by ability users. Fortunately, her mother's sudden generosity had alleviated her concerns, or she would have been at a loss for what to do. Hello, could you please assist me in obtaining these spiritual medicines? Yang Jinyu handed a list of herb names to the young lady at the counter. She examined the list carefully before tentatively inquiring. Are you certain you want these herbs, little sister? Red snake grass, blood serpent flower. These are among the most basic spiritual medicines, typically used only by physical enhancement ability users. Ability users were generally classified into 3 categories: physical, elemental, and special. Physical enhancers were usually robustly built, certainly not resembling someone as slender as Yang Jinyu. Yang Jinyu felt a twinge of exasperation. Yes, I am certain. And by the way, I'm a guy. Saying this, she skillfully produced her identification card. The young lady at the counter stared in bewilderment at the ID, then at Yang Jinyu, realizing they were indeed the same person. Yet, could a man be so strikingly beautiful? Was it possible that there was an error in the ID registration? Don't be confused. You see correctly, he is a boy, albeit one whose appearance is rather androgynous. Just as Yang Jinyu intended to remind the young lady not to be lost in thought, an abrasive voice interrupted her. Turning her gaze, she spotted a flamboyantly dressed girl accompanied by 2 boys, who continued, not only that, but she also enjoys trailing behind the boys every day. Yang Jinyu's brow furrowed instantly. Zhao Wanner, why is your mouth so foul? What have you eaten? The stench from your words could travel 3 miles. She waved her hand dismissively, her face contorted in disgust. This girl was the mastermind behind her troubles at school. A typical T0 presence, she had quite a few admirers in tow. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. It's clear you have a crush on Xiao Tiance. Yet he shows you no interest? Often associating with me instead. So you come to create trouble for me? What a pathetic wolf in sheep-esque clothing. Besides, you aren't even as attractive as I am. So what gives you the audacity to flaunt around? Yang Jinyu had never been one to tolerate such individuals, which was why she had easily made enemies. Zhao Wanner was momentarily taken aback by the scolding. She could never out-argue Yang Jinyu and dared not retaliate due to Xiao Tiance's warnings. Having finally found an opportunity while Xiao Tiance was away in the secret realm, she encountered Yang Jinyu in the mall, only to be met with a barrage of insults before she could even respond. Seizing the moment while Zhao Wanner was still in shock, Yang Jinyu swiftly acquired the necessary herbs, paid, and made her escape. Goodbye, you vile witch. Fuming, Zhao Wanner glared at Yang Jinyu as she dashed away. What are you staring at? Hurry up and chase her. Don't worry, Wanner. She wants to get away. The 2 boys behind her quickly affirmed. They had merely been taken aback by Yang Jinyu's fervent rebuttal. You little white face, how dare you insult Wanner? Have the courage to face us. Without glancing back, Yang Jinyu scoffed. So what if I insulted her? You think you can come after me just because of that? And you 2 pathetic lapdogs are too blind to see that Zhao Wanner is just toying with you. As she fled, Yang Jinyu couldn't resist mocking them, inciting their anger further. Although they recognized their behavior as that of lapdogs, They felt it was beneath them to let a mere little white face insult them. After running for a while, Yang Jinyu noticed a sign ahead that abruptly halted her progress. Road closed for maintenance. Please detour. Yang Jinyu. What the hell? This road was clear when I came here. She glanced back at the two boys hot on her heels and swallowed hard. Am I destined to take a beating today? No way. I must fight back. Even without Xiao Tian's here, I let myself be a punching bag. What are you doing? At that moment, a voice rang out from above. A handsome boy appeared atop the elevated bridge, looking down at her. Xiao Tian's? Yang Jinyu wondered, puzzled. He was supposed to be training in the secret realm. Wasn't he? Xiao Tian's, having awakened an S-class elemental lightning ability, enjoyed a high degree of freedom. With no one monitoring him. With a thud, Xiao Tian's leaped down from the bridge, his voice cold as he declared, I believe I warned you that if you trouble Yang Jinyu again, I would cripple you. Zhao Wanner, rushing over, felt a twinge of fear as she gazed at Xiao Tian's, who appeared even more intimidating than usual. Yet, oddly enough, she found herself drawn to him. Tian's, this isn't our fault. Setting aside our previous grievances, it was Yang Jinyu who insulted us first. Hearing this, Yang Jinyu poked her head out from behind Xiao Tian's. Oh please, you vile witch, have some shame. If you hadn't provoked me, would I have bothered with you? Zhao Wanner stomped her foot in frustration, seething. Tian's, did you see that? Yang Jinyu insulted me again. I am a girl, after all. And Yang Jinyu, how can you, a boy, hide behind others like this? Aren't you ashamed? Are you even a man? Yang Jinyu rolled her eyes. Why should I feel ashamed? You ability users bullying someone without powers is perfectly acceptable to you, yet I should feel embarrassed. And whether I am a man or not is none of your business. Just as she was about to retort further, the system suddenly chimed in. Are you angry at their words? Do you wish to prove yourself? Then challenge them. Defeat them in the class competition. Winning will unlock the malfunction. Fine. I will prove whether I am a man or not. Do you dare to bet with me? Let us wager 10,000 yuan. I will definitely win against you in the upcoming class competition. Yang Jinyu stepped forward, locking eyes with Zhao Wanner, eager to settle things once and for all. After all, she could not continue hiding behind Xiao Tian's. Besides, she needed money to purchase spiritual medicines, and a significant wager had conveniently presented itself. Chapter 3. The Reborn Best Friend, Doubling Attributes. Zhao Wanner couldn't help but chuckle. Had Yang Jinyu gone mad from the provocation? After all, she possessed a B-class elemental ability and practiced a quasi-class technique worth millions. Having reached the first level of the first tier, what courage did this waste of space have? Alright, Tian's, this was Yang Jinyu's idea, not mine. Also, Yang Jinyu, I have no interest in that 10,000 yuan. If you lose, you must bow to me 3 times in front of the class. She aimed to humiliate Yang Jinyu in front of Xiao Tian's, proving that the person he was protecting was worthless. Yang Jinyu furrowed her brow but soon relaxed. Alright, but I want to raise the stakes. This is about my dignity. Zhao Wanner scoffed. Go ahead. You're still bound to bow. The two signed a contract. As this world was perilous, and such agreements were legally recognized. Xiao Tian silently observed Yang Jinyu, choosing not to intervene, knowing her temperament made any advice futile. Shortly after, Zhao Wanner left with a victorious smile. Convinced that she had this wager in the BAG.ASA first-tier ability user, she ranked among the top 3 in class, while Yang Jinyu's chances of winning even a single match were questionable at best. Long time no see, Jinyu. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke up. Yang Jinyu instinctively replied, long time no see, before realizing and reaching out to touch his forehead. Wait, Lao Xiao, it hasn't even been half a month since we last met. And why are you calling me Jinyu? It feels strange. Xiao Tian smiled gently. Just pretend I'm still waking up, Lao Yang. He playfully punched her shoulder. Ouch, why does it feel like my old friend has become a bit softer? Had she always been this way? He hadn't seen her in over 20 years. He, Xiao Tian's, one of the 3 dominant ability users in Donghuang, had been reborn just a day ago after meeting a tragic end. He had returned to his high school days, which meant he had the chance to rectify all his past regrets, especially saving his prematurely departed best friend. Dio, you want to become stronger? Xiao Tian suddenly inquired. His prior reluctance to stop Yang Jinyu from accepting the challenge stemmed from the belief that he had methods to help her grow stronger. Only by becoming strong could she survive in this perilous world. However, although he possesses the ability to enhance others, he cannot accomplish this in haste. For the upcoming contest, he intends to intervene. If Zhao Wan'er, a practitioner of extraordinary powers, dares to bully an ordinary person, then he shall not be blamed for employing his strength against her. Even though his current level stands at merely the 7th tier of the first rank, it remains a trivial matter for him to use mental interference against a certain yellow-haired girl. Strengthening oneself is undoubtedly a desire, yet, my friend, I have a piece of good news to share with you. I have awakened my extraordinary abilities. Yang Jinyu, completely unaware of her transformation into a female, naturally draped her arm over Xiao Tian's shoulder. Xiao Tian's, feeling the subtle yet exceptionally soft sensation, was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "Yang Jinyu, have you gained weight?" He quickly reacted, "Did you say you've awakened your powers?" This was news to him. After awakening his own abilities in his previous life, particularly upon entering university, their encounters had dwindled significantly, and it was during his second year that he abruptly learned of her demise, victim to an invasion by a foreign race. At this moment, Yang Jinyu also sensed an unusual sensation in her chest, which made her suddenly realize her current identity as a female. Nonchalantly, she released her grip and nodded, "Indeed, I have awakened a special type of ability related to firearms. However, it requires body refinement to enhance my physique." This was a premeditated explanation. Otherwise, her abilities would be difficult to justify. As for whether her unique powers would be detectable by specialized equipment, that was impossible. Following the system's fusion, it could only ascertain that she possessed powers, but not their specific nature, relegating them to the category of unknown abilities. Such occurrences were not rare, as every year witnessed similar awakenings. While levels could be checked, discerning whether one was a talent or a failure required personal development. "Well, enough talk. I am about to return for body refinement," she proclaimed, changing direction towards home. Why is it a goddess of firearms? Wait, what are you rushing for? Even if you've awakened your powers, you still lack a cultivation method, Xiao Tian's remarked, hastily following her. Upon returning home, Yang Jinyu seized the opportunity while her mother was away at work to stir the crimson body refinement liquid in the bathtub, all the while conversing with Xiao Tian's. "You mentioned you possess formidable cultivation methods?" Typically, an ordinary practitioner would elevate their level through gradual cultivation methods. Unlike her, she could directly devour the inner cores of monsters or energy crystals to level up. Earlier, on her way back, Yang Jinyu inquired about how to acquire new skills from the system, which stated that new skills were generally unlocked every 5 levels, akin to a game. However, due to her system fusion, she could level up not only through cultivation but also by directly consuming monster inner cores and the like. Moreover, the skill system was not entirely rigid. It indicated that if certain attributes were met, skills could be unlocked in advance. Yet, apart from physical and enchantment skills, activating other skills for the first time required a certain amount of inner cores or energy crystals. Adhering to the principle of conservation of energy, creation from nothing was not permitted. Yang Jinyu retorted, "Adhering to principles? In a world filled with extraordinary powers, you're still trying to educate me on science." She felt a nagging sense that the profession of a gun goddess was ill-suited to her rhythm. Additionally, the system revealed a crucial piece of information. If skills were utilized in the form of physical objects, it could significantly reduce the consumption of spiritual energy, even allowing skills to exhibit up to 150 of their power. So it implies that I should carry around an arsenal? How absurd. At this rate, I might need a supersized spatial equipment. Otherwise, just considering the manufacturing of heavy firearms and robots, transporting those large items would pose a dilemma. Returning to the topic at hand, Yang Jinyu expressed her curiosity about the cultivation methods Xiao Tian's had mentioned. After all, it was impractical for her to remain in the secret realm at all times. She also required normal cultivation, as she was not without abilities. "All right, we can discuss this later. I need to take a bath, please." She gestured towards the bathroom. "It's fine. I don't mind your slender arms and legs. You focus on your bath while I speak my mind," Xiao Tian's replied, taking a seat on a nearby stool. Yang Jinyu retorted, "Get lost. You're the one with slender arms and legs." Ultimately, Xiao Tian's found himself standing outside the bathroom, while Yang Jinyu took her first opportunity to appraise her figure. Standing at 1.75 meters, she had curves where appropriate and smooth skin that appeared enviably fair and firm. But why does it have to be on me? Yet, accepting her circumstances, Yang Jinyu resolutely stepped one leg into the bathtub. Suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through her. "Old Yang, are you all right? Came Xiao Tian's voice from outside as he fiddled with the door lock. I'm fine, Yang Jinyu hastily reassured him, relieved she had locked the door. Otherwise, her secret would have been exposed. Gritting her teeth, she stepped fully into the tub. In this wretched world without power, one might as well be dead. Surviving was merely a burden. A wave of piercing pain enveloped her body, yet she endured it, exclaiming, "Old Xiao, weren't you going to tell me about your impressive cultivation method? Speak up." She desperately needed a distraction. S-rank cultivation method, spirit transformation method. Xiao Tian's replied nonchalantly, though he hadn't divulged the entire truth. This was merely a fragment, the complete work being the heaven and earth spirit transformation method, which should be classified as SSS rank. It refined the power of celestial and earthly forces, enhancing the 4 attributes of an extraordinary practitioner. However, at that time, he lacked the strength to fully pass the secret realm's trials. Thus, he could only cultivate this incomplete method up to the 6th tier, afterward requiring a transition or the remaining half of the text. What? Yang Jinyu was utterly dumbfounded. An S-rank method. Was that something accessible to them? She recalled that due to his high level of ability, a top university had taken interest in him, promising him an S-rank cultivation method, but he wouldn't be considering passing that on to her, would he? Such methods were not meant for private transmission. However, before she could voice her concerns, Xiao Tian's continued, "You needn't worry. This is not the method promised to me by the Imperial Capital University. I will write it down shortly and leave it in your room. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Upon returning to this life, his immediate intent was twofold: to gift Yang Jinyu a cultivation method and to eliminate a traitor among humanity, members of the demon servant cult who had allied with the abyssal demons and caused considerable destruction in Xinghui City. As one of the pillars of the Demon Purging Bureau, he naturally had to deal with them. Furthermore, they possessed materials that could enhance his own abilities. Indeed, he aimed to elevate his own power level to secure more resources in university, as the future promised increasing peril. Leaving already? Yang Jinyu noted the silence beyond the door, indicating he had departed, and she proceeded to focus on her refinement. After an hour, once the water in the bathtub had cleared, she opened her eyes again. Host, Yang Jinyu, level 1, first rank, not entered, strength, 30, agility, 5, mentality, 15, constitution, 30, traits. Strength and constitution gain double attribute points with each upgrade. Inventory, unlocked, skills, floating bullet, back kick. The effects of body refinement were satisfactory, yielding 20 points in strength and constitution. However, the buffs were tremendously beneficial, granting double attributes with each upgrade. Yet, she still could not learn new skills. She needed to find a method to level up, but if she were to simply cultivate diligently, reaching level 5 in a day with an S-rank method would be impossible. Purchasing inner cores was out of the question. Not only was she short on funds, but normally no one would choose to absorb them directly, making them difficult to acquire. Energy crystals were easier to procure, yet they were even pricier. Well, I might as well take the plunge. It's just a trip to the secret realm, after all. Even the lowest level slimes have attributes higher than mine. In her musings, Yang Jinyu began to formulate her plans. Chapter 4. The Slime's Secret Realm. To expedite her leveling, she had no choice but to venture into the secret realm, for she was impoverished. However, she would only dare enter the lowest level secret realm to hunt slimes, as she couldn't even defeat a slightly stronger goblin. She had no interest in becoming the protagonist of any storyline. Although goblins in the secret realm typically lacked that kind of intellect, they were still quite unsightly. Subsequently, Yang Jinyu returned to her room and pulled out the previously hidden safe. Retrieving a handgun. This was no ordinary firearm. It was a combat weapon that generated bullets through spiritual energy. Although its rank was low, merely E-rank, it sufficed for her needs. An E-rank combat weapon was already considered standard for newly initiated extraordinary practitioners, priced in the tens of thousands. After toying with the spiritual energy handgun for a while, Yang Jinyu left a note, mastered the twin guns dance technique, and picked up the cultivation method left by Xiao Tian's. Preparing to depart, though she possessed only one gun, it did not hinder her from learning skills. This time, she aimed to reach at least level 5. She could not allow that insufferable Zhao Wanner to be so arrogant. In Xinghui City, the outskirts, shouldering a backpack, Yang Jinyu disembarked from the bus. The first sight that greeted her was 6 towering stone pillars, standing in pairs and forming a blue vortex between them. This spectacle appeared grand and magnificent, marking the entrances to 3 secret realms guarded by Xinghue City. However, the most formidable monsters within were only around the 3rd tier, belonging to the most ordinary category of secret realms. Secret realms are mysterious places that descended alongside the abyss into this world, inhabited by various races, the majority of which are enemies of humanity. There exists a notion that the secret realms are but projections of civilizations long obliterated by the abyss. During their existence, these realms serve as echoes of those bygone societies. The majority of the creatures inhabiting these secret realms, upon meeting their demise, are reborn, devoid of self-awareness, as if they are mere puppets driven by some unseen force. Yet, there also exists a form of reality within these realms, referred to as the remnants of civilization, wherein the creatures possess consciousness and do not revive. However, they seldom engage with humans, fixated solely on invading the human world. As for the relationship between the two, it is evident that the remnants of civilization may indeed transform into projections of civilization, having succumbed to the abyss's onslaught. Yet, compared to typical projections, these are far more perilous. And within the realms that have been invaded, there is no sign of life. Naturally, at this moment, none of this concerns her. Her foremost priority is to level up. As for the reason she carries a backpack, the wretched system's inventory only recognizes items belonging to the system, leaving no room for anything else. Storage rings, how exorbitantly priced. Recalling the storage ring she had seen earlier, Yang Jinyu could only shake her head. A 1 cubic meter ring costs 100,000. Insanity. Why not just steal it? Stepping into this area, throngs of people surged around her, creating a lively atmosphere. This was a marketplace that had sprung up around the secret realms. Slime jelly, don't miss out as you pass by. This is a rare delicacy. High prices for slime gel, fair pricing, no deception. Need a bodyguard? Prices are negotiable, and strength is guaranteed. Yet, amidst this chaotic mix, Yang Jinyu observed the blue slime jelly across from her. Her lips twitching slightly. Wasn't that just slime gel mixed with honey? Can it be consumed? As Yang Jinyu surveyed her surroundings, her novice status was evident, carrying a mountaineering backpack, having never entered a secret realm before. Soon enough, someone approached her. Little sister, I see you wield a spiritual source pistol. You must not be adept in combat, right? Then join us at the Iron Shield Mercenary Corps for your training in the secret realms. A muscular man stepped in front of Yang Jinyu, proudly displaying his muscles. Yang Jinyu replied expressionlessly, "Thank you, but I'm broke." She then walked around him. However, the muscular man seemed reluctant to give up, wanting to say more. Just as Yang Jinyu took a few steps, she suddenly turned back, and the man's face lit up with hope, only to be met with her pulling out her identification card. "Sorry, I'm a guy." Yang Jinyu spoke calmly, then turned away, leaving no room for further conversation. The muscular man stood there, dumbfounded. Moments later, he regained his composure, urgently calling out, "That little brother is quite something. Our Iron Shield Mercenary Corps offers reasonable prices. Not at all expensive. You mustn't venture into the secret realm alone. It's dangerous." Although the highest levels of the secret realms here were merely Tier 3, many novices perished each year. While he sought profit, he did not wish to witness newcomers meeting their demise, especially as those wielding spiritual source pistols were often left with no other choice, either due to their low ability level or their unsuitability for combat. Yang Jinyu ignored him and quickened her pace, leaving the muscular man sighing in defeat. Sigh, another business opportunity lost. With your looks, which novice would dare choose us as their bodyguards? At that moment, a simple yet striking red-haired woman approached. A lollipop in her mouth. The muscular man scratched his head. "Hey, big sister, even if I'm not the best looking, you shouldn't be so sarcastic. I'm only 22. He paused, by the way, that novice earlier, though a boy, was quite handsome and wielded a weapon. "Do you think those scoundrels will target him?" The red-haired woman shot him a glance. "What's wrong? Are your good intentions overflowing? Our Iron Shield Mercenary Corps is on the brink of starvation. Why concern yourself with that?" With that, she walked away. The muscular man stood awkwardly, realizing they should focus on hunting monsters for beast orbs to earn some money. "But, big sister, aren't you going the wrong way? That direction leads to the Minotaur's realm. What's it to you? There are entry-level monsters around the slime area. It's all the same. Go gather Su and the others, and let us take on a slime realm mission." Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu had already stepped into the secret realm. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the stark contrast from the steel forest she had just left. Now, everything was lush and green. Consulting her map, she realized she was at the outermost edge, where monsters were all below Tier 3, well within her capabilities. Suddenly, a sound of something bouncing nearby caught her attention. Looking up, she was confronted by a 2-meter-tall blue slime. Yang Jinyu thought, is this really a slime? It appears somewhat different from what I imagined. In an instant, the slime leapt towards her, casting a massive shadow as it descended. Reacting instinctively, Yang Jinyu executed a backward jump, firing her pistol simultaneously, producing a resounding bang. The slime erupted in a burst, revealing its true nature as a mere illusion of bulk. That was surprisingly easy, she muttered, only to find her body suddenly coated in a sticky residue. Glancing down, she saw a mass of slime clinging to her. Damn that annoying slime. After considerable effort, she finally managed to rid herself of the goo, picking up the orb that had fallen to the ground. Is this the inner core? Monster inner cores have a wide range of uses, applicable in alchemy or crafting weapons. Anomalous beings could also refine them directly, though with lower efficiency. They could not consume them for immediate upgrades as Yang Jinyu could. System: absorb inner core. Beep: absorption successful. Host gains 10 experience points. Yang Jinyu: is that it? No reaction at all, no special effects, she sighed, deciding to continue her search for more slimes. The system remained silent, prompting her to pout and resume her quest. After some time, with a bang from her gun, another slime burst apart. Having learned from her previous encounter, she now kept her distance from the slimes. That's the 10th inner core. I should be close to leveling up. Yang Jinyu murmured, consuming the core and feeling a warm current flow through her, sensing newfound strength. Host: Yang Jinyu, level 2, Tier 2, Strength 50, 30, 10, 2, Agility 15, Mentality 25, Constitution 50, Traits. Strength and Constitution double their attribute points upon leveling up. Inventory unlocked. Skills: Floating Bomb, Back Kick. With her strength and constitution doubling, this buff was indeed impressive. Seeing her attributes improve, particularly the doubled strength and constitution, a smile spread across Yang Jinyu's face. Aside from external resources, the enhancement of an anomalous being's attributes typically correlates with their level and the cultivation techniques practiced. Generally, before entering a tier, an anomalous being would gain 10 attribute points with each level up. Yet, higher tier techniques could provide additional boosts, with the more advanced techniques yielding even greater increases. Although she had yet to practice any techniques, her physique was already comparable to that of a typical Tier 5 anomalous being. Of course, high attributes do not automatically equate to strength. Unless one is overwhelming, the specifics still depend on the abilities. But wouldn't my attribute points increase even faster once I reach level 5 and start learning techniques? With newfound hope, Yang Jinyu was even more motivated to hunt for slimes. Yet, practicing techniques and combat methods often came with certain restrictions, such as the necessity for spiritual sources to be generated within one's body during the previous tempering process. Although high-tier techniques could provide additional attribute boosts, they fundamentally required the cultivation of spiritual sources. Thus, a corresponding mental attribute of sufficient strength was necessary to practice, typically requiring a threshold of 50 points. Otherwise, one risks backlash. This was why Yang Jinyu had not rushed to learn techniques. She worried she might not reach level 5 within a day. With each gunshot, more slimes met their end. After an unknown duration, Yang Jinyu felt her legs growing weary from her extended wandering, pondering why other girls could shop for so long without tiring. She, on the other hand, felt exhausted after less than 2 hours. Finding a spot, she opened a blue potion and downed it. Refreshing, blueberry flavor. Yang Jinyu did not anticipate that the potion used for recovering mana in games would not only restore her spiritual source in reality, but also replenish her stamina and spirit. What an incredible item! Just imagine how potent the life potions must be. Yet, she had no intention of experimenting on herself. Her attribute points had increased significantly, yet leveling up felt sluggish. It had taken her 2 hours to advance to level 4. Yang Jinyu muttered, oblivious to the potential repercussions of her words. If others were here, they might just want to kill me. While it was true that lower-level beings leveled up more quickly, ascending from level 1 to 4 in just 2 hours felt absurd. Even top-tier anomalous beings with the best techniques typically required a day or two to gain a level. Thus, Yang Jinyu's complaints about her progress seemed rather unreasonable. Forget it. It doesn't matter. I need to level up quickly to start practicing new skills. After resting for a while, Yang Jinyu resumed her search for slimes. Unconsciously, she forgot that this was not a game and that she did not need to reach level 5 before learning skills. Unbeknownst to Yang Jinyu, two pairs of eyes suddenly emerged from the nearby grass, fixated upon her. "Hey, brother, look at that beautiful girl. Shall we take a shot?" proposed one of the portly men with an air of lewdness. Smack! The lean man, referred to as brother, delivered a harsh slap to the rotund fellow, rebuking him. "All you think about are girls. Is there nothing else in your mind apart from women? I told you, we need to focus on making money. Once we have wealth, everything else follow. Did you not see the emblem on that gun she holds? An E-class battle weapon, which could fetch tens of thousands on the black market, enough for us to live lavishly for a time. And just look at her. While she may lack a voluptuous figure, if she encounters someone who piques her interest, she could very well be worth more than several battle weapons." Upon hearing this, the portly man's face immediately brightened with avarice. "Oh yes, brother, your wisdom shines. But after we deal with her, may I have a taste first? Get lost. Stay focused. She still appears to have plenty of energy left. Let us wait a little longer, then we'll strike." With that, the two began to indulge in fantasies of their upcoming lavish lives. They were entirely unconcerned about the possibility of failure. After all, they were both classified as non-ascendant level 9 and 10 ability users. Even if their powers were mediocre, how could they possibly fail against someone who was merely a non-ascendant level 4? It was a matter of attribute suppression. Unless her abilities were extraordinarily outrageous, which was unlikely, given they had just witnessed her dispatch a slime using a spiritual energy handgun, a tool typically wielded by those whose powers were too weak or ill-suited for combat. What kind of genius would resort to such a weapon? Surely, it could not surpass one's inherent ability. The girl before them likely possessed only a low-level ability, just enough to wield that spiritual energy handgun. Bang! As a pink 6th-level slime was obliterated, Yang Jinyu paused her slaughter, taking a seat upon a rock. She had finally ascended to level 5, which meant she was now a non-ascendant level 5. She opened her skill panel to review her options. A plethora of skills awaited her: RX, 78 Pursuer, M, 137 Gatling Gun, and Silver Bullet. No. There were also the Upward Kick, Floating Shovel, and Spike Shot. Almost forgot. Skills in the real world only require sufficient attributes to learn. Yang Jinyu glanced at her panel, where her strength and constitution had both surpassed 100 points, making her stronger than the average non-ascendant level 10 ability user. This strength allowed her to challenge monsters beyond her level. After all, in the early stages, going solo was exceedingly difficult for most ability users, which is why many opted to form teams. As for whether these skills would prove useless, it did not matter since no skill points were required here. Learning them was no burden. It seemed that having cultivated the spiritual energy body forging technique allowed her to learn physical skills ahead of time. However, she still needed to acquire a handgun, or else some skills would remain unusable. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Spike Shot, marked as unusable. Additionally, the Gatling gun and small robots also required activation, yet she had only 10 inner cores remaining, allowing her to activate just one for now. Having made up her mind, she immersed her consciousness into the training ground, dedicating herself to learning physical skills. Meanwhile, the portly and lean duo, noticing Yang Jinyu seemingly at rest, believed an opportunity had arisen. "Make your move," commanded the lean man, as flames enveloped his body, propelling him towards Yang Jinyu. However, at that moment, Yang Jinyu had already completed her rigorous training and returned to her senses. Suddenly, a woman's warning echoed in her ears: "Be careful." Almost immediately, a gust of wind rushed from behind her, and she recognized that an enemy was closing in. Without turning around, Yang Jinyu braced herself on the ground, pivoted, and unleashed a swift upward kick. The lean man was caught off guard by this sudden assault, his vision darkening as he heard the sound of bones shattering. This strength is abnormal. At least over 100. ISNT, she's supposed to be a non-ascendant level 5 ability user? Before he could process this, he spat blood and collapsed unconscious. Yang Jinyu did not rush to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, she quickly leapt aside, shaking her legs and exclaiming, "Ouch, hot feet." Flames erupted from the opponent's body. She had not noticed until she kicked him. Luckily, her physique had improved, and wearing shoes prevented any injury. Nevertheless, The hem of her pants was singed, revealing a portion of her fair calf. The burning sensation had yet to subside when another plump figure charged at her, accompanied by a loud shout. Iron Armor Charge. This tactic was typically employed with the D-class ability Iron Armor Body, usually involving a direct collision. However, this spherical figure seemed to have developed a new application. Yang Jinyu instinctively responded with a knee strike. Perhaps hitting a vital point, the rotund figure was sent flying, accompanied by a spray of blood. At that moment, the portly man, racked with intense pain, felt even more bewildered than the lean man. As a genuine physical ability user with non-ascendant level 9 strength, bolstered by his abilities, he was not easily overcome even by those of higher levels. Yet here was a mere girl who had just entered level 5, capable of kicking him away and causing him to vomit blood. How is this possible? Little sister, impressive physical skills, but when battling others, do not hold back. You should utilize your abilities directly, and do not forget to finish them off. Just then, a striking red-haired woman appeared before her, clad in long pants and a black tank top, with a jacket casually tied around her waist. She wielded a heavy sword nearly 20 centimeters wide. With a swift swing, she flattened the approaching portly man into a pulp. A crimson spray filled the air, and Yang Jinyu instinctively swallowed hard. She was still young. Was she truly suited to witness such scenes? Although she had long been told that life was cheap within the secret realm, did it have to be so grotesque on her first encounter? In her view, it was sufficient to simply blow a head apart. Then, Yang Jinyu glanced sideways at the still unconscious lean man. Bang! A shot rang out, and his head exploded. She had never shown mercy to her enemies. It was a lesson imparted by her father. Chapter 6, Delivery at Your Doorstep? Thus, in less than a minute since their appearance, the portly and lean duo met their demise without even uttering a harsh word. Thank you, miss, for the reminder. Also, I am a male. Yang Jinyu instinctively cast a glance at her chest. Relieved that it was tightly wrapped and had not come undone during her vigorous movements, she then prepared to search their corpses, only to find they bore no possessions. They were either novices newer than her or had storage equipment. Yet considering their age, around 30, how could they be novices? Then, Yang Jinyu's gaze fell upon the storage ring in her hand, and she could not help but smile. Although it was merely the most basic type, it was still worth 100,000. Truly, as the saying goes, killing and arson lead to golden belts, though she was a good child and would never engage in such acts, unless others presented themselves first. A male? The red-haired woman approached, raising an eyebrow. This girl had quite the stubborn mouth. Despite her loose clothing and even a masculine gait, the differences in their physiques were evident, not to mention her striking beauty. How could she possibly conceal her identity? If a boy failed to discern this, it would be normal, but she was a girl. This tomboy could not hide. All right, you are a male. However, if you wish to disguise your identity next time, at least apply some unattractive makeup on your face. The red-haired woman teased, pinching Yang Jinyu's cheek. With such natural beauty and a hint of heroism, you truly are a rare gem. Yang Jinyu angrily swatted her hand away, retorting, I told you I'm a male. While I appreciate your reminder, it is still excessive. The red-haired woman withdrew her hand, chuckling. All right, young man. What is your name? Are you aware that you have ventured deep into the secret realm? It was already 5 in the afternoon. Did he plan to stay overnight in the secret realm? The red-haired woman regarded Yang Jinyu with surprise. No wonder they had initially failed to locate this girl. She dared to venture deep into the secret realm as a non-ascendant level 5 ability user. It is vital to note that even the lowest level secret realms could harbor monsters of non-ascendant level 10 or even ascendant. My name is Yang Jinyu. I do indeed wish to spend the night in the secret realm. Is there an issue? Yang Jinyu scratched her head in confusion. Prepare for an overnight stay. She had brought food and water and even purchased beast-repelling powder, as for other supplies, such as a tent. She had none. With monsters rampant in the secret realm, setting up a tent would be akin to inviting disaster. It would be far better to find a tree to climb. You have quite the audacity. Planning to spend the night alone in the secret realm? Do you want to become a meal for monsters in your sleep? The red-haired woman shook her head helplessly. Oh, not think that the beast-repelling powder is all-powerful. Many monsters cannot be repelled by it. For instance, in this slime's secret realm, there are 2 or 3 types of slimes that remain unaffected. Did you not notice the different colors of the slimes here? Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu recalled that she had indeed dispatched several slimes of different colors earlier. However, as they had been instant kills, she had not paid attention to their differences. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that she had been deceived. That damned shopkeeper had claimed the beast-repelling powder would work on monsters below the ascendant level. Yang Jinyu felt a surge of resentment. She had learned the hard way not to buy cheap goods. Yet darkness was about to fall. What was she to do? Should she endure the night or return and come back again? But the round trip would take several hours. Unable to contain herself, Yang Jinyu turned to the red-haired woman. Miss, you're so powerful. Could you possibly take in this little brother for a while? As for her pride, she felt it was trivial, although she could not discern the other's level. Anyone capable of flattening a non-ascendant level 10, clearly a physical ability user, must possess at least ascendant level strength, enough to dominate in this secret realm. While she was not afraid of the monsters here, it would mean she could not expect a good night's sleep. All right, keep up. I truly cannot fathom the audacity of you novices, always dashing off alone into the unknown realms. By the way, my name is Hongling. You may address me as Sister Hongling. And what might your extraordinary ability be? In the depths of the secret realm, one must show no mercy to foes. Utilizing your powers to swiftly eliminate adversaries is the most prudent course of action. As she spoke, Hongling became aware that her curiosity might be overstepping. As a stranger, inquiring about another's abilities was quite impolite. After all, one could never tell if the other party might devise strategies against her upon learning of her powers. Yet, her curiosity was piqued. The other wielded a spirit source pistol, which typically indicated a weaker ability, but her earlier display of physical prowess suggested otherwise. Could it be a case of feigned weakness? This girl harbored quite the intricate thoughts. My ability. What I just demonstrated was indeed my power. I am a special type of ability user, reliant on the spirit source pistol. Yang Jinyu was completely oblivious to how far Hongling's imagination had strayed, and spoke plainly. She was hardly a top-tier prodigy, and her current performance could be described as rather ordinary. She had no real concern about being targeted. If anyone should worry, it would be someone like Xiao, the S-class ability holder, who had many eyes upon him. Best to keep a distance, lest she inadvertently become a target during an assassination attempt. She was not jesting about that. During the initial awakening of his abilities, Xiao had faced several assassination attempts from otherworldly beings, and on one occasion, she had nearly been caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, the city was equipped with suppression devices that kept powerful otherworldly entities at bay, allowing Xiao to navigate those dangers unscathed. However, upon reflection, why did Xiao resemble a protagonist? Wasn't she, as a system-bound individual, the main character? How absurd. Surely, no protagonist would change their gender. At that moment, Hongling was unaware that her casual remark had thrust Yang Jinyu into a spiral of unfounded musings. Yet, she was taken aback, halting her steps and turning. Suddenly, Yang Jinyu felt a softness, causing her to pause in surprise. She quickly jumped back, her face flushed as she stammered, "Why yes, I apologize, Sister Hongling. I did not mean to. I was just a bit distracted." Although she now possessed the same item, having been a boy for 18 years made her first encounter with it rather embarrassing. Hongling, however, said nothing, merely reaching towards Yang Jinyu's arm. First impressions: fair skin, taut and firm, and a high muscle density, a special type of ability user. This physique was certainly not characteristic of a mere physical ability user. Moreover, it seemed there was more to her than merely not reaching the 5th tier. Little goldfish, your appearance is indeed deceptive. Brandishing a spirit source pistol, you are a prime target. Yet, the reality of your strength is far from simplistic. Yang Jinyu, feeling a touch bashful, scratched her head. I suppose I'm all right. She was entirely unaware that Hongling had begun referring to her as little goldfish. Sister Hongling, why are we venturing deeper? Where's your camp? After walking for half an hour without reaching their destination, Yang Jinyu could not help but inquire. She suddenly realized she was seeking assistance from a stranger in the secret realm and following her to a camp. Wasn't he this akin to delivering oneself to the doorstep? Goodness, beauty truly leads one astray. Yet, it should not come to that. Given the other's prowess, it would be easy for her to deal with Yang Jinyu, rendering deception unnecessary. Here we are, just ahead. As for why it is deeper within the secret realm, well, it is for profit. Although she had entered the secret realm out of concern for this tomboy's life, it did not preclude her from making some money. However, in this slime realm, Only the Slime King was truly valuable, and they had yet to encounter it. That creature had an affinity for human food, making it elusive within the realm. Chapter 7. Iron Shield Mercenary Corps. At last, Yang Jinyu followed the direction of Hongling's finger and indeed spotted 3 tents, 1 large and 2 small. Glancing around, she noticed 2 men and a woman, one of the men casting a glance in their direction. Reflexively, she called out, "Are you the muscular man from outside the realm?" Upon hearing her voice, the others nearby turned to look. Just then, the young man standing beside the muscular figure gently patted his shoulder and said with a grin, "Congratulations, Iron Gate. You have acquired a new nickname, and at least this one isn't so unpleasant." Iron Gate was immediately engulfed in frustration, recalling the last time he had been called Bald Uncle. Was he bald? His hair was merely short, and he was only 22. Was it appropriate to call him Uncle? "Sister Head, you're back. We made some progress in tracking the Slime King, but it's unlikely we'll find it today." The young man approached, greeting Yang Jinyu with a friendly "Hello, little sister. My name is Blacktooth. Isn't it a cool name? I came up with it myself." Yang Jinyu. She refrained from commenting on the name and instead rummaged through her backpack. "Hello, I am Yang Jinyu, and here's my ID. I am male." She emphasized the last 2 words. Blacktooth took the ID, scrutinized it, then looked at her again, his face flushing crimson as he muttered incredulously, "Male? Ah." His crush had barely begun and was already over. "Get lost?" Hongling unceremoniously kicked Blacktooth aside. This scoundrel fell in love with every girl he saw but lacked the courage to confess, yet he was quite the chatterbox. Although she did not understand why this tomboy's ID claimed she was male. At least this would prevent harassment. Hongling pointed to a gentle-looking woman approaching. "That is by Susu. You may call her Sister Susu." "Susu, this is Yang Jinyu," Hongling introduced. The woman smiled and waved. "Hello, Jinyu. My name is by Susu." Subsequently, Hongling detailed the other members of the team. Iron Gate, the Vanguard, by Susu, who fulfilled both healing and mage roles, and Blacktooth, responsible for reconnaissance. By this time, the sun was dipping toward the horizon. After introductions, the group began preparing for the impending night. Beast-repelling powder, fire, warning traps. These were essential defensive measures, particularly fire, which proved invaluable in lower-tier secret realms. Coupled with beast-repelling powder, most creatures would think twice before approaching. As dusk fell, the group gathered around a campfire, beginning to prepare dinner. At that moment, Yang Jinyu suddenly volunteered, "Let me handle it. I often cook at home." She felt a bit embarrassed, relying on others for protection while also mooching off their food. The group had no objections, as conditions in the secret realm were limited. Simply being able to fill their bellies was sufficient. However, when Yang Jinyu began to pull various cooking utensils and ingredients from her backpack, the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Salt, pepper, and a large chunk of meat specially frozen with abilities, along with a small pot. "Little goldfish, did you come here on vacation?" Hongling's eye twitched slightly. Dinner in the secret realm should consist of compressed biscuits paired with jerky soup. But what was the meaning of this? A vacation? How could anyone come here for leisure? Yang Jinyu remained blissfully unaware of the other's astonishment as she skillfully set up the small pot to boil water. Then found a clean, flat stone to expertly slice the meat. After a flurry of activity, the meat was skewered for roasting, and the soup was simmering. She even added onions and carrots for flavor. The onlookers were utterly speechless, with Hongling murmuring, "Susu, can we eat this at home?" Bai Susu gently shook her head. "How could we? It has been ages since we enjoyed a warm meal." They were all orphans who had grown up together. Initially forming a mercenary group that managed to scrape by, however, since one of their members was injured, they had been desperately exploring secret realms and working as bodyguards to cover medical expenses. Yet they still struggled financially, subsisting on meager rations. Especially the youngest member, who had to juggle school while worrying about family finances. Could you possibly leave out the carrots?" Blacktooth cautiously raised his hand to make a request. "Not putting carrots." Yang Jinyu did not turn around but confirmed directly. Blacktooth hastily backtracked, "I was just joking. Do as you see fit. I'm only here to eat." Yang Jinyu did not press further, focusing intently on the soup pot. Meanwhile, Blacktooth was sweating profusely, feeling the weight of Hongling's fierce glare upon him, which clearly communicated, "If you keep talking while eating, you're asking for trouble, aren't you?" At last, after a long wait, dinner was ready. "All right, it's time to eat." Blacktooth was the first to spring up, He had been so frightened that he could hardly move, and his legs were nearly numb. The others quickly followed suit, gathering around the campfire. As they gazed at the tantalizing aroma of the meat soup and the sizzling roasted meat, they could not help but swallow hard. Receiving the meat soup from Yang Jinyu, Iron Gate eagerly took a large sip, not even bothering to let it cool. After taking a sip, Hong Ling leaned over to Bai Susu and whispered, "Susu, this little goldfish's cooking skills surpass even yours. Don T, you have any thoughts on that?" Bai Susu shook her head, savoring a sip of soup with her eyes closed, relishing the long-lost delicious flavors. Seeing the others enjoying their meal, Yang Jinyu beamed. "So, how is my cooking? Not too shabby, right?" Iron Gate gave a thumbs up. "Delicious. Please bring me another bowl." "Me too." "Iron Gate, take your time." Black Tooth chimed in, unwilling to be outdone, even pushing past Iron Gate to ensure he didn't drink all the soup. At that moment, Bai Susu suddenly adopted a serious tone. "We are here to eat. Behave yourselves, and besides, Jinyu hasn't eaten yet, so you two should be mindful." With that remark, both men instantly wilted. Because when Bai Susu gets angry, she is even more terrifying than Hong Ling, and she truly resorts to violence. They certainly do not wish to incur her wrath, especially since the eldest sister has always played the role of a mother. They dare not resist her authority. Yang Jinyu scratched her head and said, "Sister Susu, it's all right. There's plenty of food here, and we even have barbecue." She was quite particular about food, so she had brought a substantial amount. Upon hearing this, Haya and Taimin immediately shifted their gaze towards the barbecue, and the two began to subtly compete with one another. "Little goldfish, how are your culinary skills so exceptional?" Hong Ling asked after swallowing a mouthful of grilled meat. Clearly astonished by Yang Jinyu's cooking prowess, "If you venture into a secret realm again, come find me, and I'll take you for free. Don't go running into the realm by yourself." Although this secret realm is considered the most basic, the monsters within possess formidable strength. If you were to get injured, it would pain me deeply. Yang Jinyu served a bowl of meat soup and smiled. "My mother is usually busy with work, so I often cook at home. After doing it for a while, I've become quite skilled. However, Sister Hong Ling, don't be deceived by my low level. I can handle a few slimes without issue, and my physique and strength are quite commendable." With that, she raised her right hand and exerted force. After practicing the spirit source body forging technique, muscular lines indeed appeared on her arm. At that moment, Taimin, who was competing for the barbecue with Haya, suddenly flexed his arm, revealing a significant bulge of muscle. Yang Jinyu. Chapter 8 Cultivating Techniques, Leveling Up Twice. She thought to herself, she merely claimed she could handle a few slimes. Did it warrant such sarcasm? Those muscles were once a source of envy for her, yet before she could even develop them, she transformed into a girl. Oh heavens, why must you treat her so? Damn it, she needed to prove that the other's muscles were mere show. What if her muscles were smaller? What if her low level? She could still make slimes lose their way, by the way. "Little Yang, you mentioned your mother is busy with work. What about your father?" At that moment, Haya inadvertently posed this question. Yang Jinyu lowered her gaze and replied calmly, "He works at the Demon Clan Purge Bureau. But he passed away several years ago." Upon hearing this, Haya immediately realized he had misspoken and quickly apologized. Yang Jinyu waved her hand. "It's been quite a while. I'm fine." However, even as she said this, the atmosphere still felt somewhat strained, and Hong Ling shot a disapproving glance at Haya. After a while, following their meal, everyone prepared to rest. However, there were only 3 tents. The 2 boys each occupied a smaller tent, while Hong Ling and Bai Susu shared a larger one. At this point, Yang Jinyu fell into silence. Her identification card stated she was male, and she acknowledged herself as such, yet her body was currently that of a female. "Little goldfish, you should share a tent with Susu and me." Haya and Taimin exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if that was appropriate since she was supposed to be male. But looking at Yang Jinyu's appearance, they fell silent. Who would believe she was a boy? Surely, they couldn't let her stay with either of them. "Sister Hong Ling, you need to keep watch, right? I'm not tired. I can take the night watch." However, Yang Jinyu declined, fearing that her 18 years of single life would falter in the presence of 2 beautiful girls. Although she currently lacked any tools for mischief, her resolve remained steadfast. Yet, Hong Ling disrupted her plans. "You two go rest. Tonight, I'll keep watch with little goldfish." The 2 sat around the campfire, engaging in light conversation. Suddenly, Hong Ling leaned closer to Yang Jinyu and whispered, "Little goldfish, isn't your chest feeling constricted?" Having been wrapped up all day, Yang Jinyu instinctively replied, "A bit," and quickly realized, turning to Hong Ling with vigilance, "Sister Hong Ling, what are you talking about?" Hong Ling directly wrapped her arm around Yang Jinyu's shoulder and smiled. "All right, stop pretending. Being wrapped up like this isn't good for your health. And your voice, don't force it to be low. Such a melodious voice shouldn't be deliberately deepened. There's no one around. You can relax a bit." Yang Jinyu was utterly bewildered. How had she discovered this? Hadn't she wrapped herself tightly enough to appear like a boy? Seemingly perceiving her confusion, Hong Ling continued, "The differences between boys and girls are quite pronounced, such as in walking posture." She suddenly whispered a few words into Yang Jinyu's ear, causing her face to flush crimson. "Sister Hong Ling, how do you know these things?" Hong Ling shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. One can observe closely to notice, and no matter how much your walking posture mimics that of a boy, there will still be differences, except for Taimin and the others, who are rather dense. Besides, if they dared to openly observe how others walk, they'd likely end up in jail." After saying this, she suddenly stood up. "All right, the fire is getting low. I'll go find some firewood. If you're tired, you can rest in the tent." With that, Hong Ling walked off in a particular direction. Yang Jinyu pondered how to avoid being recognized as a girl, as this pertained to her dignity. However, she soon abandoned the thought, as she couldn't come up with any solutions. "By the way, I haven't looked at the technique Lao Shao gave me yet." Suddenly, Yang Jinyu's eyes lit up. She had almost forgotten that she had now reached the 5th level of the entry stage and could begin cultivating techniques. Thus, she rummaged through her backpack and pulled out the technique book, starting to practice according to the instructions. This would be a perfect opportunity to witness just how powerful an S-level technique truly was. However, merely 10 minutes passed before Yang Jinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She discovered that her experience was rapidly increasing at a rate of approximately 7 per minute. At this rate, she would level up in no time. This efficiency was hardly slower than when she devoured inner cores. Was this truly an S-level technique? Lao Shao was incredibly generous. No wonder he was such a good brother. She decided that upon her return, she would compassionately prepare his favorite sweet and sour ribs. Yet, she was also aware that it was merely due to her low level that required less experience, allowing her to level up quickly. She anticipated that once her level increased, the pace of leveling up would slow down. It wouldn't be long before it would likely decelerate after reaching the entry stage. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, Yang Jinyu felt immensely pleased. She quietly practiced for half an hour, finally grinning as she examined her attribute panel. Host: Yang Jinyu. Level: 7. Strength: 211. Agility: 91. Spirit: 106. Physique: 211. Traits: 1. Strength and physique double their attribute points upon leveling up. 2. Each level up grants an additional 20 of current attribute points. Inventory: unlocked. Skills: knee kick, floating bullet, back kick. My goodness. This technique also includes an additional attribute enhancement feature. Lao Shao, I truly adore you. Yang Jinyu had not anticipated that her close friend would provide her with a technique that not only offered an astonishing cultivation speed but also additional attribute points. However, it was a pity that once an ability user reached the first stage, the attribute points gained per level would become 50, meaning her attributes were still insufficient to learn new skills. Yet, she was very content, as the once mediocre strength she displayed during the day had already allowed her physique to rival that of a first stage, second-level ability user. If she shared this, others would surely be envious. Zhao Wanner, prepare to shower me with gifts. Just as Yang Jinyu was reveling in her joy, she realized that Hong Ling had yet to return. Although the nearby wood was scarce, it shouldn't take half an hour. Her brow furrowed. Sister Hong Ling, she called out while heading in the direction Hong Ling had departed. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from nearby, causing Yang Jinyu's heart to race as she quickened her pace. When she arrived at the scene, she saw Hong Ling locked in a fierce battle with a colossal yellow slime. This slime was larger than any she had encountered before and, most importantly, it could unleash abilities. Sister Hong Ling, I'm here to help. Just as Hong Ling narrowly dodged an attack from the Slime King, she heard Yang Jinyu's voice and anxiously shouted, Little goldfish, don't come near. This Slime King has already leveled up. All its attributes are at least 150 points, and you haven't leveled up yet, so you can't handle it. The nearby wood was hard to find, and it had taken her considerable effort to gather it, only to encounter the Slime King on her way back, which seemed to be advancing towards their camp, since it had come to her. Hong Ling naturally intended to eliminate it. However, this slime possessed earth element abilities, and her strike was unexpectedly blocked by its shield. Just at that moment, little goldfish happened to come looking for her, and she did not wish for the girl to be hurt. The heavy sword in her hand ignited with flames, but before she could act, the Slime King abandoned her and charged directly at Yang Jinyu. Looking for me? You've come at the right time. I just learned a new skill that as Yang Jinyu saw the Slime King approaching her, her eyes sparkled. A leveled-up monster would yield significant experience, right? She clapped her hands, imbuing her silver bullets with enchantments to enhance their damage. Specifically designed to break through ability shields and deal double damage to undead and spirits. Bang, bang. 2 silver bullets, glowing faintly, sliced through the air and shattered the shield around the Slime King. The slime, being a spirit-type entity, was unexpectedly affected by the silver bullet's additional damage. Immediately after, Yang Jinyu dashed towards the Slime King and delivered a knee strike, sending its massive form soaring into the air. Hong Ling watched this scene, momentarily stunned. 2 shots had broken through the Slime King's shield. It was known that the Spirit Source handgun transformed based on the user's strength. Even she, a first-stage, 5th-level ability user, hadn't been able to instantly break the opponent's shield. Yet, little goldfish, an unleveled 5th-stage ability user, had actually accomplished this. What is the story behind her knee strike that could send the nearly 3-meter-tall Slime King flying? Just how immense is her strength? Is she not a special type of ability user? Before Hong Ling could fully comprehend the situation, the next scene left her wide-eyed. Tap tap. A series of continuous sounds erupted as a machine gun suddenly appeared in Yang Jinyu's hands, unleashing a frenzied barrage at the Slime King in the sky. Although the barbecue, which was not part of physical combat, could not be learned in advance, Yang Jinyu discovered that reality was not so rigid. Was it not simply a combination of a knee strike, or perhaps a rear leg sweep, and a gremlin machine gun? Thus, the scene before her unfolded. Merely seconds later, boom, with a resounding explosion, the Slime King was obliterated in the skies. Chapter 9. Displaying strength. Little goldfish, you just killed the Slime King? Hong Ling was incredulous as she looked at Yang Jinyu. A Slime King who had ascended and possessed elemental abilities was difficult for even similarly ranked ability users to confront alone, often requiring the assistance of teammates. Yet, this little sister, whom she had only recently met, dispatched the foe in mere seconds with a series of moves. But wait, wasn't the opponent merely at the 5th rank? And what was that machine gun earlier? Her strength was evidently not inferior to Hong Ling's, yet she was at least a whole rank higher, being an initial stage 5th rank ability user. The disparity in strength was far beyond Hong Ling's imagination. Wait, what was the opponent's rank? Little goldfish, what is your rank? Hong Ling was even more confused, her eyes widening. Wasn't this girl at the 5th rank before? She had reached the 7th rank in just half an hour? That seemed rather absurd. The opponent's ability rank likely started at least at a grade, and her cultivation method was probably similar. Could it be that she was a runaway heiress? Little goldfish, tell me the truth. Did you sneak into the secret realm without your family's knowledge? Hong Ling inquired, wrapping her arm around Yang Jinyu's shoulders, her gaze filled with curiosity. Yang Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. How did she know? Her eyes flickered with guilt as she replied, No, Hong Ling Jia. You're overthinking it, of course. She had sneaked out. With her ability to transform into a female, her mother would never allow her to enter the secret realm. Even if she knew her daughter had the ability to protect herself, she would never easily consent. Yang Jinyu was already contemplating the possibility of facing punishment upon her return. All right, I was overthinking. Here, this is the inner core of the Slime King. What you defeated is yours. With that, Hong Ling picked up the scattered pieces of wood and headed back to the camp. Unbeknownst to Yang Jinyu, Hong Ling's mind had already concocted an extravagant drama, such as a wealthy heiress fleeing from an arranged marriage, vowing to become stronger. The following morning, Big Sis, why didn't you wake us up to switch shifts yesterday? Tai Min stepped out of the tent, scratching his head, looking at Hong Ling, who was already practicing sword techniques early in the morning. Give me a break. With your level of vigilance, a monster could sneak up on you without you even noticing. Pack up. We're preparing to leave. Leave? Big Sis, aren't we here to deal with that newly emerged Slime King? Tai Min protested. Aren't we going to do that? Even with Xiao Yang here, it shouldn't matter. Right? With me around, I won't let her get hurt. He thumped his chest confidently. Tai Min instinctively thought that Hong Ling was worried about Yang Jinyu getting hurt and wanted to send her away first. Hong Ling halted her movements, resting her heavy sword on her shoulder, shaking her head as she walked past him. Ha, protecting little goldfish? Are you sure it's not the other way around? I feel like all that muscle of yours is for nothing. Little goldfish can take down the Slime King in less than 10 seconds on her own. Can you? Upon hearing this, Tai Min was left speechless. What? Big sis, did you just say Xiao Yang defeated the Slime King? His loud exclamation drew out Heya and Bai Susu. Tai Min, what did you just say? What's happened to Jinyu? Tai Min clutched his face in disbelief, looking at Bai Susu. Susu Jia, big sis just said my muscles have been for nothing. She also said Xiao Yang took down the Slime King all by herself. In their group, aside from Big Sis, who was at the 5th rank, everyone else was at the 1st rank, unable to face the Slime King alone. Yet Big Sis claimed a mere newly adult, not yet ascended, had defeated the Slime King. This was utterly disheartening. In a way, Tai Min, are you sure you didn't mishear? Heya echoed, equally astonished. An ascended Slime King defeated by Yang Jinyu, who hasn't even reached the 5th rank. Is this a joke? Just then, Yang Jinyu emerged from the large tent, looking rather dazed. Indeed, she was not adept at staying up late. She had dozed off in the latter half of the night. And it seemed that Hong Ling had carried her into the tent. It's nothing, Jinyu, if you're tired, just go back to sleep. We still have time before leaving. Bai Susu was aware of what had transpired the previous day but was only mildly surprised. After all, to her, Yang Jinyu daring to enter the secret realm alone suggested she had some hidden cards, though she had not anticipated it would be entirely reliant on her own abilities. Thus, she shared a similar thought with Hong Ling. Could she be a runaway heiress? At this moment, Tai Min and Heyu exchanged glances, feeling something was off. It seemed inappropriate for a boy to be sharing a tent with Bai Susu. Yet, looking at her appearance, it seemed somewhat reasonable. No need, Susu Jia. I've had enough rest. Yang Jinyu shook her head. Her level was nearly sufficient, and it was time to return home and prepare for any consequences. Just then, Hong Ling approached her with a smile, saying, Little goldfish, now that you've rested well, how about showcasing your strength to those two fools? Before Yang Jinyu could respond, Heya interjected eagerly, Big sis, did Xiao Yang really defeat the Slime King? Although he didn't believe Hong Ling would lie, it was somewhat hard to accept that she accomplished something even an ascended ability user could not. What? Don't believe it. Must I have little goldfish give you a beating? Thus, spurred by Hong Ling, in an open space, Yang Jinyu and Heya faced off against each other. Xiao Yang, don't worry, though you're a boy, Heya, will show mercy. Heya grinned mischievously. Though he wasn't sure of the opponent's strength, he was an ability user of the shadow type, which meant he was inherently in an advantageous position. Even Big Sis had no way to deal with him. However, he failed to notice Hong Ling's somewhat complex expression. As though she was trying to suppress a laugh. Aren't you worried about Jinyu getting hurt? You aren't even able to deal with his abilities, are you? At Bai Susu's inquiry, Hong Ling chuckled. You know I sparred with little goldfish yesterday, right? Seeing Bai Susu nod, Hong Ling continued, arms crossed. Her abilities are unlike ordinary ones. Typically, ability users below the 3rd rank lack means for wide area attacks and sufficient suppression. But little goldfish is different. Her suppression is formidable, capable of covering fire without regard for your location. Especially since she possesses abundant spiritual energy within her, supporting her abilities for an extended duration. Therefore, Heya, you might be in for a tough time. As aside from being adept at stealth, you're rather average in other aspects. As Hong Ling spoke, Heya suddenly transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. Xiao Yang, give up struggling. You're no match for me. You should know that even Big Sis can't handle me. Heya's voice echoed from his concealed position, tinged with arrogance. However, Yang Jinyu did not respond. She merely crouched down, and a small robot materialized before her. RX-78 Pursuer. Activated using the Slime King's inner core, it possessed tracking capabilities, albeit with a slow movement speed. But she had never expected it to inflict damage on the opponent. What is that? Heya, still concealed, gazed at the small robot in bewilderment. What was this thing, and how could it see him? Before he could react, he noticed Yang Jinyu suddenly glance in his direction, and then, a machine gun materialized in her hands out of nowhere. The gun began a relentless barrage, tap, tap, tap. The surrounding grass and trees were instantly flattened under the hail of bullets. This gremlin machine gun existed due to Yang Jinyu's abilities. As long as her spiritual energy was sufficient, the gun could persist and continue firing. The pursuer's sole task was to pinpoint Heiya's location. The real action was the covering fire. Tap, tap, tap. As the gun roared, Heiya was completely stunned, his mind racing with terror. What on earth was this ability? He began to desperately dodge. Although he was initially unharmed due to his stealth, he found himself unable to counterattack while fleeing for his life. Adding to his woes, small robots occasionally appeared beside him, and those robots would explode. Fortunately, their slow speed prevented them from causing him harm, but they constantly pinpointed his location. This was untenable. This kid's abilities were far too bizarre. He could not afford to continue this drawn-out battle. Heiya suddenly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop, Xiaoyang. How about this? My abilities are too unfair. It feels a bit imbalanced. Why don't we have a fair fight, one without abilities?" Although he knew this was somewhat unsporting, it was far better than being worn down and losing to an ability user who had yet to ascend. He sensed that his abilities might not be able to outlast hers. Her ability rank and cultivation method were evidently formidable, completely beyond his expectations. Suddenly, a chorus of murmurs arose around, as both Hong Ling and the Iron Gate involuntarily curled their lips in disdain. It was evident to all that Heiya had fallen into a disadvantageous position and was resorting to underhanded tactics. Quite cunning. Yang Jinyu nodded, her intention being to force the opponent out with a barrage from her machine gun. Deeming it inconsequential even if it depleted her spiritual energy, for she still possessed formidable physical skills. However, now that the opponent had voluntarily revealed himself, it spared her the effort, prompting her to swiftly stow away her weapon. Observing this, Heiya wasted no time in shedding his concealment, but it was clear he intended to abandon all semblance of dignity. The moment he emerged, he lunged towards Yang Jinyu, convinced that his attributes could easily overpower her. Yet, to ensure absolute victory, seizing the initiative was prudent. Having resolved to discard his integrity, he would see it through to the end. However, the next instant, Heiya found himself utterly bewildered. Yang Jinyu was meting out a fierce spinning kick. Bang! The impact resonated as her foot collided with him, causing him to feel as though his bones might shatter. He was sent flying, tumbling several times before managing to halt his momentum. What on earth? Wasn't the opponent merely a low-tier ability user, only at the 5th stage? How could her strength surpass his? Her power attribute points must exceed 150, more formidable than a typical 5th stage ability user. No, he suddenly realized that the aura emanating from her was at the 7th stage. She had ascended 2 minor realms overnight. What kind of absurdity was this? His C-grade elemental ability typically took half a month to level up once. What tier of ability was she wielding to exhibit such a vast disparity? Goodness, Xiaoyangzi, you are ruthless. Upon uttering this, Heiya rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 10. Homeward Bound, the Wife Vibe. What? Heiya was taken out with a single kick? The Iron Gate exclaimed in disbelief, feeling incredulous that Yang Jinyu, seemingly delicate, possessed strength greater than his own. He was at the 1st stage with a power level of 150. Although his abilities leaned towards defense, he estimated his strength to be around 180, yet he could not have knocked Heiya out with a single kick. See, I told you Heiya was in for trouble, right? Hong Ling remarked to Bai Susu beside her, stating that this time, they shouldn't treat him, allowing him to reflect on his actions instead of being his usual unruly self. Bai Susu nodded. Although Heiya was the second youngest, he was the most mischievous, especially given his shadow abilities. Fortunately, his ability level wasn't high. Otherwise, who knew what chaos he would unleash? Sister Susu, what about Heiya? At that moment, Yang Jinyu cast a worried glance at Bai Susu. She had not anticipated that a 5th stage ability user could not withstand even one of her kicks, especially since she had deliberately held back her strength. Bai Susu gently ruffled Yang Jinyu's hair, offering comfort. It's all right. He often gets beaten up. Let him lie down for a while, the Iron Gate chimed in. Finally, someone could handle this troublemaker. All right, let's pack our bags. Once Heiya wakes up, it will be time to head back, Bai Susu suggested. Yang Jinyu nodded. Her level was now sufficient, and it was time to face her mother. 2 hours later, outside the secret realm, after bidding farewell to Hong Ling and the others, Yang Jinyu walked towards home with a trepidatious heart, swallowing hard. However, upon reaching her doorstep, she hesitated to enter. Normally, her mother should not be home at this hour. Yet she sensed an ominous aura emanating from behind the door. "Where did you run off to yesterday?" Aunt Sue is in an exceptionally foul mood now. At that moment, a calm voice came from behind Yang Jinyu. It was Xiao Tian-su, who had just opened the door to step outside. Their families were neighbors, hence their close relationship. "Old Xiao, you're just in time. It's nearly lunchtime. Your technique is truly remarkable. Come, let me treat you to a meal." Yang Jinyu's face lit up with joy. Having the versatile academic powerhouse of old Xiao in front of her might just help her evade a beating. However, before she could react, her front door swung open, and her mother's voice rang out from within. "Yang Jinyu, you even remember to come back." Her mother seized Yang Jinyu by the ear and then turned to Xiao Tian-su, speaking softly. "Xiao Su, do you need something from Jinyu? It has a few matters to discuss with her, so it might take a while. Why don't you come back later, and we can have lunch together?" Naturally, Xiao Tian-su did not refuse, as their families were well acquainted. Thus, Yang's mother dragged the despairing Yang Jinyu inside the house, while Xiao Tian-su prepared to head home, as he had initially intended to buy lunch downstairs. But now it was unnecessary. Just as he turned, ready to return, he suddenly heard crying coming from Yang Jinyu's house, prompting him to hesitate before making his way to the supermarket downstairs. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yang Jinyu did not meet the anticipated pain. Instead, she was tightly embraced by her mother, who then began to sob. "You reckless child, how dare you venture into the secret realm right after awakening your abilities? What would I do if something happened to you? Your father is no longer with us. You are all I have left." Hearing her mother's sobs, a wave of guilt surged within Yang Jinyu. She had only thought of becoming stronger, neglecting her mother's feelings. Yet, she had no regrets. In this world, lacking strength rendered everything mere talk. "Mom, you need not worry about me. I'm perfectly fine. Moreover, look at my realm. I am about to advance. My abilities are not that simple. I will certainly grow stronger, strong enough to avenge." At this point, Yang Jinyu's eyes moistened. "You silly child, revenge? All I wish for is your safety," her mother said with concern. She had initially thought that after her daughter awakened what seemed to be a useless ability, she would gradually let go of the desire for revenge, which would have pleased her. Yet, unexpectedly, this ability appeared to be anything but simple. The embers of her daughter's long-forgotten vengeance had been reignited. Yang Jinyu fought back tears, resolutely stating, "But, Mom, this world is perilous. I must grow stronger. I do not wish to regret my lack of power one day." She could not bear to see any more loved ones perish, nor could she endure the thought of being unable to seek vengeance after their demise. She needed to become stronger, by any means necessary. Otherwise, she would not so readily accept the reality of her transformation into a girl. Upon hearing this, Yang's mother felt tears welling in her eyes, yet she restrained them from falling, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. She understood that her child had grown, with her own thoughts and the right to determine her future. "Very well, I will no longer pry into this aspect of your life. But you must promise me to protect yourself." "No matter the time or place," her mother said. Yang Jinyu nodded vigorously. Yang's mother wiped away the tears at the corners of Yang Jinyu's eyes, gently stating, "All right, you've become quite the sight. Quickly wash your face. Xiao Su will be coming over for lunch soon." Yang Jinyu nodded again, but at the mention of her mother, she recalled Xiao's earlier indifference and suddenly contemplated spiking the food. However, she ultimately decided against it, considering he had gifted her an S-grade technique, so she would spare him this time. "Mom, I'll cook lunch. Old Xiao helped me a lot before." Yang's mother nodded, but then realized. "What do you mean, old Xiao? You are a girl now. Can't you speak a little more ladylike? Look at Xiao Su. He ranks first in every subject in school, and what about you? Before you awakened your abilities, if it weren't for Xiao Su tutoring you, you would have failed every subject." Yang Jinyu. It seemed she was still inclined to spike the food Achu at that moment. Just as Xiao Tian-su stepped out of the supermarket, he suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. "Am I catching a cold? With my current physique, that shouldn't be the case. I must be too weak after all." A little while later, Xiao Tian-su arrived at Yang Jinyu's home, carrying a bag of fruit. "Xiao Su, you're here. Why did you bring so much fruit again?" "You're juggling school and earning tuition," Yang's mother said, shaking her head, her eyes filled with concern. This child is wonderful in every way, just too polite. Over the years, only Jinyu has been able to get along with him. However, with Jinyu now transformed into a girl, would their relationship feel awkward? Xiao Tiansu smiled politely. Su Aunt, I'm fine. Ever since my abilities awakened, I have been receiving a scholarship from school. Besides, you invite me over for meals every day? Buying some fruit isn't a big deal, and Jinyu likes them too. By the way, Aunt Su, is Jinyu in the kitchen? I will go help out. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao Tiansu proceeded toward the kitchen while holding a box of strawberries. Upon entering, he saw young Jinyu with her high ponytail tied up, busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Why did his buddy seem so much like a housewife? He shuddered, shaking his head vigorously, swiftly dismissing such a ridiculous notion. Even if she looked good, she was still a guy. What was he thinking? Could it be that his lack of a girlfriend in his previous life had led to this? Chapter 11. Relatives have arrived? Some classmates who look down on others. Old Xiao? What are you doing in the kitchen? Get out of here. This isn't your place. Yang Jinyu exclaimed, her face pale with terror upon seeing Xiao Tian step into the kitchen. This guy was utterly inept at cooking. The last time he had almost blown up the kitchen. No wonder he often resorted to buying meals. She couldn't risk letting him stay in the kitchen. Xiao Tiansu's lips twitched slightly. He knew his buddy's thoughts well enough. What a ridiculous housewife vibe. He was just being silly. With a dismissive huff, she retorted, You think I'm going to do it? Strawberries, do you want some? If not, then forget it. As she spoke, she pushed the strawberries away. Yang Jinyu's eyes instantly lit up at the sight, and she reached out eagerly. Smack! She then stared at the reddened back of her hand. Her eyes widening in indignation as she exclaimed, What the hell? Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Tiance, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, They haven't been washed yet, you fool. Yang Jinyu pouted but said nothing further. Returning to her stir-frying duties, though mutterings of I'll stir-fry you could be faintly heard from her lips, the dining table, Yang's mother, due to work commitments, finished her meal and left, leaving only Xiao Tiance and Yang Jinyu in each other's company. Their conversation flowed casually until Yang Jinyu inquired, By the way, Xiao, are you participating in tomorrow's class competition? Xiao Tiance shook his head. No need. You all are too weak, and I already have a spot for the secret realm. Yet, this prompted him to ask, Speaking of which, what level are you at now? Are you confident about tomorrow's competition? You can't afford to miss that secret realm spot. It's crucial that as a reincarnator, he was acutely aware that this secret realm trial was essentially a special recruitment exam for the prestigious Seven of Dongwang. Students accepted through this special recruitment would undoubtedly receive the highest caliber of training. Although he was unaware of his friend's current strength, as long as she secured a spot in the secret realm, he could aid her in obtaining a special recruitment position. Listening to Xiao Tiance's words, Yang Jinyu immediately protested. What do you mean we're too weak? Xiao, after your trip to the secret realm, you've become so arrogant. Just so you know, I've already secured my spot in the secret realm. Xiao Tiance was taken aback, then scoffed. Oh, so confident. Don't tell me you're just bragging. Yang Jinyu exploded. How dare you doubt your best friend? Take this with that. She circled behind Xiao Tiance and wrapped her arms around his neck playfully, teasing. So, Xiao, apologize quickly, or I won't be merciful. Xiao Tiance shook his head in resignation. Fine, I apologize. How old are you now? Still so fond of horsing around? He remembered how she had always been like this since childhood, full of mischief, the only quiet time being during the period of Uncle Yang's passing, which had startled both him and Aunt Su. Fortunately, she had returned to her usual self. However, suddenly, a faint, soft sensation brushed against the back of his head. What's with the act of being all mature? Before Xiao Tiance could ponder further, Yang Jinyu released him and returned to her seat, though her gaze wandered restlessly, exuding an air of guilt. What's with the shaking of heads, Xiao? This feeling is so strange. She and Xiao Tiance were far too familiar with each other, often forgetting that she had transformed into a girl. Thankfully, he was an oblivious straight man. Otherwise, she would have to consider keeping her distance, lest her secret be revealed. Nevertheless, this situation was unsustainable. With only 3 months until the college entrance examination, it would be impossible for her to use her original identification to take the test. Moreover, according to Hong Lingjie, her current identity was hardly a secret that could be kept from many people. How annoying. Why did I have to become a girl? Yang Jinyu suddenly began shaking her head frantically, leaving Xiao Tian's momentarily stunned. His previous confusion was quickly cast aside. What is wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely all of a sudden? His best friend had seemed somewhat unstable lately. TCH, I'm fine. I just had a hearty meal. Yang Jinyu sidestepped his inquiry, throwing out a retort before retreating to her room. Xiao Tian's was left bewildered, wondering if she had given up on the strawberries. That evening, why am I going through this? Yang Jinyu lay on her bed, wearing a despondent expression as she gazed at her mother standing beside her bed. Her mother had just informed her that she had gotten her period. Isn't that perfectly normal? You're a girl now, and you're quite fortunate not to be in pain, Yang's mother smiled warmly. Having given birth to both a son and a daughter, she felt her life was complete. Yet, dealing with this was incredibly awkward for Yang Jinyu. Squirming on the bed like a worm, it was her first time using such sanitary products, and she felt utterly out of her element. You just have to endure it. Dio, you want to end up with stains on your pants for everyone to see? Yang's mother said softly but firmly. Yang Jinyu shook her head vigorously. That was absolutely out of the question. Then just wear it properly. Of course, once you reach a higher level, this visitor come around anymore. Yang's mother gently patted her daughter's shoulder, offering reassurance. After that, she picked up a pair of soiled pants from the floor. Preparing to leave the room. Just get stronger. But, Mom, what level do I need to reach? Yang Jinyu hurriedly inquired, watching her mother's retreating figure. 3rd tier. I suppose so for the time being, you'll have to manage like this. Yang Jinyu's face fell upon hearing this. She was nowhere near even the 1st tier. However, determination flickered in her eyes. She was resolute about breaking free from this predicament. The following day, Xiao Tian's observed Yang Jinyu, who looked displeased and somewhat pale. Although he was unsure of her troubles, he sensed that it was best to remain quiet. Thus, the two of them silently made their way to school, Xinghui No. 2 High School, a reputable institution in Xinghui City. Of course, this reputation was relative, encompassing the entire city and its surrounding towns and villages. Nonetheless, Yang Jinyu's admission was largely due to Xiao Tian's influence. Yet, she couldn't quite comprehend why he had settled for Xinghui No. 2 High School when his grades could have easily secured him a spot at the more prestigious Xinghui No. 1 High School, but he had made a mistake during the entrance examination, ultimately attending the same school as her. As they approached the classroom door, they were met with a cacophony of noise from within. Have you heard about the bet between Yang Jinyu and Zhao Wanner? A bet. What is that about? I know, let me explain. They bet that whoever loses in the class competition will either pay money or bow an apology. Is Yang Jinyu out of her mind? Isn't she destined to lose? How can a powerless person like her compete against Zhao Wanner, who's already at the 1st tier? Who knows? Maybe it's for the money. If she wins, she could get 20,000 yuan, which would be a fortune for someone from a single-parent family. But she won't win. I doubt she'll even make it past the 1st round. She's the only one in our class without abilities. To be honest, she's quite a liability. Hearing the gossips circulating in the classroom, Yang Jinyu gritted her teeth, infuriated by the bunch of fools. They were so skilled at elevating themselves while trampling others. Back when her abilities hadn't awakened and Xiao Tian's hadn't ventured into the secret realm, they hadn't dared act this way. She grabbed Xiao Tian's, whose expression had turned ICY in the past. No one had dared to speak out when he was present, leaving him oblivious to such matters. I'll handle this myself. Chapter 12. Raising the Stakes. Bang. Yang Jinyu declared as she kicked the classroom door open with force, shouting, What kind of mutts are you to bark so loudly? Do you need me to find a dog trainer to teach you some manners? All day long, you just gossip behind others' backs. Are you being fed by someone else, or what? Of course, the willing participants knew who they were. I'll say it plainly. Anyone who has been talking behind my back today will find themselves facing me. I will undoubtedly come out on top. I dare any of you to take me on. If I lose, I'll bow and apologize, but if I win, each of you will owe me 2,000 yuan. Who's in? As long as Xiao Tian's didn't participate in the class competition, she wasn't afraid of anyone. The students in the classroom erupted into murmurs again, some believing Yang Jinyu was simply throwing caution to the wind. Yet, since she had boldly proposed a wager, they were eager to accept the terms that could compel her to apologize. Yang Jinyu, you've truly lost your mind. Are you throwing caution to the wind? After the competition, I'll definitely record your apology for everyone to see. Just then, Zhao Wanner entered the classroom, and upon hearing the surrounding chatter, she couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't anticipated that Yang Jinyu would put forth another wager. This girl was truly insane. What is all this noise? I can hear our class from the hallway. Just as the students were finalizing their bets, a stern-looking middle-aged man entered the classroom, and an immediate silence fell over the room. He fixed his gaze on Yang Jinyu, knowing she was always stirring trouble. Old class, this isn't our fault. They were bullying me, and I merely responded. Yang Jinyu averted her gaze, feigning innocence. The man was Yin Ming, their homeroom teacher, known for his integrity. He had never looked down upon her for lacking abilities, earning her respect. Teacher Yin, Xiao Tian's greeted honestly, recalling how Yin Ming had cared for both him and Yang Jinyu in their previous lives. Yin Ming nodded slightly, but his attention remained locked on Yang Jinyu. You little rascal, I may not know what is happening, but I'm not blind and I ask that a wager you have in your hand? Hand it over. Yang Jinyu obediently handed the wager to Yin Ming. Upon receiving it, Yin Ming's brows knitted tightly. Is this not sheer nonsense? This lad, a non-ability user, dares to make a bet with nearly half the class? He rubbed his temples and said, No, this wager is invalid. Ability users cannot engage in bets with non-ability users. Although the existence of ability users compelled the state to enact legislation regarding wagers to prevent powerful ability users from inflicting serious harm due to personal vendettas, there was also a crucial regulation established to protect the weak and ensure fairness as much as possible. This stipulation prohibited ability users from assaulting ordinary individuals and forbade high-tier ability users from bullying low-tier ones. As for the rationale behind this legislation, one might inquire with certain members of the Demon Servant sect. Just as Yin Ming finished speaking, before any other students could voice their objections, Yang Jinyu cautiously raised her hand and stated, Teacher, I have naturally awakened my abilities. Yin Ming, does this lad truly wish to bow and apologize? Or is it that? Yin Ming suddenly had a thought, fixing his gaze on Yang Jinyu, and urgently asked, What kind of ability have you awakened, and what is its level? Could it be that this boy has awakened some formidable ability, leading him to act recklessly? Yang Jinyu, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, It's a special type of ability, but I'm unsure of its level. However, it requires a spirit source handgun. At this statement, Yin Ming fell silent again. The reliance on a spirit source handgun indicated that the ability was likely mediocre. What on earth was this lad thinking? Yet, he could only shake his head in resignation. With the awakening of the ability, the wager had become a reality, and he could not intervene. You, lad, forget it. Time is of the essence. Proceed to the combat simulation room. With that, Yin Ming had no choice but to exit the classroom helplessly. Are you truly confident? Following closely behind Yin Ming, Xiao Tian's lowered his voice to question Yang Jinyu. This turn of events exceeded his expectations, and he pondered how to assist her. Given his current mental state, he could disrupt one or two individuals, but if she aimed for first place, he had little confidence, especially since they were separated by a simulation space. Fear not. When have I ever boasted? Yang Jinyu patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. Seeing this, Xiao Tian's could only choose to trust her. If all else failed, he would take the plunge. Before long, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, the group arrived at a fantastical location, where a massive screen greeted their eyes, and behind it was an enclosed room, prominently labeled Combat Room. This served as the gateway to the simulated combat world, where both parties could unleash their full potential without reservation. There is but one rule for the class competition. Yin Ming stated sternly, the victor advances to the next round, while the loser is immediately eliminated. Contestants are randomly selected by AI, and if you encounter a formidable opponent from the outset, consider yourself unfortunate. After all, becoming a strong individual also requires a degree of luck. Well, that is all I have to say. Let the competition commence. When your names appear on the screen, proceed into the combat room. With that, Yin Ming approached the control panel in front of the screen, deftly operating it. The large screen swiftly revealed two names, Zhang Ming versus Zhang Long, two ordinary students from the class. Once they entered the combat room, the visuals on the external screen began to shift, showcasing their figures on a platform. However, no one was particularly interested in their match, which quickly concluded with Zhang Long's victory. Immediately afterward, the next round's contestants appeared on the screen, igniting excitement among the surrounding classmates. Yang Jinyu versus Du Dahai. That's it. Yang Jinyu is going to get pummeled, a non-tier 6 physical ability user. I wonder how Yang Jinyu plans to fight. Moreover, he is Zhao Weiner's sycophant. Although he is the weakest, that is still enough. Yang Jinyu, you might as well forfeit. At least you won't get beaten up, saving time. The consensus among most was clear. Yang Jinyu was destined to lose. After all, how formidable could an ability that required a spirit source handgun be, especially considering that the opponent had just awakened? What level could they possibly be? Tier 2 at best? Chapter 13. A single move to defeat the enemy. Yang Jinyu paid no heed to their discussions and resolutely strode toward the combat room. Just as she was about to step through the door, she suddenly halted, pivoted sharply, raised her middle finger, and coldly spat. Trashed out. A gentleman does not hold grudges overnight. With that, she strode confidently into the combat room, where two helmets awaited. Grabbing one, she placed it on her head, and the scene before her instantly transformed, displaying the words, "Please choose your weapon." Since some ability users required weapons to unleash their power, it was only sensible that weapons were permitted on the battlefield, was it not? Naturally, dual guns with blades, Yang Jinyu murmured, swiftly selecting her weapons, only to find herself appearing on a platform. So this is the simulated combat world. It truly feels quite realistic, she remarked as she surveyed her surroundings. Before she could finish her thought, Du Dahai's figure materialized on the platform. With an arrogant expression, he provocatively declared, "Pretty boy, if you forfeit now and go apologize to Wayner, you might avoid a beating. Think carefully. While you want to be truly injured here, the pain feels just as real," Du Dahai added. Dead sycophant? Yang Jinyu scoffed, giving him a disdainful glance, as if he were unworthy of her attention. "Honestly, I truly admire you lot. Your skin is quite thick," Yang Jinyu continued, her tone laced with mockery. "Very well, you've brought this upon yourself," Du Dahai retorted with a cold laugh. Just then, the match commenced. Large letters appeared on the platform. Whoosh! A figure dashed forward in an instant, accompanied by the sound of slicing AI art. To the astonishment of the students outside, Yang Jinyu took the initiative to attack first. Foregoing her sole advantage, long-range combat, dual-gun extreme dance. The mocking grin on Du Dahai's face had yet to fade when a surge of excruciating pain erupted from his feet, followed by a sudden sense of weightlessness that left him staggering, barely able to maintain his balance. Almost immediately, a fierce gust swept toward him, instilling a primal fear. Du Dahai's pupils dilated, but he had no time to react. Yang Jinyu supported herself on the ground, and her seemingly delicate feet unleashed astonishing speed and power as she executed a swift kick that sent him soaring into the air. Where did this strength come from? Hadn't she just awakened? This power felt greater than his OWNI. The next moment, Du Dahai was alarmed to find Yang Jinyu had also leapt into the air, hovering above him, with blades glinting in her hands. She charged at him with a ferocious knee strike. In an instant, the sound of cracking bones echoed from his waist, an unmistakable sound of fracture. Subsequently, Du Dahai was propelled several meters away by an immense force, crashing heavily onto the platform and sending debris flying. A wave of unbearable agony surged through Du Dahai's body, forcing him to howl in agony. In the simulated combat world, everything was replicated, including pain. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds, culminating in a swift conclusion. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes glued to the screen in stunned silence. Even Yin Ming and Xiao Tiance were momentarily dazed. A non-tier 6 physical ability user had been utterly defeated by a newly awakened special ability user using only martial arts. Are you certain you are a special ability user and not a physical one? What purpose does that gun serve if it's merely for show? Meanwhile, on the platform, as long as one side's simulation body had not completely perished or surrendered, the match was not over. Feeling less cocky now, adhering to her philosophy of striking while the iron was hot, Yang Jinyu approached and delivered another swift kick. Without waiting for Du Dahai to concede, she decisively sent him packing. On the platform, large letters reappeared. Yang Jinyu wins. In an instant, the previously quiet scene erupted into chaos. What the heck? How did Yang Jinyu win? Is this some kind of joke? A physical ability user was annihilated by a special ability user using martial arts. What a disgrace. Damn. Isn't this just the so-called dark horse? Was the opponent truly newly awakened? Perhaps this was a deliberate ploy to extort money? The crowd buzzed with chatter, but half of them wore grim expressions, especially those who had made wagers with Yang Jinyu. They had not anticipated that Yang Jinyu, with her recently awakened special ability, could actually triumph. At this rate, it seemed few among them would manage to prevail, but thankfully, their bets were predicated on her securing first place. That was an impossibility. After all, no matter how formidable Yang Jinyu might be, it was inconceivable that she could defeat a tiered ability user. Simultaneously, at the front of the crowd, Zhao Weiner was visibly displeased. Although Yang Jinyu's victory did not concern her, as it merely eliminated a non-tier ability user. The fact that it was one of her own who lost was undoubtedly a source of embarrassment. Clenching her fists, her expression grew somewhat sinister. Damn it, this time consider it luck. You best pray you don't cross paths with me. Lad, what's up with your friend? Didn't he just awaken his abilities? That physical strength must be at least 80 points. You didn't teach him the techniques that the Imperial Capital University bestowed upon you. Did you? Yin Ming cast a severe glance at Xiao Tiance, fearing that he might harbor such thoughts, as techniques of that caliber were not to be shared lightly. Should the truth come to light, both the teacher and the learner would face dire consequences. Rest assured, Teacher Yin. I haven't. Xiao Tiance shook his head, finding Yang Jinyu's prowess somewhat beyond his expectations. Although separated by the simulation space, he could not accurately assess the opponent's level, yet he estimated that Yang Jinyu's rank should hover around the 8th tier of the non-entry stage. However, as a special type of ability user, her strength should ostensibly be at a normal level. Despite the enhancement of her martial arts, it was still improbable for her to easily dispatch a 6th-tier physical ability user. It seemed that his close comrade's abilities were indeed extraordinary. As for Teacher Yin, with Yang Jinyu's current strength, she ought to rank among the top 10 in the class, so shouldn't she be entitled to her share of resources? Xiao Tiance inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Yin Ming chuckled, remarking that he was quite considerate of his friend. Rest assured, she will receive her due share. However, she has only dealt with a 6th-tier non-entry stage ability user, so we shall wait and see. Are you asking this because you believe she has the potential to break into the top 3 and contend for a spot in the secret realm, thus deserving additional training resources? Xiao Tiance nodded. Such confidence? I must observe closely. If she truly possesses that capability, I am willing to provide her with extra resources to help compensate for the gap caused by her late awakening. Yin Ming expressed with a smile, pleased at the prospect of a dark horse emerging from the class, especially one like Yang Jinyu. Nonetheless, whether she truly was a dark horse would depend on her forthcoming performance. Chapter 14. Winning by Luck. While Yin Ming and Xiao Tiance engaged in conversation, Yang Jinyu exited the battle chamber. The third match commenced swiftly, yet apart from the unexpectedly formidable Yang Jinyu, the other competitors were well aware of each other's strengths. Consequently, the first round concluded quickly, leaving 15 individuals, one of whom had a bye, underscoring the significance of luck. Yang Jinyu, you best pray for a stroke of good fortune. Among the 15, 5 are my people. Or else you are bound to take a beating. Just before the second round began, Zhao Weiner reappeared, her disdain for Yang Jinyu palpable. She no longer cared to put on a facade in front of Xiao Tiance, for he paid her no mind. Her sole desire was to see Yang Jinyu bow in submission. What are you so proud of, dangling before a bunch of sycophants? Do you know why they fawn over you? In response to Zhao Weiner's provocation, Yang Jinyu retorted without mercy. Zhao Weiner instinctively shook her head. Yang Jinyu continued, because dogs enjoy eating shit, understand, miss shit? With that, she slipped over to stand beside Yin Ming and Xiao Tiance. Daring to retort in front of the formidable Yin, Zhao Weiner was instantly incensed but dared not act out in Yin Ming's presence, as the implications suggested he was not as straightforward as he appeared. Thus, she could only glare daggers at Yang Jinyu. The second round commenced promptly. Yang Jinyu did not receive a bye. Instead, she was the first to compete. However, Zhao Weiner was far from pleased, for her opponent was the one who had a bye in the previous round and was inherently weak. Upon stepping onto the stage, the opponent surrendered immediately, conceding defeat after 3 minutes. In this manner, Yang Jinyu advanced into the third round, now down to 8 contenders. Yet, sometimes luck is inescapable. She encountered another bye opponent, one with moderate strength, comparable to Du Dahai, who also surrendered instantly. Now, not just Zhao Weiner but everyone else was left speechless, their mouths twitching. 3 rounds in. Aside from knowing that Yang Jinyu's physical techniques seemed quite adept, they still had no idea what her specific ability was. Teacher, Yang Jinyu has won 3 rounds, Xiao Tiance reminded. Yin Ming felt somewhat speechless, acknowledging the information. He had intended to witness Yang Jinyu's abilities firsthand. yet had seen nothing of substance as she advanced into the fourth round, which was absurd. Nevertheless, having spoken, he could not go back on his word, so, energy crystals it would be, he would provide them. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu, unaware of her impending investment, began her fourth round of competition. Once again, she was the first to step up, facing an elemental ability user at the 10th tier of the non-entry stage. A loyal sycophant of Zhao Wan'er from the previous encounter. The onlooking classmates buzzed with excitement, whispering to one another. TSK, Yang Jinyu has hit a snag this time. How long do you think she can last? You should be asking how many strikes she can withstand. That opponent is among the top 5 in the class, trained in B-grade martial arts worth millions. Isn't it somewhat unfair to belittle Yang Jinyu like that? Go away, this is her own doing. Who told her to insult us right from the start? But wasn't that your own fault? A cold voice suddenly cut through the chatter. The students turned to see the speaker, who immediately became subdued. The top 3 in the class were not to be trifled with. At that moment, on the stage, the golden giant snarled, "This time, you can't escape, and no one can save you." His face contorted with rage, flames ignited in his hands. After being humiliated by Yang Jinyu in front of Zhao Wan'er last time, he was eager for revenge. Ugh, how unoriginal. Another fire ability user. Yang Jinyu grimaced, recalling that the first person she had dispatched was also a 10th tier fire ability user. Another one. Whoosh, before Yang Jinyu could respond, the opponent launched an attack, 2 searing fire fists hurtling toward her. She swiftly leaped back, causing an explosion that left a crater on the stage, smoke billowing around. Would you like a little gift? With that, Yang Jinyu crouched down and deployed a small robot. Golden Giant? The students outside were equally baffled. What on earth was that contraption? Was it also an ability? Was she perhaps a special summoner? It was indeed possible, as they had yet to witness her fully unleash her true abilities. Haha, Yang Jinyu, is this your ability? Summoning such a trinket? No wonder you need a spiritual source pistol. With that speed, what can it do? The golden giant sneered dismissively at the slowly moving robot, not taking it seriously at all. He even stepped closer and kicked it. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, leaving a crater on the stage, while the golden giant lay sprawled on the ground, missing half his body. In disbelief, he looked down at his mangled lower half. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. On the stage, bold letters appeared. Yang Jinyu wins. What the hell just happened? Whoa, that little thing was a bomb. Yang Jinyu was truly cunning. That small contraption was an explosive. Could it be her ability involved bomb-making? The students erupted into a clamor, for while the world is vast and full of wonders, they had never encountered such bizarre abilities within their own school. Yang Jinyu's skill was something they had never witnessed before. Yet, they now had a clearer understanding of Yang Jinyu's strength. Excluding that small robot, she seemed to hover around the 8th tier of the non-entry stage, which was indeed impressive in their class. However, given her ability, the little robot's speed was too slow. Having seen it once, who would fall for it again? Haha, Yang Jinyu, you finally revealed your ability. Turns out it's rather mediocre. In the crowd, Zhao Wan'er crossed her arms with a smug smile. You've lucked your way into the top 4, but in the final round, you won't escape. Her tone dripped with confidence as she strode toward the battle chamber, where she would face another entry-level ability user from the class. However, victory was assured for her. At that moment, Yang Jinyu exited the battle chamber, while the golden giant lay unconscious, being dragged away. Due to the simulation world, the pain felt real, so to a certain extent, it could inflict psychological harm. This was meant to remind participants that their lives were at stake and to avoid reckless behavior. Zhao Wan'er paused beside Yang Jinyu. Sneering, Yang Jinyu, you might as well bow down and admit your mistake now. I won't hold back in the final round. Yang Jinyu merely scoffed, disdainfully curling her lip, muttering 2 words, fool. Without further ado, she ignored Zhao Wan'er's provocations and strode away. Since her opponent was so confident, let the match commence. Chapter 15. Machine gun in hand, everyone stunned on the stage. Opposite Zhao Wan'er stood a plainly dressed girl with a cold demeanor, who cautioned, Zhao Wan'er, don't forget what you said. The girl was named Chu Qingshuang, one of the entry-level ability users in the class, who typically held an advantage over Zhao Wan'er. However, this time she prepared to concede, as she needed money, and Zhao Wan'er was willing to pay. Just admit defeat honestly, and I will keep my word. Zhao Wan'er disdainfully lifted her chin, thinking, what a pretentious academic, yet still has to heed my words. Only Yang Jinyu, that pretty boy, dares to disregard me. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. But soon she would have the chance to torment Yang Jinyu herself. Though only 3 minutes remained. She intended to make Yang Jinyu pay for offending her in no time. The 3 minutes elapsed, and Chu Qingshuang promptly declared her surrender. This action astonished all the students, as she had always dominated Zhao Wan'er. Why would she yield so easily? However, their focus quickly shifted to the final match. Zhao Wan'er versus Yang Jinyu. Damn, Yang Jinyu has lucked her way into the top 3. It's about time she loses. 1. I don't want to lose $2,000. What if Yang Jinyu wins? Win? Nonsense, on what basis? That little broken robot. I doubt she can last even a minute. That's not the case. After all, they say there are still martial skills involved. And Zhao Wan'er would not easily allow her opponent to leave the arena. The students continued their chatter, yet no one held a favorable opinion of Yang Jinyu, having already reached a premature conclusion. One wonders whether they simply lack memory or are unwilling to entertain such thoughts. Meanwhile, Yin Ming and Xiao Tian's wore furrowed brows. Yang Jinyu's performance had exceeded Yin Ming's expectations, despite the evident flaws of that little robot. Its lethality was substantial. He had inquired about her level, and it was roughly as he had surmised, below the 7th tier. Such rapid advancement in levels, even with top-tier techniques, suggested her abilities could not be low. Perhaps in the future, her level increase might compensate for her current deficiencies. However, at present, Yang Jinyu's strength was indeed not a match for Zhao Wan'er. That little contraption was of no use. She could only rely on her martial skills. But the question remained. Could she close the distance? Her sole hope lay with that spirit source pistol. While Yin Ming fretted over Yang Jinyu's situation, Xiao Tian's had already readied himself. Should anything seem amiss, he would act immediately, confident that the school's strongest were merely at the 2nd tier and would not uncover his methods. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, the final match commenced. Yang Jinyu, you have now fallen into my hands. Do you have anything to say? On the stage, Zhao Wan'er wore a haughty expression, completely disregarding Yang Jinyu. Bang! Instead of responding immediately, Yang Jinyu chose to act. Foolish one, do you not know that villains perish from excessive chatter? Yang Jinyu's sudden move indeed startled Zhao Wan'er, but as an elemental wind user, her reaction speed was far beyond that of ordinary abilities. Almost instantaneously, a wall of wind materialized, intercepting the bullet, yet Zhao Wan'er was still incensed. How dare you ambush a girl? At this stage, her opponent persisted in opposing her. Yang Jinyu was not surprised. Her level was inferior, and standard bullets were certainly insufficient to take her down. Ignoring Zhao Wan'er, she launched herself forward. Zhao Wan'er, taken aback, experienced Yang Jinyu's speed for the first time. Her agility was at least over 100, rivaling that of a non-tier 10 ability user. Wasn't her opponent supposed to be a special type? How could her speed be so outrageous? However, she had no time to ponder, as Yang Jinyu was now mere steps away. Zhao Wan'er quickly retaliated, and with a whoosh, a blade of wind sliced through the air. Hurtling towards Yang Jinyu, a swift jump. Yang Jinyu evaded the wind blade in a flash, leaving a deep scratch where she had stood moments before. She then clapped her hands, enchanting her silver bullets. Magical attack specifically targeting ability shields. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots struck the wind wall with pinpoint accuracy, shattering it in an instant. Zhao Wan'er stood frozen, unable to react as Yang Jinyu closed in before her. With a floating sweep, Zhao Wan'er felt herself uncontrollably lifted into the air. Her expression soured. Could this be her opponent's true ability? Had she been concealing it all along? Unfortunately, she awaited an answer in vain. As Yang Jinyu suddenly produced a machine gun, leaving Zhao Wan'er wide-eyed in disbelief. Where did she get that? Rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by a barrage of gunfire, Zhao Wan'er felt herself being riddled with bullets, pain tearing through her body. Yet Yang Jinyu appeared to deliberately avoid her vital points. The time was not yet ripe for her to withdraw from the match. Each second bore an indescribable agony, and for the first time. Zhao Wan'er found those 3 minutes interminable. You wretched girl. Bang. She finally plummeted from the air, the sound of bones cracking echoing as a wave of intensified pain engulfed her. Zhao Wan'er could not suppress her wails. How absurd. Even now, she was thinking of threats instead of begging for mercy? Yang Jinyu scoffed, devoid of any compassion. Spare me the sentimentality. She had not done so before, and she certainly wouldn't now. Who isn't tough nowadays? Bang! The sound of a gunshot signaled the end of her opponent. On the arena, the words Yang Jinyu wins resurfaced. Outside, silence fell once more as all eyes widened, glued to the screen. Then, a frenzy erupted. Was that a machine gun? What on earth? How could Yang Jinyu's abilities transform into a machine gun? Who below the third tier could withstand such force? Ah, my $2,000. How could Yang Jinyu have one? Her performance had completely defied everyone's expectations. Who could have imagined she would wield a machine gun? What sort of bizarre ability was that? If it were special type, why was her strength and agility still so high? They felt as if a dark horse had emerged at that moment. The door to the battle room slowly opened, revealing Yang Jinyu stepping out alone, while Zhao Wanner and Jin Gang lay unconscious. Yang Jinyu wore a smile, her gaze tenderly sweeping across her classmates. Yet, on her delicate yet spirited face, her peers sensed a hint of terror, for they understood that Yang Jinyu had come to collect her dues. Chapter 16. A notable gain, breaking the jar. On the way back to class, Yang Jinyu gleefully counted 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, hee, $30,000. I'm rich. She beamed at the balance displayed on her phone. After purchasing the spirit medicine, her formerly paltry balance had skyrocketed into the 5 figures, and she was utterly elated. She had never seen such a sum before. Beside her, Xiao Tiance wore a helpless expression, wondering how many times she needed to count. Was her best friend truly that money-driven? Did you catch what I just told you? Yang Jinyu, distracted, replied, Of course, it's about the old classmate looking for me, right? What does he want? With that, she stowed her phone and turned her gaze to Xiao Tiance. Speculating, is it about the secret realm quota? Xiao Tiance shook his head. Not just that. There's also information regarding grants for outstanding students, such as energy crystals. Just as he began to elaborate, Yang Jinyu had already vanished from the spot. Calling back over her shoulder, Old Xiao, I'm off. Xiao Tiance, has my friend gone mad with money? A short while later, outside Yin Ming's office. Knock, 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 come in. Upon hearing Yin Ming's voice from within, Yang Jinyu pushed the door open. Old classmate, I heard you were looking for me. What is the matter? Yin Ming gazed at Yang Jinyu, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and replied, Given your expression, Xiao Tiance must have already informed you. What more do you need to ask? He unlocked a secured box and retrieved a case containing 10 gleaming energy crystals. This is the school's grant for outstanding students, 10 first-tier energy crystals for direct absorption. Then he waved his hand over a ring, producing another box, containing a single crystal of noticeably richer energy. This is my personal grant to you, a second-tier crystal, with only 3 days until the entry into the secret realm. And given its importance, I hope you can perform to the best of your abilities. He paused before continuing. This may determine your future. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics yet, but you should strive to level up as much as possible in the next few days. At your current pace, with the energy crystals assisting you, reaching a new tier should not be an issue. As for other matters, you will find out in due time. But you need to be cautious. You have now thoroughly offended Zhao Wanner, so watch out for any trouble from others. Previously, their skirmishes had been trivial, but now that she had been injured, things had escalated. That is all I have to say. In response, Yang Jinyu nodded, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Then, she was ushered out by Yin Ming, who suddenly added, If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek me out. Yang Jinyu did not look back, merely waving her hand. No worries, old classmate. Yin Ming shook his head helplessly, murmuring to himself, Old Yang, I can't help you take revenge, but Jinyu, I will keep an eye on you. At noon, having just gained her freedom from school, Yang Jinyu resolutely decided to skip class and head home to cultivate. On the way, she finally had time to explore the newly unlocked mall feature. However, upon seeing the only item available, Yang Jinyu fell silent, the speed potion for the jar. What the hell? Is this mall run by a jar? I remember it being a potion that came with a jar, yet this mall only has jars, and it's selling for 100,000? Insanity. Wait, there's a new player discount of 10,000. I can buy 5. Yang Jinyu double-checked her phone balance. Over 30,000. Moments later, she found herself staring at the shattered pieces of the jar on the ground. Contemplating, damn it, this is even more frustrating than in the game, and it's entirely random, without differentiating types. Spending 10,000 for 3 mana juices, great, at least they restore mana and have no cooldown. In the game, potion cooldowns existed in reality as drug resistance. Taking multiple doses in a short time would diminish the effects. With 2 jars remaining, Yang Jinyu decided against opening them for now. With her luck of never getting a card from purchasing instant noodles, it would be a waste. Thus, she resolved to seek someone else for assistance, particularly a certain individual she deemed the protagonist. Beside her, Xiao Tiance looked on with confusion as his friend abruptly halted, retrieving a jar from her storage ring only to smash it again. He was utterly perplexed by her actions. "Wait, old Yang. What are you doing?" Yang Jinyu waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine." Then she began gathering the shards of jars scattered on the ground. A good child never litters. At that moment, a lively conversation nearby caught Yang Jinyu's attention. Let us go. There is some excitement ahead. 2 girls are about to settle a score." "Girls? Are they pretty? Absolutely eye-catching. A duel? Or girls? Lao Shao, let us join the fun." Yang Jinyu's face radiated excitement, fully embodying her curious nature. "No, we're heading home." However, Xiao Tiance was reluctant to indulge her curiosity and insisted on leaving. Yang Jinyu widened her eyes, making an exaggerated expression, oh, vehemently protesting. Ultimately, Xiao Tiance sighed in resignation, realizing he could not go against her will. Thus, he relented, and the 2 of them walked towards the gathering crowd ahead. As they approached, they immediately recognized 2 familiar faces, Chu Qingshuang and Zhao Wanner. "Zhao Wanner, you are a liar." "I clearly conceded, yet the money has yet to arrive." Before Chu Qingshuang finished her words, several sharp ice spikes instantly formed, slicing through the air and targeting Zhao Wanner. "Oh, I'm the one who lacks integrity? You might as well call yourself foolish. Who told you not to sign a contract with me?" Zhao Wanner scoffed disdainfully, waving her hand to conjure a wall of wind that deflected the ice spikes with a crisp sound. Although she wasn't particularly concerned about the tens of thousands of yuan, she simply wasn't in the mood to pay today. After all, when they initially made the bet, Chu Qingshuang had left for an errand. And besides, she vaguely remembered that the other had spoken on behalf of Yang Jinyu, which made her even less inclined to pay. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted from behind Zhao Wanner. "Ha! Take this flying kick!" With a furious shout, an overwhelming force struck her from behind, catching Zhao Wanner completely off guard and sending her crashing to the ground. Instantly, a sharp pain radiated throughout her body, causing her to gasp for breath. "Almost forgot. Zhao Wanner, where's my money?" The assailant was none other than Yang Jinyu, who had just returned to the classroom after a trip to the office, only to discover her opponent was missing. If not for the contract, she might have worried that Zhao Wanner would abscond without paying. Now that they had crossed paths, she was determined not to let Zhao Wanner escape without her money. "You again, you despicable person!" Zhao Wanner glared at Yang Jinyu, her teeth clenched in anger. "How dare you come here to collect your debts and insult me? How shameless can you be?" Slap! Before she could finish, Yang Jinyu crouched down and struck Zhao Wanner twice across the face. The crisp sound echoed in the air, and blood immediately trickled from the corner of Zhao Wanner's mouth. The onlookers shivered, taken aback by the sudden display of violence from the newcomer. They completely ignored Yang Jinyu's initial remark, dismissing it as a mere quirk of hers, as who had ever seen a boy grow up so strikingly beautiful, albeit a bit flat-chested? Nevertheless, among abilities users, as long as no serious injuries occurred, the law enforcement agencies would not intervene. Otherwise, one might face a few days of detention. Of course, this did not mean they could fight freely in the streets, as there were designated arenas for such activities. Those caught brawling indiscriminately would face penalties. "You?" Zhao Wanner attempted to retort, but Yang Jinyu cut her off. "Slap! Hand over the money, or don't you dare say another word." Zhao Wanner, trembling with rage, realized she dared not speak up. Yang Jinyu was truly striking her. Reluctantly, she retrieved her phone to initiate the transfer. Account XXX has received 20,000 yuan. Seeing the notification on her phone, Yang Jinyu nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you can get up now." Zhao Wanner struggled to her feet, too intimidated to utter another word, eager to escape this troublesome place. She planned to settle the score later once they entered the secret realm. "Wait!" Yang Jinyu suddenly called out to her. "Where's my money? You haven't paid me yet." She pointed at Chu Qingshuang, recalling that she was one of the few in their class who had previously defended her. Zhao Wanner was nearly infuriated to the point of bloodshed by Yang Jinyu's demand, her expression darkening ominously. However, whether she liked it or not, she had to pay up. Better to comply than to face another beating. "Fine, I'll transfer another 20,000 to Chu Qingshuang, it wasn't T, until Yang Jinyu confirmed the transfer on Chu Qingshuang's phone that she allowed Zhao Wan'er to leave. As Zhao Wan'er departed. Her resentful glare seemed as if it could devour Yang Jinyu whole. Thank you. I will repay your kindness, at that moment. Chu Qingshuang stepped forward to express her gratitude, but before Yang Jinyu could respond, she hurriedly left. Yang Jinyu didn't dwell on it. After all, it was merely a small favor, especially since Chu Qingshuang had spoken up for her. All right, Lao Xiao, let us go. Xiao Tiance nodded, completely forgetting Yang Jinyu's previous insistence that they were merely there to watch and not interfere. Are you asking me to break this jar? Xiao Tiance questioned with confusion as they returned home. Yang Jinyu pulled him into her room and brought out a jar she had previously smashed, encouraging him to break it. She speculated that it might contain something valuable, wondering if her close friend had suddenly awakened an ability due to some inheritance. But what was the point of smashing a jar? Stop dawdling, hurry up. I want to see your luck. Yang Jinyu urged him on. She was convinced that with Xiao Tiance's luck, something good would surely emerge. Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiao Tiance ceased to ponder. What inheritance she had received was her business as long as she was unharmed. Without hesitation, he brought his fist down upon the jar. Instantly, a burst of purple light emanated from it. Yang Jinyu. Purple? Isn't that rare? Though she had no idea what it was, surely their luck couldn't differ so drastically. After all, she had scrimped and saved to contribute to Magu, while Xiao Tiance had not. However, this was not the time to dwell on that. Lao Xiao, quickly, break another one. She took out the last jar, urging Xiao Tiance to smash it once more, and again, a wave of purple light erupted. But as the brilliance faded, Yang Jinyu gazed at the two items on the ground, her eyelids twitching. He'll put it mildly, while the items might be amusing in a game, in reality, they felt somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Wan'er returned home looking disheveled after her beating. What's wrong, young lady? Didn't you have a class competition today? Did you not deal with your nemesis? A man, preoccupied with watering plants, asked without turning around, recognizing from her footsteps that his sister was in a foul mood. However, after a long silence, he turned to see Zhao Wan'er staring at him with swollen cheeks and tear-stained eyes. Who did this? His gaze instantly turned icy, his voice low and menacing. Brother, you must help me take revenge. Zhao Wan'er gritted her teeth in reply. Zhao Mingyang, a top student from Xinghua No. 1 High School, was already at the 8th level of the first tier, an A-class physical ability user. After listening to his sister's account, Zhao Mingyang's eyes narrowed, muttering to himself, how dare someone lay a hand on my sister using underhanded tactics? Although Zhao Wan'er had explained the situation clearly, she still believed that Yang Jinyu could not have defeated her in a fair fight in the battle chamber. It was because she had not seen the other abilities and had underestimated them, leading to her wind wall being breached, allowing her opponent to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, given Yang Jinyu's level, how could she possibly defeat someone who had already entered the tier? As for the earlier encounter outside, it was even more apparent that Yang Jinyu had taken advantage of a sneak attack to win. Naturally, she harbored resentment. Zhao Mingyang, having absorbed his sister's account, had already devised a plan. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. I need you to take care of someone for me. Make sure she's bedridden for a few days. She's not tiered yet, but she has some strength. The task should require at least the 3rd level of the first tier. After finishing, he hung up the phone and gently ruffled Zhao Wan'er's hair. All right, I've already found someone to teach her a lesson. She'll definitely be unable to participate in the secret realm trial now. Satisfied? You should take these next few days to train well. Don't waste the resources at your disposal. Zhao Mingyang looked at his sister, who had a decent ability level but had only just tiered due to her lack of diligence in training. Speaking earnestly, Zhao Wan'er nodded in agreement. Although she felt that she had lost due to underestimating her opponent, she knew that if she had trained diligently from the beginning, with the resources provided by the Zhao family, she should at least have reached the 3rd level of the first tier by now, possessing absolute attribute superiority. Even if she had not encountered Yang Jinyu's abilities before, she would not have ended up in such a predicament. Chapter 18. Continuous Breakthroughs, The Wealthy Child. In the evening, at Yang Jinyu's home. After finishing dinner, Yang Jinyu took out all the energy crystals, ready for a leveling spree. Ding. The host gains 100 experience points. Ding. The host gains 100 experience points. Ding. The host gains 1,000 experience points. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, her eyes lit up. 2,000 experience points were equivalent to taking down over 100 slimes. Now that she had tiered, she was close to reaching the second level of the first tier, so she aimed to push through tonight. That way, she could nearly learn a new skill, and if Zhao Wan'er dared to provoke her again, she would be in for a surprise. Thus, after staying up half the night, Yang Jinyu eagerly checked her data panel the next day. Host, Yang Jinyu, level 12, first stage, second rank, strength 929, agility 420, spirit 458, constitution 929, traits 1. Strength and constitution gain double attribute points upon each upgrade. 2. Each upgrade provides an additional 20 attribute points based on current attributes. Inventory. Unlocked. Skills. Levitation bullet. Back kick. What the heck? Yang Jinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. After her breakthrough yesterday, she had been too fatigued to pay attention to her attributes. However, upon glancing today, she was utterly bewildered. Over 900 in strength was already comparable to a second-stage physical ability user. Even her lowest agility approached the first-stage 7th rank. Indeed, the permanent enhancement buff was formidable. Yet, this revelation instilled a sense of urgency in Yang Jinyu. Now that she had reached the first stage, it was time for her second body refinement, particularly since completing the second phase seemed to grant a special ability. Although the book did not elaborate, her curiosity was piqued. Unfortunately, the materials required for the second refinement were vastly more expensive than the first. She estimated needing at least 100,000 yuan, a sum she simply did not possess. Yesterday, she had half the money, but it had all gone into the jars, and regrettably, luck was not on her side. She ended up with one ordinary and one advanced item, the latter being a fake coin, which she dared not use in reality. Indeed, opening jars required consulting old Xiao. Fortunately, he had procured items for her. Otherwise, she would have entered the secret realm unarmed. Battle armor and battle weapons were a series of defensive tools, yet the price was tenfold compared to weapons of the same rank, with 900 strength. And considering that second stage equated to level 20, she realized it wasn't just about acquiring new skills, there was also the prospect of job advancement. But was such advancement necessary in reality? Yang Jinyu pondered, casting a sidelong glance to notice a promotion button for job advancement appearing beneath her data panel. Job advancement requirements for roaming gunslinger. 1. Constitution and strength must meet 450 points. Requirement met. A2. Level must reach 15. 3. Defeat a 20 level, first stage, 10th rank, physical ability user using physical techniques, Yang Jinyu. Ignoring everything else, the second requirement of reaching level 15 was a dead end for her. She might as well focus on learning skills first, although the options were limited. Stab kick, M, 3 flamethrower, G, 14 grenade, and the buff skill leap. The other skills required job advancement. However, in reality, did job advancement necessitate choosing just one profession? Yang Jinyu mused. The system offered no response, but all 4 professions had issued tasks, perhaps allowing her to simultaneously pursue all 4. After all, the gunslinger's profession did not conflict with that of the ghost swordsman. Nonetheless, that was not her primary concern. Having completed her skill acquisition, she now needed to prepare her weaponry. A single handgun was evidently insufficient. She required a secondary as a backup, and the previous one needed modifications. After some time, Yang Jinyu arrived at the Tianyang shopping center, her gaze landing on the price tag of a spiritual source handgun. Glancing down at her account balance, she fell into a momentary silence. Subsequently, she disregarded the enthusiastic sales pitch of the counter attendant and quietly exited the mall. Meanwhile, not far from the shopping center, a conversation unfolded. Is that her? Indeed. But are you sure she isn't a girl? Who cares? As long as we can get the money. But boss, she is a stunning girl, so what? We are bodyguards, not thugs. We must uphold professional ethics. Yang Jinyu remained blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the fact that 3 individuals were stealthily trailing her. Clutching her high school entry photo from her short-haired days, it wasn't until she departed Tianyang shopping center and entered a deserted street that danger quietly approached. I planted this tree. I paved this road. You two are insane. We are bodyguards. Faced with the sudden appearance of these 3 men, Yang Jinyu's lips twitched in bemusement. What kind of performance was this? She promptly turned to change direction. Wait, girl, do you know you've offended? Before the leading man could finish his sentence, Yang Jinyu abruptly turned around. her exquisitely crafted face adorned with a hint of displeasure. In an instant, she dashed to his side. The man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and before he knew it, he was propelled into the AIRAT. That moment, a somewhat familiar elderly figure appeared before him. This seems to be my great-grandmother, the man exclaimed in shock. Boss. Soon after, he vaguely heard the terrified cries of his two henchmen before slipping into unconsciousness. 10 minutes later, the man struggled to open his eyes, the pain in his abdomen leaving him dazed. Where am I? Boss, you finally woke up. You kept shouting for your great-grandmother earlier. We thought you were leaving us. One of his henchmen said anxiously. The man finally pieced together that he had been knocked out by a knee strike, realizing that the assailant was no ordinary ability user. What kind of joke is this? I nearly got killed. He fumed that I need to file a complaint. Which idiot assigned this task? I, a first stage 5th rank, got wrecked, and the task limit is first stage 3rd rank. This must be a phishing mission. He then erupted in furious laughter. You all know I'm injured. Why didn't you take me to the hospital? His henchmen appeared somewhat guilty, one of them timidly admitting, boss, we have no money. We got robbed. The man was taken aback. What do you mean? I don't have any cash on me. The henchman explained, boss, it's fingerprint unlock. They transferred all the money from your phone, and to prevent you from causing trouble. They even made you sign a gambling agreement. The man was exasperated. Damn it, this is the true definition of a criminal organization. He soon felt dizzy again and fell into unconsciousness. Boss. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Jinyu looked at the new digits on her phone balance, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. She hadn't anticipated that just as she was short on funds, a windfall would come knocking at her door. Chapter 19. Departure for the Abyss-infiltrated secret realm 2 days later, at the entrance of Xinghue No. 2 High School. Why are you both so late? Yinming asked, eyeing the hurriedly arriving Yang Jinyu and her companion. Xiao Tian's lips twitched. He preferred not to comment. Yang Jinyu, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and discreetly hid the battle armor combination device in her hand. Due to time constraints, Yinming did not inquire further and led them to a bus. Counting Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's, there were a total of 16 students. Suddenly, Yinming's demeanor turned serious. Now, I need to inform you about the secret realm we are heading to. It is not an ordinary one, but one that has been infiltrated by the Abyss. In the future, if you wish to enter a top university, encountering the Abyss is inevitable, so you must first adapt to the conditions of a realm affected by it. He continued, of course, I must inform you that you still have the option to withdraw. There will be life-threatening risks involved. Seeing no one speak up, Yinming proceeded, very well, since no one is withdrawing now, do not even think about it later. Get on the bus. The teleportation portal is not here. In the meantime, I will brief you about this secret realm. Once everyone boarded the bus, Yinming spoke again. This secret realm originally belonged to the remnants of civilization, but after being infiltrated by the Abyss, it transformed into a projection of that civilization. Your task is to hunt as many creatures within as possible to earn points. The specific reasons are still unclear, but it is rumored to be related to the 7 Greats of Dongwang. It might be a special admission assessment project. At this moment, a student raised their hand and asked, Teacher, wasn't the special admission previously only for A rank and above abilities? Yinming explained, that is what I was about to address. Normally, it indeed targets only A rank and above abilities. However, this year, our Xinghue city has produced 2 geniuses with S rank abilities. He glanced at Xiao Tian's. Thus, this year, there may be more special admission spots available. Xiao Tian's remained indifferent. Due to his rebirth, he was well aware of the situation regarding the special admissions. Although he had already caught the attention of the Imperial Capital University due to his abilities, entering the university would still involve ranking assessments based not only on abilities but also on strength. This special training would serve as a test of his and the other S-rank ability users' strengths, with the others merely playing supporting roles. Nonetheless, it presented an opportunity for them, as students admitted through special means would have a significant advantage over those who entered through the college entrance examination in the initial rankings. However, this secret realm venture was exceedingly perilous, given its connection to the Abyss. What are you searching for? This secret realm is quite dangerous. You should listen attentively to Teacher Yan's introduction, Xiao Tian's remarked, directing his gaze toward Yang Jinyu, who was looking around curiously. Yang Jinyu turned back and replied, I'm not looking for anything. I'm just curious about Zhao Wanner. She better not claim that she got beaten up and can't participate in the secret realm. If she tries to frame me, I have no money. Yang Jinyu deeply regretted not making her sign a document after their altercation. Her previous beating outside didn't count as part of the prior wager, and a new agreement would be necessary. She certainly did not wish to be reported by Zhao Wanner and face a fine. Xiao Tians fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing the words. When had the other party developed such a penchant for wealth? Could it perhaps be attributed to that spirit source body forging technique? That method was far more formidable than any body refinement techniques he had encountered in his previous life, and he was left wondering where Uncle Yang had acquired it. However, the spiritual herbs required later on were indeed exorbitantly priced. It was true that Yang Jinyu had imparted the spirit source body forging technique to Xiao Tians. After all, they were good brothers, and who wouldn't want to share in prosperity? If she remembered him, naturally, he would not be forgotten by her. Xiao Tians and Yang Jinyu's subtle exchanges did not escape Yen Ming's notice, but he was too indifferent to intervene. After all, Xiao Tians likely had more detailed information than he did. The creatures within the secret realm belonged to a race known as the Mechanical Clan, adept in the use of machinery. Hunting a non-ascended member of the Mechanical Clan or a mechanical construct would yield a score of 5 points. Yen Ming continued to elucidate. Once one ascends, for every level gained, the score increases by 5 points. Moreover, should any of you manage to directly confront a second-tier, first-level Mechanical Clan member, you would instantly earn 1,000 points, which also serves as the upper limit of the Secret Realm scoring system. By the way, hand over your backpacks or storage equipment. Only battle armor and weapons may remain, as the rest will be uniformly distributed at the designated location. Yen Ming added, you may view this trial as a more perilous and less populated version of the college entrance examination. Subsequently, Yen Ming began to collect everyone's storage equipment. However, Yang Jinyu's lips twitched slightly. She was irked by the requirement to surrender her storage equipment. The heavy weaponry summoned by her special ability, if it could be physically manifested, would not only reduce consumption but also amplify power. Forbidding her from bringing storage equipment would effectively diminish her combat capabilities, and fortunately, she currently lacked such heavy armaments. Yet, what if she encountered a similar situation in the future? Would she need to find someone to open a separate space? It felt as though she were caught in a dream. The male gunslinger, Gaibua, was indeed related to time and space. Did the female gunslinger possess such attributes? She could hardly recall. An hour later, the group successfully traversed 2 tightly secured checkpoints and arrived at a remote outskirts. Surrounding them were no bustling markets established around the secret realm, only soldiers patrolling with firearms in hand. Due to the Abyss's incursion into the secret realm, monsters frequently emerged without waiting for a riot. Thus, heightened vigilance was paramount. As for the secret realm's riots, they were among the most perilous events in this world, second only to the Abyss itself. The realms referred to as civilizational projections were fraught with continuously respawning monsters. Failure to eliminate them promptly could lead to a riot, thereby invading the human world. Soon, having crossed the final checkpoint, the bus came to a steady halt in the designated area. The doors opened, and the crowd poured out. Not far off, a temporary podium had been erected, flanked by 2 stone pillars, while the central teleportation portal shimmered with hues of blue and black. At this moment, a gathering of 50 to 60 individuals had already assembled. Was this truly the totality of Starshine City? Yang Jinyu exclaimed, astonishment etched across her features. It was worth noting that Starshine City boasted numerous subordinate towns and high schools. How could there be so few? Yen Ming was the last to disembark the bus. Responding, what do you think? In truth, this gathering consists solely of the 3 major high schools within the city. Other high schools find it exceedingly difficult to even recruit a single A-grade student. And B-grade candidates are likely scarce as well, hence their absence from the trials. Old class. Does this mean our school has the fewest participants? Yang Jinyu probed. Yen Ming's lips twitched involuntarily. The kid was being deliberately provocative. Wasn't he? Knowing full well that our school's faculty was the least competent among the 3 major high schools, why ask? Xiao Tian's presence was entirely unexpected. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously shifted toward Xiao Tian's. Prior to entering high school, each institution conducted an assessment to gauge innate attributes, with higher attributes facilitating the awakening of advanced abilities. Thus, before the high school entrance examination, the major high schools in Starshine City would strategize to recruit outstanding students, with the majority being absorbed by the first high school. The second was the experimental school, and only then did they consider the second high school. As for the others, they lacked the qualifications to compete. Although Xiao Tian's had faltered in the entrance examination, his attribute points would have allowed him entry into the first high school had he not chosen to forego IT that time. It coincided with the passing of Yang Jinyu's father. I see. Yang Jinyu mused, her gaze drifting as she absent-mindedly scratched her face, having been completely unaware that the second high school was the weakest among the three. After all, her previous self had been an ability wastrel, lacking any motivation, and had never paid attention to such matters. Furthermore, I almost forgot to mention, during this trial, as long as no severe injuries occur, you may compete for points among yourselves, Yin Ming added. The crowd was taken aback. The brutality of this trial far exceeded that of the college entrance examination. Not only would they face monstrous threats, but they must also remain wary of competition from their peers. Allow me to forewarn you, among your cohort, there are 2 S-grade ability users, no fewer than 10 A-grade users, and the lowest among you are B-grade users. Yin Ming's tone grew grave, and this did not even include a certain student with a unique ability. As he spoke, he cast a renewed glance at Yang Jinyu. After the other party had departed last time, he realized he needed to assess her ability level. He was curious what tier her unique ability might be and whether she had ascended in strength. Chapter 20. The perplexed Zhao siblings at this moment. Yang Jinyu was fixated on another direction, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. There stood students from Starshine First High, with Zhao Wanner beside her brother, who was likely at the first tier 9th level or even the 10th. You should be cautious entering the secret realm. Would you like to form a team? Xiao Tian's quietly suggested. Yang Jinyu offered no response but raised her middle finger, a smirk of provocation playing on her lips as she silently mouthed. Trash! How dare they glare at her, brother? Look, that's Yang Jinyu, the pretty boy you were after. Zhao Wanner expressed her dissatisfaction upon seeing Yang Jinyu participating in the secret realm trial, and scathed. Zhao Mingyang was taken aback as well. He had dealt with ordinary people online without failure. What was different this time? Had the task taker run off with the deposit? The possibility that the person assigned the task had never engaged with Yang Jinyu was laughable. His posted task required the target to be at least first tier 3-fold, and it had been executed the day after it was posted. Prior to this, Yang Jinyu was at most first tier 7-fold. Even if the other party was an A-grade user, bolstered by energy crystals, they would only reach 8-fold. Adding another tier, a non-ascended 9-fold, would not be capable of ambushing a first tier 3-fold ability user. As for the chance of the other being an S-grade user, that was even more ludicrous. It would be more plausible to say that the other had schemed to counter the task taker. In a city, it might take 2 or 3 years, or even longer, for an S-grade ability user to emerge. What gave them the right? Moreover, Yang Jinyu was well aware of her background as a single-parent household, and she had not awakened any abilities during the awakening ceremony. How could she suddenly turn into an S-grade? Even an A-grade seemed excessive. All right, let's not dwell on how brother's acquaintance turned out. Once we enter the secret realm, I'll personally help you get revenge. How about that? Zhao Mingyang quickly reassured his agitated sister. As for the task, the person who took it had likely absconded with the deposit. He intended to handle that matter upon his return. For now, the priority was to pacify his younger sister. Zhao Wanner grumbled in dissatisfaction. No need. I want to take care of it myself and make her kneel before me to apologize. After 3 days of diligent training, she had ascended to the first tier 3-fold and had even specifically studied combat tactics. Coupled with her unique ability, she could contend with individuals a level or 2 higher, provided they were not B-grade ability users. After all, combat tactics were not something just anyone could learn. Thus, this time, she would undoubtedly not lose to Yang Jinyu, even if she resorted to ambush tactics. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu had already shifted her gaze away, ignoring them. Her attention was drawn to a white-haired individual, not for any particular reason, but out of curiosity, especially given the striking red eyes. His name was Imoing. Nicknamed Red Eyes, an S-grade user from First High, though it was more accurate to call him a pseudo-S-grade. Listening to Xiao Tian's explanation, Yang Jinyu suddenly realized that he was the counterpart of her best friend, known as the 2 brightest stars of Starshine. The most outstanding student of First High at Mo Ying's ability, Bloodburst, was S-grade and could significantly enhance his strength while imbuing weapons with blood energy. However, the longer it was activated, the lower his rationality would become. Thus, many referred to him as pseudo-S-grade, a label stemming from envy. Yet, her best friend dismissed such comparisons, as he was also S-grade and lacked such drawbacks. However, Given the abundant educational resources at first high, Mo Ying's level seemed to surpass that of her best friend, having reached the first tier ninefold. Consequently, the two were frequently compared by outsiders. There, my son, don't cry. Daddy supports you. Yang Jinyu suddenly reached out to ruffle Xiao Tian's hair. However, as Xiao Tian stood at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, nearly half a head taller than her, she had to stretch her arm quite a bit. Just then, she seemed to realize something, her expression stiffening as she quickly withdrew her hand, her mind in disarray. The words were perfectly normal, but what was that action? What was I just doing? How could I have performed such a feminine gesture? That was entirely not me. It must be the influence of those pesky female hormones. Xiao Tian's, on the other hand, looked bewildered, unsure of what had transpired, but it seemed as if she was attempting to comfort him. Not far away, some girls from the same school observed the scene, exchanging knowing smiles and whispering among themselves. No wonder Xiao, the campus heartthrob, had so many admirers yet remained indifferent. Indeed, it appeared he shared a rather special bond with his best friend. Zhao Wanner seethed with resentment, her teeth grinding in anger. Damn Yang Jinyu, it's you who seduced Tian Sugu. Otherwise, how could he possibly not harbor feelings for me? Her sole desire at that moment was to mar Yang Jinyu's beauty. Why must a man be so strikingly handsome? Just then, the last student from the school arrived. It was the experimental middle school. Among them, a particularly handsome yet brooding figure suddenly cast a glance in their direction. Xiao Tiansu instinctively positioned himself in front of Yang Jinyu, whispering a cautionary note, beware of that guy. He is not to be trifled with. He possesses a grade necromancy, controlling the dead, and I've heard he has even desecrated graves. Whether he was truly a villain, Xiao Tiansu could not ascertain, but the grave robbing was indeed a fact, albeit not in the present context. The individual was named Lin Si, someone he was somewhat familiar with, though their relationship was hardly amicable. Back in university, that insufferable fellow relished competing against him and was fond of pilfering his belongings, though he had always emerged the loser. Necromancy? Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu shuddered involuntarily. Such otherworldly powers felt mundane in the high martial novels of her past life. Yet she certainly did not wish to encounter them in reality. The image of a corpse rising from the grave, potentially adorned with decaying flesh and swarming with flies, made her wish to deliver a substantial blow to the one who summoned it. At that moment, all the students had arrived. Shortly, members of the military would come to distribute basic resources. You may now activate your battle armor and prepare to enter the secret realm, Yanming announced. As his words fell, the crowd began to channel their abilities to activate the battle armor assemblers. With a series of bright flashes, the students donned their armors, some heavy and formidable for defense, while others were sleek and tailored for agility, accentuating their figures. On the side of Xinhui No. 2 Middle School, Xiao Tiansu was expected to be the most eye-catching, clad in a dark blue battle armor. Its surface shimmered with a faint azure glow, reminiscent of the most brilliant stars in the night sky. This armor was not only uniquely designed and futuristic, but it was also lightweight yet robust, facilitating movement while providing formidable defense in combat. Despite lacking support from any significant faction, the school had invested heavily in him, providing an E-grade Thunder Tungsten battle armor, arguably the strongest within the E-grade series of Tianyang commercial enterprises. And the secret realm trials would likely yield no more than E-grade weaponry and armor. However, that was the norm. Beside him stood someone of a different caliber. Chapter 21. Trial Rules. Yang Jinyu, in a starkly contrasting manner, captured everyone's attention. Her battle armor was neither imposing nor figure-revealing but rather childish. Yanming's lips twitched in disbelief as he regarded Yang Jinyu. What on earth are you wearing? Yang Jinyu nonchalantly waved her hand. Of course, it's battle armor. Yanming scrutinized her outfit incredulously. A snowman suit and a pixelated hood. What company developed this bizarre creation? Indeed, Xiao Tiansu had helped Yang Jinyu acquire this ensemble from a container. They were game costumes, the snowman set and pixelated hood. In the realm of reality, they had been reimagined as battle armor and imbued with the ability to continuously forge and enhance. Initially, when Xiao Tian saw Yang Jinyu's intention to wear this, he nearly yanked her back to strip it off, which was why he had arrived late. Yang Jinyu, at first reluctant to wear it, reconsidered upon discovering its potential for continuous enhancement, which would save her considerable funds. She had already tested it, The materials and labor costs required to upgrade from F to E were less than 1/10 of acquiring an E-grade battle armor. Thus, when faced with the choice between appearance and financial constraints, she decisively opted for the latter, especially since her current poverty meant that even the funds for upgrading her armor came courtesy of her mother. Besides, this armor was superior to standard options, boasting self-repair capabilities. All right, old class, this is indeed battle armor, and it's E-grade. If you don't believe me, you can check. Old Xiao has already verified it, Yang Jinyu asserted, extending her hand toward him. Yin Ming observed her unwavering confidence. Though he remained somewhat speechless, he ultimately chose to trust her. Very well, if you say so, but does this contraption impede your use of a handgun? Yang Jinyu waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. Old class, the Spirit Source handgun generates bullets through Spirit Source. It doesn't even have a trigger, so what's the issue? Look, this is just a fingered, as she spoke. The fingerless gloves she had been wearing transformed back into regular gloves. Yin Ming, shaking his head in resignation, then organized the students into a line. On the podium ahead, a middle-aged man clad in military attire approached. His appearance was unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features, yet the aura he exuded instantly silenced all the students present. I am Zhou Ming, the chief commander and person in charge of this trial. Your respective teachers should have thoroughly explained the rules of the Secret Realm trial, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. Zhou Ming continued, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, but then a palpable silence enveloped the air, and he spoke with an undeniable gravity. I shall emphasize one point. The trial will commence at 10 a.m. and conclude at 10 p.m., lasting a total of 12 hours. His tone conveyed an unyielding seriousness. Furthermore, you may compete against one another for points. However, I must warn you. Those who resort to lethal force will bear the consequences. Reflect carefully on your choices. Although Zhou Ming's demeanor remained calm, the sudden surge of his aura caused the students to swallow hard. He was at least a third-tier ability user, capable of independently dominating a small battlefield. That is all I have to say. Now, we shall commence the distribution of supplies. With a wave of his hand, a pre-prepared military unit swiftly mobilized to distribute provisions to the students. However, their attention was inevitably drawn to one individual's peculiar attire. That individual, secure in her anonymity, seemed to abandon all concern for appearances. Soon, each student received a black backpack containing 2 essential items. One was a smart wristband to record scores and rankings. Accompanied by a detailed map, this wristband was equipped with a special button that, when pressed, would generate a protective shield, ensuring the safety of the trial participant, albeit at the cost of an early exit from the trial. The second item was a necessity, military-grade compressed biscuits and water. At this juncture, the clock indicated merely 9:30 a.m., leaving a span of time before formally entering the secret realm. After Zhou Ming's departure, the students dispersed once more. Any teams forming? Elemental ability users are practically mobile turrets. Brother, need a hand. Physical agility users can serve as scouts. Get lost. Agility types are handy for betraying teammates, right? Although students could vie for points within the secret realm, many opted to team up, as the dangers posed by the abyss-invaded secret realm were formidable. The creatures therein were typically stronger than their peers. Even with protective shields, a single misstep could result in dire consequences. Making teamwork the safest approach. This moment, Xiao Tiansu revisited his earlier suggestion. Old Yang, shall we team up? Despite his confidant demonstrating commendable strength during class competitions and having informed him of her recent elevation in rank after 3 days of training, the reality was that newly advanced individuals were still at the lowest tier, with the average being first tier threefold. Moreover, the late awakening of her abilities presented an unavoidable disadvantage, and the strength she had exhibited thus far was merely around B grade, placing her in the average range here. Nevertheless, Yang Jinyu confidently declined. Rest assured, I'll manage perfectly well in the secret realm. You needn't accommodate me. I might even rank above you. Xiao Tiansu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by her confidence, I'll be eagerly watching. His aim was to secure the top position in the trial. Thus, as the two exchanged banter, time slipped away unnoticed. At precisely 10 a.m., the trial commenced. Damn, my first venture into a secret realm is amidst an abyss invasion. What a way to kick things off. Don't worry. You won't be the one playing. You'll just be the played. I've heard tales of the clever race. There are countless little mechanical contraptions that can spell your doom. Secret realm, here I come. I'm set to conquer the 7 greats of Donghuang. With their diverse emotions and expectations, the students surged toward the entrance of the secret realm. Yet, one individual's outfit remained conspicuously eye-catching, a snowman pixelated head amidst a sea of striking battle armors. Exuding an air of confidence, before long, the area outside the secret realm grew desolate. The cameras and mechanical devices prepared to livestream the events unfolding within. In an instant, an array of mechanical devices within the secret realm sprang to life. Each secret realm trial was subject to live broadcasting and recording, though the content was not accessible to the public. Instead, it was exclusively available to various universities, educational bureaus, and the participating middle schools. For the universities, students eligible for the secret realm trials were unequivocally the cream of the crop, even if they could not gain admission to top-tier institutions like the 7 greats of Donghuang. Other universities would eagerly compete for them. For the educational bureaus and middle schools, it pertained to the allocation of educational resources. Xinhui No. 1 Middle School was renowned for its abundant educational resources, thus attracting a multitude of exceptional students. Chapter 22. The Machinist Mechanical Creations 113. Upon entering the secret realm, the scenery before them starkly contrasted with that of the Slime's secret realm. They found themselves in a steel forest, densely cloaked in flourishing vegetation, with remnants of various mechanical debris scattered about, creating an atmosphere that was both peculiar and desolate. The air was thick with an eerie silence, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. This secret realm was a small city belonging to the machinists, though it was by no means insignificant in size. The mere 100 trialists stirred not the slightest ripple upon entering. As the students swiftly identified their paths, forming teams or embarking on solitary ventures. Yang Jinyu was no exception. She tossed a bottle of water into the sky, observing its descent with a nod of approval. To the east, where the sun rises, I shall be invincible. Indeed, I am destined to claim first place. Off I go. Ignoring the exasperated expression of Xiao Tiance beside her, she strode purposefully towards the east. Clad in her snowman costume, I find myself at the very periphery of this secret realm. Supporting her chin with one hand, Yang Jinyu gazed thoughtfully at the map projected on her wristband. It delineated 3 distinct zones: the periphery, the central area, and the core. The monsters in the periphery were all unranked. Indeed, venturing deeper into the secret realm was imperative. With her objective set, Yang Jinyu promptly advanced towards the core. She had declared her intention to surpass Xiao, which inherently meant aiming for first place. Although there were a few creatures nearing the second rank within the secret realm, a determined spirit can achieve great feats. Moreover, she possessed the ability to absorb inner cores for enhancement. Who could say she had no hope? After a brief interval, Yang Jinyu spotted a hunched, humanoid creature in the distance, its visage marred with decay. A smirk involuntarily tugged at her lips. This grotesque being bore a resemblance to a zombie. Surely, it must possess an inner core, for the texts indicated that all beings within these secret realms harbored similar energy entities. Yet this abominable creature was truly repugnant. Roar. The creature seemed to possess keen senses, discovering her presence before she could make a move. It limped towards her with surprising speed, rivaling that of a ranked ability user. One misstep could result in dire consequences, potentially leading to her downfall. No wonder it was said that secret realms besieged by the abyss were more perilous. Nevertheless, bang! Could you be faster than a bullet? As Yang Jinyu's level increased, the velocity of the bullets condensed from her ability soared. Dealing with an unranked creature was indeed child's play to that moment. Her intelligent wristband illuminated, revealing a blue virtual screen. A line of bold, black text read, "Trialist has slain an unranked mechanic creature, earning 5 points. Trialist information binding successful. Xinhui No. 2 High School, Grade 12, Class 2, Yang Jinyu." The virtual screen continued to flicker, transitioning to 2 distinct lists. The first detailed Yang Jinyu's own information. Name, Yang Jinyu. Gender, male. Class, Xinhui No. 2 High School, Grade 12, 2, Score, 5 points. The second list displayed the current rankings. First, Xiao Tiance, 20 points. Second, Imoing, 15 points. Third, Lin Si, 15 points. 61st, Yang Jinyu, 5 points. What? Xiao has already claimed first. I must accelerate my pace. Even if I cannot attain first place, I must not lag too far behind. 61 SD, how dishearteningly mid-tier. Though the initial rankings hold little significance, they ignited within Yang Jinyu an unprecedented competitive spirit. After all, she had already boasted her prowess. Yet, she must not forget her quest for inner cores. As this humanoid creature likely possessed one, albeit more akin to an energy crystal. Continuing deeper into the secret realm, she encountered numerous monsters along the way, yet none were ranked, unable to withstand even a single shot. It was not until she neared the central region that she encountered her first ranked creature, a second-tier mechanic zombie, accompanied by a formidable 4-tier mechanical beast. Among the 100 who entered this secret realm, those who possessed knowledge of it, aside from the A-level or upperclassmen, would be hesitant to confront such a pairing. It was far from a simple sum of strengths. The mechanical beast charged at Yang Jinyu, its back sprouting a rifle, whoosh, a laser sliced through the air, hurtling towards her, energy weaponry. Yang Jinyu nimbly leaped backward, effortlessly evading the assault. The mechanic zombie lunged as well, brandishing a laser knife. The synergy between the mechanic and its mechanical companion was unparalleled, making it unlikely for any student to wish to confront them. Moreover, the mechanic was never alone. Suddenly, the head of the mechanical beast unfolded, releasing a mechanical hawk that soared towards Yang Jinyu. Yet Yang Jinyu wore a wicked grin. "You fancy gunplay? Enjoying a brawl, are you? Come forth and revel in the chaos." In an instant, a minigun appeared, its barrage unleashed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The minigun's firepower erupted, obliterating both mechanical entities in an instant. She was never one to shy away from a brawl, understanding the value of suppressive fire. The mechanic zombie, now within striking distance, was similarly dispatched by a heavy artillery blast. Afterward, Yang Jinyu spun her dual pistols with flair, only to realize she had no holster. An awkward moment ensued, but adhering to her philosophy of being unembarrassed, she nonchalantly rummaged through the debris of mechanical wreckage, seeking what resembled an inner core, before proceeding onward. In the distance, a small team approached, drawn by the sounds of gunfire, yet by the time they arrived, Yang Jinyu had vanished down the path. That gunfire must have been Yang Jinyu. Zhao Wanner seethed. Damn it, she escaped. Furious, she stomped her feet. The sound was all too familiar to her, having experienced it firsthand. A second-tier mechanic, Wanner, it seems your nemesis has significantly enhanced her abilities over these past few days. Zhao Mingying noticed the dismembered mechanic nearby and approached to investigate. It was evidently recently dispatched. As for the mechanical wreckage surrounding it, such remnants were commonplace in the secret realm, unworthy of particular attention. A second tier? Impossible. Wanner furrowed her brow in disbelief as she approached the mechanic's corpse, only to relax as she examined it further. Brother, I told you, she's merely a useless ability user wielding firearms. These are clearly blade marks. How could an unranked ability user possibly defeat a second-tier infected creature? The monsters within the abyss-invaded secret realm far surpassed their ranks, and this creature was evidently felled in a single blow. Yang Jinyu could not have accomplished such a feat then. A realization struck Zhao Wanner. When they departed, they had seen Xiao Tiance and Yang Jinyu together. Therefore, it must have been Xiao Tiance who achieved this victory. They undoubtedly teamed up. Brother, this must be the work of Xiao Tiance. He partnered with that pretty boy. You must help me stop him. Chapter 23. The arrogance of Zhao Mingyang and the slight noteworthiness of Yang Jinyu. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Mingyang paused momentarily, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Xiao Tiance, perfect. Let him witness whether his S-rank title holds true merit. After all, in his eyes, emoing from their school had proven somewhat overrated. She could handle mindless monsters, but against humans? He could easily outlast her. However, he regarded Xiao Tiance as merely adequate. After all, he had already reached the first-tier 10th level. Undoubtedly the highest among the 3 major schools. Xiao Tiance, an orphan, how could he possibly compare? Moreover, he had trained in combat tactics, knowledge generally inaccessible to ordinary students prior to university. The only variable worth noting was the A-level necromancer from the adjacent experiment. The Lin family backing them was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, their ability was akin to a snowball effect, likely gaining momentum by afternoon. Were it not for the requirements of this ability regarding the control of deceased beings, it would have likely surpassed a dash level, as for Yang Jinyu. If the young lady insisted on taking matters into her own hands, so be it. Very well, leave Xiao Tiance to me, Zhao Mingyang stated with indifference. clearly unperturbed by the prospect of facing Xiao Tiance. Observing Zhao Wanner as she headed towards the source of the gunfire, he accessed the ranking board. First, Xiao Tiance, 155 points. Second, Mo Ying, 125 points. 155 points, and he is still encumbered by a liability. He must possess some degree of strength, though it seems he holds little advantage over that pretty boy, as evidenced by the minimal points gained. Zhao Mingyang muttered to himself, confidence radiating from his demeanor. It matters not. I will continue to strive for more points. The greater the accumulation, the more they will ultimately belong to me, due to the presence of his sister. His current ranking was somewhat diminished, but that was inconsequential. Points here could be seized. The afternoon would mark the true beginning. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of the pretty boy his sister often mentioned. 31st, Yang Jinyu, 70 points approaching the top 30. Together, they might surpass the second-place contender by over 100 points. Xiao Tian's strength cannot be that extraordinary. Perhaps this pretty boy possesses some merit after all. Zhao Mingyang was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise in his tone, realizing that Yang Jinyu was not as inept as his sister had claimed. However, this acknowledgement was limited. A newly awakened ability user was hardly worthy of his concern. 125 points, Principal Chen. Your school truly boasts remarkable talent, with 6 students in the top 10. Principal Zhang, you jest. Your students are commendable as well, securing 3 spots in the top 10. Outside the secret realm, near the podium, the makeshift seating area is occupied by principals, teachers, and leaders from the Education Bureau. Their eyes are fixated on the large projection screen ahead, which is dynamically displaying the rankings of the top 10 students in real time. As the finest students of Xinghui City, each of them is accompanied by specialized equipment. Surrounding the main screen are numerous smaller displays, showcasing projections captured by fixed machinery. Adjacent to the projections hangs a leaderboard detailing the rankings and scores of each contender, which the principals and teachers use for evaluations. However, it is unfortunate for Xiao Tiance that a bald man suddenly spoke, and no one rebuffed him. He is Chen Chong, the principal of Xinghui No. 1 High School. The other principals are acutely aware that Xiao Tiance's enrollment at No. 2 High School was purely coincidental. His potential would have been better nurtured at No. 1, yet he insisted on attending No. 2. It is noteworthy that 6 of the top 10 names are from Xinghui No. 1, while the remaining 3 hail from the experimental high school. Conversely, the top position, occupied by Xinghui No. 2, features only Xiao Tiance. Historically, No. 2 sends the fewest students to prestigious universities during the college entrance examination, as its educational resources pale in comparison to those of No. 1. It is indeed a pity. Given his abilities, he might have made a mark on the historical rankings of Xingluofu. Sitting in the front row of the audience is a middle-aged man with white hair, named Du Wanyuan, the head of the Education Bureau. Watching Xiao Tiance on the projection, he too feels a sense of regret. Had he received the full support of No. 1, he might have broken into the second tier. Such an achievement would have been beneficial for all of Xinghui City, leading to greater educational advantages within the province. Missing this opportunity may mean a long wait for the next. After all, resources in Xinghui City are exceedingly scarce, and it could take years to produce an S-class talent, especially one as flawless as Xiao Tiance. Nonetheless, this is the choice of the student, and we cannot interfere excessively. Moreover, achieving a place in the top 100 is already a commendable feat, considering that in previous years, many of us were far from that list. Du Wanyuan stated with a sense of openness. In the few instances we have made the list, we have often been outside the top 100. However, this time, it is likely that 2 students will enter the top 100, which is a remarkable accomplishment. The educational quality at No. 1 has indeed been consistently excellent, and Mo Ying has cultivated them well. As for the experimental high school, their top few A-grade ability users are also impressive and are likely to match last year's rankings. It's just that for No. 2, despite Xiao Tiance's efforts, the other students seem rather average, with none making it into the top 10. Zhou Ding, the principal of Xinghui No. 2, could not help but display an embarrassed expression. His hands were tied. As No. 2 inherently had fewer resources, most of which were allocated to Xiao Tiance, leaving little for others. This situation is somewhat disheartening. Zhou Ding began scanning the leaderboard, not to mention the top 10. It appeared they had fewer than 5 students in the top 30. With so few participants eligible for the trial, those ranking higher were even scarcer. However, who is Yang Jinyu? He knew nearly all the students from No. 2 within the top 30, as he was responsible for allocating training resources. until he spotted the name in 29th place, Yang Jinyu, an unfamiliar name that had not appeared in the previous resource allocation lists, yet somehow felt vaguely familiar. Zhou Ding muttered to himself, struggling to recall. Unbeknownst to him, allowing the entire School S students to participate in class competitions had indeed revealed a dark horse. Achieving a spot in the top 30 is already commendable. And while she may not qualify for the special recruitment of the Eastern Huang 7 Greats, entering through the normal college entrance examination seems entirely feasible. She is undoubtedly a talent. Sitting further back, Yanming observed Yang Jinyu's ranking and couldn't help but smile. The boy's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations, breaking into the top 30. Although Yang Jinyu had showcased considerable prowess during the class competition, that was merely within her own school. Her late awakening of abilities was her greatest disadvantage. Even though he had provided her with a second-tier energy crystal, he believed she would merely manage to reach that tier. Yet now, she had surged into the top 30, her strength roughly equivalent to a first-tier 3rd or 4th level. How could he not be surprised? This girl had hidden her capabilities well. Yanming suspected that Yang Jinyu might have concealed her true strength, awakening her abilities earlier than he had presumed, as he had never properly verified her level. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable. Could it be that she had, in a mere 3 days, gone from unranked to breaking through to the first tier and subsequently advancing to the 3rd level? What a preposterous notion! Chapter 24. Vanquishing the Zhao siblings, class transition to Wanderer. On the other side. Bang! With a gunshot, a solitary mechanical creature collapsed, its inner core devoured. Yang Jinyu checked her experience points and couldn't help but grin. Level 15? Finally, her level is sufficient. Host. Yang Jinyu. Level 15, first tier, 5th level, strength 2041, agility 944, mentality 1010, constitution 2041, traits 1. Strength and constitution gain double attribute points upon each upgrade. 2. Each upgrade provides an additional 20 of current attribute points. Inventory, unlocked, skills, floating bomb, back kick. My goodness, these attributes are astonishing. Upon seeing her attributes, Yang Jinyu was momentarily dazed. Her mental and agility stats were on par with the second-tier 4th or 5th level ability user. Yet her strength and constitution were nearing the 3rd tier. How could she not dominate this secret realm? Alas, it is a pity that trait 1 will diminish to 60 effectiveness once she breaks into the 3rd tier. Otherwise, she would truly soar. At level 15, she could contemplate a class transition. Yang Jinyu opened the class transition page, having met the level and attribute requirements, but lacking the additional conditions. The Wanderer Gunner class requires defeating a first-tier 10th level enemy using physical skills. The Mechanic class requires her to develop a small robot resembling a bamboo dragonfly from the game. Indeed, she had suspected she was ill-suited to be a sharpshooter. The Ammunition Expert class was somewhat peculiar, as her bullets and gunpowder depended on her internal spiritual source, necessitating her to learn a combat technique that could convert attributes to acquire various ammunition. Lastly, the Gunner class had the lowest requirements, merely needing to equip a hand cannon to successfully transition. Moreover, the high-level item she had previously obtained happened to be a hand cannon blueprint. Logically, she should transition to Gunner first. Yet, why was she unable to? Because crafting the hand cannon has 2 pathways. She could either craft it herself, requiring refined iron and energy crystals, or, more importantly, the system demands a firearm workstation for scientific accuracy. It asking her to steal? However, she recalled there was a weapons research institute near the core area of the map. Perhaps they had the workstation she needed. For why she couldn't purchase a hand cannon externally? That involved the second crafting pathway, which would allow others to produce it. However, this was more challenging. With the blueprint in her possession, she could craft it directly, while in others' hands, it would require time-consuming research. Furthermore, the hand cannon had never appeared in the market before. Who knows how long it would take to develop? And such custom weapons are notoriously expensive. She, being utterly broke, could hardly afford to customize one. Yang Jinyu, I have finally found you. The humiliation you previously inflicted upon me will be repaid in kind. At that moment, a repugnant voice echoed. Upon hearing it, Yang Jinyu turned her gaze and smiled wryly. Wasn't this the one who called herself the fortune bringer? Zhao Wanner was instantly infuriated. You wretched girl. I have now reached the first tier, 3rd level. I will make you regret your actions. With that, she instantly summoned several blades of wind around her. Whoosh, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air. The wind blades surged towards Yang Jinyu. Meanwhile, not far from Zhao Wan'er, Zhao Mingyang was searching for traces of Xiao Tian's, but to no avail. A sense of foreboding rose within him as his gaze involuntarily shifted toward Yang Jinyu. Could it be that all those points were truly earned by this pretty boy alone? Those ranked near the top 30 had estimated strengths around the first tier, 4th level. He was indifferent. But his sister would be unable to handle it that moment. He caught sight of Yang Jinyu, clad in a ridiculous snowman costume, calmly raising a strange, blade-equipped pistol. As anticipated, she had indeed dealt with that mechanical creature herself. Bang bang! Before Zhao Mingyang could wipe the expression of "I knew it" off his face, several crisp gunshots rang out, scattering the wind blades. It appeared that if she wasn't of a higher ability level, then her training must have surpassed that of his sister. Wan'er, be careful. Just as Zhao Mingyang's warning left his lips, he saw a grenade suddenly materialize in Yang Jinyu's hand. A grenade? Why does she have a grenade? Before Zhao Mingyang could process this, the grenade landed beside Zhao Wan'er. Boom! With a deafening explosion, smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke dissipated, Zhao Wan'er appeared visibly shaken, standing in a crater. She had nearly lost her life. Her wind wall had offered no protection whatsoever. Even the activated shield bore a crack, and this shield was supposed to withstand second-tier monsters. What grounds does the opposing party have? And where did that grenade come from? Could it be that their extraordinary ability is akin to an arsenal? Yang Jinyu had little interest in Zhao Wan'er. Since the protective shield had already been activated, it signified the conclusion of the trial. Either she would exit voluntarily, or someone would escort her out. It was no longer her concern. She directly made contact with the opposing wristband, her gaze fixated on the projection screen displaying her score, prompting an uncontrollable grin. With her score surpassing 100, her ranking soared instantly. Truly, one cannot become wealthy without unexpected fortune. However, she seemed to have heard someone else's voice just moments ago. Suddenly, realization struck her. Zhao Wan'er's brother. With a whoosh, a sharp sound pierced the air behind Yang Jinyu, and before she could turn around, she instinctively executed an upward spinning kick. A sharp crack reverberated, signaling a broken bone. Zhao Mingyang staggered back, gazing at his trembling arm, the pain coursing through him, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He possessed an A-class physical type ability, blood boiling, which doubled his strength and physique while granting him corrosive capabilities. Additionally, he practiced a quasi-class technique, ranked at the 10th tier, and donned one of the finest E-class battle armors. Yet, despite these advantages, a mere kick from his opponent had shattered his bones. How could this be possible? Wasn't her ability related to firearms? Why was her strength so absurd? Without granting him time to ponder, sensing the aura emanating from her, Yang Jinyu felt exhilarated. The quest for the roaming gunslinger class had come to her doorstep. How splendid! She surged forward with explosive force, her form darting towards Zhao Mingyang like an arrow released from a bow. The ground where she had stood fractured rapidly, fissures spreading in all directions. With a swift kick, Yang Jinyu unleashed a blow so fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Zhao Mingyang blinked, the speed of her attack rivaling that of a second-tier ability user. Now mere inches away from him, as he beheld his shattered arm, a wave of terror washed over him. He realized he could not withstand this strike. Moreover, it was so swift that he had no opportunity to react. Not even pressing the protective shield before Yang Jinyu's kick connected, only able to instinctively raise his hand to block that, as he felt the excruciating pain of his left arm fracturing and a wave of intense dizziness. Zhao Mingyang let out a pained scream before losing consciousness. Yang Jinyu couldn't help but curl her lip. She had deliberately held back, fearing she might seriously injure him. She hadn't anticipated he would be so fragile as to faint from pain. Although the kick did have a chance of causing dizziness, it was never stated that it would result in outright unconsciousness. This was akin to cheating. Yang Jinyu muttered to herself, uncertain whether this constituted task completion. After all, she had only employed 2 moves. Could this be considered victory through physical combat? Quickly, she opened her panel to check, and without needing to look at the class change task, her face lit up at the newly appeared skill. She had successfully transitioned. Now, based on her attributes, she could learn any skill within the 30-level range of the roaming gunslinger. Passive skills, revolver mastery. Increases critical hit rate, penetration, and attack speed. Quick draw. Enhances attack speed and the power of regular attacks. Active skills, devastating shot, remote block, chain strike, mind counter. However, one issue vexed Yang Jinyu. She would need to change weapons again. The chain strike, by its very name, required the use of chains and gun blades for attacks. How frustrating! Why couldn't she draw weapons from the game? It seemed she was constantly needing to switch weapons, which was financially draining. After enduring a series of trials, Yang Jinyu emerged from the training room, her expression one of exasperation. The roaming gunslinger class would undoubtedly require the use of revolvers. Otherwise, some skills would be rendered ineffective. Additionally, as a gunner, hand cannons were essential as well. Yet, she couldn't possibly carry a plethora of weapons. Suddenly, she yearned for a weapon that could transform, but for now, that was merely a dream. Having successfully transitioned to roaming gunslinger, she still had other class tasks pending. Evidently, there was more than one class available for her to pursue. Yang Jinyu mused, Weapon Research Institute, here I come. The Weapon Research Institute was situated near the core area. Whether for the purpose of acquiring points or the potential workbench, she was determined to investigate. Just then, the system's prompt echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, on your successful class change, taking the first step toward becoming a formidable being. Young lady, charge bravely ahead. He achieved first place in the secret trial. Reward, 10 mini pots. Along the way, Yang Jinyu embarked on a rampage. Hardly any monster could withstand a single shot from her devastating shot. Chapter 25. The Irritated Teacher from Starshine No. 1. The dumbfounded yet elated Yin Ming at this moment. It was midday outside. Due to the remoteness of the secret realm, far from the city, the leaders of the Education Bureau, along with various school principals and teachers, were dining in the military canteen station near the secret realm. Yin Ming, a teacher who had recently left the military, quickly finished his lunch and returned to the audience area. He gazed at the rankings on the leaderboard and couldn't help but marvel. With over 600 points, Xiao Taiyan's talent was truly extraordinary. Just then, a piercing voice interrupted his good mood. Naturally, S-class ability. Teacher Yin, you're quite fortunate, aren't you? You don't even need to cultivate him yourself. A man, elegantly dressed and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, spoke in a sarcastic tone. His name was Guahai, the homeroom teacher of the elite class at Starshine No. 1.it. Could be said that most of the outstanding students in Xinghua City were concentrated in his class. His ability was of a special type, capable of assisting students in leveling up. The presence of exceptional students directly impacted their bonuses, especially regarding S-class students with top-tier abilities. Yet, Xiao Taiyan had chosen to forsake Starshine No. 1 for Starshine No. 2 this year. Due to the existence of the secret trial, the Education Bureau had stipulated that any student finishing within the top 30 would reward their teachers with 1,000. Those in the top 10 would receive 5,000, and the top 3 would earn a staggering 10,000. A genius like Xiao Taiyan required no guidance from a teacher. The school would undoubtedly invest heavily in his training, effectively granting a windfall of 10,000. Given that their average salary was merely 5,000 in this ordinary third-tier city, how could Guahai not feel envy and resentment? Moreover, this student should have been his. He merely insists on having me as his teacher. What can you do about it? Yin Ming scoffed, holding Guahai in contempt. He had little regard for someone who relied on their abilities to extort extra fees from students. That was their ability, and how they used it was beyond his jurisdiction. Nevertheless, this unfortunate soul didn't teach the essential courses, instead forcing students to pay for extra lessons outside. It was no wonder he found Guahai distasteful. Go ahead and gloat, relying solely on Xiao Taiyan to uphold your reputation, Guahai retorted defiantly. My students occupy half of the top 10 spots, especially with Mo currently in second place. By afternoon, after my students exert themselves, the third spot will also belong to one of them. Do you remember Zhao Mingyang? He was one of your former students. Guahai's gaze swept across the leaderboard, his mind comparing Zhao Mingyang to Mo Ying, whom he deemed even more significant due to Zhao's potential and social skills. Don't be fooled by his current 30-something ranking. He hasn't exerted himself yet. His words escaped his lips inadvertently, but almost immediately, he watched in shock as Zhao Mingyang's name vanished from the leaderboard. Wasn't he supposed to be grinding points with his sister? Why had both their names disappeared? What was happening? Guahai stood dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Yin Ming had not noticed Guahai's odd behavior. Upon hearing Zhao Mingyang's name, he slightly furrowed his brow. Zhao was a student he had taught in another class. who came to Starshine number 2 because of his sister. However, Zhao's arrogant nature had led him to commit numerous errors at school, the most severe being bullying classmates who had yet to awaken their abilities. Thus, Yin Ming had expelled him without a second thought, indifferent to Zhao's talent. He believed someone like him, if empowered, could become a menace. After a moment, Yin Ming observed Guohai suddenly cease his sarcastic remarks. Turning to look, he found Guohai standing frozen, his gaze fixed intently on the leaderboard. It turned out Guohai had witnessed Zhao Mingying's name disappear, only to see a student from Starshine No. 2, Class 2, Yang Jinyu, pop up in the top 20. In previous years, when there were no S-class ability users in Xinghua City, the slots for the secret trial would be significantly reduced. Almost all students eligible for the secret trial were from Starshine No. 1, leading to the leaderboard typically displaying only names and scores without school or class information. However, the name Yang Jinyu was familiar to Guohai, having been mentioned by Zhao Mingying. She was also a student of Yin Ming. Moreover, coincidentally, the score she had just accrued matched Zhao Mingying's score before his disappearance. Who is Yang Jinyu? Guohai asked, his expression darkening, as suspicion crept into his mind. Could she be the hidden dark horse that Yin Ming had kept under wraps? In response to Guohai's inquiry, Yin Ming appeared bewildered, not answering immediately, merely scanning the leaderboard. What a remarkable young woman. Over 300 points, ranking 18th. Hadn't she just been in 29th place? Yin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a drastic leap in ranking occur? This was among the best in all of Xinghua City. How much strength had she been concealing? Yet he suppressed his astonishment. Maintaining an air of indifference, "Oh, that's my student. What is the matter? Just making it into the top 20, after all." What? Does Teacher Guo find a student who hasn't even made it into the top 10 so intriguing? Although Yin Ming was unaware of the reason behind Guohai's grim demeanor, he understood that the more calmly he acted, the more uncomfortable Guohai would become. Indeed, it is a fact that Yin Ming remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet Guohai witnessed the moment when Zhao Mingying's name vanished, followed by Yang Jinyu's ascension in the rankings. If the latter had not formed a team, she would undoubtedly be considered a dark horse. Having eliminated his favored candidate for third place, this signifies a reward of 200,000, a sum that pales in comparison to what his students collectively could achieve. At this juncture, the leaders of the Education Bureau and the principals of other schools began to return. Principal Chun Chong of the first high school noticed a peculiar expression on Guohai's face and inquired, "Teacher Guo, what troubles you?" Subsequently, he glanced at the leaderboard and was taken aback to discover that the name of one of his school's grade A ability users had vanished. What could this mean? Especially since it was a student he had been particularly attentive to. However, mindful of the Education Bureau leaders behind him, he resolved to suppress his astonishment and nonchalantly return to his seat. In contrast, Principal Zhou Ding of the second high school had keen eyes and noticed the newly appeared names among the top 20. Yang Jinyu. She has entered the top 20. It turns out that among the top 20, only 2 students from the second high school made the list. The first, Xiao Tiance, and the 19th, Chu Qingxuang. The latter possessed a commendable ability level, being grade A, yet her cultivation was not particularly advanced, suggesting she may have taken her training resources home. Otherwise, it was likely she could have made it into the top 10, which would have prevented the dismal performance of the second high school. However, Zhou Ding was acutely aware of the students from his school who ranked higher, particularly Yang Jinyu, who had previously been in the 29th position. Could the school truly be producing a dark horse? To have risen so many ranks in the span of a meal suggests formidable strength. Nevertheless, he struggled to recall which class she belonged to. Her name sounded familiar yet eluded him. Wait a moment. Zhou Ding suddenly had a thought and turned to Yin Ming. "Old Yin, isn't Yang Jinyu from your class?" Yin Ming calmly nodded, while casting a sidelong glance at Guohai, who was seething with resentment. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Wasn't she the fortunate star who brought in Xiao Tiance? Zhou Ding murmured to himself, his face a mask of incredulity. However, wasn't she an ability-less student? What could this mean? At this moment, the Education Bureau Director, Du Wenyuan, also noticed Zhou Ding's unusual demeanor and followed his gaze. Yang Jinyu? Was there such a student among the top 30 before? Now she had surged to 18th place. Du Wenyuan remarked with a smile, a hint of surprise in his tone. It appears that the second high school has indeed produced a dark horse. He then turned to Zhou Ding, realizing that Zhou Ding's expression was also one of astonishment, clearly indicating a lack of prior knowledge about this student. This was rather unfortunate. It remained to be seen what kind of ability she possessed and whether she could break into the top 10. As the gap between the top 10 and the top 20 is substantial, one could secure a stable position within the historical rankings, possibly even among the top 100, while the other might barely scrape into the top 200. The resources obtained within the province would differ greatly. Thus, Du Wenyuan tentatively inquired, "Principal Zhou, do you happen to know this young Jinyu from your school?" Zhou Ding replied, "Silence is the bridge to the evening's tranquility." Well, as far as I know, she was previously an ability-less student, likely having recently awakened her powers. He then turned to Yin Ming, carrying a note of inquiry. "Old Yin, isn't she one of your students? You should be more familiar with her circumstances. Come and share your insights with the director." Instantly, Guahai from the first high school was grinding his teeth in frustration. His student, Imoing, had secured second place, and he hadn't even made an appearance before the Education Bureau director yet. How could it be that someone with merely a newly entered top 20 student could capture attention? He conveniently overlooked the fact that his most favored student had failed to make the list while Yang Jinyu's rank had risen. However, Yin Ming was not as pleased as Guahai had imagined. He thought to himself, "Damn it, Principal Zhou is passing the buck." He could not clearly articulate Yang Jinyu's abilities. They were of a special nature, involving summoning machine guns and small robots, seemingly related to firearms, but lacked any consistent pattern. Before Yin Ming could voice his thoughts, Du Wenyuan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, and a smile spread across his face. The admissions officers from Donghuang University had arrived. He exclaimed, "Let us go to welcome them." It was no wonder that the director displayed such enthusiasm. Even a single admissions officer from their ranks held a status comparable to his own. Moreover, with 7 admissions officers arriving together, he was obliged to extend a warm welcome. If it were not for the fact that 2S-level students had emerged from their city this year, he would not have had the privilege of meeting them, as they might not have come otherwise. Consequently, everyone proceeded to the perimeter to greet the admissions officers, while no one noticed that Yang Jinyu's rank had suddenly ascended from 18th to 17th, then to 16th and 15th, ultimately stabilizing at 9th place. Chapter 26. The admissions officers from Donghuang University simultaneously. Near the final perimeter, the military stood vigilant, unyielding to any external factors, unless personnel from within personally welcomed them or possessed a pass. No one could enter this area. Thus, the 7 admissions officers could only wait patiently outside. This was not by choice, but rather due to regulations. Each held a list detailing the information of all grade A and above ability students from Xinghua City. Xiaotian's elemental type, lightning system. He should definitely come to my Lijiu University. Ha, don't be foolish. He has long since committed to our Daijing University. Moing. The more she fights, the stronger she gets. She is a perfect fit for our school. Although they had yet to witness the students' prowess, the admissions officers began to fervently discuss and compete for these candidates, with the conversation primarily revolving around the 2S-level students. After all, S-level abilities were the highest recognized tier, making them highly sought after. As for those who had already promised to other schools, well, with the right persuasion, no corner could remain unturned. It was only when a group from Xinghua City gradually approached that the admissions officers fell silent. Facing these officers, Director Du Wenyuan maintained his composure, being a 4th-tier powerhouse himself, yet the other principals and teachers felt somewhat intimidated by the unintentional aura of authority emanating from the visitors. After a few pleasantries were exchanged, both parties proceeded towards the audience area. With a whoosh, Yang Jinyu held a uniquely designed large gun, featuring a nitrogen-like apparatus at the rear. The diameter of the gun's muzzle was significantly enlarged, currently spewing forth a blazing inferno, sealing off the entrance of a large building and wreaking havoc indiscriminately. A swarm of iron constructs, numerous in number, yet regrettably lacking control, were merely a bunch of fools, now transformed into her points and experience. Yang Jinyu gazed at the mechanical creations that continued to surge forward, only to meet their demise in vain, a radiant smile blossoming on her lips. She hadn't anticipated that the Weapons Research Institute would serve as a natural hunting ground for points. After merely half an hour within, she had systematically slain over 10 first-tier, 5-fold monsters. Were it anyone else facing such a multitude of foes, they might return empty-handed or be forced to activate a protective shield for self-preservation. However, Yang Jinyu was different. Although her M3 flamethrower did not possess the long-range capabilities of a focused flamethrower, it bore sufficient suppressive power. Kill a first-tier, 5-fold rhinoceros-type mechanical creature, earned 30 points. As the last mechanical creature fell with a thundering crash, Yang Jinyu beamed at her current score. She had surpassed the 700-point threshold, and her ranking correspondingly surged into the top 10. Shortly thereafter, she noticed a camera nearby suddenly pivot toward her. Oh, so this is what it feels like to be treated differently after entering the top 10. They now providing exclusive footage? Yang Jinyu playfully waved at the camera, as if greeting the audience. Following this, she began to gather the scattered inner cores. These were all experience points not to be missed. As her need for leveling up grew, the amount of experience required escalated, and even the unranked monsters ceased to provide experience. Damn. This system leaves no loopholes for her to exploit. The 10-mile sword slope god had no chance. With the monsters dispatched, it was time to explore what the Weapons Research Institute had to offer. With that, Yang Jinyu began to wander around the institute, searching for a glimpse of the firearms workbench. After some effort, she finally located it, and her face lit up with joy. I finally found this wretched workbench. She retrieved the blueprint for a heavy hand cannon from her inventory, which clearly listed the required materials: 40 kilograms of refined iron and 10 first-tier energy crystals. Refined iron was abundant, readily found throughout the secret realm. However, the 10 energy crystals were a source of distress for Yang Jinyu, as the inner cores of the mechanical creatures in this realm were akin to energy crystals and could serve as substitutes. Yet, it took 2 inner cores from first-tier, 5-fold creatures to exchange for a single first-tier energy crystal. In other words, the wave of monsters she had just defeated not only yielded no experience but also resulted in a loss. Feeling a pang of regret, she embraced herself. Nevertheless, despite her sorrow, she was determined to craft the hand cannon. Subsequently, Yang Jinyu placed the refined iron, inner cores, and blueprint on the workbench, which seemed to activate, transforming into a synthesis platform. After a flash of light, the heavy hand cannon materialized before her, albeit appearing somewhat rudimentary, resembling a large, thick barrel. Damn, it wasn't light either. Yang Jinyu reached her hand into the rear opening of the heavy hand cannon, grasping the internal handle and weighing it lightly. It was hefty indeed. If this thing were to come crashing down, it could easily leave someone bloodied and battered. In the midst of her astonishment, Yang Jinyu began to examine the new skill she had acquired. However, due to the reliance of the artillery master's heavy weaponry on the transformation of the spiritual essence within her, which is intrinsically linked to her mental attributes, her current mental capability is equivalent to that of a second-tier ability user. Consequently, the skills she can acquire, aside from proficiency in heavy firearms, are limited to 2, the cannon and the anti-tank gun. Nevertheless, this proficiency in heavy firearms proves immensely valuable, significantly reducing her spiritual essence consumption when wielding such weaponry. With the hand cannon completed, it was time to continue accumulating points. Yang Jinyu meticulously examined the map and discovered she was nearing the core area, yet it seemed she had already cleared most of the nearby monsters. Thus, she resolved to advance further, as there was a research institute ahead, where she anticipated a substantial opportunity to score points. Having made her decision, she began to sprint forward, wholly unconcerned about attracting the attention of any lurking monsters. One could say that those skilled often possess greater audacity. Typical students would fear the approach of hordes of monsters. Director Du, I wonder which school this student is from. They are rather adorable. Yang Jinyu? Not on the list, a dark horse. Upon returning from an outing, Director Du Wanyuan of the Education Bureau, along with his colleagues, immediately noticed a particularly striking figure among the projections of the top 10 outstanding students. 1 student, clad in a snowman costume and resembling a pixelated character, stood out prominently, seemingly waving at them. What a curious sight. This spectacle instantly captured the attention of all the enrollment teachers, yet Du Wanyuan found himself somewhat befuddled. Who could discern the identity of someone so obscured in appearance? Wait a moment, Yang Jinyu? Du Wanyuan suddenly realized that the name in the 9th position was none other than that of the previous 18th place. What could have transpired? They had been away for merely half an hour, and she had surged into the top 10? Such speed was indeed astonishing. What tier of ability did she possess? A grade, or perhaps S grade? He then glanced at the equally stunned Principal Zhou Ding of 2nd High School, who appeared to be lost in thought while wearing a silly grin. At long last, 2nd High had produced another top 10 student. Although this attire was somewhat peculiar, moreover, It seemed her ranking bore little relation to them. Yet she was still a student from their school. Chapter 27. The Unknown Tier of Abilities, The Leader's Dilemma. Principal Zhou, I believe this is a student from your school, correct? Zhou Ding nodded eagerly and called over Yin Ming. Yin Ming understood that he was being asked about the student's abilities but was equally uncertain. Thus, he could only speak candidly. Director, Yang Jinyu was previously an ability-less individual and has only recently awakened her powers. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, only that it is a special class of ability. Du Wenyuan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Special class abilities were often synonymous with weakness. Their possessors were typically associated with support roles and logistics. While their contributions were undeniable, they were indeed not correlated with strength. The enrollment teachers behind him likewise lost interest upon hearing this. However, upon further reflection, they realized that if she had only recently awakened her ability and it was still classified as special, what had propelled her into the top 10? At that moment, the projection screen displayed Yang Jinyu beginning to craft her hand cannon. The onlookers became increasingly convinced that she possessed a special ability, though it seemed to pertain to the forging category, indicating that she might not be as weak as presumed. Perhaps there was something unique about Yang Jinyu's abilities. Teachers, let us continue to observe, they suggested. The enrollment teachers nodded, though their attention was only slightly piqued. After all, their primary focus was on the 2S grade ability users. Even if Yang Jinyu's abilities were commendable, it was improbable that she could be classified as S grade. S grade abilities were already the pinnacle of recognition, and for Xinghui City to yield 2 such talents was a stroke of fortune. It was implausible for a third to emerge. Nonetheless, led by the Education Bureau Director, the principals and teachers, with the exception of a certain envious and frustrated teacher from First High, remained exceptionally focused on Yang Jinyu. For entering the top 10 was not merely a matter of resource allocation among schools. It also significantly impacted the provincial distribution of resources to Xinghui City. High-tier abilities coupled with formidable strength equated to a multiplication of educational resources. Although they had already secured 2S-grade abilities, they were not averse to welcoming another, for they were weary of their financial constraints. In the footage, the somewhat charming figure began to exit the Weapons Research Institute. Before long, she encountered more monsters, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, she stowed away her hand cannon. Yet, she did not possess any storage devices. Could her abilities be related to spatial manipulation? She then proceeded to display her impressive martial skills, spinning kicks, knee strikes, and gunfire, devastation shot. In a seamless flow of movements, remarkably, her dual-wielding blades suddenly launched, bound by chains, chain interception. In mere moments, the surrounding monsters were swiftly dispatched. Her physical prowess appeared to be extraordinary. Indeed, her martial arts exhibit a certain aesthetic. I find it quite intriguing. The audience, comprising the school's finest educators, possessed varying levels of strength, yet their discerning eyes were keen. The physical qualities and elegant martial techniques she showcased undeniably attested to her exceptional capabilities. Though she had yet to reveal her abilities, wielding the spiritual essence handgun, was that not a symbol of the special class's lack of lethality? The enrollment teacher's interest was slightly rekindled. She seemed to possess noteworthy attributes. But nothing beyond that. Aside from the 2S grade students, they were unlikely to invest significant attention in any A grade students, let alone one whose ability tier remained ambiguous. Surely she could not be S grade as well. It was already absurd for such a small locality to produce 2, let alone a third. Yet, Du Wenyuan and his colleagues found themselves in a more perplexing situation, momentarily overlooking the 2S grades. With such physical prowess, martial skills, and combat experience, Du Wenyuan muttered to himself, what a pity it would be if she lacked a formidable ability to match. They were torn between their eagerness to witness her abilities and their apprehension that they might be disappointingly mundane. For if that were the case, it would not only defy their expectations but also leave them feeling profoundly disheartened. While a low-tier ability did not preclude one from becoming a powerhouse, it certainly represented the most straightforward path to strength. The impact of abilities was irreplaceable in other domains. At this moment, Yang Jinyu remained blissfully unaware that her decision to conserve spiritual essence by relying solely on her martial skills to penetrate the core area was causing immense consternation among the leaders, principals, and educators. With a flick of her wrist, her dual-bladed handgun sliced through the air like a meteor, precisely dispatching the monsters before her. This was a spontaneous idea of hers, creatively combining chains with gun blades. Chain interception was, in essence, merely the fusion of chain and blade. Surely, she could simply find a chain and attach it to a gun. And thus, it became a reality. Although it was not as effortless as in the training room, the power was still significant enough. The Mechanical Research Institute stood before her, the last point of opportunity to accumulate points before entering the core area. Ha ha, old Xiao, prepare to be surpassed by me. Yang Jinyu exclaimed, gazing at the imposing structure that loomed even larger than before. After being suppressed by Xiao Tiance for so long, she was finally poised for a comeback. The eerie cries of the clever zombie-like creatures, along with the sounds of mechanical constructs in motion, echoed around her. The environment grew dim and oppressive under the building's influence. Outside, a horde of monsters roamed freely, numbers that ordinary students and even many top-ranking students would dread to encounter. Yet Yang Jinyu boldly approached, unhidden, as she observed over a dozen monsters nearby. Indeed, this is my moment. 2 sharp gunshots shattered the surrounding silence, drawing the attention of all monsters. They roared, surging towards Yang Jinyu like a tidal wave, even stirring the creatures within the building. An estimated 20 or more monsters emerged, not counting the mechanical constructs that had disassembled. Such a multitude would likely overwhelm any ordinary student attempting to escape, even with a protective barrier. Yet Yang Jinyu laughed heartily. Come on? Well, baby was a bit too much. They were rather repugnant. Swiftly, she retrieved the heavy hand cannon from her inventory and donned it. A potent surge of energy began to coalesce at the cannon's muzzle. As time passed, the energy amassed, yet she held her fire until the monsters were nearly upon her. Suddenly, she flashed a grin, mouthing silently, boom. With a decisive finish to her charge, a massive energy orb erupted from her hand cannon. Upon striking the first monster, a thunderous explosion ensued. The detonation obliterated the zombies and mechanical constructs caught in its wake, showering the area with a gruesome rain of limbs and debris. The force was undeniably comparable to that of a second-tier ability user at full power. Possibly even greater. Ugh, that's a bit revolting. Yang Jinyu leapt backward to evade the filth, gazing at the near half-dead monsters. With a flick of her hands, an M3 flamethrower materialized, in an instant. The remaining monsters were engulfed in roaring flames. Should any still survive, she would send them back home with AG-14 grenade. Bang. Chapter 28. Capturing widespread attention, ascending into the top 3 subsequently, Yang Jinyu's smart wristband began to refresh data at an astonishing rate. Slay a first stage 5-fold tiger-shaped mechanical creature and earn 30 points. Slay a first stage 6-fold clever clan and earn 35 points. Whoosh! In front of a dilapidated building, several sharp ice spikes sliced through the air, striking a fierce beast-shaped mechanical creature with precision, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Swish, to its side, Chu Qingshuang, wielding an ice sword, moved with agility and instantly thrust, causing the mechanical creature's head to fall, exposing its internal circuitry and emitting a crackling sound of sparks. Slay a first stage 4-fold tiger-shaped mechanical creature and earn 25 points. Indeed, her strength was insufficient. Even with her ability reaching a level, she could only handle first stage 4-fold monsters at best. Opening her smart wristband to check her ranking, Chu Qingshuang displayed little emotion. 17th place, a rank that seemed almost fixed, with 5 hours remaining until the trial's conclusion, unless she resorted to stealing points from others. Her position was unlikely to change. Furthermore, with her mere first stage 2-fold strength, she was already among the lowest in the secret realm. There was little energy left for such endeavors. She was about to turn off the projection and continue searching for solitary monsters when her peripheral vision caught sight of a surprising shift among the top 3 ranks. Yang Jinyu? Could it be her? A hint of astonishment flickered across Chu Qingshuang's otherwise placid face. She had witnessed the other's performance in class, and to think that within just a few days, she had grown so formidable. What level of ability did she possess? Old Yang's strength is quite extraordinary. Standing atop a small hill formed by a pile of corpses, Xiao Tian's gaze fell upon Yang Jinyu's ranking, his brow involuntarily raising slightly. His close friend's strength was truly unexpected. He was well aware of when she had awakened her abilities. In just a week, she had traversed a path that had taken others months. Observing that his friend's ability level was certainly no lower than S grade, it seemed old Yang was genuinely intent on surpassing him. He wondered if they would cross paths later. Laughing, Xiao Tian's leapt down from the small hill. It was time to deal with the second stage monsters. However, given his friend's current strength, she was likely to pursue them as well. Her ever-curious nature would undoubtedly draw her towards the second stage monsters in the core area. With Yang Jinyu clearing the battlefield once more, her score surged dramatically. First place, Xiao Tian's, 1960 points. Second place, Mo Ying, 1470 points. Third place, Yang Jinyu, 1455 points. Yang Jinyu had now successfully entered the top 3, capturing the attention of nearly everyone in the examination hall. However, the most profound reaction came from the audience outside the secret realm. The wave of silence swept over the spectators. Initially, they had assumed Yang Jinyu would seek out fewer monsters after leaving the Weapons Research Institute. Engaging in wild hunting. This was the strategy most ordinary students would adopt. After all, in the central area close to the core, monsters typically boasted strengths of first stage 5-fold, 6-fold, or even 7-fold. Only the top 20 students possessed the combat capabilities to challenge them. And even then, it was limited to one-on-one encounters. Since they rarely formed teams, caution was essential in this region. Yet, Yang Jinyu had taken the opposite approach. She not only moved boldly but also deliberately plunged into groups of monsters. It was already impressive to handle 3 or 4 monsters alone, showcasing her top 10 prowess. Yet, she ran straight into a throng of over 10 creatures, even firing her weapon and attracting more, leaving Du Wenyuan and his companions utterly astonished. The subsequent actions of Yang Jinyu left them dumbfounded, particularly Yin Ming, who increasingly felt that she was carrying an arsenal. Her performance was truly commendable. Drawing his gaze towards Guohai, a teacher from Class 1, who was clutching his heart. Old Yin, impressive. All 3 of our school's top 20 students are from your class. The principal of Class 2 could hardly contain his delight. Having been irked by Class 1 and the experimental class earlier. Now, among the top 3 students, 2 hailed from his school. How could they not be proud? Regardless of whether they were directly trained by him, they were still students of his institution. The power of that energy blast, though viewed through a screen, likely rivaled that of typical first stage 8 or 9-fold elemental ability users. The director of the Education Bureau, Du Wenyuan, also stood up in excitement, though the exact level of the abilities remained unclear. However, they were undoubtedly formidable, not merely supportive or logistical. He glanced at the admissions teachers from Donghuang's 7 grades, who finally displayed significant interest. The power of that energy cannon was no trivial matter, but was it released through her crafted weapons or her own abilities? Grenades, flamethrowers? Was her ability merely to summon firearms? Or did she utilize her powers to create them? Yet, as teachers of Donghuang's 7 grades, their focus was evidently more complex. If it were simply summoning weapons, aside from the energy cannon, the other arms would be nearly ineffective once the ability user reached the 3rd stage. Even if she could summon other weapons in the future, the upper limit would likely be B grade. After all, even missiles and similar weapons hold little value in the eyes of ability users. However, if these weapons were generated through her abilities, it would be an entirely different matter. Her arsenal would grow alongside her cultivation. This was no simple affair, but specifics would require further observation. Listening to the discussions among the teachers from Donghuang's 7 grades, Du Wenyuan's excitement was momentarily tempered. The uncertainty surrounding Yang Jinyu's ability level severely impacted their assessment. However, comparing her strength to Xiao Tian's, who would ultimately claim first place. Suddenly, a teacher spoke up, causing everyone to pause. While Yang Jinyu's ability level remained unclear, her demonstrated combat prowess was certainly on par with Xiao Tian's. Meanwhile, unconcerned about her own ability level, Yang Jinyu was advancing towards the core area. Clutching the spoils from the Mechanical Research Institute. Artificial intelligence? This item seemed to hold some potential. Yet, just before entering the core area, she encountered yet another robbery. Will you hand over your wristband to avoid immediate elimination? Or are you prepared to face my wrath? A man clad in black battle armor suddenly blocked Yang Jinyu's path. Chapter 29. Searching for team members, meet shield, despite the trial rules allowing for point theft. In reality, few dared to do so. After all, the secret realm, besieged by the abyss, was perilously dangerous. Even the top-ranking students lacked the energy to engage in conflict. Yang Jinyu's encounters were merely instances of luck, albeit unfortunate, as it was merely a fluke. Excuse me, may I ask what your rank is? Yang Jinyu inquired suddenly. The armored man assumed she sought to gauge his strength before deciding whether to surrender. Confidently responding, 840 points, 8th place. However, he did not receive the anticipated reaction of surprise or capitulation from Yang Jinyu. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing air erupted, and he realized she had dashed right in front of him. What the? No honor in combat, attacking without warning. Pain surged from his lower body, and before he could react, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. He was airborne, yet the price was excruciating pain, as if his body might shatter. Sliding kick plus spinning kick. Initially, he had considered using a grim gun, but Yang Jinyu was concerned about causing permanent harm, so she refrained. After all, these young individuals were in such poor physical condition. Then, let's go for a thrust kick. Just as the black-armored man was about to land, Yang Jinyu unleashed a powerful kick. He felt an even more intense, stabbing pain accompanied by dizziness, and he vaguely heard Yang Jinyu's voice. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm third, with 1455 points. The black-armored man? Why didn't you say so earlier? And who the hell is this person in the top 3? Who could possibly recognize you as a powerhouse in that getup? Is this a trap? Suddenly, the black-armored man recalled her familiar appearance. Wasn't she that student from Class 2? How could her strength be so outrageous? Class 2 was playing dirty, hiding a dark horse. Not far away, beneath the shadow of a crumbling structure, stood a handsome yet somewhat gloomy youth clad in a robe-like battle armor, directing his sharp gaze towards Yang Jinyu and her companions. Class 2, aside from Xiao Tian's, concealed other strong individuals. A first-stage, 7-fold opponent had been neutralized in mere seconds. Could she be the Yang Jinyu in third place? It seemed she held considerable potential for collaboration. Lin Si murmured. Having gathered 10 meticulously selected zombie undead, making him nearly unstoppable in the central region. Yet, his target remained the second-stage monsters in the core area, which were worth 1,000 points. However, to minimize his losses, he required a suitable teammate, or rather, a meat shield. Initially, he had set his sights on the black-armored man, a first-stage 7-fold A-grade physical ability user, a perfect candidate. Yet, before they could meet, the latter had been eliminated. However, it appeared he had now found a more suitable option. In an instant, 10 clever clan zombies emerged around Lin Si, each possessing at least first-stage 6-fold strength, stepping forth from the shadows. The undead under his control awaited his summons from a different dimension at any moment. Had it not been for the limitation on the number of controlled entities and the fact that the summoned undead do not grow, his supernatural abilities would transcend mere A-level classification. Lin Si was acutely aware that if collaboration was to occur, he must first exhibit his prowess. The commotion on this side did not go unnoticed. Yang Jinyu immediately sensed something amiss, as her gaze shifted to the youth emerging from the shadows. She instinctively took a step back. He was the one who had brazenly disturbed the resting dead. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Si. With a smile, Lin Si extended his hand to Yang Jinyu. Attempting to ease the tension, he quickly discerned that Yang Jinyu seemed poised to strike, compounded by her previous ambush. Lin Si hastily added, "You must possess a physical type ability, am I correct? Would you consider collaborating?" Only then did Yang Jinyu lower her weapon, but she promptly shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. No, absolutely not. My ability is merely of a special type. You would do well to seek assistance elsewhere. With that, she turned and fled, resolute in her refusal to partner with someone who meddled with the undead and desecrated graves. Lin Si was left bewildered. What is going on? Why does it feel as if she views me as some sort of pervert? Yet, this confusion was soon cast aside as he murmured, "A special type ability. Surely there is no need to use that as an excuse for not wanting to collaborate. Since you are unwilling, I shall insist on working with you." Lin Si had a tendency to take pleasure in doing what others disliked. However, he soon realized that he could not match Yang Jinyu's speed, this insufferable physical type user. As Lin Si struggled to keep pace with Yang Jinyu, he cursed under his breath at the audacity of this tank-like figure. Did she look down upon his noble mage status? Yet, the direction she headed seemed to lead towards the lair of a second-tier monster. Her audacity to venture there alone was nothing short of reckless. However, it presented him with an opportunity. He was determined that once he saved her, she would have no choice but to accept his partnership. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu remained blissfully unaware that Lin Si was fast on her heels. She sped forward, firing her weapon, leaving devastation in her wake. Given a vehicle and a mounted machine gun, she would embody a true outlaw. With over 2,600 points, she laughed triumphantly. Old Xiao, you needn't hunt second-tier monsters. I have already surpassed you. With the help of a well-meaning individual, she had successfully ascended to the top of the leaderboard. However, her joy was short-lived as she glanced at the rankings. First place, Xiao Tiance, 2960 points. Second place, Yang Jinyu, 2660 points. Third place, Mo Ying, 1770 points. Damn it, Old Xiao, are you doing this on purpose? Are you deliberately blocking my rank? Upon observing Xiao Tian's sudden surge of 1,000 points, Yang Jinyu understood that he had commenced hunting second-tier monsters. Each monster slain was a point lost. Although the civilized projection could refresh, it could not do so instantaneously. I cannot allow Old Xiao to overshadow me again. After finally gaining some footing, with a fierce determination, she set her sights on the second-tier monster ahead, ignoring the lesser creatures in her path. However, this decision would soon burden her unwitting pursuer. 2960 points, 2660 points. This year, our Xinghui city will rise again. This is a sure spot in the historical top 50. Yang Jinyu mused. With 3 hours remaining, there was still potential for further advancement, perhaps even a chance at the top 10. As Yang Jinyu contended with Xiao Tiance within the secret realm, the teachers and principal outside were so exhilarated they could hardly contain their excitement. Yet, mindful of the presence of outsiders, they stifled their enthusiasm. In a mere 10 seconds, the pure physical prowess of one student had dispatched an A-level ability user of the first tier, 7th rank. Such physicality, even if her ability was lacking, would undoubtedly secure her a place at Yinhuang University. Let us take a breather. Whether or not she is interested in Yinhuang is another matter. However, the admission officers from the 7 greats of Donghuang were equally captivated by Yang Jinyu's performance. The points she accrued were undeniably noteworthy. Chapter 30. The anti-tank cannon annihilates second-tier monsters, ascending to first place in the secret trials conducted by the 7 greats of Donghuang. Students could vie for points regardless of location. Yet, even so, only a handful managed to surpass 2,500 points. The reason was simple. Most students were preoccupied with self-preservation, leaving them little time to seize points from others. For those with the capacity to spare, it was often more efficient to hunt monsters than to steal points from others, as the latter posed significant risks of elimination or injury that could benefit other competitors. Thus, while Yang Jinyu had stolen points from others, it was also a testament to her strength. With 3 hours still remaining in the trials, both Xiao Tiance and Yang Jinyu's scores were bound to increase. Should they surpass 3,000 or even 3,400 points, it would undoubtedly shatter the historical records of the entire Xinghua prefecture. Damn it. I nearly exhausted myself, and you still claim to be non-physical. Lin Si leaned against the ruins, panting, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Jinyu atop a nearby 2-story building. If you aren't a physical type, how can your stamina be so outrageous? Do you believe yourself to be above the second tier? That was evidently impossible. The upper limit of this secret realm was first tier, 10th rank, while the monsters were merely second tier, first rank. Even if Yang Jinyu were a first tier, 10th rank user, her cultivation methods would enhance her attributes, but absent a physical type ability, such speed and stamina were implausible. Especially considering her capabilities clearly exceeded the first tier threshold. In contrast, her speed was somewhat more palatable, a second tier, first rank mechanical guardian, a rare creature among the mechanical race that possessed abilities, appeared to be of the physical type. I shall observe your strategy. Lin Si sneered as he watched Yang Jinyu curiously eye the towering figure ahead, a monster nearly 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging. The mechanical race does indeed have its strong men. Not all are mere sticks, however. That muscle looks harder than an iron gate, albeit less attractive. Disgusted by the creature's grotesque visage, Yang Jinyu felt a wave of nausea. Yet, distaste aside, points were still to be claimed, and she resolved to engage without close combat. Bang! A gunshot cleaved through the air, the bullet striking the mechanical giant with a crisp metallic clang. Roar! The mechanical giant bellowed in rage, its body illuminated by a faint glow. Akin to a frenzied beast, it slammed its fists into the ground, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. Its fierce gaze locked onto Yang Jinyu atop the 2-story building. Is she mad? Is she really provoking it? Lin Si gaped, initially expecting Yang Jinyu to retreat after her observation. Though his plan to save her and gain her gratitude had failed, he had hoped for at least a collaboration. Instead, she took the offensive. Where did she find the audacity to challenge it with a mere handgun? undead, unkillable beings, right? They also had supernatural shields and could stack negative buffs effectively. Yet, as the mechanical giant charged towards her, Yang Jinyu maintained a serene smile. Elevated above, she clapped her hands together, infusing silver bullets with enchantments. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire resonated, replaced by the sound of bullets piercing flesh. Suddenly, 2G-14 grenades appeared in her hands, which she hurled without hesitation. Boom, boom. The explosions reverberated, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. In the aftermath, a massive cannon appeared in her hands, featuring a green military base and spiraled blue patterns. Raising the cannon, she fired it with seamless precision. The anti-tank cannon launched a shell, thicker than Yang Jinyu's calf, trailing a blue flame as it hurtled toward the cloud of dust. Boom. A brief sound of friction preceded an explosion far greater than before. Aren't you tough-skinned? Let us see how you fare against an anti-tank cannon designed specifically to pierce your armor. However, as the powerful shockwave from the explosion surged, Yang Jinyu realized she was too close. Just as she stepped away, the two-story building crumbled under the tremendous force, sending dust swirling into the air. Gulping, Lin Si watched the scene unfold. It appeared she truly was not a physical type user. Yet, he mused, she certainly did not align with the special type either. He had never heard of a special ability exhibiting such extremes. As the smoke cleared, a crater measuring 30 to 40 meters in diameter was revealed. Lin Si's eyes widened, astonished that this damage could be inflicted by a fellow student, not some explosive used for fishing. Yang Jinyu rushed toward the center of the explosion, relieved to find that the creature had not been obliterated entirely. She feared the core might have been blasted away. Though the core was incredibly resilient, generally difficult to destroy, no one could guarantee it wouldn't be dislodged. After a thorough search, she finally located the core and breathed a sigh of relief. Then turned to check her score. First place, Yang Jinyu, 3660 points. Second place, Xiao Tiance, 2960 points. Third place, Imoing, 1770 points. Ha ha ha, 3660 points. Old Xiao, it's time for you to concede. Yang Jinyu instantly placed her hands on her hips, a triumphant smile spreading across her face. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her ear. Quite the commotion, isn't it? This second-tier monster couldn't withstand even a single blow from you. Turning her head, Yang Jinyu beheld Xiao Tianze, clad in dark blue battle armor, sauntering over from a short distance away, a playful grin adorning his features. Oh no. Just when I was showing off, the person in question saw it. What should I do? I'm in quite a predicament. Dear netizens, lend me your assistance. In the outside world, among the audience, principals and teachers from various schools stared dumbfounded at the massive projection screen, astonished by the damage inflicted by Yang Jinyu's shot. A creature of the second tier, first rank, was, aside from certain exceptional individuals with unique abilities, virtually insurmountable. The other teachers and principals present, though capable of handling such beasts, would still require a strategy of evasion and attrition. As they themselves were merely of second tier, third or fourth rank at best in a tertiary city, how formidable could one expect the principals and teachers to be? Even the director of the Education Bureau was only at the fourth tier. Yet, the creature that posed a significant challenge to them fell within less than 10 seconds under Yang Jinyu's prowess. Remarkably, she didn't even need to engage the monster directly to defeat it. Did this imply that she could easily dispatch them as well? In Chapter 31, the monster enveloped in dark energy, previously, Xiao Tianze, a top-tier genius endowed with S-class abilities, had skillfully dealt with the second-tier monster. They understood this feat given the caliber of his powers and the considerable effort it required. Yet, Yang Jinyu had effortlessly dispatched her foe. What was her secret? Hadn't her powers only recently awakened, and was her classification still uncertain, possibly of a special kind? How could she wield such devastating force? The leaders and educators of Xinghui City were both astonished and perplexed. 3660 points. Congratulations, Director Du, your student has shattered the record for the entire Xinghua Prefecture. At this moment, the enrollment officers from the 7 greats of Donghuang were equally astonished. The power of Yang Jinyu's shot rivaled that of a full-force release from a second-tier, third or fourth-rank ability wielder, characterized by a remarkable explosive force. They could hardly believe they were witnessing a student from a small city shatter a long-standing record in Xinghua Prefecture. This was truly astonishing, considering Xinghua Prefecture was one of the most prominent provincial administrative regions in all of Donghuang, while Xinghua City was merely an ordinary, even somewhat backward, locale. Yet, it had produced such a prodigy. That rascal, if your father were still alive and knew of your prowess, he would surely be overjoyed. Yin Ming was particularly animated, his hands clenched tightly, though his eyes were slightly reddened, whether from excitement or something else. It was unclear. In the core area of the secret realm, Xiao Tianzi did not heed Yang Jinyu's words, for her nature was well known to him. However, his sudden proposal for teamwork left Yang Jinyu momentarily bemused. As if she had heard something utterly preposterous. Team up? Was the final second-tier monster truly so formidable? Was there a creature in this secret realm that necessitated their joint efforts, or was it? Yang Jinyu's lips curled into a sly smile, her true emotions concealed beneath her pixelated hood, yet her cunning sparkled in her eyes. She lightly nudged Xiao Tianzi with her elbow, teasing, "Old Xiao, be honest. Are you afraid that you won't be able to outshine me against the final monster, and that's why you want to team up to share the points and save face? Right?" Xiao Tianzi could only smile wryly. "You could say that. So, old Yang, a favor, please." Yet the truth was far from that. The rationale behind Xiao Tianzi's desire for collaboration was straightforward. The final second-tier monster in the secret realm was indeed not something they could easily handle alone. Overwhelmed by the forces of the abyss, it had surpassed the limits of the secret realm, reaching the third rank of the second tier. More troublesome was that it was not only powerful but also swift. One needed to distract it while the other inflicted damage to defeat it. Ordinarily, such a daunting creature would warrant avoidance, yet Xiao Tianzi had compelling reasons to confront it. The core of the secret realm typically emerged from monsters that had broken through its confines, replacing the inner core within them. Gaining control of the secret realm core meant dominion over the entire realm, rendering everything within it yours. A colossal fortune indeed. However, this treasure had yet to be discovered in Xinghua City. Or rather, even if someone had found it, they lacked the capability to seize it, as no ability wielder below the second tier could vanquish that monster. Even teamwork would prove futile. If Yang Jinyu had not imparted the spirit source forging technique to Xiao Tianzi, he would hardly have dared to attempt it. Ultimately, this would have benefited the demon servants. This information was something Xiao Tianzi had learned from his previous life, yet by the time he had acquired it, the demon servants had already laid claim to it. The demon servants, serving the abyssal demons, were always privy to the information regarding monsters that had breached their limits due to abyssal invasions. They even possessed methods to temporarily lift power restrictions within such secret realms. While Donghuang had similar techniques, they were not easily accessible in his last life. Right after the secret realm assessment concluded, an extensive purge of monsters had led the military to lower its alert level, with the most powerful commander dispatched to report the situation. Just then, the demon servants seized the opportunity to invade the secret realm and usurp control. However, they had little interest in the contents within, only aiming to destroy the core of the secret realm, unleashing chaos and absconding with the monster. The forced expulsion of the secret realm's creatures marked the largest incident of its kind in Xinghua City's history, resulting in significant casualties. Now that Xiao Tianzi possessed the ability to avert this disaster, he would not allow the demon servants to succeed. Furthermore, acquiring control over a secret realm was an opportunity too good to pass up. The Donghuang authorities permitted and even encouraged individuals to seize control of secret realms. Each monster that broke through the limitations of the secret realm possessed considerable potential due to the core within them. They could even leave the secret realm, no longer serving as mere recurring projections, ultimately joining the abyss and posing a grave threat to Donghuang. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate them before their departure from the secret realm. Since you've asked me for help, as your adoptive father, I shall oblige. Let us proceed, my child. As Yang Jinyu spoke, she tapped her smart wristband against Xiao Tianzi's, successfully forming a team. Without delay, she dashed away, fearing that he might overpower her. After all, she merely saw herself as his adoptive father, while he seemed to resist her each time. The previous outcomes had invariably concluded with Yang Jinyu being subdued, leading to her muscle memory kicking in. Given that the location of the third second-tier monster was not far, they quickly arrived. Even in the summer, the sky had grown dim in the murky light. They discerned a tall, slender figure, approximately 2 meters in height. Even from a distance, they could sense the formidable aura it exuded. Unlike other agile monsters, this one bore a dark, iron-gray skin devoid of any decaying flesh. Is this truly a second-tier, first-rank monster? Yang Jinyu seemed to grasp the reason behind Xiao Tianzi's desire for teamwork. Xiao Tianzi did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he spoke with a serious tone. I will engage it to distract it. You focus on dealing damage. Do not concern yourself with me. I can evade its attacks. Before his words had fully settled, arcs of electricity enveloped him, and like a bolt of lightning, he surged toward the creature, his hands adorned with gloves wrapped in dark blue metal, clearly from the same series as his battle armor. Xiao Tianzi's rapid movements immediately captured the monster's attention. With a furious roar, it charged at Xiao Tianzi with astonishing speed. The collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing the ground beneath them to crack open, a pit of 2 to 3 meters in diameter forming. One side was surrounded by purple arcs of electricity, while the other was engulfed in black energy, reminiscent of a clash between light and darkness. Both parties moved with blinding speed, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Save for the dazzling purple lightning and the swirling black energy that collided incessantly in mere moments, the surroundings were littered with craters, a scene of utter chaos. In Chapter 32, Unexpected Gains. Is the secret realm mine? Yang Jinyu mused, if I were to confront this speed alone, I would truly be at a disadvantage. Her brows furrowed slightly. The speed exhibited by the shadowy figure was hardly inferior to hers, especially with the corrosive black energy swirling around it. Thankfully, the purple lightning encircling Xiao Tianzi seemed to counteract it, allowing him to hold his ground, though not to vanquish the foe. Old Xiao, if that hits you, I won't take responsibility, she whispered, then clasped her hands together, enchanting her silver bullets, as the creature belonged to the undead. It was essential to breach its outermost defenses with silver bullets first. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as silver bullets, glowing faintly, sliced through the air, aiming for the center of the battle between Xiao Tianzi and the monster. However, at that moment, Xiao Tianzi had his back to Yang Jinyu, and just as the silver bullets were about to strike him, he indeed proved his earlier assertion. He required no caution from Yang Jinyu, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. With a powerful push from his toes, he leaped 4 to 5 meters into the air, effortlessly evading the incoming projectiles. The silver bullets struck the monster with precision, producing a dull thud as they embedded themselves into its flesh. Observing this, Xiao Tianzi's expression brightened, and he called out, "Keep going." Dan Ti mined me, not far from him. Though aware that Xiao Tianzi could not see her, Yang Jinyu still gave an okay gesture. The anti-tank cannon reappeared, elevated, aimed, fired, performing the same motions as before in seamless succession. However, as the opponent was not as large as the monstrous creature before, there was an opportunity for aiming. The silver projectile once again soared forth, trailing a brilliant blue flame behind it. Sensing the intense sound of air being torn apart behind him, along with an inexplicable sense of danger, Xiao Tianzi's eyes sharpened, and he called out, "Thunder Cage." In an instant, countless purple arcs of electricity surged from his body, coalescing into a purple lightning cage that ensnared the creature firmly within. This was a battle technique Xiao Tianzi had learned in his previous life, though due to his current strength, it was challenging to showcase its full power. Particularly with high explosion techniques, he found himself unable to utilize them effectively. Nevertheless, restraining the creature before him for a second or two was certainly feasible. Moreover, this technique could easily be perceived as a manifestation of an extraordinary ability, evoking admiration rather than suspicion, enhancing the impression of his innate talent. Subsequently, Xiao Tianzi transformed into a streak of purple lightning, swiftly vacating his original position. The silver projectile soon arrived, and upon contact with the shadowy figure, its tip burrowed into the creature's body like a drill. The next moment, a tremendous explosion resounded, causing the earth to tremble slightly to the epicenter of the blast. A large crater formed, with debris and dust flying through the as it resolved. Xiao Tianzi murmured to himself, convinced that such power would render the creature unable to survive. However, the thick cloud of dust obscured his view, preventing him from confirming. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying creature, half its body mangled, suddenly burst forth from the dust. Its gaze did not fall upon Xiao Tianzi, who stood closest, but fixated on Yang Jinyu in the distance. It turned out that the moment the silver projectile penetrated the creature, the cage that had bound it dissipated. The creature was determined to escape, even at the cost of sacrificing half its body. Yet, the force of the explosion was overwhelming, and the time for its escape was exceedingly brief. Although it did not perish outright, it suffered severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. However, this creature, which had only just begun to exhibit intelligence, harbored a singular thought before its demise: revenge against the one who had inflicted such harm upon it. If not for this individual, it would not have sustained such grievous injuries from a mere person crackling with electricity. Yet, due to the cover of dust and the creature's swiftness, Xiao Tianze was momentarily caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, the creature was almost upon Yang Jinyu. Run! Xiao Tianze's eyes widened in horror. Could it be that despite his rebirth, Yang Jinyu was still destined to perish, and by his hand? No less. At that moment, he regretted bringing Yang Jinyu to confront this creature. If he wished to eliminate this danger, it should have been his responsibility alone to do so. Why had he insisted on dragging Yang Jinyu along? Knowing she would not refuse, however, Xiao Tianze was not one to succumb to despair without taking action. In an instant, his entire being surged with energy, countless arcs of electricity swirling around him as he dashed toward Yang Jinyu. Yet, he was a step too slow. Each moment stretched out, and the creature excelled in speed, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up. Just as he despaired, Yang Jinyu's expression remained inscrutable, her eyes shimmering with a hint of mirth. The next moment, an M3 flamethrower materialized in her hand. Heavy fire! The creature was knocked back by the sudden appearance of the heavy weapon. Yet, instead of taking the opportunity to evade, Yang Jinyu pressed forward, delivering a precise kick that successfully stunned the monster. The creature, disoriented and unable to move, found itself vulnerable. Seizing the moment, Yang Jinyu raised her weapon, briefly charging it before unleashing an energy projectile that detonated upon contact with the creature. As the explosion erupted, Yang Jinyu had already activated her leap, soaring into the air to avoid the shockwave generated by the blast. Boom! In an instant, a significant explosion echoed below, yet Yang Jinyu did not descend immediately. Instead, she utilized the time afforded by her aerial position to wait until the smoke cleared. Upon landing, she discovered a crystal glowing with a blue light lying on the ground. Was this an inner core? Elated, she picked it up, only to find that the crystal was exceptionally sharp, slicing through her battle armor and leaving a cut on her finger. Blood smeared the crystal, and an electronic voice rang in her ears. Congratulations, host. You have bound to the level 2 fortress base of the mechanical tribe. Yang Jinyu? What is this? A system? No, it seems to be another voice. Just as she was processing this information, Xiao Tianze unexpectedly enveloped her in a tight embrace. As if he would never let go, Yang Jinyu. For a moment, she was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Thankfully, she was dressed in a snowman's suit. Otherwise, given the nature of his unyielding grip, she might have inadvertently revealed her true feelings. Old Xiao, I know you appreciate me, but it's inappropriate for men to embrace. After a struggle, she finally broke free from Xiao Tianze's hold and asked, by the way, do you recognize this? She raised the blue crystal in her hand, and as Yang Jinyu's bewildered gaze lingered on it, it merged into her body. Accustomed to being shielded by Xiao Tianze, she instinctively directed her questions toward him. However, she quickly realized that he, too, was merely a high school student. Albeit a top achiever, with perhaps slightly more book knowledge than herself, this particular item certainly wasn't something she had encountered in any book. Xiao Tianze then provided an explanation, revealing that the crystal was the core of the secret realm. After recognizing it by blood, it would integrate into one's body, signifying ownership of the secret realm. You can enter at any time, essentially granting you a large storage space. Moreover, the nation not only supports the eradication of those formidable monsters, but also provides additional rewards. At this revelation, Yang Jinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. The secret realm belonged to her? A large storage space. Previously, she had contemplated how she would need such an asset in the future, and now it had presented itself before her. Especially with the added incentive from the nation. This was an overwhelming surprise. Old Xiao, you truly are my lucky star. With that, Yang Jinyu enveloped him in a bear hug, leaving Xiao Tianze to chuckle wryly. The impending disaster in Xinghui City had been averted, and while Yang Jinyu rejoiced, he had been on the verge of panic. Chapter 33. The trial concludes, excitement among the crowd outside the secret realm. In the audience stands, Ever since Yang Jinyu broke the record of the Xinglua mansion, the leaders, principals, and teachers had regained their composure. Having shattered even provincial-level records, there was little left to astonish them. Now, they merely awaited to see how many points Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianze could accumulate in the final hour. As for the third place, it had long been forgotten by the crowd, with rankings fluctuating between third and fourth place. The audience watched in a subdued manner as Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianze teamed up to confront the last second-tier monster. They held no particular expectations, especially after Yin Ming had stated that the two shared a close relationship, making it entirely reasonable for them to split points. However, as Xiao Tianze made his move, the monstrous creature erupted with an overwhelming aura, and the sinister black mist enveloping it caused the expressions of all spectators to shift dramatically. What had once been surprise now transformed into sheer terror. The creature's might was undeniably beyond that of a mere second-tier monster. It was a being that had transcended the confines of the secret realm. Zhou Ding, the principal of the second high school, suddenly exclaimed, the creature's explosive power resonating with him. This was no mere second-tier monster. The tall, slender figure had been difficult to discern before its eruption, but once its strength manifested, its true nature became apparent. This cannot be allowed to continue. We must find a way to rescue them. The director of the Education Bureau, Du Wenyuan, was in a state of utter panic. The prior projections had clearly depicted the capabilities of Xiao Tianze and Yang Jinyu. The former had balanced development, relying on strategy to combat second-tier monsters, slowly wearing them down, but appeared to lack high explosion techniques. The latter possessed powerful firearms that could eliminate second-tier monsters in an instant, but the drawback was that they required precision to hit. Yet the creature on the large screen exhibited strengths across the board, particularly in speed. Moreover, its level had surpassed the secret realm's limitations, rendering it an adversary beyond the capabilities of Xiao Tianze and Yang Jinyu. What should we do now? Du Wenyuan's brow furrowed deeply, while the other principals and teachers from Xinhui City rushed about anxiously, akin to ants on a hot stove. The futures of the two exceptional talents hung in the balance. They could not allow any misfortune to befall them. However, the device to temporarily lift the restrictions within the secret realm required prior authorization for use. The emergence of a creature that broke through the limits of the secret realm was utterly unexpected, and it seemed to possess a rudimentary intelligence early on, knowing how to conceal itself. This had gone completely unnoticed by them. Director Du, panicking won't help, suddenly interjected a recruitment teacher from the Eastern Huang 7 schools. I have a limit-removing device here. As frequent visitors to various cities in search of exceptional students, they encountered secret realm creatures breaching restrictions more often than the average person. Naturally, they carried limit-removing devices, as any individual worthy of their attention would undoubtedly be a top-tier talent. However, possessing a limit-removing device did not guarantee that the problem would be solved, as the teacher quickly clarified. However, we are currently situated in the core area of the secret realm, and this device can only remove one major level of restriction, which means it can only address up to the third tier. Therefore, you must carefully consider your selection for rescue. While the recruitment teacher remained calm, concern was evident on his face. An S-rank ability user, alongside an unknown-level ability user who had shattered the record of the Xinglua mansion. If either were to perish within the secret realm, it would constitute a significant loss. Du Wenyuan nodded, understanding the recruitment teacher's implication. The core area was far from the periphery, and a third-tier ability user's speed could not reach them in time. Thus, they had to identify an ability user skilled in speed. That was their only course of action. The rest lay in hoping that Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianze could hold out until help arrived. With a weary sigh, Du Wenyuan resigned himself to the situation. However, here, the rescue has yet to commence, while the projection has already turned into a fierce battleground. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Tianze conjured a lightning cage to ensnare the monster, then swiftly vanished from sight, only for a silver cannonball to appear and explode shortly thereafter. The leaders of the Education Bureau, the principal, and the teachers were initially taken aback by the seamless coordination of the two, followed by a profound silence. Did they just eliminate it in an instant? Given the magnitude of the attack, it must have been a formidable blow, a creature that had caused them concern for an entire day. Breaking the restrictions of the secret realm was thus dispatched by their combined efforts. Then, from within the billowing smoke of the projection, a monster emerged, missing half its body, indicating that it had not been vanquished after all. Regret washed over the crowd in an instant. Why had they entertained such foolish thoughts earlier? Yet, in the next moment, they were left speechless and silent. Yang Jinyu executed a flawless series of weapon techniques, landing the final energy blast with precision, completely neutralizing the foe. They had indeed worried for nothing. 4160 points, 3460 points, two record-breaking scores. At that moment, the principal of the second school, Zhou Ding, suddenly erupted in excitement. Since taking on the role of principal, he had never encountered such outstanding students, let alone two at once. This was truly a moment of pride for him. With his exclamation, other principals and teachers in the audience quickly realized what had transpired. Rising in a flurry of exhilaration, truly, a blessing from above. Our Starshine City is about to rise. Unbelievable. It's as if our ancestors have smiled upon us, producing two record breakers. Lao Yin, you are indeed formidable. Not only have two top-tier students emerged, but they have also shattered previous records. Now, both Xiao Tianze and Yang Jinyu have surpassed the records of past years, representing the entirety of Starshine City. The teachers from the prestigious Donghuang 7 were also smiling, astonished to witness history being made. It is well known that special admissions have always been filled by S-class ability holders, yet the top 10 in the historical rankings have seldom changed, as those were once the most elite students. Thus, while they came to observe the combat potential of two S-class ability holders, they had not anticipated such extraordinary standings, especially given the evident disparity in educational resources. Starshine City is merely a somewhat underdeveloped and impoverished small city. Yet, two students have emerged from this small city, breaking the records of the Star Luo Mansion. Particularly impressive is their collaborative defeat of a monster that clearly surpassed their capabilities, one that had broken the restrictions of the secret realm. Such students are top tier, regardless of time or place. As the trial drew to a close, many students had already returned to the open area. Upon seeing Xiao Tianze's score, they were astonished, yet it was somewhat expected, given his prior renown. But who was this Yang Jinyu? She was an absolute dark horse that had emerged from nowhere. Meanwhile, the Zhao siblings were expressions of dismay. After their elimination, they had been aware of Yang Jinyu's exceptional strength but had not immediately paid attention to the leaderboard. Zhao Wan'er was nearly fuming, while Zhao Mingyang attempted to console her. Dismissing the need to take a talented rival too seriously, however, after Yang Jinyu dispatched a second-tier monster, it became apparent that something was amiss, as she shattered the record of the Star Luo Mansion. Now, they were acutely aware that Yang Jinyu was not to be trifled with. Wan'er apologized later, Zhao Mingyang stated flatly. Zhao Wan'er, grinding her teeth in frustration, could only nod. Though she was headstrong, she was not foolish. An hour swiftly passed, and by 10 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky. All students still within the secret realm received notifications on their smart wristbands. The secret trial had concluded, and monster kills would no longer be recorded for points. They were instructed to return promptly. The red alert sounded 3 times before ceasing, and scores were permanently fixed from that moment onward. Old Xiao, it's over. The first place is mine. Give it up. Ha ha. Yang Jinyu waved at Xiao Tianze, who was not far off, having just dispatched a first-tier 6-fold monster, and then burst into triumphant laughter. Upon returning, she was determined to flaunt her success, showing her mother who the true academic prodigy was. Chapter 34, Fusion of the Secret Realm, System Upgrade. First place, Yang Jinyu, 4560 points. Second place, Xiao Tianze, 3,860 points. Third place, Moing, 1970 points. Due to Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianze each dispatching a half-second-tier monster, the disparity in points between them and the third place was staggering. Furthermore, the last second-tier monster had broken the restrictions of the secret realm. Theoretically, their scores should have increased by at least another 1,000 points. However, the AI in this small locale was not sophisticated enough to account for that during final calculations, necessitating manual adjustments. Ultimately, third place went to Moing, a necromancer, who faced backlash for doing something others disliked, leading to his own misfortune. Following Yang Jinyu had cost him considerable time, resulting in his failure to reach the top 3. Time trickled by, and outside the secret realm, most students had returned in succession, leaving only a few who had ventured deep within. Now, students were not only waiting for their remaining classmates to return, but were also eager to witness the extraordinary individuals who had shattered the records of the Star Luo Mansion. This year, Starshine City would undoubtedly gain fame throughout the entire Star Luo mansion. The principals and teachers were equally filled with anticipation as they stood a short distance from the secret realm. As the secret realm quivered, everyone instinctively held their breath. Then, a youth with bloodshot eyes emerged, looking bewildered at the throng of students surrounding him. What was going on? Oh, it's Mo Ying. How disappointing. Everyone had anticipated Yang Jinyu. Due to a decline in his intellect after using his abilities, Mo Ying was utterly baffled, wondering why he was suddenly being dismissed. Who was this Yang Jinyu? He decided to check the rankings for the first time. Mo Ying? What the heck? He, an S-class ability holder from Starshine City, had only managed to secure third place, with a chasm of difference between himself and the first two. He at least recognized Xiao Tianze. But who was this Yang Jinyu? At that moment, the secret realm trembled once more, yet the crowd no longer felt the previous tension or excitement. The first place must have traversed the deepest within the realm. Thus, they awaited the last person to emerge. Then, two figures appeared. Xiao Tianze, he had come out, but what of Yang Jinyu? A gasp drew attention to someone nearby, dressed in an outfit that starkly contrasted with the surroundings. Clad in a snowman costume and sporting a pixelated head, she bore no visible signs of blood or dirt, looking nothing like a battle-worn ability user. I asked this Yang Jinyu. Is this the demeanor of a strong individual? My word, she has no injuries whatsoever. Is this what it means to be a powerhouse? Due to Yang Jinyu's overwhelming score, students began to affirm her excellence from every angle. Even her outrageous battle armor was deemed a unique style of the mighty. Yang Jinyu, congratulations on breaking the record of our Star Luo mansion. Director Du Wanyuan led the applause, and the atmosphere outside the secret realm became instantly lively. However, at that moment, the now unseen Yang Jinyu appeared to be in shock. Her mind seemingly frozen. Xiao Tianze could almost see steam rising from her head. He quickly pulled Yang Jinyu away, well aware that his best friend, though friendly, was also a notorious social recluse who never attended events unless dragged along by him. After a lively commotion, the various schools finally dispersed. Congratulations, said Chu Qinghan as she passed by Yang Jinyu. Instinctively, Yang Jinyu nodded in response, only to be startled when the usually aloof class beauty spoke to her. It was known that she typically kept to herself, never interacting with others and leaving immediately after class. Wait. No, she has spoken to me a few times, but that was the extent of it. Is she reaching out now because of what happened last time? Yang Jinyu pondered but soon lost interest, embracing her laid-back nature. Have you decided which school to attend? Xiao Tianze inquired, his gaze resting on the pixelated Yang Jinyu. Given her looks and performance, even if her ID stated she was male, many would still pursue her. The thought made her shiver. After all, she was the one being pursued. Her headgear was now a permanent fixture. I wonder if my adoptive father wants to attend God University with you, Yang Jinyu teased. Please, if I don't live there, I won't agree. With a crisp sound, Yang Jinyu covered her headgear-clad forehead, surprised that she could still feel pain through the pixelated mask. Damn it, old Xiao, have you trained in long-range strikes? The surrounding classmates looked on enviously as the two playfully bickered, wishing they could latch onto such a strong ally. Yet, an unapproachable aura seemed to deter them. All right, enough of the antics. I'm discussing serious matters, Xiao Tianze stated earnestly. Hearing this, Yin Ming approached. You really should consider which school to attend. As the two prominent contributors from the second school, they were not provided with a special vehicle for transport, not due to a lack of importance from the school, but rather because the principals had accompanied director due to help arrange accommodations for the teachers from Donghuang 7. After a moment of silence, Yang Jinyu finally spoke. I really haven't decided yet. The only school I know of in Donghuang 7 is the Imperial Capital University. As she spoke, her voice gradually dwindled. Although this may not be considered common knowledge, as a high school student on the verge of the college entrance examination, she found it utterly absurd that she only knew one thing. Yet, who could blame her for having been so lackadaisical until now? Yin Ming's lips twitched, resigning to the fact that she should refrain from being so outrageous. As for the specifics of the 7 great institutions of Donghuang, I cannot elucidate them clearly. However, at the very least, I should inform you of their names and reputations. The 7 great institutions of Donghuang refer to the 7 most prestigious universities in Donghuang, namely, the Imperial Capital, Yinhua, Liizhou, Xinglua, Yundream, Shuling, and Hanhai. Among these universities, there are instructors solely responsible for admissions who possess a 4th-tier strength. While the teaching faculty boasts a minimum of 6th-tier prowess. It is worth noting that the director of the Education Bureau in our Xinhui city is also at the 4th tier. Under Yin Ming's brief explanation, Yang Jinyu finally gained a preliminary understanding of the so-called 7 great institutions of Dongwang. However, she remained undecided about her destination. As for the reason, what could possibly motivate a financial enthusiast? The one who offers the highest price wins. Subsequently, Yang Jinyu and her companion, who had shattered the ranking record of Xinglua Mansion, found themselves without a formal send-off from the Education Bureau director or the principal due to their prior engagements. Nevertheless, a bus took them directly to their doorstep. Why, dearest mother, your outstanding eldest son has returned. Can you guess what place I achieved in the secret realm trial? Yang Jinyu boldly pushed open the door, and her senses were immediately overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through the air. Yang's mother had just set down a steaming plate of pig's trotters, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Xiao Su is here. Come in quickly. Today, Jinyu and I shall celebrate you properly. Xiao Tiance greeted with a smile. Good evening, Aunt Su. Before leaving that morning, Yang's mother had informed Xiao Tiance to come over for a meal. However, Yang Jinyu fell into a moment of silence. Mom, I am your beloved eldest son, and the celebration should rightfully be for me. Aren't you going to ask about my ranking? Yang's mother cast her a peculiar glance. Yes, you are the beloved eldest son. She deliberately emphasized the last few words. Yang Jinyu felt a pang of reluctance to speak, prompting Yang's mother to continue. But do you think your ranking is worth inquiring about? You know your usual level of performance well enough, don't you? Now, take off that hood. Yang Jinyu, incensed, stamped her foot. What do you mean by my usual level? What's wrong with me? The more she spoke, the more she felt guilty, realizing that her past behavior indeed lacked credibility. Yet, a moment later, Yang Jinyu had an epiphany. That was the old her, not the present one. She quickly retorted, that was before. I've undergone a transformation. This time, I secured first place. Yang's mother nodded dismissively, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. All right, you got first place. Come, Xiao Su, it's time to eat. Yang Jinyu's eyes widened in earnestness. Mom, this time I truly came in first. And Xiao is in second. You can ask him if you don't believe me. As she spoke, she turned to Xiao Tiance, shaking his shoulders. Quickly clarify this to my mom. Xiao Tiance met Yang's mother's gaze with a twinkle in his eyes. Aunt Su, what Jinyu says is indeed true. She achieved first place this time. Yang's mother remained uncertain, urging the two to take a seat. All right, first place. Yang Jinyu fell silent, realizing that her previous image had been too lackluster. Her mother would rather believe that Xiao Tiance was merely humoring her than accept her achievement. Never mind. Once I am successfully admitted to the 7 great institutions of Dongwang, or when my old teacher comes to deliver gifts, I will not believe that my mother will still doubt me. Ultimately, the meal was enjoyed by all, save for the one whose cheeks puffed up in indignation. Shu, it's getting late. You ought to return and rest. At the door, Yang Jinyu unceremoniously ushered Xiao Tiance out, feeling that her attempt at grandeur had backfired, while he had effortlessly exuded an air of superiority. Once back in her room, Yang Jinyu began to peruse her current status. She seemed to have heard something about a system update earlier, integrating with the secret realm. Host, Yang Jinyu, level 16, first tier, 6th stage, strength 2569, agility 1193, spirit 1272, constitution 2569, traits 1. Doubles attribute points gained with each upgrade for strength and constitution. 2. Grants an additional 20 of current attribute points with each upgrade. Inventory, shop, unlocked, skills, cannon, anti-tank gun, devastating shot, chain interception, secret realm space under renovation, gunroom being modified, heavy weapons depot being upgraded, mechanical depot being renovated. Yang Jinyu? What on earth? The secret realm is undergoing modifications and seems to be tailored for the sharpshooter class. Well, it isn't finished yet, so the specifics remain uncleared. I'll sleep now. Anything can wait until tomorrow. Chapter 35. The principal's visit. Yang's mother is bewildered. Teacher Yin? What brings you here, and who is this? The principal of the second middle school? Please, come in. But may I ask if there is something urgent that has brought you here on a day off? Is it about Jinyu, our outstanding student? Yang's mother felt somewhat perplexed by the principal's words. Unable to grasp their meaning, she had completely dismissed yesterday's events as she was well aware of her daughter's past behavior. Moreover, she knew what the Secret Realm trial entailed. It was a selection process for the special recruitment of the 7 great institutions of Dongwang, gathering numerous prodigies. Even if her daughter had awakened her abilities, it had only been a week. Simply qualifying for the trial was already commendable, let alone achieving a high rank. However, upon observing the gifts in the hands of Zhou Ding and Yin Ming, it did not seem that they were here to reprimand Yang Jinyu for any wrongdoing. Furthermore, what sort of offense would warrant a personal visit from the principal? Most importantly, she understood her child well, though she often displayed a lackadaisical attitude and an insatiable curiosity tinged with social anxiety. She was not one to instigate trouble. Please hold on a moment. Jinyu must still be asleep, as she was quite exhausted yesterday. Yang's mother invited Yin Ming and Zhou Ding into the house, prepared a cup of tea, and headed toward Yang Jinyu's bedroom. Since she was unaware of the situation, it would be best to awaken her directly and ask. After some time, a disheveled Yang Jinyu, still in a daze, found herself seated opposite Yin Ming and Zhou Ding. Old teacher and the principal, what brings you here so early? Why must you separate me from my beloved blanket during the holidays? Smack! Yang's mother gently tapped Yang Jinyu. Act serious. Address him properly, not as old teacher. Yin Ming quickly waved his hand. Miss Su, it's nothing. Just a form of address. We are here because Yang Jinyu achieved first place in the Secret Realm trial and broke the record for the entire Xinglua mansion. Thus, we represent the Xinhui City Education Bureau in the second middle school to formally notify you. Additionally, we have prepared some rewards for Yang Jinyu for bringing such great honor to our city. What? First place in the Secret Realm trial? Su Wan was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her ears. Her daughter had secured first place in the Secret Realm trial? As far as she knew, only those with at least B-tier abilities could participate in the trial, which required significant strength to achieve a high rank, let alone first place. Moreover, wasn't there an S-tier ability user in Xinhui City this year? How could her daughter possibly take first place from them? Su Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yin Ming. Teacher Yin, are you certain you haven't made an error? Yin Ming solemnly shook his head, affirming the truth of his statement. If I were mistaken, would the principal have come personally? He continued. We are eager to witness what kind of family can nurture such an exceptional child. We also brought along Yang Jinyu's report card. Upon hearing this, Su Wan fell silent, her gaze drifting to the dazed Yang Jinyu. Exceptional? When did her child ever associate with that term? Principal Zhou Ding chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Miss Su, your child has truly brought glory to Xinhui City. With a beaming smile, he handed over a report card. Here are her results. 6,060 points. Originally, Director Du of the Education Bureau intended to visit personally, but due to other commitments, he was unable to. However, please rest assured that the entire Xinhui City holds Yang Jinyu in high regard. Director Du Wanyuan did indeed wish to come in person, but the AI's computational capacity in this small place was too limited. Additionally, following the incident involving the monster that broke the limits of the Secret Realm, which was resolved by students, the Xinhui City Education Bureau decided to award both Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance an extra 1,500 points each. Thus, her current score came to be, although this resulted in discrepancies between the AI statistics and the actual situation. To ensure the authenticity of the scores, he had to report directly to the Provincial Education Bureau to update the overall rankings. Over 6,000 points? Su Wan was astounded as she took the report card, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. Indeed, Yang Jinyu had inherited her bright and lively eyes from Su Wan. Over 6,000 points. What was the highest score from previous year's trials in Xinglua Mansion? She vaguely recalled her husband mentioning that it was around 3,400 points, as he had been the second placeholder in past trials, a fact he had always held on to. Thus, this score of over 6,000 points not only shattered the record but did so in a dominating fashion. Wait, it seems they indeed just mentioned breaking some kind of record. Over 6,000 points. The top of Xingluofu, Su Wan gazed at the grades on the report card, along with the official seals from the school and the Education Bureau, confirming its authenticity. Her beautiful face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. How Gu Jinyu has secured the first place. She clutched the report card tightly in her hands, examining it repeatedly as if it were a precious treasure. It took a long while for her to regain her composure. Zhou Ding continued, due to Yang Jinyu's outstanding performance, she has been granted special admission qualifications for the prestigious 7 of Dongwang. Therefore, this afternoon, she will need to visit the school to meet with the admissions teachers. With that, he added, now that we have conveyed the news, we shall not intrude any longer. We must visit the homes of other students. And these are the rewards from the Education Bureau and the school. Please keep them safe. This time, the Education Bureau and the second high school have truly invested heavily, with bonuses alone amounting to $1 million. Not counting the effort it took to obtain the B-grade combat technique. Aware of Yang Jinyu's unique abilities and the limitations on the combat techniques she could learn, they specifically selected this valuable universal combat technique. In terms of value, it exceeds the monetary reward, not to mention the favors owed for this technique. Once Zhou Ding had completed the notification, he placed the rewards and his personal gifts down and prepared to leave. As he still had to visit the homes of 2 other students. Other students' homes? That must be to find Xiao Su, right? You two can stay seated, Jinyu, go call Xiao Su. Lost in thought, Yang Jinyu was jolted back to reality by her mother Su Wan's voice. And in a daze, she was ushered out of the living room. Old Xiao, open the door. Yang Jinyu's call echoed. Zhou Ding looked perplexed. What is going on? Xiao Tiance lives here too. He glanced curiously at Yin Ming. Silently questioning, why didn't you tell me earlier that Xiao Tiance also lives here? Yin Ming responded with a look. You didn't ask, and besides, you know how close they are. Isn't it normal for them to live nearby? Soon, Xiao Tiance was pulled over by Yang Jinyu. However, for some unknown reason, Yang Jinyu's face was slightly flushed, and she thought to herself, when did that guy develop a habit of sleeping in the nude? Damn, his physique is too bad. I suddenly want to pinch it. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Xiao Tiance's abdomen, but she quickly shivered. Forget it. Why would I want to touch him? I'm just envious. Moreover, even though he might not have abs, at least he had a well-defined V-line. If anyone were to be touched, it should be herself. Xiao Tiance, on the other hand, felt somewhat confused by his best friend's reaction. It's not as if he was completely undressed. He merely aimed to enhance his cultivation speed by allowing his body to connect with the essence of the heavens and earth. After all, they were both men. What was there to be embarrassed about? Xiao Su, come over here, at that moment. Su Wan's voice broke the slightly awkward atmosphere between the two. Zhou Ding reiterated a statement similar yet distinct from before. And then, once again, expressed his intention to take his leave. Chapter 36. Following the principal for a meal, unexpectedly meeting Hong Ling downstairs, Xiao Tiance observed Yang Jinyu ahead of him and, after a moment of silence, asked, So, why are you following Teacher Yin and the others? Yang Jinyu, with her hands gently clasped behind her back, executed a graceful single-legged turn, exuding the essence of youth as she replied nonchalantly, of course. I am curious about the residents of the cool and aloof school belle. Xiao Tiance. Just kidding. Anyway, since it's not too late, let us follow the old class and head back to school directly. We can hitch a ride. Yang Jinyu flashed a playful smile, adding, besides, didn't Principal Zhou want to treat us to a meal? This was indeed what Zhou Ding had mentioned earlier, but his exact words were that he would treat all students participating in the secret realm to a meal when time permitted. As Zhou Ding opened the car door and heard this, he fell silent momentarily, realizing they were trying to coax him into treating them to lunch. After all, the other party had previously attempted to involve his mother as well. Only to be declined, he pondered how such a gentle woman managed to raise such a carefree child. Yang Jinyu was still engaged in light-hearted banter with Xiao Tiance, completely oblivious to Zhou Ding's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely be left with countless questions. Gentle? Who was that? Certainly not her mother, in Xinhui City, within a somewhat dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts. Sister Su Su, my body is like this. You really don't need to exhaust your spiritual essence to treat me every day. The young man, pale-faced and seated in a wheelchair, sighed, if it weren't for my burden. Your strength would undoubtedly exceed just entering the ranks, he continued, his eyes filled with remorse. The gentle woman beside him gently patted his shoulder, admonishing, all right, stop overthinking. What you need now is to rest well. We are all family. There's no need to talk about burdens. After speaking, she turned and exited the room, her gaze falling upon Hong Ling in the courtyard, revealing a bittersweet expression, still the same. Without resolving the demonic energy, true healing is impossible. We can only rely on some potions to barely sustain Xiao Tian's life. By the way, where is Xiao Shuang? She seems to have vanished after breakfast. Bai Susu continued. Hong Ling shook her head helplessly. It seems she wanted to take on a part-time job. I clearly told her to focus on her studies. Bai Susu nodded slightly, then I'll go prepare lunch. She should be back soon, and Taimin and the others should be returning from the secret realm around the same time. They didn't always act collectively. There were many instances when they formed small teams to explore the secret realm. After all, prolonged battles with monsters in the secret realm required appropriate rest. However, not everyone could rest simultaneously. Otherwise, they would face financial shortfalls and could end up without food. Hello, is this the home of Chu Qing Shuang? At that moment, a somewhat authoritative middle-aged voice interrupted the conversation between Hong Ling and Bai Susu. The two turned to see two middle-aged men standing at the gate. Yes, may I ask who you are? Hong Ling narrowed her eyes, her demeanor cautious. After all, they were in the outskirts, where safety was not as assured as in the city, hence the necessity for vigilance. Sister Hong Ling and Sister Susu. Before the middle-aged men could respond, two clearly student-aged boys and girls stepped out from behind them. The girl greeted them cheerfully. These four were none other than Yang Jinyu and her companions. With Chu Qing Shuang having achieved the 15th rank, though not as impressive as Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's, she was still within the range for special admission, and as the principal, Zhou Ding would certainly not overlook her. Little goldfish, what brings you to my sister's place? Upon seeing Yang Jinyu, Hong Ling's wariness dissipated instantly, her face breaking into a smile as she hurried over to give her a warm embrace. Xiao Tian's watched, somewhat bewildered. When did his best friend become acquainted with another girl so closely? Hadn't she previously proclaimed that whoever became single first among good brothers would be a dog? Sister Hong Ling, we came with the homeroom teacher and the principal. Unaware of Xiao Tian's thoughts, Yang Jinyu felt a bit shy from Hong Ling's enthusiastic embrace. However, having already adapted to her femininity, she quickly regained her composure and articulated the purpose of their visit. Hong Ling was momentarily taken aback. While she knew her younger sister was participating in the secret realm trial, she was unaware of her results. The previous day, her sister had returned too late to discuss it and left right after breakfast that morning, leaving them no time to inquire. To her surprise, her little sister seemed to have performed quite well. Although she wasn't clear on the specific merit of the 15th rank in the secret realm trial, she was aware of the significance of being one of the special recruits for the 7 of Donghuang. Those were the 7 best universities in all of Donghuang, and merely gaining admission was already a feat of excellence, let alone being specially recruited. Please, come inside. Though my home is humble, I hope you won't mind. At that moment, Bai Susu quickly ushered everyone into the central house. They couldn't let everyone stand outside indefinitely. Teacher Yan, principal? Just as everyone was about to step inside, Chu Qing Shuang, who had just returned from her part-time job, happened to arrive. Upon seeing Yin Ming and the others, she roughly deduced it had to do with the special admission qualifications. However, when her gaze landed on Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's, she was puzzled, wondering why they were there. Xiao Shuang, you returned just in time. Your teacher and the principal are here looking for you. However, I didn't expect you to be in the same class as little goldfish. What a coincidence. Once inside, Zhou Ding, Hong Ling, and Bai Susu reiterated the discussion they had already had at Yang Jinyu's home. Yang Jinyu and her companions were somewhat distracted. Why are you all here? Chu Qing Shuang asked, perplexed. Xiao Tian's gestured towards Yang Jinyu, prompting her to respond. Yang Jinyu scratched her head, slightly embarrassed. Do you believe I just wanted to tag along for the principal's lunch? Chu Qing Shuang fell silent upon hearing this, wondering if Yang Jinyu truly had such a personality. She only knew that Yang Jinyu had quite a sharp tongue. Then how do you know Sister Hong Ling and the others? Chu Qing Shuang pressed on. At this, Xiao Tian's also cast a curious glance in Yang Jinyu's direction. With nothing to hide, Yang Jinyu recounted her previous experiences in the slime secret realm, omitting certain details. By the way, little goldfish. Your rank must be quite high too, right? At this moment, Hong Ling suddenly turned her gaze to Yang Jinyu, considering her previous performance in the secret realm, combined with her association with the principal. The rankings are undoubtedly impressive, and she is eager to learn just how exceptional her little sister truly is. Chapter 37. The Infiltration of Demonic Energy, the Radiant Remy Assistance. Me? Yang Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. How had the conversation suddenly turned to her? Before she could utter a word, Principal Zhou Ding eagerly interjected, Classmate Yang Jinyu has indeed surpassed all our expectations. She has emerged as a dark horse, clinching first place in the secret realm trial. Hong Ling and Bai Susu exchanged astonished glances. First in the trial? That's remarkable. Chu Qing Shuang added, Not only that, but she has also shattered the record of Xinghua Academy, making her the top student in the entire institution. Principal Zhou Ding nodded with a hint of excitement in his tone, affirming, indeed, as Qing Shuang mentioned, she is the best in Xinghua Academy. It is worth noting that our Xinhui city has never even made it into the top 100 in previous years. Yet this year, we have broken the record. He continued. However, Chu Qingshuang and Xiao Tiance are also exceptionally talented. Coincidentally, the three of them are in the same class, suggesting that outstanding students are naturally drawn together. He concluded, from our second high school, only these three have received special recruitment qualifications from the 7 grades of Donghuang. Upon hearing this, Hong Ling and Bai Susu's eyes widened in disbelief. Their faces a portrait of astonishment. They had strained to imagine Yang Jinyu's brilliance, but the reality exceeded their wildest expectations. While they may not fully grasp the significance of being first in the secret realm, they were acutely aware of what it meant to be first in Xinghua Academy, in a provincial administrative region that gathered countless senior students. The intensity of competition was unimaginable. To stand out and claim the top spot was a feat beyond their comprehension. And now, standing before them was someone who had achieved that. Wasn't he this akin to being the top scholar, perhaps even more formidable? Little goldfish, you have truly surprised me, Hong Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gently cupped Yang Jinyu's face for a closer inspection. Sister Hong Ling, please mind your image, Chu Qingshuang attempted to intervene, while Bai Susu subtly tugged at Hong Ling's sleeve. Thus, the conversation continued for a while longer. Eventually, Principal Zhou Ding distributed rewards and prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, Chu Qingshuang suddenly spoke up, Principal, may I decline these rewards? Her voice bore a note of pleading as she continued, could you assist me in contacting the director of the Education Bureau or the teachers from the 7 grades of Donghuang? Please, save my brother. Her statement cast an immediate silence over the gathering. Hong Ling and Bai Susu were the first to react, quickly attempting to dissuade her, fearful that she might say something inappropriate that could jeopardize her future. Although a principal had personally come to visit, they did not believe that Chu Qingshuang's achievements were sufficient to attract the special attention of the Education Bureau or even the 7 grades of Donghuang. Principal Zhou Ding raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing a hint of understanding. It was no wonder that Chu Qinghan often brought home cultivation resources. It was all for family. But what is your brother's current condition? May I see him first? As for the rewards, you should keep them. We will certainly do our utmost to address your family's plight, as they are all part of the future of Xinhui City. Zhou Ding's words made Hong Ling and Bai Susu realize for the first time just how significant the 15th place in the secret realm truly was. What then of the first place? The group quickly made their way to the adjacent room where the young man was located. However, it was not Zhou Ding who examined his condition but Yin Ming, as his strength was greater. Despite having been injured previously, he still maintained his second-stage, 6th-level prowess. Yet, after probing the spiritual source, he furrowed his brow, his tone grave as he stated, demonic energy has invaded your body. This is the result of an abyssal aura incursion. There were indeed solutions, but the cost was substantial. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls initially experienced a surge of hope, for those who had examined him before had claimed that demonic energy invasion was incurable. Yet, the mention of a significant cost felt like a bucket of cold water dousing their spirits, leaving them momentarily silent. What more could they offer? Hong Ling bit her lip, demanding, what must be done to cure him? We must know how to address this, regardless of whether we can afford the cost. The young man smiled bitterly, Sister Hong Ling, I truly don't need treatment. Hong Ling's expression hardened as she interjected sharply, silence. You have no say in this matter. Yin Ming pondered for a moment before responding, a special potion is required, but it is of the rarest kind, virtually priceless, and cannot be found here in Xinhui City. He continued, once Chu enters university, there may be avenues to obtain it, but time is of the essence. Such a potion would be regarded as a treasure even in the hands of 4th or 5th stage ability users. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence once more. Just then, Yang Jinyu tentatively raised her hand. May I ask, is the invasion of demonic energy considered an abnormal condition? Although Yin Ming was puzzled, he nodded in response. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed a vial of potion suddenly appear in Yang Jinyu's hand. His brow arched, thinking, indeed, this child's abilities are related to space. But what kind of potion is this? Yang Jinyu spoke again. Her voice tinged with uncertainty. Perhaps this potion I have could be of use. though I cannot guarantee it, and there's no charge. Indeed, the vial she produced was none other than the Radiant Remy Assistance, a game item capable of restoring mana and health, and most importantly, capable of eliminating all abnormal conditions. However, she was uncertain of its efficacy in reality, having only consumed the mana potion herself. She had brought it forth simply out of gratitude for the help Hong Ling and the others had offered her in the secret realm, as well as for Chu Qinghan's previous advocacy on her behalf. Yin Ming received the potion, sensing an inherent vitality within, and felt his spiritual source inexplicably guided by it is certainly worth a try. Whether it works is uncertain, but it is undoubtedly harmless. You wish to use it? He looked towards Hong Ling and the others, unwilling to hand it over before receiving their response. Although he was unclear about Yang Jinyu's relationship with the young man, as an elder, he could not allow Yang Jinyu to take risks without facing potential blame. However, he held little hope for this attempt. For high-level ability users, the invasion of demonic energy might not pose a significant issue. But for low-level ability users or ordinary individuals, it was akin to a terminal illness, difficult to cure and exceedingly costly. Xiao Tian, would you like to give it a try? Hong Ling queried the young man. While she trusted Yang Jinyu, she knew that ultimately, the decision lay with him. The young man nodded without hesitation. Given the glimmer of hope for healing, especially without any cost to Hong Ling and her companions, he was more than willing to try. Regardless of the outcome, he would always remember this kindness and seek a way to repay it in the future. Thus, under Yang Jinyu's guidance, the young man promptly consumed the potion. The group held their breath in anticipation, witnessing a soft glow emanate from the young man. However, as the light faded, everything seemed unchanged. Chapter 38, The Miraculous Potion, reporting on the Secret Realm situation. Teacher Yen, has this been successful or a failure? Chu Qingshuang inquired cautiously. Yin Ming shook his head, his brow furrowed. I cannot say. I need to conduct further examination. In truth, he had already lost hope, as the normal process of dispelling demonic energy would never be so swift and tranquil. Xiao Tian's frowned as well. He sensed the energy contained within the potion but found the response rather lackluster. Yet, just as Yin Ming was diagnosing the young man, he suddenly froze, murmuring, has it truly succeeded? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that not only had the demonic energy vanished from within the young man, but his depleted vitality and spiritual source had also been instantly replenished. What kind of miraculous potion was this? If such a potion could be consumed during battle, instantly restoring one's condition, wouldn't the enemy be left utterly bewildered? This was truly a treasure. Had he possessed this potion earlier, his injuries would not have been so severe. You see, I recently discovered that my abilities seem to extend beyond merely summoning heavy weaponry. They resemble a military base capable of logistical support. However, the items available for logistical support were somewhat random. For instance, this potion. He felt an inexplicable intuition that he could currently summon only 3 vials. Faced with Yin Ming's astonished gaze, Yang Jinyu preemptively explained, this is all due to my abilities. For in this world, powers are wondrous and diverse. Moreover, she was not entirely fabricating her claims, as the system was indeed bound to her abilities, making it a part of them. So, teacher, would you like to study this? Yang Jinyu asked tentatively, conjuring another vial of potion out of thin air. Yin Ming accepted the vial, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. If this could lead to further research, she would undoubtedly make a significant contribution. This potion not only effortlessly dispelled demonic energy but also instantly healed injuries and replenished one's spiritual source. Its potential value was crucial for both him personally and for the entire military. Subsequently, Yin Ming announced, under the watchful gaze of the anxious Hong Ling and her companions, the demonic energy has indeed been eliminated, and his current physical condition is excellent. Upon hearing this news, Hong Ling and the others were overjoyed. Hong Ling, in particular, embraced Yang Jinyu, exclaiming, little goldfish, you have truly helped your sister immensely. She repeatedly nudged her cheek affectionately against Yang Jinyu's face. Yang Jinyu, petrified, Chu Qingshuang, Xiao Tian's. Meanwhile, Zhou Ding exchanged a glance with Yin Ming, as if there were urgent matters to discuss, and the two of them stepped out of the room together. Xiao Tian's, meanwhile, regarded Yang Jinyu with a contemplative expression, sensing an air of mystery surrounding his close friend. Is there really such an absurd ability in this world? It wasn't that he was particularly astonished, having encountered S-level ability possessors in his previous life. Rather, it was the sheer comprehensiveness of it all. He suspected it might be akin to those jars, possibly stemming from the same lineage. Nonetheless, he had no interest in exposing his friend's secrets, choosing instead to regard it all as merely her abilities. After all, the world is vast and full of wonders. Moreover, his friend lacked any storage equipment, and her only secret realm was related to firearms, completely unrelated to potions. This would not attract any undue attention. Most importantly, with Yin Ming as a witness, along with Yang Jinyu's aunt, who belonged to the Demon Clan's Purging Bureau, she was well protected at that moment. Outside the room, I estimated that I would have to leave Xinghui City for a while to visit the Xinglua military district. If this potion could indeed be researched into something significant, it would be of immense importance to the military. Yin Ming exclaimed excitedly. This truly is a sign of great fortune for Xinghui City. Zhou Ding nodded in agreement, his expression solemn as he replied, Very well, then you should depart promptly. I will arrange for another teacher to take your class. However, with the college entrance examination approaching, there isn't much left to teach anyway. He understood the significance of the matter and would not hinder it. Once their discussion reached a conclusion, they returned to the room. Subsequently, Hong Ling and Bai Susu insisted on treating everyone to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Yang Jinyu had no intention of refusing, while Zhou Ding and Yin Ming contemplated declining, considering they were not the ones who had rendered assistance. Yet, the enthusiasm of the others left them no choice but to accept. However, everyone was aware that their families were of modest means, so they suggested preparing dinner at home. Thus, Yang Jinyu's plan to mooch off a meal was thwarted, and she ended up cooking instead. Yang Jinyu can cook? Chu Qingshuang, sitting not far from Xiao Tiance, expressed her bewilderment, as she and Xiao Tiance had been denied entry into the kitchen. Yes, and her sweet and sour ribs are quite delectable. Xiao Tiance replied nonchalantly. Both of them were the type to struggle to utter a word, ultimately waiting awkwardly for the meal to be served. In the office of the director of the Education Bureau of Xinglua Prefecture, the atmosphere was tense. How are things progressing? Have the data from the various secret realm trials been compiled? Are there any outstanding students? The Provincial Education Bureau Director, Yang Mingyuan, whose hair was already streaked with gray, held a report in hand and inquired with a calm demeanor. The data is generally similar each year. He was merely asking out of habit. The secretary standing beside him glanced at the tablet in hand and replied, Director, there is still one city that has yet to complete its statistics. The others have all been compiled. As for outstanding students, there is one from the capital, scoring 3,400, just shy of breaking the record. Upon hearing this, Director Yang Mingyuan lifted his head, his expression tinged with surprise. Not bad. This year, he was well aware that breaking the record was no easy feat. Even coming close was a challenge. Although the number of monsters in the secret realms increases with population, competition also intensifies. The record for Xinglua Prefecture was set over 20 years ago when two individuals outperformed their peers by equally dividing the points from second-tier monsters in the secret realm. They even entertained thoughts of seizing points from other students. However, their actions regarding the second-tier monsters drew widespread ire, and their relationship soured. Forget about stealing points. Simply not being robbed was fortunate. Otherwise, that year's score might not have been 3,000, but 4 or even 5,000. But why is there still a city that hasn't completed its statistics? Scores and rankings are usually compiled by AI and reported simultaneously. The secretary swiped on the tablet, explaining, It seems the issue lies with Xinghui City, where monsters that break the restrictions have appeared. What? Yang Mingyuan abruptly rose to his feet. The emergence of monsters that break the restrictions in the secret realm is no trivial matter. If not resolved promptly, it poses a potential threat, one capable of wreaking havoc on a city scale. Has it been dealt with? No, wait. Xinghui City hasn't applied for a restriction removal device. What exactly is going on? Before the secretary could respond, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chapter 39. Those willing to be backup candidates among the admission teachers and a certain old bang, bang, bang director. It's about Xinghui City. A man rushed in, flinging the door open with urgency. Director Yang Mingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Could something have already gone awry? He quickly inquired. What happened in Xinghui City? The man replied, agitated. Director, Xinghui City has shattered the records for the entire Xinglua Prefecture. And it was 2 records. Yang Mingyuan? What's the situation? Wasn't it reported that monsters breaking the secret realm restrictions had appeared in Xinghui City? How could that not result in severe losses? How then did they manage to break records? The man continued, Director, those two students possess extraordinary abilities. They managed to work together to eliminate the monster that broke the secret realm restrictions. Hence, they received additional points, causing the delay in statistics from Xinghua City. Here's the video. It's a confirmation from the director of the Xinghua City Education Bureau, along with a recording from within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Yang Mingyuan's mind began to piece things together. Indeed, there were two possessors of S-level abilities in Xinghua City this year. But were they truly this formidable? The capital also had S-level individuals who had broken through to the second tier. Yet none had achieved such extraordinary feats. After all, following the Abyss invasion, even ordinary monsters are challenging for ability users of the same tier to contend with, let alone monsters that break the secret realm restrictions. Furthermore, it was doubtful that such a small place as Xinghua City could cultivate second-tier individuals. He had previously taken note of those two students. Both hailed from ordinary families, lacking any backing beyond official training. However, Yang Mingyuan understood that pondering these matters was futile, and he directly opened the video. The first thing he saw was the scores of the two students. First place, over 6,000. Yang Mingyuan was instantly taken aback. Swallowing hard. Was he seeing things? He removed his glasses and trembled as he wiped the lenses. He had completely forgotten that, as a high-level ability user, his nearsightedness had long been cured. Putting his glasses back on, he looked again. Yes, still over 6,000, not only breaking the record but doing so with a crushing lead. What in the world is happening this year? He continued to scroll down. The next score was just over 5,000. Another astonishing figure. Then he saw the names of the two. Second place, Xiao Tiance. He felt a twinge of confusion. Xiao Tiance should have had greater potential than the other S-level student. Why was he in second place? With curiosity piqued, he glanced at the first-place name, his eyes widening in disbelief, his breath seemingly halting. Yang Jinyu? A name he had never heard before, with an unknown ability level, having awakened recently. What on earth is going on? Yang Mingyuan glanced up at the man, his expression unmistakably conveying his demand for confirmation. The man nodded. Yang Mingyuan could only feel a twitch at the corners of his mouth, his disbelief evident as he continued watching. Below was a video of Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance working together to confront the monster that broke the secret realm restrictions. After viewing it, Yang Mingyuan felt utterly incredulous. How had such a small place as Xinghua City produced two prodigies seemingly blessed with extraordinary abilities? This was bound to send the first high school into a celebratory frenzy. Just when they had recently witnessed a student nearing the record had now been doubled. First high school. And that child. Surely they wouldn't be unduly affected? Yang Mingyuan muttered softly to himself, shaking his head in resignation. Just send out the new rankings. Although the special admissions were not publicly announced, the rankings circulated within various schools. Originally intended to motivate students, the current implications were uncertain. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Yang Jinyu and her companions set off towards the school. However, Chu Qingshuang had no immediate obligations, as, despite her excellence, she still lagged behind Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. So she was not needed today at tea that moment. In the reception room of second high school, the 7 admission teachers were far from the amicable demeanor they had previously displayed, which admittedly had never been particularly warm. Now, they were even more on guard with one another. I'll make it clear. Yang Jinyu is one of us from Xinghua Prefecture. We must secure her for Xinghua University. Ha! What about you claiming Yang Jinyu as one of your own? Xiao Tiance is also from Xinghua Prefecture, yet he chose the Imperial Capital University. What is it to you? Your Yiming University is at the bottom of the rankings. How dare you even speak? Such a situation was not uncommon during special admissions. After all, the students selected were all top-tier talents, and they were naturally reluctant to let them go. Particularly this year, having produced 2 students who broke the Xinghua Prefecture record was exceedingly rare. If time had permitted, the directors of the admissions offices from various schools would have come in person. However, though they were not present, they had granted the admission teachers on-site considerable authority. Yet the atmosphere felt excessively tense. And the teachers recognized this. To avoid affecting their image in front of the students, a teacher from the Imperial Capital University suddenly proposed. Our bickering is pointless and may impact the students' impression of us. Why don't we write down our respective bottom lines and allow those who feel hopeless to step back for a while? Listen to what you're saying. Worried about students' perceptions of teachers and suggesting stepping back for a while, that's just volunteering to be a backup candidate. Yet none of the others found anything amiss. They merely contemplated the feasibility of the proposal. After all, the prowess displayed by Yang Jinyu is truly astounding. They confidently proclaimed that if this were a mere mediocre ability, they would gladly eat their hats. Ultimately, the assembly concurred with this proposition, though the actual baseline remains uncertain, dependent on each individual's resolve. In the end, 3 professors remained, 2 men and 1 woman, hailing from the prestigious universities of Capital City University, Yinhuang University, and Liizhou University. Compared to the other 4 institutions, these 3 possess unique advantages in recruitment. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the superfluous individuals have departed, I shall be frank. Your target is none other than Yang Jinyu. Correct? Observing Professor Jiang from Capital City University, Professor Guo from Yinhuang University, and Professor Wang from Liizhou University, it was evident that they were reluctant to engage with her, their thoughts seemingly tangled and wary of revealing their intentions. Noting the silence that ensued, Professor Jiang continued, "Since we are all focused on Yang Jinyu, we are still unclear about the level of her abilities. While we cannot ascertain whether the note reflects your true limits, perhaps we could agree to a temporary truce until we assess her abilities." The reception room remained enveloped in silence, yet the glances exchanged between the other 2 professors indicated the emergence of ideas. Meanwhile, Professor Jiang from Capital City wore a knowing smile, as if victory was already within her grasp. However, unbeknownst to them, one among the departing professors was the 6th in line, Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. "You have arrived," announced Professor Sun from Tsinghua University, standing in their path under the pretense of needing to use the restroom while the other professors dispersed into different rooms. "Professor Sun, shouldn't you be in the reception room?" inquired Principal Zhou Ding, puzzled. Professor Sun waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, we arranged for 1 professor at a time to allow the 2 students greater freedom of choice." Zhou Ding could hardly believe his eyes. It was indeed his first time witnessing students selecting from the illustrious East Huang 7, Chapter 40, Purple, S-Class, promising promotion to SS. Come, dear students, here are the conditions we offer. Please take a look." Professor Sun from Tsinghua University disregarded Yang Jinyu's ability level for the moment, prioritizing the acquisition of her interest. After all, even if he laid bare his true bottom line, it would pale in comparison to the 3 affluent professors in the reception room. Nevertheless, Xiao Tian's lips twitched slightly. Having experienced a similar situation before, he was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Thus, prior to ascending the stairs, he informed Professor Jiang from Capital City of their arrival. If they did not appear soon, they would surely come looking for them. By the way, Yang Jinyu, we are still unaware of your ability level. Let's conduct a test, shall we? Rest assured, as long as your ability is no lower than B class, we will grant you the highest rating. As he spoke, Professor Sun retrieved a diamond-shaped crystal from his storage ring. He was determined to secure at least 1 S-class talent, even if he could not obtain both. Now, he found himself wishing for Yang Jinyu's abilities to be somewhat lower to prevent competition from other schools. Principal Zhou Ding, observing the scene, swallowed hard. It was quite absurd. The notion that as long as an ability was not below B class, it would warrant the highest tier was hardly something one would expect from professors of East Huang's elite. While B-class abilities do not guarantee admission to the East Huang 7, they remain the most populous category. When had East Huang's professors shown such keen interest? "Now, Yang, let us commence," urged Professor Sun, his gaze filled with both anticipation and trepidation as he looked at Yang Jinyu. She nodded and reached for the diamond crystal, eager to ascertain her ability level. Instantly, the crystal radiated a brilliant glow, beginning with red before culminating in a dazzling purple light. Principal Zhou Ding's eyes widened in disbelief. "Purple? S-class?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with incredulity. Although he had previously indulged in daydreams while witnessing the power of Yang Jinyu's abilities, seeing it manifest before him left him utterly astounded. In Tsinghua City, a locale known for its sparse population and limited educational resources, the emergence of 2 S-class talents was already a remarkable feat now. With another one appearing and even breaking provincial records, it was akin to an ancestral grave erupting in flames, as if their forebears had risen to bestow blessings. "Purple, Professor Sun?" Meanwhile, astonished voices echoed from a short distance away. Turning to see the source, Professor Sun's lips quivered. He realized he had utterly lost his chance. The 3 professors emerging from the reception room regarded him with hostility. After further deliberation, the original trio of professors remained in the reception room, while the other 4 could only leave with gritted teeth, their aspirations of being backup options dashed. They cast dissatisfied glares toward Professor Sunday. Inside the reception room, the remaining 3 professors fixated intently on Yang Jinyu, their eyes gleaming with envy. Sitting nearby, Xiao Tiance felt a twinge of nostalgia, experiencing the sensation of being overlooked for the first time. At that moment, Professor Wang from Lizhou University, sporting a scar over his left eye, was the first to speak. Yang, should you choose to join Lizhou University, we offer an annual scholarship of 2 million, with no strings attached. Furthermore, throughout your 4 years, we will provide you with unrestricted access to non-S-class techniques and combat methods, while S-class selections will be available for you to choose for annually. Most importantly, once you reach the 5th tier, you will be granted a singular opportunity to enter the Leiqi for body refinement. Professor Wang's words brimmed with sincerity, presenting the utmost conditions Lizhou University could offer. In contrast, Principal Zhou Ding fell into deeper silence, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. 2 million annually amounted to 8 million over 4 years. As for the techniques, they had expended considerable effort and resources to acquire a generic B-class combat method as a reward for Yang Jinyu. Yet, Lizhou University effortlessly offered S-class techniques without charge, alongside annual selections of 4 S-class methods. 1 could sell off the entire Xinhui city and still question whether it could procure a single S-class technique. Truly, comparisons breed resentment. Additionally, the Leiqi was a unique sacred site for cultivation at Lizhou University, capable of significantly enhancing one's physical prowess. However, its violent energies necessitated a physique of at least 20,000 to withstand. It was only effective for those with attribute points below 100,000 and only during their initial entry, lest the situation become untenable. Nevertheless, the effects of body refinement were pronounced, potentially elevating overall physicality and strength by 20%. One must not underestimate this 20%. For a 5th-tier ability user, it could translate to a minimum attribute boost of 4,000 points. With Lizhou University having presented their offer, it was time for us to speak. Taking the floor was Professor Guo from Yinhuang University, clad in a refined suit, exuding an air of elegance while emanating a fierce aura. Scholarships are not my primary concern, as they are the least valuable. However, upon uttering these words, the light in the eyes of an avid money-seeker swiftly dimmed, as she had anticipated a more generous offer from the next institution. Yang, should you join our esteemed university? We will provide you with unlimited access to B-class equipment annually, provided they are not deliberately damaged. As for B-class gear, you will receive 1 set per year, and how you choose to handle it is entirely at your discretion. Furthermore, upon your graduation, we will present you with a precious A-class set of equipment. I must inform you in advance that the finest gear from Tianyang Commerce will be included in our offering. Yinhuang University had outdone itself, leveraging its advantage in equipment to present an irresistible proposition. A single set of C-class equipment costs nearly 10 million, while B-class requires customization. An A-class set could be considered priceless, necessitating the provision of special materials by the purchaser, with many high-tier ability users settling for A-class gear. Listening to this, Xiao Tiance glanced at the professors from Yinhuang University. He could not recall any instance from his previous life where they had offered A-class equipment. Since the 2 of you have concluded your offers, it is now our turn, announced Professor Jiang from Capital City University, her voice resonating with confidence and poise. Regarding the previous conditions, while we indeed lack the Leiqi, we can fulfill all others, especially concerning equipment, which is our forte. At Capital City University, we pride ourselves on our financial resources. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of some. Professor Jiang continued, moreover, in addition to that, we at Capital City University will dedicate ourselves to nurturing you, Yang. Before your graduation, we will elevate your ability to SS-class. As her words echoed through the reception room. A profound silence engulfed the space. Professors Wang and Guo exchanged incredulous glances, their throats tightening. Had they truly heard correctly? The absence of abilities above S-class was attributed to the maximum awakening limit being S-class. Achieving SS-class necessitated postnatal enhancement and a plethora of top-tier resources, each as valuable as the Leiqi, coveted even by high-tier ability users. Had Capital City University truly lost their senses? Chapter 41. Will the other 2 professors not raise their offers? Xiao Tiance was momentarily taken aback, as he had been contemplating how to pilfer more resources from the Demon Servant sect to elevate his own abilities to SS class. Yet, his close friend had secured a head start. While Capital City University promised to assist Yang Jinyu in reaching SS class before graduation, this was likely a cautious statement. It was highly probable that they would elevate her ability to SS class by the end of the first academic year. By that time, the resources available to him from Capital City University, combined with whatever he could obtain from his exploits against the demon servant sect, would be formidable. However, even when summing up all these resources, he barely managed to gather most of the materials required for promotion. This comparison highlights the unusual emphasis that Imperial Capital University places on its close allies. As for Zhou Ding, he was utterly bewildered. Frozen in place, unable to comprehend what was being said, SS level, he recalled that the news had mentioned high-level supernatural beings reaching the 7th or 8th tier. They should be classified as S level. In fact, many of them were still a level. He had always believed that SS level did not exist, yet now, his own student was destined to become an SS level in the future. This was truly insane. Without hesitation, he urged, choose Imperial Capital University. Xiao Tiankai nudged Yang Jinyu, fearing that she might whimsically choose otherwise. Yang Jinyu, momentarily stunned, was astonished at her own value. However, she felt indifferent towards the SS-level supernatural powers since her abilities were linked to a system, and she had no idea what would happen upon promotion. Observing the eager gazes of the three teachers, she suddenly blurted out, "Aren't the other two teachers going to raise their offers?" The others. Yang Jinyu herself was unsure of her reasoning. Perhaps it was the influence of novels from her previous life. After all, in those stories, the protagonists often joined lesser schools and then reversed their fortunes to defeat the most formidable students from the top institutions. Was she now on the path to becoming a cannon fodder antagonist? Yet, wasn't the protagonist right beside her? Was the other party planning to switch allegiances and not join the imperial capital? Yang Jinyu's gaze involuntarily landed on Xiao Tiankai. Which school will you choose? Teacher Jiang of Imperial Capital University observed Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiankai, seemingly enlightened. Rest assured, student Yang, Xiao will certainly choose our Imperial Capital University. The other two teachers were somewhat perplexed. What was going on? Were these two students this close? Their thoughts were entirely disconnected from Teacher Jiang's. After all, Yang Jinyu's information indicated she was male, while both teachers were confirmed bachelors. However, the teachers from Yinhuang University and Lizhou University did not find Yang Jinyu's statement unreasonable. After all, an S-level supernatural ability exhibiting such power at the first tier would undoubtedly be among the elite within the S-level. Any demands made would not be excessive, yet they truly could not afford to raise their offers. Student Yang, it's not that we are unwilling. This is simply our limit, sighed Teacher Gua from Yinhuang University. Imperial Capital University is, after all, the wealthiest institution in Donghuang. They hold nearly 1/3 of the market's patent rights for potions, and the AI utilized across various schools was also developed by Imperial Capital University. We have to send them money every year. How can we compete? Therefore, student Yang, have you made your decision? Teacher Jiang of Imperial Capital University spoke again, his gaze filled with anticipation. The other two teachers were anxious yet hopeful. What if Yang Jinyu chose them? I am sorry, teachers, but I will choose Imperial Capital University. Upon hearing Yang Jinyu's words, teachers Gua and Wang sighed. Yet at least they felt a sense of calm. It was as if the guillotine hanging over their heads had finally descended. Since student Yang had made her choice, congratulations were in order for teacher Jiang. However, if student Yang wished to transfer in the future, she could contact them at any time. Finally, the two teachers departed the reception room under teacher Jiang's disapproving gaze. As for Xiao Tiankai, his choice of Imperial Capital University remained steadfast, though the feeling of being overlooked was rather novel. Well then, student Yang, welcome to our Imperial Capital University. Teacher Jiang suddenly applauded, then retrieved an admission notice from his storage ring and handed it over. This is your admission notice. You will need it during registration. Of course, it's fine if you lose it. Your information has already been recorded. Yang Jinyu? She had just made her choice, so how was it already recorded? Moreover, was her identity marked as male or female? Additionally, student Yang, you will need to sign these two contracts. As he spoke, teacher Jiang produced 2 copies of a contract. Yang Jinyu picked them up and began to read carefully. They contained only the promises made by Imperial Capital University, with no mention of any penalties for breach. This was quite normal, not to mention that Imperial Capital University would not stoop to concern themselves with such penalties. Even if a student were to be poached by one of the other 7 major institutions in Donghuang Midway. Being one of the 7, they were not so impoverished as to be unable to pay a penalty. Furthermore, imposing a penalty might lead students to perceive the school as petty, making it more advantageous to have none at all. Well then, Congratulations to both of you for officially becoming students of our Imperial Capital University, Teacher Jiang said with a beaming smile, handing over 2 cards. These are your passes to enter the simulation space of Imperial Capital University. It is the practical combat simulation space you encountered earlier, but it has been further refined and offers numerous ways to earn credits. Although the school promises to provide you with ample resources, any additional effort will still need to come from you. Our start date is September 1 SD, but after the college entrance examination, you may come to the school early. By then, accommodations will be arranged. Teacher Jiang continued, simultaneously handing over his contact information. This is my contact information. When you arrive at school, just reach out to me. Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiankai accepted the items exchanged and expressed their gratitude before preparing to take their leave. At that moment, Teacher Jiang suddenly called out to Yang Jinyu. Student Yang, please hold on for a moment. I have a few more things to discuss. Xiao Tiankai, uninterested in matters unrelated to the safety of his close friend, promptly exited the reception room. I'll wait for you downstairs. After Xiao Tiankai left, Teacher Jiang looked at Yang Jinyu, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Student Yang, I have reviewed your information. You come from a single-parent household, and your performance on the middle school assessments was average. I suspect that you've been disguising your gender to avoid bullying from your peers. Am I right? But now that you have been admitted to Imperial Capital University and are quite exceptional, there is no need for you to continue concealing your identity. Yang Jinyu? Although she had guessed that the other party had figured out her gender issue, what was the teacher talking about? She could not comprehend. However, she had only one pressing question. Then, teacher, you said that my information has been recorded. The gender section will not indicate female, will it? Chapter 42. The Fortress in the Secret Realm? Little Ant. Teacher Jiang smiled and nodded. Of course, since if you are to participate in the college entrance examination, you will undoubtedly need to restore your true gender. Therefore, the school records will reflect your authentic gender. However, you need not worry. This will not affect your interactions with classmate Xiao. I am aware that he has been taking care of you, so rest assured, the school will make appropriate arrangements. Yang Jinyu? She was even more bewildered. What arrangements? What was being affected? Why was this conversation becoming increasingly incomprehensible? Ultimately, Yang Jinyu left the reception room, her expression one of confusion. What happened? Xiao Tiankai inquired downstairs in the teaching building. Yang Jinyu shook her head. She was just as perplexed. However, adhering to her philosophy of letting things go if they were too convoluted to understand, she decided to drop it. The two of them headed home together. Upon returning home, Yang Jinyu discovered that her mother was not present, likely out grocery shopping since it was a rest day. Thus, she retreated to her room, flopping onto her bed while simultaneously checking the status of the system. Secret Realm fusion complete. The host may enter the Secret Realm for inspection. The civilization projection has been cleared. All data has been integrated. Yang Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. She understood that the civilization projection being cleared referred to those monsters. But what did the various data refer to? With a thought, she found herself within a mechanical corridor imbued with a sci-fi atmosphere. Yang Jinyu was instantly bewildered. Where had she been taken? Was this still within the country? The previous secret realm had not looked like this at all. System, what have you done? She couldn't help but ask. This secret realm is originally the fortress of the Mechanic clan. The system merely revealed its true form. The outside of the fortress remains a wasteland. Upon seeing this, Yang Jinyu opted not to dwell on it too much. It was whatever, and she began to survey her surroundings. The first thing she noticed was the heavy weaponry storage. Happily, she approached it, only to discover that it was completely empty. Yang Jinyu. So, this base is entirely vacant? It's merely a place for me to store heavy weaponry. Indeed, host. All the weapons in this secret realm were depleted during the defense against the Abyss. However, various facilities remain intact, and there are some materials that can partially meet the host's needs for researching weapons and machinery. For mechanical research, you must proceed to the mechanical research room. Basic firearms and weaponry can be researched and synthesized in the firearms room. Yang Jinyu could only curse silently. Expecting her, a poor student, to conduct research was akin to asking for her demise. The system seemed to perceive Yang Jinyu's thoughts and offered another reminder. The host may proceed to the command room directly ahead. The materials within will aid the host. Yang Jinyu. She did not understand why the system was so insistent that she check out those materials, but she decided to go anyway. She was curious to see what materials could possibly assist her. Soon, She arrived at the command room, where her eyes were met with a massive display screen composed of several standard light panels. Below the screen was a metal long table adorned with various machines and devices she could not comprehend. Behind the long table were some exceptionally comfortable-looking soft chairs. Wow, an executive chair! Yang Jinyu rushed over to sit down and began to spin around. As she twirled with enthusiasm, contemplating whether to engage in a chair racing competition, she noticed that the display screen began to reveal some information. Fundamental mechanics, fundamental materials science, the mechanical engineering of the Grey King. Slow Village Chief, basic programming, artificial intelligence. Yang Jinyu counted the materials, roughly around 10 volumes, and was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. She promptly decided to leave the secret realm, but alas, it was too late. The secret realm has fully integrated with the system. The materials before her must be studied by the host in order to exit. Yang Jinyu. Isn't this just condemning her, a poor student, to a fate worse than death? She had even glimpsed advanced mathematics among the materials, and she was a member of the mechanic clan. Given the host's difficulties in grasping this knowledge, it is not necessary for the host to master everything completely to leave. As long as the daily learning objectives are met, the host may exit. Furthermore, with the system's assistance, knowledge can be panelized. Coupled with the host's mental attributes, you have a significant advantage, do you understand? Yang Jinyu's lips twitched in response. Thank you so much. No need for thanks. The system is devoid of emotions. Now, please commence your first day of study. Mechanic Clan Advanced Mathematics, Fundamental Mechanics, Fundamental Materials Science, the Mechanical Engineering of the Grey King. The host is required to grasp at least 1/10 of each subject's content, with no upper limit. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu slumped in her seat, rolling her eyes, embodying a look of utter despair. Reminder: should the host delay further in commencing their studies, the first punishment will be administered, electric shock. Amid her grumbling, Yang Jinyu began her studies for the day. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. And when she finally emerged from the secret realm, she felt as if her mind were crammed with all that sordid knowledge. Do not misunderstand. She was referring to the advanced mathematics. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a basic understanding of mechanics and can now fabricate simple machines. Loading RX 78 Pursuer. However, the system does not recommend this, as the host's current skills may hinder the creation of extraordinary objects. Yang Jinyu. An old man on the subway frowned. What are you trying to say? Mocking her? Just wait. She would continue studying, never mind. Let the mockery be, however. From the sound of it, it seemed she would not be able to transition to a mechanic anytime soon. Moreover, she had only managed to study some foundational materials. The rest were bearable, barely enabling her to produce a subpar exterior for that bamboo dragonfly robot. Yet, the most crucial aspect, the AI, was far beyond her grasp, likely requiring further study at university, given that the capital university had an exceptional AI program. Suddenly, a sound of a key inserting into the lock echoed from outside, and Yang Jinyu thought her mother had returned. Elated, she rushed to the door, eager to flaunt her acceptance letter from the capital university. However, as she swung open the door, she was greeted by a striking figure clad in a white t-shirt and pink straight-leg pants, beaming at her. Oh no, it's my aunt. Yang Jinyu froze, retracting her footstep, only to slam the door shut with a resounding bang. Good heavens, why was this demoness here? Crouching in front of the door, she trembled in fear. The female demon outside was named Yang Siming, her appearance and name exuding youthful vitality. However, she was far from the innocent girl her looks suggested. At 29, she had no business pretending to be young. Little fish, open the door for your aunt. Came Yang Siming's vibrant voice from outside. Yang Jinyu shook her head vigorously, refusing to open it. Not even if I die? Little fish, are you certain? It seems you've forgotten my abilities during our long separation. Just as the words left her lips, Yang Jinyu noticed a figure waving at her from the mirror opposite. A level ability mirror dimension traversal allows the user to utilize any form of mirror or reflective surface as a portal. Within a certain range, one can instantaneously traverse to any scene or space reflected in the mirror. Additionally, one can project high-density light energy beams or create multiple illusory copies of oneself, serving to confuse enemies and even self-destruct. However, there are specific requirements for the reflective surface. Chapter 43. Cross-dressing. Exposure. Oh no, please don't come any closer. As Yang Siming emerged from the mirror, Yang Jinyu was instantly reminded of the childhood fears she associated with her. Yet, Yang Siming approached with a smile, holding a set of clothes. "Little fish, you truly are a girl now. Hee hee." A chorus of screams erupted in the room. 10 minutes later. "Little fish, please remove your hands. Take a good look at your current appearance and accept reality." Yang Siming, with an ant-like smile, stared at Yang Jinyu, who stubbornly kept her eyes shut and hands over her face. "No, absolutely not." Yang Jinyu protested vehemently. This was her last shred of dignity. Shattered though it may be, she would defend it with her life. Seeing Yang Jinyu still struggling, Yang Siming decided to abandon verbal persuasion and resolved to pry her hands away. However, as she exerted her strength, a look of confusion crossed her face. This girl has quite a bit of strength. As a level 4 ability user with a power level of 7 to 8,000, she had only used 20% of her strength, yet it shouldn't have been this difficult to pry open the girl's hands. This girl was only level 1, yet her strength surpassed that of an average level 2 ability user. What kind of absurd ability is this, a physical one? Yang Siming shook her head, dismissing the thought. She could ask later. There were more pressing matters at hand. "Come on, little fish, accept reality. You are now a girl. You can't keep wearing boys' clothes and binding your chest. It's unhealthy for your body, and besides, you can't fabricate a false identity when you start university." As Yang Siming finished speaking, Yang Jinyu's hands were forcibly pried apart. Yet, it was unclear whether she had willingly surrendered or if Yang Siming's words had swayed her. Yang Jinyu did not shut her eyes. The mirror reflected her current appearance with startling clarity. A young girl with a single ponytail, her features exquisite and her skin translucent, as if one could squeeze water from it. Her eyes and brows bore the innocence of youth, yet contained a hint of valor. Beneath long eyelashes lay a pair of lively eyes, a beauty inherited from her mother, Su Wan. Dressed in a simple yet refreshing white t-shirt, her slender upper body was accentuated. Below, she wore soft pink straight-leg pants, perfectly complementing the curves of her legs, making them appear even longer and straighter. The girl's physique was undoubtedly a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens, her waist supple, and her lines fluid. Not overly slender. She embodied both feminine grace and strength. Especially if someone wanted to experience the girl's strength firsthand, she would make them understand what it meant to face a girl's wrath. "Little fish, you truly are a natural beauty. In this outfit, we look just like sisters." Yang Siming joyfully surveyed Yang Jinyu. Her gaze then shifted to a black backpack nearby. That was the outfit she truly wished Yang Jinyu to wear. However, she knew that this matter could not be rushed. She first needed to help her accept wearing girls' clothes, especially since she was on leave. Yang Jinyu's lips twitched, unwilling to speak. Although it was shameless to admit, her current image resembled that of a radiant moonlight in youth. The problem was, she wanted a girlfriend who embodied that moonlight, not to become one herself. "Let us go out for a stroll. Get accustomed to it. After all, it's mealtime now. So there won't be many people around." As Yang Siming spoke, she forcibly pulled Yang Jinyu out of the room. Just as they opened the door, Yang Jinyu locked eyes with someone. "Ah!" A panicked scream echoed through the hallway, and Yang Jinyu dashed back into her room, slamming the door shut. "Xiao Tianzi?" "Hello, Aunt." Yang Siming nodded with a smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she probed. "Xiao Zhe, what did you think of that scene just now?" Xiao Tianzi fell silent for a moment before replying. "Everyone may have some peculiar preferences. I have no opinion on it and won't discriminate against her." Although he had always known his best friend was exceptionally beautiful, he was taken aback to see her in women's clothing. It was quite stunning. He just wondered how large of a bun she had stuffed in her shirt. Xiao Tianzi had never considered Yang Jinyu in a feminine light. On one hand, he had hardly interacted with females, and on the other, could anyone imagine their childhood buddy suddenly transforming from a boy to a girl? Especially since they had bathed together before. Although in a world of abilities, anything was possible, he had never encountered such a situation. "Xiao Zhe, why are you standing at the door? Hurry and come in." At that moment, Yang Wan, carrying groceries, returned home. Upon seeing Xiao Tianzi at the door, she quickly beckoned him. Yang Siming looked at Xiao Tianzi with a complex expression, shaking her head. "Sigh, what a dense one once inside." Su Wan scanned the room. "Where's Jinyu?" "Xiao Tianzi, Yang Siming. She's in her room, but I doubt she'll come out before dinner." Su Wan, upon hearing this, did not press further, simply calling out towards Yang Jinyu's room. "Jinyu, This afternoon someone came to see you. They said they were your classmate and brought a lot of gifts. When they saw you weren't home, they left, but they will come back tomorrow. You should stay at home if you have nothing else to do. Inside Yang Jinyu's room, a profound silence followed. With no response, that moment, Yang Jinyu was curled up in her blanket, her face as red as a monkey's bottom. She had never expected that her first time in women's clothing would be witnessed by her best friend. How would he view her now? Cross-dressing, yet she still knows he is a girl? Meanwhile, completely unaware that Xiao Tiankai, who is tormented by his own thoughts, is engaged in a casual conversation with Yang Siming. Aunt, the first training session of the Demon Purification Bureau is about to commence this year, isn't it? Yang Siming was taken aback. Oh, really? What, do you wish to join? Or is Xiao Yuer's interest still flickering? Xiao Tiankai replied earnestly, it's my desire to join .as for Jinyu. She may have extinguished that notion before, but now, who knows? Yang Siming nodded, let's discuss it further during dinner. Her gaze drifted towards Su Wan, who was busy cooking in the kitchen. She was uncertain whether Sister Wan would approve of allowing these two newly minted adults to join the Demon Purification Bureau. After all, the risks involved were considerable. Her elder brother had perished during a mission. Sometime later, at the dining table, Yang Jinyu, having changed back into male attire, ate with a furtive demeanor, yet her peripheral vision would occasionally dart towards Xiao Tiankai across the table. Noticing his impassive expression as he quietly consumed his meal sent her heart into a tumult, leaving her unsure of her best friend's current feelings towards her. If there existed a memory-erasing potion, she would surely force it down his throat. The atmosphere at the table grew subtly tense. Yang's mother wore a perplexed expression while Yang Siming shook her head in resignation. At that moment, Xiao Tiankai suddenly broke the silence. Aunt Su, I wish to join the Demon Purification Bureau. Having taken care of Xiao Tiankai for several years, Su Wan regarded him almost as a second son. Naturally, he sought her approval for such a significant decision. Upon hearing his declaration, the dining table fell into a hush, and Yang Jinyu's attention shifted towards Yang's mother. Faced with the gazes of Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiankai, Yang's mother remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, you should discuss this matter with Xiao Meng. I have told Jinyu that I will no longer interfere with her training. However, no matter what, your safety must always come first. Children grow and develop their own ideas, but as a mother, she couldn't help but remind them to prioritize their safety. Yang Siming seized the moment to interject. Looking at Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiankai, joining the Demon Purification Bureau is not as simple as you think. After dinner, I'll take you both out for a little excursion, the two nodded. And Yang Jinyu cast aside her earlier concerns. The Abyssal Demon Clan, the Demon Servitude sect, joining the Demon Purification Bureau would be the quickest way to engage with them. Soon after, they finished their meal. Outside, a military-grade Dongfeng Mingshi stood silently. Yang Jinyu gazed at the vehicle with unrestrained curiosity, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Dongfeng Mingshi, and it's been modified. How splendid! As she spoke, she inspected the vehicle with her half-filled bottle of mechanical expertise. Yang Siming interrupted, enough of that. What's so fascinating? The Demon Purification Bureau is military after all. What's a Dongfeng Mingshi? Get in. With that, she opened the car door, gesturing for Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiankai to enter. Once seated, Yang Siming's expression turned serious as she stated, the minimum requirement for joining the Demon Purification Bureau is to be at least second-tier. BY writes, you two lack the requisite strength. However, Sister Wan has informed me of your extraordinary results in the Secret Realm assessment. Rather astonishing. I must say, considering that Xinghui City is a small place, the scale of the trial's Secret Realm shouldn't be that vast. I wonder how you achieved those scores. Did you outshine the other students? Never mind, you need not explain. I must personally witness your capabilities. If you do not meet the standards, then after school starts, you are to attend classes obediently. This is not something you should be involved in just yet. As her words concluded, the Mingshi swiftly exited the city limits. Yang Siming pressed a button, and instantly, the vehicle seemed to come alive. A powerful force pushed against their backs, prompting Yang Jinyu to hastily fasten her seatbelt. Letting out a gasp, goodness aunt, the speed has already surpassed 300. Are you racing against the high-speed train? Be cautious of the Public Security Bureau slapping you with a fine. Yang Siming scoffed. 300? Please, this is just in the city. If we were out in the countryside, I could make this Mingshi fly. All right, enough chit-chat. Prepare yourselves. Joining the Demon Purification Bureau is no trivial matter, so don't get sickened. After a while, the Mingshi halted in a secluded area. Yang Siming pressed the brake, her eyes revealing a hint of seriousness. Get out, the remainder of the journey must be on foot. Otherwise, we risk exposure. The three exited the vehicle and walked along a narrow path for about half an hour, eventually arriving at a dilapidated ruin that appeared to have some signs of life. This was a small outpost of the Demon Servitude sect, where the strongest individuals amounted to no more than second tier, while the rest were either first tier or unranked. The news had just reached the Xinhui City branch, and they had yet to address the situation. Yang Siming's voice was calm yet cold as she continued. Your task is to eliminate everything here without leaving a single survivor. As for the reason, you will understand once you enter. She paused briefly before shifting her tone. However, I must warn you, if I have to intervene, it will mean you are not yet qualified to join the Purification Bureau. With that, Yang Siming awaited their response. Although she knew these two had some strength, she remained skeptical, given that they were sheltered flowers, unfamiliar with the brutality of the world, especially her own niece, who had always been innocent and somewhat socially anxious. Their experiences in the Secret Realm trial were merely a projection of civilization, devoid of any truly gruesome scenes. Their opponents were not human, and thus bore no psychological burden, even possessing protective mechanisms. Here, however, the reality was stark. Their foes were human, and the atmosphere was rife with bloodshed and horror. Such experiences could inflict significant psychological trauma, adversely affecting their combat capabilities. Yet, on the true battlefield or during a mission, no one would care about their feelings, so she would not offer any warnings. If they failed, it would simply indicate that they were not suited for the Purification Bureau. Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiankai exchanged glances without uttering a word, then commenced their actions. Since they were not adept at concealing their movements, they boldly advanced. Bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out as the hidden sentries were systematically dispatched. Merely some low-tier esper. Intruders, quickly, grab your weapons. Release the monsters. The ruins descended into chaos, with flashes of lightning, the cacophony of gunfire, and the occasional roar of artillery. What in the world? Yang Siming felt a twinge of confusion. While she was aware of her niece's achievements, she had no insight into her abilities. After all, videos of special recruits were not made public unless she specifically requested them. Yet, judging by the sounds emanating from the ruins, could it be related to firearms? She was well aware of the other boy's powers, but what was the source of that monstrous strength? In a flash, Yang Siming leapt to a higher vantage point within the ruins. Upon surveying the scene, she was met with a multitude of creatures resembling mechanized zombies. However, unlike mere projections, these beings did not possess internal energy cores. Thus, they were not only grotesque on the surface, their deaths would be all the more repulsive. Already, she could see half-exposed skulls and intestines hanging limply. Red and white matter splattered everywhere, with several decaying corpses stinking in the corners. This was precisely why Yang Siming deemed them deserving of death. Humans conducting research on abyssal demon energy in a bid to grow stronger. And this was merely a small base, at that moment. Within the ruins, faced with a considerable number of monsters and esper launching surprise attacks, Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiansai's performance was unexpectedly impressive. They appeared unharmed by the surrounding environment. Xiao Tiankai was usually quite composed, which she understood, but why was Yang Jinyu showing such little reaction? Yang Siming was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it was because their foes were too weak. Even if they were disgusted, it wouldn't affect their capabilities. However, the real challenge was yet to come. Yet, Yang Siming harbored a lingering question. What exactly was her niece's ability? Where did she acquire an assault rifle? And who were those two little rascals daring to cause trouble on the Demon Servitude sect's territory? Were they courting death? Just then, a bald man accompanied by two lackeys emerged from a relatively intact room within the ruins. Initially, he thought they were members of the Demon Purification Bureau who had discovered their hideout and nearly fled in panic. However, upon hearing the unusual sounds outside, he realized they were using firearms. Although they often carried weapons, they rarely used them. They were merely for show, meant for swiftly dealing with enemies. Driven by curiosity, a trait that often leads to peril, he observed the situation, concluding that they were merely two first-tier brats. Previously, they had startled him, and he intended to instill a lasting fear in them. Don't kill them. They'll serve as perfect experimental subjects. The bald man waved his hand at his lackeys, believing that two first-tier espers were hardly worth his personal involvement. His two subordinates were more than sufficient. A second tier against a first tier was a mere game. "Brother, rest assured, I would never harm such a beautiful lady," one of the lackeys said with a lewd grin as he approached Yang Jinyu. Yang Jinyu stared at the lecherous man advancing towards her, her lips twitching in disgust. She found him even more repulsive than the surrounding scene. "How dare you attempt to lay your hands on me? I'll treat you to a bullet." With that, Yang Jinyu swiftly closed the distance towards him. The lewd man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "My dear lady, are you that eager?" With a grotesque smile, he suddenly pressed his hands to the ground, summoning vines to entwine. Indeed, the most effective strategy was to gross out the opponent first, thereby affecting their mindset. Is it not a trivial matter for this mere girl to handle? In an instant, numerous vines erupted from the ground, writhing as if they were sentient beings, ensnaring towards Yang Jinyu. Chapter 45. 10 seconds K.O. The transformation of the bald man faced with the sudden appearance of the tentacle-like green vines. Yang Jinyu was momentarily startled and swiftly dodged. How foolish of her to forget that these were not the mindless creatures from the secret realm that lacked special abilities. By heavens, were it not for her mental acuity and agility attributes, which were commendable, she might have become the protagonist of some narrative. With a flourish of her hands, the M3 flamethrower materialized, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Do they fancy playing with tentacles? I'll incinerate them all." A torrent of flames erupted from the enlarged nozzle, swirling through the air like a fire dragon. The lecherous man, witnessing the sudden appearance of Yang Jinyu's flamethrower and the raging inferno, was left utterly dumbfounded. Where did this wretched girl acquire such a weapon? He could only hastily wrap himself in vines. Yet, he believed that with his second-tier ability, bolstered by a mental capacity of 700 points, there was no way a first-tier ability user could breach his defenses. What of the flames? A mere flicker would be extinguished by a hefty log, however, just as the lecherous man reveled in his arrogance. The sphere ensconced in vines was instantaneously transformed into a fireball. A cacophony of agonizing screams ensued. Surrounded by flames and unable to escape, the lecherous man was consumed by a singular thought. Good heavens, if she could ignite his vines in an instant, her mental prowess surpassed his. If she were a first tier, he was utterly doomed. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu tilted her head, puzzled by the adversary's reasoning to envelop himself in vines to withstand her flames. The sudden turn of events caught the bald man unawares. He had yet to react before losing one of his most crucial subordinates. "You wretched girl, you truly seek death," the bald man roared in rage. It was not that he cared excessively for the fallen, but the problem lay in the fact that with the subordinate gone, who would clear the detestable remnants in the courtyard? Besides, a mere first-tier ability user had vanquished a fledgling second-tier weakling with the help of firearms. He would ensure that she understood what a true second-tier ability user was. With a furious roar, the bald man transformed into a creature with a tiger's head and a human body, radiating an aura of brutality as he lunged at Yang Jinyu. High among the ruins, Yang Siming furrowed her brow. Although she did not wish for Yang Jinyu to join the Demon Clan's extermination team, she could not deny that even if Yang Jinyu had employed some clever tactics to defeat the lecherous man, it demonstrated her strength. However, the beast before her, with its tiger head and human form, possessed a power level of second-tier 4, capable of combating above its tier. Such might was far beyond what her little niece could contend with, especially since her primary sources of output, the Gatling gun and flamethrower, might not even reach their target. Realizing this, Yang Siming rose to take action. In her estimation, given the bald man's speed, Yang Jinyu would likely be unable to react in time. At that moment, Yang Jinyu indeed stood frozen, seemingly caught off guard, though it appeared she had switched her weapon. Just as the bald man was about to strike, a burst of crimson golden light erupted from her. In an instant, her dual guns twirled, and the sharp reports of gunfire shattered the air. Mental counterattack, activate. The bald man felt a sudden darkness envelop him, overwhelming him with dizziness, the pain from the 2 bullets he had sustained overshadowed by the intense disorientation. In his haze, he glimpsed the girl advancing towards him with a fierce upward kick. Yet, the force was far beyond his expectations. Was she truly a first tier? He could believe she was at least third tier. A sharp crack echoed from his chest, accompanied by excruciating pain and a metallic sweetness flooding his mouth. Nonetheless, Yang Jinyu did not halt her advance. Sonic interception? The blade-like dual guns sliced through the air like lightning, delivering a barrage of strikes that sent the bald man hurtling back. Since the conclusion of the secret realm, Yang Jinyu had reached level 16, her strength and physique exceeding 2,500 points, comparable to a third-tier ability user. Or level 30. Furthermore, her mental capacity and experiences from the secret realm surpassed 1,100 points, equivalent to a second-tier 5 ability user. She had already mastered all skills at this stage, excluding untransformed ones. Bang, bang. Annihilation shot. Finally, two beams of fire streaked across the night sky, marking the end of this confrontation as the bald man lay on the ground, his fate unknown. Seconds, mere seconds? Yang Siming was taken aback. The bald man, after utilizing his abilities, could easily contend with an average second-tier 5 or even 6 ability user. Yet, in less than 10 seconds against her little niece, he had fallen, and it had all been through physical prowess. Was her ability not reliant on heavy weaponry? But in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. She witnessed Yang Jinyu approaching, poised to deliver a finishing blow when the bald man, still on the ground, began to emanate dark mist. He was indeed an ability user who had injected himself with the abyssal serum. In a flash, Yang Siming vanished from her position, for there were no reflective surfaces amidst the ruins. She could not instantly reach Yang Jinyu's side. Though the moon can reflect light, it does not count. Otherwise, it would not be classified as an A-grade ability. The bald man, however, stood before Yang Jinyu, his body covered in tiger fur, with sharp claws sprouting from his hands. Like a half-beast, he lunged at Yang Jinyu, his eyes filled with malice. Wretched girl, you have caused me to activate this incomplete serum, drastically reducing my lifespan. I will see you dead. Yang Jinyu's heart raced, yet she remained composed, having prepared for the possibility that her adversary was not yet finished. However, the speed of her opponent now seemed significantly greater, and she feared she might take a hit. Caution. Just then, a commanding shout rang in her ears. It was Xiao Tiance, who had moved unseen, appearing before Yang Jinyu like a wraith. From the moment the bald man had emerged, Xiao Tiance had sensed a familiarity about him, so he had kept a vigilant eye on the situation. Once the transformation took place, he instantly recognized him as one of the culprits responsible for the destruction of the secret realm in his past life. Though he was the weakest among them, as a local of Xinghui City, he was well acquainted with the terrain surrounding the secret realm. Ultimately, his actions had led to the realm's ruin, and his audacity to inject himself with the incomplete abyssal serum had drawn the attention of a high-ranking member of the demon servant sect. His power had surged, reaching 5th tier, posing a significant threat to humanity in the outer layers of the abyss. Thunderstorm fusion state. Xiao Tiance was enveloped in a swirling field of crackling lightning energy, resembling a miniature thunderstorm. This was the form he had awakened after reaching the second stage of his spirit source body forging technique. Boom! With a deafening roar, Xiao Tiance collided with the bald man, sending shockwaves rippling through the air and stirring up clouds of dust. Beneath them, a 3-meter-wide pit formed. Chapter 46. A single shot to kill. An uninvited guest. Damn it, another inexplicably powerful brat. The bald man felt the formidable power emanating from Xiao Tiance, which was not at all inferior to that of Yang Jinyu, and his expression shifted in alarm. He understood that if this continued, he would meet his demise. Moreover, he had not pondered why two youngsters had found him here. Now, having witnessed their strength, it dawned on him that perhaps the demon clan's extermination team had sent them to hone their skills on him. Flee. He must flee. Realizing the potential presence of the demon clan's extermination team, the bald man turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Cough. At that moment, however, Xiao Tiance suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his power and physique were roughly equivalent to 3rd tier, the bald man's overall strength was on par with that of a 3rd tier ability user. Including his spirit source, coupled with the abyssal aura surrounding him, injury was inevitable. Lao Xiao, are you all right? Don't scare me, Yang Jinyu exclaimed in panic upon witnessing the scene. She had not anticipated that the bald man could inflict harm upon Xiao Tiance, causing him to bleed. In her mind, Xiao Tiance was supposed to be the one who dominated the battlefield. Yang Jinyu quickly retrieved a shimmering Raimi aid potion. Although she also had red potions, she wondered whether the abyssal aura on the bald man would affect Xiao Tiance. Anger surged within her. What would she do if she had no potions? Yang Jinyu glared at the bald man, who had just escaped a short distance away, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. "You scoundrel, playing dead, are you? I shall make you truly perish." With a roar, she swung her arm, and a colossal blue crystal cannon materialized in her grasp, gleaming with a cold and dangerous light under the moon's illumination. Initially poised to eliminate the bald man, Yang Siming halted her actions upon witnessing this scene. The components of the crystal cannon rapidly unfolded, and she sensed an almost palpable aura of danger. Laser cannon, fire! Instantly, a colossal and dazzling beam of light shot forth from the cannon, slicing through the night sky like lightning, illuminating the surroundings where it passed. The earth was scorched, leaving a long, charred mark, while a pungent odor filled the air. Good heavens! The bald man had no time to turn around. He merely felt a blinding light behind him, followed by an engulfing void and darkness. In an instant, his form dissipated as if he had never existed. "What on earth is that?" Yang Siming's lips twitched, her eyes wide with disbelief. Was the power of that laser explosion a bit excessive? Her little niece was not even second tier yet. Although her previous physical prowess had already showcased her exceptional strength, this laser cannon was undeniably outrageous. The bald man's strength, after his transformation, had reached the level of a third-tier ability user. Yet he was effortlessly annihilated by a single shot, leaving him no time to react. This remarkable speed entirely compensated for her previous shortcomings with heavy artillery. Yang Siming took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions as she approached Yang Jinyu and the other individual. "You two, very well, let us return. Others will come to handle this situation." At that moment, Yang Siming found herself at a loss for words. The two had undoubtedly proven themselves capable. However, she needed a moment to gather her thoughts. Once in the vehicle, Yang Siming, now somewhat composed, spoke again. "You two have qualified. I will add your names to the training session in May. It will last approximately 2 months, located in Xinglua capital. Once the training concludes, you shall proceed directly to school." She paused, her expression turning grave. "However, I must inform you that from the moment you join the training, you must be prepared for the constant presence of danger. As for the specifics, you will understand once you enter the training." Meanwhile, at the site of the ruins, the members of the Xinghua City branch who had arrived to handle the scene were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. What the hell? Is this the power of a fourth-tier powerhouse? Did this nearly flatten the ruins in one blow? They stared in bewilderment at the devastated remnants, struck by Yang Jinyu's laser cannon, their faces filled with confusion. This isn't what the intel suggested. Wasn't there a section of ruins? How did it transform into such a deep and wide pit? If it weren't for the remaining fragments of intact ruins in another direction, they would have doubted they were in the right place. It must have been that powerhouse's doing. It was said that her offensive technique involved unleashing devastating energy beams, perfectly aligning with the scene before them. When a powerhouse strikes, indeed, it is extraordinary. We should expedite the cleanup and report back as soon as possible. The members of the branch deliberated among themselves, swiftly assessing the situation. After all, how could an ordinary ability user possess such terrifying destructive power with a single attack? "Thank you for earlier." Upon returning home, Yang Jinyu gazed at the door that Xiao Tiance was about to close, her hands unconsciously pinching her nails, her voice barely above a whisper. Although she had grown up alongside him and received considerable care, she had never anticipated that he would risk his life to shield her from the bald man's assault. This sudden gesture left her somewhat touched. However, this was her first time expressing gratitude so directly, making her feel a bit bashful. Yet, in response to Yang Jinyu's thanks, Xiao Tiance fell silent, muttering, "It's nothing, but could you act a bit more normally? This feels a bit awkward." Yang Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She sincerely expressed her gratitude, only for him to imply that she was acting strangely. "Forget I said anything," she huffed in irritation, her cheeks quivering slightly, before she abruptly slammed the door shut. Witnessing this, Yang Siming shook her head helplessly, sighed toward Xiao Tiance, and then pushed the door open to enter the house. After both had departed, Xiao Tiance suddenly exhaled deeply. Yang Jinyu's unexpected softness earlier reminded him of her appearance when she had donned a dress before dinner, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Damn it, I genuinely express my gratitude, and you say I'm awkward? You little scoundrel." Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu was seething with anger, continuously pounding her pillow. Ultimately unable to sleep, she resolved to continue her intellectual torment. The next day, the rest day came to an end. Yang's mother needed to go to work, so breakfast was to be resolved by Yang Jinyu and Yang Siming. Naturally, after being suppressed by Yang Siming, Yang Jinyu became the one tasked with procuring breakfast. However, while downstairs, she encountered two unwelcome guests. "What are you doing lurking outside my house?" Yang Jinyu's tone held a hint of wariness as she cast a disdainful glare at the Zhao siblings. She did not believe for a moment that they were merely passing by. "Let me make this clear. Don't even think about extorting money from me. You brought this upon yourselves in the secret realm." As she spoke, she suddenly recalled the scene of having pummeled Zhao Wanner on the street, her voice dropping to a whisper. Many had witnessed that incident, and she had forgotten to have her sign any agreements. Would they seek to trouble her over that? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I didn't go too hard on her, and it was just a fight between ability users of the same tier. Even if it wasn't in a designated fighting arena. The worst that could happen is a fine. I'm not short on money. Nevertheless, when would the scholarship from school arrive? And what about the rewards from the Education Bureau? Should she borrow some money from the old Xiao first? Chapter 47. The Zhao siblings come to apologize and compensate. Yang Jinyu, right? We meet again, but please do not misunderstand. We are not here to cause you trouble. Zhao Mingyang maintained a deliberately cordial smile, his eyes betraying a subtle arrogance. However, facing Yang Jinyu, he could only suppress it, speaking in a gentle tone. My little sister has offended you before. We have come specifically to apologize. We came by yesterday. But you were not home, Zhao Mingyang added. Though he looked down on those from ordinary families, he was not foolish. The young man before him, resembling a pretty boy, had already been admitted to the Imperial Capital University, boasting an S-tier ability. Moreover, his investigations revealed that the family background was not as simple as his sister had claimed. It was not merely a typical single-parent household. His father and aunt were members of the Demon Clan Purging Bureau. While the former had passed away, the latter was still alive and was likely no less than a third-tier ability user. Thus, it was crucial to resolve any conflicts before they escalated into something substantial, which was why he personally brought his sister to apologize, and twice at that. Apologize? Yang Jinyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly incredulous. You mean to tell me that Zhao Wanner, with her temperament, is capable of apologizing? She cast a glance at Zhao Wanner, who was pouting. Wanner, what did you promise me before? Zhao Mingyang cast a serious look at Zhao Wanner, who, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to lower her head. Her voice dripping with obvious unwillingness. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have troubled you. In Zhao Wanner's eyes, apologizing to Yang Jinyu was an immense humiliation, even more disgraceful than being beaten in public last time. Yet, she had no choice. She could no longer afford to offend Yang Jinyu. The Zhao family had some standing in Xinghua City, with their strongest nearing the 4th tier, on par with Yang Jinyu's aunt. However, on the other side was the Demon Clan Purging Bureau, filled with powerful individuals. Wait, is this what you call an apology? Yang Jinyu shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Wanner, scoffing. Who truly apologizes with such reluctance? Just a moment ago, you wanted me to kneel. With that thought, Yang Jinyu was suddenly inspired to tease them. A bright smile spread across her face as she posed a question that left the Zhao siblings bewildered. Isn't it customary to expose your belly when apologizing? That's common sense. As for whether they would harbor more resentment toward her, she was indifferent. Their relationship had never been particularly cordial. The Zhao siblings? Zhao Wanner's face turned ashen, and she angrily retorted, Yang Jinyu, what do you mean by that? Is exposing your belly during an apology something a person would do? And common sense. Are you purposefully mocking me? Zhao Mingyang's expression froze for a moment, but he maintained his composure. Why sister's earlier apology was indeed insincere, but is it really appropriate for you to speak to a girl like that? Yang? Yang Jinyu turned her head aside, her lips curling once more. What's wrong with girls? Aren't we all human? Zhao Mingyang continued. How about this? I will have my sister sincerely apologize to you once more and offer you some compensation for what she did before. We can put our previous grievances to rest. What do you think? Upon hearing the mention of compensation, Yang Jinyu's eyes lit up instantly. Apologies were trivial, but compensation was something else entirely, despite her outward appearance of affluence. She had yet to see a single cent in her hands. Compensation? How much are we talking about? As long as they ceased to bother her after the payment, she would consider it all settled. Zhao Mingyang fell silent for a moment. Was that all it took to resolve matters? Had he endured all that humiliation for nothing? Nevertheless, If they could resolve it quickly, that would be best. Then, how about 100,000? Zhao Mingyang suggested. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu's pupils constricted, her mind racing. What? So generous. Seeing that Yang Jinyu did not respond, Zhao Mingyang assumed the amount was insufficient and added, how about 500,000? I hope you can give the Zhao family a bit of face. 500,000? No problem, just transfer it. Once the transfer was complete, all grievances would be wiped clean. Yang Jinyu excitedly retrieved her phone, her face alight with joy, having unexpectedly gained an extra 400,000 for a moment's distraction. Shortly after, Zhao Mingyang transferred the 500,000 to Yang Jinyu and had Zhao Wanner apologize sincerely once more before leaving with her. Yang Jinyu, meanwhile, stared at the transfer record on her phone, beaming with delight, completely unconcerned with the Zhao siblings' apology. She murmured to herself, 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. A full 500,000. She had struck it rich. With the money in hand, she could finally purchase the second-tier body-tempering elixir. Humming a cheerful tune, Yang Jinyu made her way toward the Tianyang Mall, her spirits exceptionally high. Meanwhile, at home, someone still waiting for breakfast glanced at the time, a look of confusion crossing their face. It had been half an hour. Why was breakfast still not returned? After Zhao Wanner offered her apologies, she was seething with rage, her fists clenched tightly. Brother, that Yang Jinyu completely disregards us. When I apologized just now, she utterly ignored me. Zhao Mingyang gently rubbed Zhao Wanner's head, offering consolation. Well, at least the conflict between you two has been resolved. Just keep your distance from her in the future. We both need to step up our efforts during this period, especially since we failed the Secret Realm trial. The mere thought of being forced to exit the Secret Realm trial early due to Yang Jinyu's interference only fueled Zhao Wanner's anger. Though she could only suppress her fury. However, it would be best if the other party never faced any consequences or if she could never catch up to her. Where's breakfast? Yang Siming looked at Yang Jinyu, who returned empty-handed after 2 hours, bewildered. You were out for 2 hours, where's breakfast? Yang Jinyu scratched her head, her eyes flickering as she attempted to brush it off. Duh. It's almost 11 o'clock now, so I figured it was time for lunch. So I didn't buy breakfast. Yang Siming immediately trembled with rage. You little rascal, all you know is that it's time for lunch. So, what did you do for those 2 hours? 10 minutes later, a subdued Yang Jinyu, dressed in a maid outfit, emerged from the kitchen, bearing a bowl of enhanced oil-splashed noodles with a look of humiliation. So, you practice that spirit source body forging technique? Yang Siming inquired while accepting the bowl and eating. Yang Jinyu nodded, though a hint of confusion flickered in her gaze. She had added a considerable amount of salt and chili, yet the other seemed unfazed. No wonder your strength is so outrageous. Yang Siming continued, her tone laced with teasing. You're fortunate. That body tempering technique is incomplete. The third tier reduces the enhancement to 60, the sixth tier to 30, and if you go any higher, you may even lose the enhancement entirely. At this point, Yang Siming suddenly shifted her tone, a trace of regret creeping in. But that's not the main issue. Even so, it's still a top-tier body forging technique. The problem is that this technique is missing the final layer. It actually consists of 6 layers. Didn't you find it odd during your practice that each 2-stage form seems to lack a layer? Yang Jinyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. At that moment, she had finally grasped the chance to become stronger and had disregarded the details, even her transformation into a girl. Chapter 48. Continuing to open the cans, pink, still pink. Yang Siming continued, and if you can't fully cultivate it, when you reach the 6th tier, lacking the final layer, congratulations. This body forging technique will become utterly useless. The first 5 layers stabilize the enhancement effect. Only the 6th layer truly solidifies the body. So, young lady, struggle on. That forging technique was acquired by your father in the depths of the abyss. So just do your best. With that, Yang Siming set down her empty bowl and patted Yang Jinyu's shoulder, a playful smile gracing her lips. By the way, feel free to add more chili next time. I, a 4th tier ability user, am not afraid of it. Also, during this time, just focus on your training. I've already registered both your names, but as 2nd tier. With your talents, breaking through to the 2nd tier in the remaining 20 days is entirely feasible. So, keep it up. And don't expect me to provide resources. Your aunt is just a month-to-month type of person. I spend it all on food. However, if you're willing to dress up and stroll around with me, I could manage to support you a bit. Yang Jinyu, her brow furrowed momentarily, That forging technique was her foundation for fighting beyond her tier. If it became useless, her martial arts would be severely handicapped. Without the corresponding physical aptitude, even if she learned it, she would be unable to use it and might even harm herself. But then her brow relaxed. Why worry about it? After all, reaching the 6th tier was still far off. However, she would not submit to Yang Siming merely for some resources. It was just a matter of training resources. She still had 200,000 Donghuang coins left, enough to buy 2 second-tier energy crystals. Damn it, although the spirit herb was said to be worth 100,000, its rarity in Xinhui City made its price soar beyond its actual value. A bunch of unscrupulous merchants. Ugh, leveling up is becoming increasingly difficult. Previously, gaining a level in 1 hour was considered slow, and after entering a tier, it barely took a day to level up once. Even if she could directly devour inner cores and energy crystals. She didn't have any on hand, just one word, poor. By the way, there are still tinkins left unopened. I remember there are items in the game that can directly elevate levels. What if I were to draw one? Hee. Yang Jinyu suddenly smiled, but she had no intention of using them herself. She could rapidly level up by devouring inner cores, but if she sold those items to higher tier ability users, like her aunt, the money earned would surely be enough for her to buy plenty of energy crystals. Then, in the room, bang bang bang. After 5 crisp sounds, the new player discount ended, and 5 cans amounted to 500,000. Watching several beams of white light appear, Yang Jinyu's lips twitched slightly. Skytree Fruit X3, Magic Juice X2, Old Xiao. Open the door, initially planning to sever ties for a day due to last night's events. Yang Jinyu now had to relent. Luck wasn't something she should pursue herself. So, should I smash it now? Hearing Xiao Tianzi's inquiry, Yang Jinyu took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. Smash it. Her voice carried a hint of tension, almost more so than if she were to act herself. Bang! With a crisp sound, shards of the can erupted, bathing the room in a pink glow. Damn, a pink artifact. This is outrageous. Old Xiao, are you related to Ma Gu? Yang Jinyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise and disbelief. As the light gradually faded, a blueprint appeared on the ground. Ruger, Black Hawk, Design Blueprint. The user requirements. Strength and Constitution must reach level 30. Wearing effect. Increases strength attribute by 100 with a 10 increase in left revolver critical damage, having a 5 chance to carry dark attribute damage. An artifact revolver that can also stack left revolver critical damage bonuses. Old Xiao, you're amazing. Yang Jinyu shouted excitedly, unable to hide her joy. She picked up the blueprint from the ground, exhilarated, and jumped up. That 100 points of strength might not seem like much, but the left revolver was the core skill of her roaming class. Moreover, she could use this weapon perfectly. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, directly rushing toward Xiao Tianzi, her body trembling with exhilaration. Xiao Tianzi momentarily stiffened, not expecting Yang Jinyu to act this way. However, Yang Jinyu was lost in her joy and did not notice his unusual reaction. Excitedly urging, Old Xiao, keep going, don't stop. Xiao Tianzi nodded and smashed 3 more cans. The first 2 yielded rather ordinary results, white fate coins. Yang Jinyu indicated that as long as she wasn't insane, she wouldn't use such things herself. But when the 3rd can shattered, another wave of purple light erupted, and upon seeing what fell, Yang Jinyu's lips twitched. Maiden's Footsteps. Restores considerable vitality and spirit source, but has a chance to induce dizziness. What the hell, isn't this the stinky feet of a maiden? Yang Jinyu said, somewhat speechless, but still collected it. After all, if she didn't use it, she could give it to someone else. Only one can remain. Let us smash it. Yang Jinyu rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, hoping for a level-up pivot to appear. If so, she would definitely extort more money from her aunt. After all, leveling up to the 4th tier was already quite challenging. Bang! With the final can smashed, another burst of pink light emerged, leaving Yang Jinyu utterly dumbfounded. Her best friend's luck was simply outrageous. If he kept smashing in the game, would Ma Gu end up at a loss? But was their luck really so drastically different? The Heart of Lingxi, increasing attack speed by 3, a splendid item. And 2 of them appeared. Yang Jinyu quickly picked up the 2 shimmering rings from the ground and casually tossed one to Xiao Tianzi, saying, Here, you get one for opening that. Xiao Tianzi was taken aback. Staring at the ring in his hand, a 3 increase in attack speed might seem minor, but as a percentage boost, It could determine life and death among the strong. Even with his past strength, he had never heard of equipment that could enhance abilities by percentage, especially not an inconspicuous ring like this. This item could be deemed priceless. You just gave this to me? Xiao Tianzi's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Yang Jinyu shrugged. Indifferent, I can wear 2 of these rings, but the buff only works once, so it's better to give it to you. All right, the cans are all opened. You're off the hook. Yang Jinyu turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Last night's incident was still unresolved. Bang. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed, leaving Xiao Tianzi outside. He harbored no displeasure, merely solemnly stowing the ring away. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu, having collected all her treasures from opening the cans, did not rush to create the revolver. She decided to temper her body first, as she didn't want to face these spirit herbs that symbolized her humiliation. Of course, in reality, Yang Jinyu wanted to see what form she could take, inspired by Xiao Tianzi's impressive transformation from yesterday. Subsequently, drawing from her previous experience with body tempering, Yang Jinyu skillfully prepared the medicinal liquid. Having become accustomed to her body, she stripped off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub without a glance. Hiss! Instantly, a wave of pain surged through her. Chapter 49. Overclocking mode. First time dressed as a girl out and encountering an acquaintance. The red medicinal liquid in the bathtub began to bubble, steam swirling around her. Yang Jinyu felt that this experience of tempering was even more agonizing than the last. Yet, an unusual energy seemed to circulate throughout her body. As if she were undergoing a metamorphosis, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she lost consciousness. When she regained her senses, she found herself back in her room, lying on her bed. Wasn't I in the tempering process? She was utterly unaware of how much time had passed during her unconsciousness. If it hadn't been for Yang's mother returning at just the right moment, she might have become the miraculous Yang Jinyu from the game. For a moment, she was still in a daze, unable to gather her thoughts. But then, she suddenly felt something stirring within her. A force unlike any she had ever experienced was brewing. She instinctively murmured, "Hyperfrequency mode. Activate." In an instant, her aura surged, her pupils deepened and shimmered as if a metallic luster flowed within them. The skin around her also seemed to emit a faint metallic sheen, enhancing her demeanor to an even more formidable and unapproachable state. This was the manifestation of the successful completion of the second phase of Yang Jinyu's spirit source body forging technique. Hyperfrequency mode. In this mode, all attributes were enhanced by 50, and the power of various heavy weapons, machinery, and ammunition could be amplified to 150, stacking with a physical augmentation of 150, reaching a maximum increase of 225 for 10 seconds. Goodness, isn't this akin to an enhanced potential burst? It can be applied to all professional skills. Yang Jinyu's exclamation shattered her cold exterior. However, she paid it no mind, fully immersing herself in the power coursing through her body. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Could she unlock new skills during this temporary boost in attributes? Even if it were only a temporary ability, it would serve as an extra trump card. Unfortunately, Yang Jinyu was clearly overthinking it. Such a blatant loophole was promptly rejected by the system. Alas, it seemed she would have to diligently cultivate her skills without resorting to shortcuts. Yang Jinyu pouted, letting out a helpless sigh before diving back into her training. To unlock the mechanic profession, she needed to enter the secret realm daily to study the daunting knowledge that could very well cost her life. If she didn't study, she wouldn't even have a chance at a simple job transition, let alone considering the later mechanical entity augmentation. While the outer shell of the bamboo dragonfly robot and some less significant mechanical components could be outsourced, the most crucial AI had to be crafted by her own hands to count. This endeavor was immensely taxing for Yang Jinyu, far exceeding the mere headache of mechanical work. Thus, she spent the next 2 days engrossed in her training. Yet, despite her efforts, her level did not rise, and one could continuously cultivate without pause. It was an exhausting mental endeavor. Coupled with the relentless bombardment of incomprehensible knowledge, Yang Jinyu finally reached her limit. Meanwhile, outside, on the bustling streets, if you desire resources, you must obediently comply, Yang Siming proclaimed with a mischievous grin, resembling a tyrant coercing a modest woman. Once again forced into women's attire, Yang Jinyu was the one being coerced, though she had initially accepted the situation. It didn't lessen her discomfort, especially with numerous eyes upon her. I want to go home, Yang Jinyu lamented, her face a portrait of despair. The gazes of those around her were overwhelmingly intimidating for someone with social anxiety. If it were a matter of eliminating the followers of the demon servants, she wouldn't bat an eyelash. However, confronted with these innocuous stares, particularly while donned in women's clothing, she felt as though she might shatter. What do you mean go back? You think you can run after coming out? Yang Siming was unfazed, cheerfully dragging Yang Jinyu towards the largest commercial street. You're quite pretty. Why fear being looked at? You're not dressed absurdly or provocatively. After a while, in front of a milk tea shop on the commercial street, Chu Qingshuang and Yang Jinyu exchanged wide-eyed stares, the atmosphere thick with silence. Ultimately, it was Yang Jinyu who broke the quiet. Awkwardly stating, "You came to buy milk tea too?" After speaking, she wished she could slap herself. Chu Qingshuang glanced down at her work uniform. "Yes, I sell milk tea." This shop was one of her previous workplaces. Although her brother had recovered and she received a total of 500,000 yuan in rewards from the Education Bureau in school, allowing her to take a break from work, she still needed to wait until a new employee was found before leaving. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to have stumbled upon an unspeakable secret. "I won't tell anyone about you being a girl," Chu Qingshuang suddenly said. She had previously wondered why Hong Ling was so affectionate towards Yang Jinyu. Disregarding gender distinctions, it turned out she was also a female. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, where would one find a boy so beautiful, sporting a short ponytail? Wasn't it uncomfortable to have always concealed herself? Chu Qingshuang glanced at her own attire, then at Yang Jinyu's, feeling at a loss for words. "Your milk tea," she spoke. She handed the prepared drink to Yang Jinyu. "Thank you." Yang Jinyu took the milk tea, hurriedly paid, and fled like a startled bird. Chu Qingshuang's hand hung in the air, as she had intended to express her gratitude regarding the previous incident, but the other had vanished in a flash, leaving her to shake her head in resignation. "Your milk tea." On the other side, Yang Jinyu, visibly displeased, handed the milk tea to Yang Siming. If it weren't for the latter's insistence on drinking milk tea, she wouldn't have had to expose her identity. Although she knew that once she entered university, she could no longer hide, she wished for at least a little time to prepare. "What are you upset about? You were bound to be found out eventually. Now, it's about time to eat. Let us go." Yang Siming, who had witnessed the earlier scene, said nonchalantly. Her intention had originally been to make Yang Jinyu accept her feminine guise. Wasn't it beneficial for her to be exposed? Before long, a day had swiftly passed. Yang Jinyu gazed at the second-level energy crystal in her hand, wishing she could strangle Yang Siming. This crystal was just enough for her to level up. Was her remaining dignity worth merely this amount of money? That night, on the outskirts of Xinhui City, at the ruins that Yang Jinyu had previously obliterated, now thoroughly cleared, a man, his face obscured by the shadow of a hood, clad in a black trench coat, gazed at the vacant lot, bewildered. Why did they respond so quickly this time? We had only just received news about that monster, and it's already been dealt with? His brow furrowed slightly, his tone tinged with doubt. "Dio, they even have the capacity to eliminate a few of our bases." The division of the Demon Clan's Purge Bureau in Xinhui City had only a handful of personnel. Where did they find the energy? The trench-coated man rested his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, it seems that the bases within Xinhui City have been largely cleared. Though it's a small city, insignificant in the grand scheme, it's still peculiar that 2S rank ability users have emerged this year. He pondered. Perhaps I should pay attention. After all, someone has conveniently offered themselves as an informant. I might as well inquire about what they know. As he spoke, his expression turned grim. However, this mission had ended in utter failure. Damn it. The thought of the punishment he would face made him wish to flay that meddlesome individual. Moments later, a realization struck the trench-coated man, and his expression brightened. Lord Radiance is making significant moves in Tianqing City, seemingly gathering third and fourth-tier ability users lurking within Xinglua Mansion. Perhaps if I join them, I can redeem myself. Chapter 50. The day before departure time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, less than 20 days had quietly passed. On the eve of their departure to the capital of Xinglua Mansion, Tianqing City, Yang Jinyu was busy manipulating a mechanical arm. Having exposed her identity during her first outing in women's clothing, she vowed never to seek Yang Siming's assistance again. Consequently, before Yang Siming's break ended, she managed to convince Yang Jinyu to don the most acceptable maid outfit from the many garments in her black backpack. Ultimately, she had to depart with regret. However, on the day before leaving, Yang Jinyu, having been coerced into wearing women's clothing again due to a failed resistance, was pulled by Yang Siming back to that commercial street, which had shattered her dignity into pieces, I'll tell you. That training location is exceptionally remote. If you don't want to experience sleeping on a wooden plank, it's best to behave yourself now. Yang Siming remarked while selecting items. This pink summer quilt is perfect for you. Let us get 2 sets. That dark, dreary one at home should have been replaced ages ago. I already threw out the one at home for you. No need to thank me. This pink cat-themed bed sheet is also nice. Let us get 2 of those too. Silence was futile. And this pink suitcase, let us get 1. At this moment, Yang Siming bore no resemblance to the typical Moonlight Tribe member. Yet, Yang Jinyu could hardly contain herself. While she could justify the necessity of some items, a pink suitcase was going too far. I have storage equipment. I won't need it, right? Never mind then. Let us go buy clothes. Once inside the women's clothing store, surrounded by a plethora of colorful garments, particularly those adorned with lace undergarments, Yang Jinyu felt overwhelmed. The most she could accept was the simplest sports bra, which was already her limit. Yang Siming, don't go too far. By the end of the day, Yang Jinyu was utterly exhausted, unable to grasp the joy of shopping that girls often experienced. Yet, this ordeal only solidified her resolve to grow stronger. She would resist. She would rebel. After Yang Siming left, Yang Jinyu finally felt liberated. Simultaneously, she received the 1 million yuan reward from the Education Bureau and School. In no wonder, she searched the entire room previously without success. It was Yang Siming who concealed it under the pretense of worrying about unnecessary expenditures. Fortunately, the other party still had their principles and would not extort money from the younger generation. Although the funds had barely reached Yang Jinyu's hands for less than a day before disappearing, at least her level had successfully ascended to above the 2nd tier, and she had made significant progress in those intricate areas of knowledge. The mechanical arm she was currently tinkering with was a testament to her achievements, capable of augmenting her single-arm strength by approximately 300 points. One should not underestimate this 300 points, as it is known that for a 2nd-tier ability user, each advancement in cultivation merely adds 100 points of strength. Alas, despite the implications of her abilities, the individual combat equipment primarily focuses on combat armor and fighting soldiers due to the nature of supernatural powers. Yang Jinyu sighed. However, this little gadget of mine is indeed rather ordinary. It is surprising that it is available at Tianyang Mall. Otherwise, it could have yielded quite a profit. Indeed, Yang Jinyu's initial intention in contemplating this device was to generate revenue. However, after wandering around Tianyang Mall and discovering similar items on sale, she found them to be rather pricey, even more expensive than combat armor. Yet, despite this, her product, lacking any brand or reputation, garnered no attention whatsoever, rendering her 2 days of effort at the stall utterly wasted. Your creation boasts a significantly higher compatibility with the human body. It is undoubtedly superior to those at Tianyang Mall and more affordable. Their refusal to purchase it can only be attributed to a lack of discernment. However, Xiao Tian's held a differing perspective. He noticed that Yang Jinyu's design style seemed reminiscent of the Machinist clan. The technology of the Machinist clan represents the pinnacle of advancement, and he had witnessed their formidable prowess on the abyssal battlefield in his past life. Lacking supernatural abilities, their strength could rival that of an 8th-tier ability user. When Yang Jinyu designed this mechanical arm, she also considered the slight differences between humans and the Machinist clan, coupled with its lower production cost. While this device may not serve a significant purpose in the abyss, it could prove invaluable when facing invasions from chaotic entities during rifts, especially since it appears to be capable of mass production. With further research, it might even find utility in the abyss. Considering that the primary strength of the Machinist clan derives from machinery. Really, are you not exaggerating my capabilities? Yang Jinyu questioned, her confidence somewhat shaken after 2 days of unsuccessful vending. Of course, this was also due to her unfamiliarity with the level of human technology. Had she the funds to acquire a mechanical arm for study, she would undoubtedly voice her grievances about being swindled in the training office of the Demon Cleansing Bureau. A middle-aged man clad in a crisp military uniform, with a prominent scar across his brow, strode in purposefully. He approached the busy staff at the computer, his voice steady and commanding. Let me see the list of trainees for this session. The staff promptly handed over the list, and the middle-aged man muttered, that little brat Yang Siming, relying on the convenience of the training location being set in Xinglua, dares to sneak 2 individuals into my roster. I shall see who they are. Typically, to prevent infiltration by spies, The Demon Cleansing Bureau recruits new members at different locations for each training session, with registration commencing well in advance. There are stringent background checks, meaning that only those like Yang Jinyu, who come from reputable families with loyal kin and have a local member of the Cleansing Bureau vouching for them, stand a chance of being added to the roster just before training begins. S-Class? Or are there two? This is bound to stir up trouble. As if there weren't enough people worried about interference from the demon cult, the scarred man complained, yet his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Despite the training site being located in the outskirts, devoid of the suppression devices found in urban areas, the presence of S-Class abilities would undoubtedly create complications. Nonetheless, he yearned to witness the emergence of more talents. After all, the situation in the Abyss was dire, with most high-tier ability users stationed at the front lines, leaving only a few to safeguard the reared AT present. It was not just Donghuang but the entire Blue Star human populace that was lacking in gifted individuals. Just as the scarred man was scrutinizing the list, his brow furrowed suddenly. Wait a moment, freshly of age, a college freshman, just entering the second tier? What are they doing here instead of studying? Are they seeking death? The minimum requirement for this training session was a second tier, 5th level, with the highest nearing the 3rd tier, typically comprising second-year students. It was rare to see a newcomer who had just graduated from high school. Entirely inexperienced, rush into the Cleansing Bureau seeking peril. Now, unexpectedly, not one but two had arrived. However, since they had made their way here, they must be prepared. This is not the outside world, and S-Class abilities do not receive preferential treatment here. The scarred man murmured, eager to ascertain whether these two were merely naive youngsters or truly possessed the skills they claimed to have. The following morning at the entrance of the Xinhui City high-speed rail station. Have you all packed your belongings? This is your first time traveling far. You must ensure everything is in order. Yang Mu-Suwan expressed her concern and reluctance, reiterating her instructions. The two children were embarking on their first journey, and she feared they might forget something, especially as they were attending a training session at the Demon Cleansing Bureau. We got everything, Yang Jinyu reassured, touching the magic cube pendant around her neck. Although Xiao Tiance had informed her that official forces supported personal ownership of rifts, it did not imply that others would not attempt to seize it from her. Thus, as a precaution, she had deliberately concealed the core of the rift, which had fused with her, in the form of storage equipment to mask its true nature. While storage equipment held value, it paled in comparison to the rift itself. Particularly, such extravagant storage equipment was ill-suited for creating large spaces. Aunt Sue, you can rest assured that in response, Xiao Tiance nodded earnestly. Both of you must exercise caution on your journey. Should anything arise that you cannot resolve, be sure to call me, Yuan reiterated her warnings. But abruptly shifted her tone. By the way, Jinyu, your aunt asked me to remind you not to forget to bring what she bought for you. I've got it. Yang Jinyu forced a smile at the mention. Bring it? That pink set? How could I possibly take that? Of course, she had bought a new one instead. Now that she was departing, how could she be subdued by her aunt? Jinyu, Xiao Su, you must take good care of yourselves. Su Wan stepped forward, embracing the two tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The training was indeed perilous. She understood well that the Demon Cleansing Bureau's training claimed lives each year due to the inevitable disturbances caused by the demon cult. Do not worry, Mom. We will take care of ourselves, Yang Jinyu affirmed earnestly. Xiao Tiance added, Aunt Su, you need not worry, we will be fine. Once they had spoken, Su Wan reluctantly released them, watching as they strode towards the station. As Xinhui City is a relatively underdeveloped locale within Xinglua Prefecture, it is situated approximately 500 to 600 kilometers from the capital, Tianxingdu. Even by high-speed rail, it requires a 2-hour journey. Come on. Lao Xiao, get it together. What is going on with you? Yang Jinyu whispered in frustration. With the long journey ahead and nothing to occupy her time, she attempted to modify the mechanical arm on the train but received another warning, leaving her utterly bored. Thus, she resorted to playing a game she hadn't touched in years, Hero's Covenant. Initially, she had hoped that Xiao Tiance, who had once achieved the king rank, could help her advance to the master rank. However, he seemed to be playing as if it were his first time, struggling even to select a character. Defeat. As the voice announcing their loss echoed, Xiao Tiance flexed his fingers and turned to the dejected Yang Jinyu. Don't worry, we won't lose again. Although he had lost this round, it was merely due to decades of absence from the game. He merely needed to reacquaint himself. We won't lose again, brother. Where does your confidence come from? You aren't just trying to show off, are you? Just then, the train reached a stop, and more passengers boarded. Among them, a young man sat directly across from Xiao Tian's, scoffing, "Do you want me, a gold-tier jungler, to give you some pointers?" Eh? Yang Jinyu perked up instantly, sensing a familiar narrative unfolding. Could it be the classic trope of the antagonist provoking the protagonist? Indeed, her previous life had left her mind tainted by such short dramas. However, relying solely on a game to settle matters, would that suffice? Could it be that a brawl was about to break out on the high-speed rail? Meanwhile, as Yang Jinyu pondered these thoughts, Xiao Tian's responded nonchalantly. "Oh? How do you know I would lose? Care for a one-on-one?" Subsequently, the two engaged in a duel. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Tian's, whom Yang Jinyu had deemed the protagonist, emerged victorious. Yet, just as she anticipated the young man to become angry and continue provoking Xiao Tian's, he suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, forgive me for my lack of vision. I seek your guidance to reach diamond rank and secure a copper badge." The young man grasped Xiao Tian's hand tightly, tearfully recounting his struggles to attain even a copper badge. Though he was a second-tier ability user with reflexes far beyond the average person, he still found himself unable to ascend to diamond rank in the game. After all, who among high-tier ability users plays games every day? However, it was true that he had not managed to advance. Well, that gold badge he flaunted was not earned through his own skill but rather purchased through someone else's services for an inflated price. Surrounded by friends, even those who had never played League of Legends before would quickly surpass him upon engaging with it. Now, having finally encountered someone even less skilled, he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority, only to be swiftly defeated in return. However, this individual was a stranger, and since they were unfamiliar with each other, he thought little of the humiliation he faced. Observing this scene, Yang Jinyu fell into a moment of silence. Something about the narrative seemed amiss. How could the antagonist become a subordinate? Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's hastily shook off the other's hand, thinking, what is the point of two grown men grappling with one another? As for teaching you how to play the game, forget it. With your talent, even the King of Heaven couldn't save you. Xiao Tian's lips twitched. Reaching diamond? Dream on. This was merely his father's way of deliberately sabotaging him in the game due to his constant idleness. There was no way he could level up to diamond on his own. However, I can assist you in compensating for the flaw in your abilities. Xiao Tian's changed the subject upon hearing this. Both Yang Jinyu and the young man were taken aback. The former was astonished, realizing this must be the main storyline where the protagonist was about to show off. The latter, however, was momentarily bewildered. Asking, "Do you know me?" Xiao Tian's shook his head, claiming he did not know him. Yet he could discern the water elements dissipating around him without a source, indicating a clear flaw in his powers. Furthermore, I can see you are quite wealthy, hence it is a transaction. The young man before him was surnamed Zhou and named Tianfang. Xiao Tian's assertion of not knowing him was a mere pretense. In his previous life, he had a decent relationship with this person and had collaborated with him on several missions. However, he did not realize that the individual was participating in this year's training camp for Tianqing City, and their encounter was purely coincidental. Zhou's family was quite affluent, being one of the largest shareholders of Tianyang Commercial Building. Meeting him would undoubtedly expedite his progress in collecting materials for enhancing his abilities. If it were someone else, he might worry about the person being untrustworthy or even plotting against him. But this youth was simply a fool with too much money. He lacked the wit to be suspicious. After all, a typical person would be cautious upon hearing a stranger mention the flaws in their abilities, rather than standing there dumbfounded. Thus, in the next moment, Zhou Tianfang grasped Xiao Tian's hand again, exclaiming, "Brother, if you can help me resolve the flaws in my abilities, you shall be my true elder brother." Xiao Tian's lips twitched once more as he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Let us not go that far. Just help me gather some spiritual herbs, and I will teach you the method to rectify your flaws as a form of advance payment." He certainly could not accept the title of elder brother from the other. Chapter 52. Entering the training camp area, one Xiao Tian's distinctly recalled how Zhou's biological elder brother had been quite ruthless after their father's sudden passing, harboring a deep-seated resentment. Subsequently, Xiao Tian's imparted a technique to Zhou Tianfang. The latter's power was originally classified as Grade A water manipulation. Although the name seemed simple, it was far from trivial, allowing one to control any form of water and, with sufficient strength, even influence another's blood. However, for some unknown reason, when he awakened his abilities, he lacked the crucial water core within him, rendering his powers akin to water without a source. Until he developed further, he would be significantly affected by his environment. The technique Xiao Tian's taught him had no other use but to condense elemental cores. When will I ever have such luck? Nearby, Yang Jinyu watched the entire process with wide, curious eyes. The protagonist truly was the protagonist. He effortlessly acquired a foolish, rich heir as his subordinate, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Yang Jinyu also recognized the essence of the other. After all, who in their right mind would so readily trust a stranger's words? 2 hours later, outside the Tianqing City Station. Hey brother, here is my phone number. I will notify you once I have what you need. Let us part ways here, and big brother, goodbye. Zhou Tianfeng waved his hand in farewell while cautiously avoiding Yang Jinyu's furious glare at his misaddress, preparing to leave. However, after walking a short distance, he turned back, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you two also heading this way?" Though he was naive, he could discern that the other two were likely recent graduates preparing for college entrance exams, given the distinct aura that high school seniors exuded compared to him, who had emerged from a non-prestigious university. "Why are you heading this way?" "That's why we are," Xiao Tian's replied calmly. "Zhou Tianfeng, are you not high school students?" Yang Jinyu thought for a moment and replied, "Perhaps." Although they had already received their college acceptance letters, it seemed that the high school year had not yet concluded. Then it makes sense. Shouldn't high school students be preparing for their exams? Zhou Tianfeng was increasingly perplexed. Xiao Tian's understood that without clarity, the other would become utterly confounded, and thus stated, "We are also here for the training camp." "All right, stop dawdling. Let us hurry," he added, leading Yang Jinyu away while ignoring Zhou Tianfeng, who stood there in confusion, pondering. A training camp? High school students participating in a demon extermination bureau training. Did I mishear? Shouldn't they be preparing for their exams? Perhaps they were students who had qualified through special recruitment. Zhou Tianfeng finally had a moment of insight. Yet, another layer of confusion arose. It didn't make sense for them to attend the Demon Extermination Bureau so soon after just reaching the second tier without any training. He looked up to see Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's already walking some distance ahead, prompting him to hurriedly catch up. "Hey, wait for me, brothers." A military checkpoint lay ahead on the route to the training location. Soldiers clad in heavy battle armor, wielding firearms, focused intently on the radar display showing 3 green dots, swiftly seizing their walkie-talkies. "Report, radar indicates 3 individuals approaching." A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Deploy a drone for reconnaissance to confirm if they are training participants. If they are, let them through. If not, apprehend them for trespassing on a military site. Once their identities are verified, they will be released post-training. Otherwise, they will face immediate consequences." "Understood," the soldier promptly replied, dispatching a drone resembling an ordinary bird for surveillance. Before long, the tablet in the soldier's hand displayed 3 figures, accompanied by a notification confirming them as training personnel. Xiao Tian's, male, 18 years old. Yang Jinyu, female, 18 years old. Zhou Tianfeng, male, 20 years old. Female? The soldier was momentarily taken aback. Although one figure appeared to be a strikingly beautiful youth, their recorded identity indicated male, confirmed as training personnel, but there is an error with one individual's information. One of them is guaranteed by Major Yang. The other end of the walkie-talkie paused. "Understood. I will inform the commander. For now, let them into the base." The middle-aged man on the other end felt a headache coming on. Yang Siming had provided no details during registration. All the information was retrieved from the Public Security Bureau's Household Registration Department. Furthermore, since Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's joined later, they were assigned to the same dormitory. Who could have known that one of them was a girl? Although their identities were undeniably clear, how would the dormitory arrangements work? Never mind. The records indicated they were childhood friends, so sharing a room should pose no issue. "Yang Siming, you troublesome person," the middle-aged man muttered through gritted teeth. At that moment, a military Hummer had already transported Yang Jinyu and the others to the training site. "Arrived. You may disembark and proceed inside," a military officer gestured towards the entrance. Once the 3 alighted from the vehicle, they found themselves before a massive iron gate, prominently marked with the words Tianqing City Training Base Area 1. A trainer emerged from a small pavilion next to the gate, casually stating, "You arrived quite early. What are your names?" "Zhou Tianfeng," he replied first. "Ha, the young master of Tianyang Commercial Building, quite affluent, are we? And you too?" The instructor turned his gaze to Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's. "Yang Jinyu, Xiao Tian's." They replied in unison. The instructor? His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered something truly rare. But do not misunderstand. It was not the sight of an extraordinary treasure that astonished him. The instructors had heard that 2S-rank geniuses would be joining this training camp, but they seemed somewhat arrogant, or perhaps overconfident. They were fresh high school graduates, or rather, not yet graduated, having achieved remarkable results in the Secret Realm trials, earning special recruitment. However, that did not alter the instructor's perception of Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianci as Na'vi youths. Though they possessed some courage, students without experience in higher education were, at best, just starting out. Their potential had yet to be fully realized, yet they were eager to join the Demon Extermination Bureau, which, in the instructor's eyes, was far from a wise decision. This was a place where lives could be lost. You two are those Na'vi, never mind, you arrived early. Let me show you around the base. The instructor awkwardly shifted the topic. By the way, my name is Wu Ming. As he spoke, he occasionally scrutinized Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianci, as if trying to discern something unique about them. However, Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianci remained somewhat silent, aware that the instructor's earlier remarks were not complimentary. Zhou Tianfeng, on the other hand, was utterly baffled, completely unaware of the situation. He merely noticed that several instructors were observing them with the same curiosity one might reserve for a rare creature, and more specifically, it was Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianci who drew their attention. Chapter 53. A dormitory for two inside the training base. Instructor Wu began to familiarize Yang Jinyu and the others with the entire facility. Most of the facilities here are rather unremarkable, akin to training grounds that one might encounter in universities or even high schools. However, Instructor Wu regarded Yang Jinyu and her companions with a smile, leaving only Xiao Tianci feeling a chill run down his spine. As they passed by the vicinity of the cafeteria, an empty vehicle serendipitously emerged, exuding an ominous aura that left Yang Jinyu and her friends momentarily stunned. Xiao Tianci, fully aware of all the training content, could not help but twitch his lips, recognizing that this was the type of trial that most easily led to elimination in the early stages of training. In comparison, the apparatus present in the training grounds seemed trivial. Excuse me, Instructor Wu, may I inquire about the nature of the abyssal aura emanating from that vehicle? Zhou Tianfeng could no longer contain his curiosity. Surely, they weren't being thrust into a confrontation with abyssal creatures right after their arrival? Instructor Wu chuckled mysteriously and replied, "You will find out the day after tomorrow. The training here requires you to experience it for yourselves. Do not ask me, however. I must remind you that you signed an agreement before entering. One stipulation is that if you fail to pass the training, you will be required to reimburse the base for any potions consumed." Yang Jinyu was instantly overwhelmed with confusion. Is that really a thing? I was only aware of the life-threatening risks involved in training, but no one mentioned that my wallet would be at stake. After delivering his message, Instructor Wu continued to guide them through the base, and there was little else to discuss. However, a shooting range piqued Zhou Tianfeng's interest once more. He found it curious that, despite all the participants being highly talented supernatural beings, they still had to train with firearms. And everyone in the camp was equipped with weapons. Moreover, these were not just spiritual source handguns but rather required live ammunition. Eventually, as they became familiar with the surroundings, Zhou Tianfeng refrained from asking about the firearms. Yet he could not resist one burning question. "Instructor Wu, why do all the surrounding instructors keep staring at us?" A peculiar smile crept onto Instructor Wu's lips. Naturally, they are curious about these 2S-class geniuses, especially since you haven't even graduated high school and dared to join the Cleansing Bureau's training right after breaking through to the second tier. I'm quite curious about your thoughts on this. However, I must caution you that this place does not extend any privileges to S-class individuals. With that, Instructor Wu's tone grew serious. If you truly falter here, it can only be attributed to ill fortune. But it is too late for you to withdraw now. Zhou Tianfeng felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was absurd. He had not been mistaken about their identities outside the camp. They were indeed high school students. Wasn't this akin to entering the Cleansing Bureau without any knowledge of battle tactics? Were high school students really this formidable nowadays? He recalled being at the mercy of a machine gun just outside, and it did seem rather intense. Nevertheless, having only just broken through to the second tier, being bold would not suffice. Would that not place them at the bottom of the rankings here? But on the other hand, this was his first encounter with S-class geniuses, individuals he could only see on television, aside from the 7 greats of Donghuang. Even if he had wealth, he had never personally met them. It was only his father who had. Now, he had met not one, but two, albeit somewhat recklessly. "Hey, big brother, do you think your decision was perhaps a bit hasty?" Zhou Tianfeng probed. He was uncertain whether entering the second tier would be fatal. But surely, they would be among the first to be eliminated. If it weren't for his crush, he would not have subjected himself to this ordeal. However, his father had been quite supportive of his decision to come, even insisting that if he couldn't join the cleansing bureau, he should not return. "It's not hasty. Now that we have joined the cleansing bureau, we can enter the abyss by this time next year," Yang Jinyu stated earnestly. She was unaware of Xiao Tian's urgent desire to join the cleansing bureau, but she was eager to enter the abyss sooner to investigate the Shimo cult. Members of the cleansing bureau were permitted to enter the outer regions of the abyss for practical training after their first year of service, which was far sooner than waiting until their third year at school. The headquarters of the Shimo cult and some of its significant branches were located in the abyss, and her father's last mission was to enter the abyss, after which he never returned. "Entering the abyss next year?" Instructor Wu paused, seemingly taken aback. "You certainly exude confidence." He suddenly glanced toward a flourishing phoenix tree in the distance, his tone becoming somber. That phoenix tree had been planted by an instructor during the last training session at Xinglua Mansion, after which he perished on a mission. It was said that such trees bring good fortune. In the blink of an eye, they were back at the Xinglua Mansion training grounds, and the tree had grown significantly since then. Unfortunately, the sapling had not brought luck to that instructor, but now that it had matured, may it bring you good fortune as well. At the very least, do not be eliminated right from the start. Instructor Wu's gaze lingered on Yang Jinyu for a moment. Following his line of sight, Yang Jinyu felt a wave of inexplicable emotions wash over her, a sense of melancholy. "All right, you are all now familiar with the layout of the base." Instructor Wu interrupted her thoughts, leading them to a rather expansive and densely clustered building. "This will be your dormitory, 2 individuals per room, and your names are posted above. Go find your respective rooms." He then turned his attention to Yang Jinyu and Xiaodongti.as. "For you too, no need to search. Due to your late registration, you will be assigned to the last room. Furthermore, I must remind you that there is a book of instructions in the dormitory. Make sure to read it carefully, as neglecting it will lead to regret." Not long after, Yang Jinyu found herself standing before a modest bungalow at the outermost edge of the building complex, her gaze sweeping over her assigned dormitory and the adjacent room occupied by Xiao Tian's. Her lips twitched, caught between laughter and tears. Given the circumstances, it seemed her aunt had not disclosed her true gender, allowing her some time to adjust. However, the pressing issue was that she suddenly found herself sharing a room with her closest friend. Surely, this would expedite the revelation of her secret. Moreover, this was peculiar. Based on her readings of cultivation novels, such training activities should feature luxurious villas, with students competing for occupancy. Why were they collectively residing in a bungalow? Chapter 54. Monster Invasion, Camp in Peril. Upon entering the room, Yang Jinyu's first task was to survey the layout, which was undeniably sparse, consisting merely of 2 wooden bed frames. The sole redeeming feature was a rudimentary private bathroom, perhaps designed by someone from the south, unaccustomed to communal baths. Nonetheless, it conveniently resolved Yang Jinyu's greatest dilemma. After assessing the room, she promptly claimed the inner bed and stated seriously, "Xiao, I believe we should have a proper discussion. Our personal spaces are sacred and inviolable. Should we not delineate our respective areas?" Xiao Tian's, however, showed no inclination to engage. "Do as you wish, but first, read this manual. It is essential." With that, he tossed her a small blue booklet. Yang Jinyu instinctively caught it and began to peruse its contents. As for her earlier proposal, given the dilapidated state of the room, discussing boundaries seemed more of a jest. At worst, she could simply sleep in her clothes. Guidance on handling demonic energy. How to use spiritual sources to protect oneself while eliminating the demonic energy from abyssal creatures. "What is this for, old Xiao?" Yang Jinyu inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "You'll find out the day after tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, the next day dawned, and the majority of the training participants had arrived at the base, causing the dormitory area to become lively. In the cafeteria, Zhou Tianfeng remarked while enjoying his meal, "The food here isn't half bad. I expected it to be quite unpalatable." Xiao Tian shot him a glance, his lips twitching. "I hope you won't regret your words today." Zhou Tianfeng, relishing his meal, appeared momentarily puzzled, but soon his attention was captured by a striking woman who had just entered the cafeteria. exuding an aura of sophistication. Hey, big brother, you all take your time eating. Have something to attend to. Zhou Tianfeng hastily finished his meal and practically dashed to purchase another serving, eager to approach the woman. Yang Jinyu sensed that this wealthy heir had his reasons for being there. However, the woman seemed indifferent to Zhou Tianfeng, her demeanor neither warm nor cold. Zhou Tianfeng, I told you I have no interest in anything else. After exchanging a few words, the woman's expression shifted to one of displeasure, and Zhou Tianfeng returned, dejected. Xiao Tian's shook his head. Enough of the sulking. Today is your last chance to rest peacefully. You should focus on the training ahead. He recalled that in his past life, Zhou Tianfeng had displayed a look of terror at the mention of training. Could it be that he had endured this for the sake of that girl? However, he was unaware of how their relationship evolved thereafter. By the way, if anything unusual happens tonight, remember to come out and check in the evening. Yang Jinyu curiously glanced at Xiao Tian's. So, are you not sleeping in the nude tonight? Xiao Tian's lips twitched. Why do you still remember that I only wore underwear last time? I said that was for training and I wasn't naked. Plus, yesterday, I wore shorts. Does that mean we can't move on from this? A mischievous smile graced Yang Jinyu's lips. So, why are you wearing one less garment today? What? Feeling bashful in front of your adoptive father all of a sudden. Now, she would no longer blush at the sight of the other's physique. That incident was merely an accident. What is so special about abs? She had seen them before. Bah, they were just that. Xiao Tian's cast a sidelong glance at her, raising an eyebrow. Lao Yang, has your skin tightened up again recently? Do you need to loosen it? He noticed that since their return from the secret realm, her provocations had been increasing in frequency. Was she awakening her powers to rebel? Yang Jinyu scoffed. Humph, am I afraid of you? Can you even make a move? She was no longer the person she once was. Who would prevail in a confrontation was still uncertain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian slowly approached, while Yang Jinyu prepared to retaliate. Her body trembling involuntarily, it was a muscle reaction from the numerous times she had been suppressed after provoking him in the past. A reaction she needed to overcome. Yet, Xiao Tian suddenly turned and returned to his sleeping quarters. Lying down to rest. Scared you, huh? I'm too lazy to deal with you today. Get some rest. There's a hidden benefit at the opening ceremony of this training camp. Yang Jinyu was perplexed, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, recalling how he had flicked her on the forehead after their last secret realm encounter. He had been at a loss in the face of her provocations multiple times. Indeed, strength determined status. How amusing. After washing up, she closed the bathroom door with a cheerful heart. In the dead of night, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out, shattering the tranquility of the night. Yang Jinyu jolted awake. Confusion etched on her face. What is going on? Beside her, Xiao Tian had already awakened at some point, calmly pointing out the window. Take a look for yourself. Roar, bang, bang, bang. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Yang Jinyu hastily put on her shoes and rushed to the window. Her eyes widening in disbelief, various bizarre monsters filled the area outside. Slimes, heavily armored goblins, minotaurs. She was momentarily stunned. Had the camp been overrun? Not far from the dormitory area, atop a tall building, instructors in military uniforms were discussing in hushed tones. Their expressions varied. These rookies are truly giving me a headache. I clearly informed them before entering the camp that they would be in constant danger, yet they all took it lightly. How many do you think will be eliminated at the start? Not many, after all, it's the Welfare Bureau. They are merely facing some newly emerged second-tier monsters. It's just a lesson for them. Unless someone sees the monster tide and is too scared to come out, those should just roll out. Who knows? I'm not interested. I'm just curious if those two S-rankers will be eliminated right away. Not likely. After all, they are two S-rank geniuses. Didn't the retrieve data state that they teamed up to take down a limit-breaking mutated monster before reaching the second tier? Now that they've both broken through to the second tier, there's no way they'd be eliminated by these monsters, right? What does that matter? They're still at the bottom here. Just pulling out any random student would have power surpassing theirs. They probably won't reap any benefits here. Wait, those two S-ranks have left their room. They're actually the first ones out. Are they fearless like a newborn calf? Isn't that normal? Otherwise, why would they dare to come here right after graduating high school? One instructor said dismissively, but suddenly, his expression changed. What the hell? That girl. Where did she get an anti-tank cannon? What kind of ability does she have? The attention of the other instructors immediately shifted to this statement. Damn, don't ask us. We have no idea. The data only mentioned the other guy's ability. Young's ability wasn't even noted. Yang Siming didn't mention it, not even the gender of the other party. All the instructors' gazes converged on the dormitory area. At that moment, Yang Jinyu was excitedly murmuring to herself, Welfare Bureau, give me points, they're all mine. Although she had no idea how Xiao Tiance had come by this information, she believed it wholeheartedly. After all, he had stated that these monsters were hidden benefits of the training camp. With 1 point awarded for each monster killed, these points could be exchanged for rare items in the Purge Bureau. It should be noted that the Purge Bureau had the powerful backing of the military, with resources rivaling the 7 greats of Donghuang. Moreover, 1 point was worth at least 100,000. Adding to the fact that it was a hidden benefit, many were unaware of it, as each year's opening ceremony varied. Yang Jinyu intended to seize this opportunity to earn a handsome profit. She tightly gripped an anti-tank cannon adorned with blue spirals in her hands. Whoosh! In an instant, a silver cannonball, trailing a brilliant blue tail. Sword Forth, Chapter 55. Artillery fire. The silver cannonball spun at high speed, creating a violent shockwave as it did not detonate immediately upon contact with the first monster. Instead, it pierced straight through, bursting forth with dazzling sparks as it surged into the horde of monsters. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous roar, a deep pit with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters appeared on the ground. At least 20 monsters were obliterated, their mangled bodies and inner cores mingling with scattered debris, tracing arcs in the air before falling to the ground. The explosive shockwave swept around like a gale, toppling many monsters, leaving them dismembered. Roar! The monsters emitted furious roars, their crimson eyes fixated on Yang Jinyu as they charged towards her. Just in time. Yang Jinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was all money. Originally, she had planned to use a laser cannon, but realizing that it dealt linear damage, she suspected it wouldn't kill as many monsters in one go as the anti-tank cannon could. Moreover, it might even collapse nearby buildings, so she abandoned the idea. She feared that this training base would take advantage of her, especially after remembering Instructor Wu's words about returning all consumed potion costs if eliminated during training. They could touch her, but they couldn't touch her wallet. After all, these monsters couldn't withstand even one of her attacks. Any method of attack would suffice. Meanwhile, on the building, the instructors, unaware they had just narrowly escaped a calamity, wore expressions of discomfort. Great, who would have thought that this girl, having just advanced to the 2nd tier, could cause such widespread damage without even learning any combat techniques? This truly turned into a welfare bureau. Not necessarily. She has just advanced to the 2nd tier. That kind of widespread damage, even without using techniques, is purely her ability. It's not likely she can sustain it. The instructors debated, seeking various excuses to comfort themselves. Their original intention was to give these geniuses, especially S-rankers Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance, a stern warning, to make them understand that joining the Demon Clan Purge Bureau was no trivial matter. However, as the training had just begun, they did not wish to inflict too much damage. Thus, they opted for 2nd-tier monsters as a test. For the trainees, these newly emerged 2nd-tier monsters pose little threat. However, given their current levels, their internal spiritual energy was insufficient to support the casting of area techniques. Thus, the 2nd-tier monsters needed to be numerous enough to pose a threat yet remain within a controllable range. Yet, it seemed the situation was not unfolding as they had anticipated. Yang Jinyu was capable of unleashing area damage. If she could continue to release area damage, it would not merely serve as a warning but would genuinely provide benefits, which was not what they wished to see. Nevertheless, the instructors still held on to some hope. Yang Jinyu's data indicated she had not learned any combat techniques, and they had not heard of any technique that could conjure firearms. Thus, the cannon must be her ability. While the attack from an ability typically consumed less than a technique, it still depended on the wielder's mastery of their power, a 2nd-tier ability user. Without having learned techniques or undergone systematic training, could barely release area damage once. It was unlikely she could sustain large-scale ability attacks. This was the only solace the instructors had. Unbeknownst to Yang Jinyu, who was oblivious to the instructor's thoughts, she genuinely stored the anti-tank cannon away under their watchful eyes. As for the reason, such heavy firepower weapons could not be used consecutively. Weapons like the Gatling gun, which utilized smaller bullets, or the M3 flamethrower, which required no ammunition, could be sustained as long as she had sufficient spiritual energy. However, the anti-tank cannon and even more destructive skills had some limitations. Since the cannonballs were formed by her ability, Yang Jinyu currently required some recovery time and lacked the capacity for instant production. Unless she reached a higher level or equipped physical ammunition, she would truly achieve firepower suppression, provided she wasn't too worried about damaging it or running out of cannonballs. But for now, although she could not use the anti-tank cannon, Yang Jinyu declared that she had other options. The instructors watched in astonishment as the anti-tank cannon vanished from her hands, and just as they began to show relief, they saw another cylindrical object appear in her grasp, energy gathering within. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy projectile accumulated in the handheld cannon erupted, its lethality formidable. The monsters charging at the front were once again blown to pieces, their inner cores and debris flying everywhere. Yet, this was not the end. Yang Jinyu produced 2 grenades, Fat Duck. With her distinctly local command, the 2 grenades exploded instantaneously in a mere 10 seconds. She had turned the clearing in front of the dormitory area into a scene of devastation. Nearly 50 monsters killed or injured, comprising a quarter of the total monster count. The instructors' mouths twitched. They no longer had to worry. This truly became the Welfare Bureau. Who would have thought that a person armed with an arsenal would emerge? Originally intended to intimidate the trainees, especially Yang Jinyu, now it had completely benefited her. As for Xiao Tiance, he had distanced himself from Yang Jinyu early on, fully aware that he wouldn't score any points standing by her side. The other training members emerged in a state of bewilderment, questioning why a participant would be wielding heavy weaponry. Was she here to engage in the training or to incite rebellion? As they surveyed the swiftly dispatched monsters around them, it appeared that the situation was not their concern. Perhaps it was best to return to their slumber? After a while, Yang Jinyu, who had already amassed over 90 points, equivalent to more than 9 million, finally ceased fire. This was not due to a sudden pang of conscience to allow others a chance. Rather, the monsters had become scarce, and with numerous participants emerging, she feared that if she continued, she might inadvertently obliterate her opponents and lose the entirety of her hard-earned 9 million, or even suffer a loss herself. However, with heavy artillery rendered useless, she still possessed her martial prowess. Thank you. Much appreciated. The uninformed participants expressed their gratitude, much to Yang Jinyu's delight. That moment, a woman caught her attention. Zhou Tianfeng's crush. However, it was not the individual herself who intrigued her, but rather the weapon she wielded. The woman was utilizing a mechanical arm and a mechanical folding knife. This knife, aside from its folding capability, was equipped with a unique gear structure that could inflict additional damage upon cutting a target. The former did not hinder the battle soldier and could even enhance attributes, which explained its continued USEDI. In contrast, the latter conflicted with the functionalities of battle soldiers and, due to technical limitations, could not fully harness the powers of an abilities user, resulting in its rarity. Hey, Xiao Zhou, may I inquire about the name of your beloved? Yang Jinyu approached Zhou Tianfeng with a curious expression. Zhou Tianfeng immediately became wary, sensing an unusual shrewdness. Big brother, why do you want to know this? Chapter 56. New tests. Although Zhou Tianfeng was uncertain of Yang Jinyu's true gender, it did not deter him from believing she was coveting his crush. Yang Jinyu's lips twitched as she gritted her teeth. Are you overthinking this? I'm merely asking out of curiosity why she uses a weapon that isn't a battle soldier. Damn it, even if she had ulterior motives. She lacks the capability. Oh, I see. Zhou Tianfeng relaxed, returning to normalcy. Her name is Lu Mingyao, an abilities user classified as a B-level mechanical warrior. It seemed she could resonate with mechanical weapons and combine combat techniques for extraordinary performance. Big brother, do not underestimate Mingyao. Despite her abilities being unremarkable among us, her strength is undoubtedly the best, having reached the 2nd tier at the 10th level. Moreover, she has successfully navigated the trials of the brave general. As long as she does not fall, she is destined to become a 7th-tier powerhouse. Yang Jinyu nodded. Though she had not heard of the trials of the brave general, her gaze lingered on Lu Mingyao, pondering her thoughts. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the instructors were experiencing significant headaches. What should they do? Should the opening ceremony be hastily concluded? No, they must instill a sense of caution in them, particularly with those 2S-level individuals. They would suppress their abilities and commence testing early. Surely, their extraordinary powers could not defy the laws of nature at such a low tier. By the way, Do not forget to adjust the instrument's data to reflect 60%. To avoid any unforeseen complications, 60%? Isn't that a bit implausible? There are students from the East Huang 7 here. Can we really claim to control only 60% of our power without raising suspicions? Hiss. No, 70%. It must not exceed that. As the instructors deliberated, they finalized the upcoming assessments. Regarding sleep, none of them took the alarm seriously, dozing off instead. In the dormitory area, the students gazed at the stern-faced instructors, feeling somewhat perplexed. Someone spoke up. Instructors, has something happened at the camp? It was better left unsaid. Upon this inquiry, the instructor's expressions darkened further. If something were amiss, your lives would have already been forfeit. Instructor Wu, who had previously accompanied Yang Jinyu and the others, declared, "Let me inform you. The training session officially commences now. Speak only when called upon, and stand in line properly. 1 minute." Instantly, the students felt a heavy atmosphere enveloping them. Amidst the chaos, they began to line up. While Yang Jinyu, having just collected her inner cores, realized that even an abundance of good fortune could be a burden. The money did not matter. More was inconsequential, merely a string of digits in her phone. Finally, observing the disorganized lineup that barely resembled a proper formation, Instructor Wu erupted, "You useless lot. You can't even stand in line properly, yet you call yourselves geniuses. You nearly allowed a horde of mere second-tier monsters to overrun you. I see you all possess no abilities whatsoever." However, in the face of the collective gaze and the nearby deep pit, Instructor Wu inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt as he cast a sidelong glance at the pleased Yang Jinyu. What guilt? It only fueled his anger. The students looked displeased. They accepted criticism about their discipline, but claiming they had been overwhelmed by second-tier monsters was unacceptable. Each of them was a genius. The training session had not even begun. Who could have anticipated a monster siege? Moreover, hadn't the area been cleared? Nevertheless, given the notorious reputation of the Demon Clan Purification Bureau, it was wise to remain compliant now that training had commenced to avoid being targeted. Instructor Wu continued to vent his frustrations. "Damn it, this generation is sharper than the last. They didn't even provoke me. I had intended to implement a collective punishment scheme." Instructor Wu muttered discontentedly. He had initially planned to exhaust the students' stamina before the tests, but they were all too clever to fall for it. He could only wait grimly for the other instructors to bring testing instruments like boxing apparatus to the training grounds. Testing the strength instruments? What did they think it was for? Most students exhaled in relief upon seeing the equipment. After all, they had encountered strength tests before. Instructor Wu observed the students' reactions with a cold smirk, then waved his hand. Suddenly, an invisible force field spread throughout Base 1. As I mentioned earlier, if you lack abilities, you are worthless. Although you have remained silent, I can see your disbelief in your expressions. Allow me to demonstrate whether you are indeed worthless. The students were taken aback, their thoughts racing. They wished he would just say it plainly instead of finding excuses. They soon realized their abilities seemed to have vanished, and an unsettling feeling washed over them. Devoid of their powers, they felt utterly vulnerable in this environment. Ignoring their various expressions, Instructor Wu continued, "This device here is familiar to you all. It tests strength. What I want to convey is that without your abilities, you are indeed worthless, unable to unleash even a fraction of your true power." One student could no longer contain himself and reported loudly, "Report, Instructor. We are abilities users. Why can we not utilize our powers? Furthermore, without our abilities, how can we demonstrate our strength? Our physical prowess is evident." Instructor Wu raised an eyebrow, pleased to have someone affirm his words. With a dismissive scoff, he replied, "This is precisely what I am about to elucidate. Abilities are not invincible. In many secret realms, and even in certain depths, your powers may be rendered useless. You will have to rely solely on your physical bodies." The student pressed on, "Then Instructor, you still haven't answered me. Why do you say we cannot showcase our strength without our abilities?" A barely perceptible smile graced Instructor Wu's lips as he responded, "Naturally, it is because you have become overly reliant on your abilities, neglecting the importance of your physical forms. How can you possibly demonstrate your strength? Enough questions? I understand you are a physical abilities user, but you merely leverage your abilities to unleash strength far beyond your natural capabilities. Thus, for the next month, do not expect to utilize your powers. The device before you will serve to reveal just how much of a burden you are. illustrating the extent of your true potential. Instructor Wu's gaze sharpened as he scanned the crowd. He needed to identify a student whose strength and ability levels were commendable. Only then could he establish his authority. Although Lu Mengyao ranked first in strength, her B-level abilities wouldn't intimidate the others, especially those 2S-level students who would undoubtedly resist any form of submission. Instructor Wu's focus shifted to Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. Both were formidable, particularly the former, being the daughter of Yang Go. That warranted a stricter approach. Currently, his severity was primarily aimed at ensuring she distanced herself from the Demon Clan Purification Bureau. Otherwise, should she enter the abyss next year, it could cost her life. Natural talent does not equate to strength, and he hoped she would not develop an arrogant mindset. Although the instructors had gained a preliminary understanding of Yang Jinyu's prowess, her current performance was merely average. Despite her sustained capabilities appearing somewhat formidable, had she perhaps cultivated a particular technique? Nonetheless, this did not alter Instructor Wu's belief that Yang Jinyu's premature entry into the Demon Clan Purification Bureau was hasty. After all, she had a year less of training compared to other students. Wouldn't it have been wiser to participate next year? Chapter 57. Unbelievable punching power. Zhang Kuang, step forward. Instructor Wu redirected his attention to the student who had interrupted him multiple times, suddenly producing a dossier. Zhang Kuang, a second-tier 9th-level individual, ranked among the top 5 in the entire base. Within our first base, he even stood second. Possessing an A-level ability, the Heavenly Forged Martial Body, he was, in reality, close to S-level and quite renowned in university circles. Most of you should have at least heard his name. Instructor Wu's sharp gaze swept across the crowd as he continued. He can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing his overall strength for a limited time, all while boasting formidable recovery capabilities. Additionally, he has cultivated an S-level technique that grants a 10% attribute boost with each breakthrough in addition to mastering the A-level body forging technique. When he unleashes his full power, his strength is expected to reach around 6,000 kilograms. Such raw power is enough to rival an ordinary third-tier 9-fold ability user, undoubtedly marking him as a prodigy. You all must acknowledge his strength and ability level, right? The students were uncertain why Instructor Wu spoke so definitively, yet they all nodded in tacit agreement. Now, let me demonstrate that even such a genius, devoid of their abilities, is nothing but a mere chicken. Instructor Wu's tone was severe, leaving no room for negotiation. Step forward. Zhang Kuang's mouth twitched. He realized he had become an example to frighten others. Nevertheless, he did not believe that without his abilities, he would be incapable of controlling his own strength. Among the students of the same year at Yinhuang University, he might not even rank in the top 10. However, in hand-to-hand combat, he would undoubtedly claim the second position, with no one daring to assert they could surpass him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Kuang approached the apparatus, his gaze focused. And after gathering his strength, he struck down with great force. The apparatus immediately reported, punch strength, 4,200 kilograms. Zhang Kuang was taken aback, his mouth agape, momentarily stunned. The student's eyes widened in disbelief, not because Zhang Kuang's strength was excessively high, but rather shockingly low. While 4,200 kilograms might seem substantial, the actual destructive capacity was merely enough to demolish a single room, comparable to an ordinary third-tier 5-fold ability user. Yet, Zhang Kuang's true strength should have been around 6,000 kilograms. Even accounting for some error, such a discrepancy was implausible. Could it be that without their abilities, they were truly incapable? The students' expressions grew grave. Even a renowned genius could not unleash their full potential. What did that imply for their own capabilities? Observing the students' reactions, Instructor Wu felt quite satisfied. His gaze then shifted to Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. While Xiao Tiance remained expressionless, Yang Jinyu wore a silly grin, still reveling in the recent acquisition of 9,090 inner elixirs. Although she was now at the second tier, the efficacy of the inner elixirs of the same tier had begun to diminish for her. From needing 10 inner elixirs of the same level to advance from the first tier to now requiring over 30, this was nearly sufficient for her to ascend 2 levels. Coupled with the 9 million. How could she not be overjoyed? This girl is taking it too lightly. It's as if she's forcing me to use her as an example. Instructor Wu muttered to himself, then suddenly raised his voice. You see, this is your situation. Overall, Zhang Kuang is already considered the best among you, yet even he is merely mediocre. So I advise you not to think too highly of your talents. Here, you are all novices. At this point, Instructor Wu's gaze turned to Yang Jinyu. Yang Jinyu, step forward. Let us see just how much power you, the first in the Starfall Mansion trial, can harness. He paused briefly before continuing. Yang Jinyu. Second tier, first fold, S-level unknown ability, suspected to be of a special type. Considering you have cultivated S-level techniques and the A-level body forging technique, your strength should be around 1900 kilograms. The students were taken aback. This didn't seem right. Shouldn't she be considered as having not cultivated the body forging technique since she had yet to enter university? Furthermore, S-level techniques were not easily obtained outside of the university's path. Why was everything being calculated so favorably? Instructor Wu, however, was unconcerned with the students' thoughts. He shamelessly adjusted the data and did not care about their opinions. After all, given her talent, she would learn these things once she entered university. It was irrelevant that she hadn't learned them yet, and who knew if her father had left her anything. By the way, are you indeed at the second tier, first fold? Instructor Wu specifically inquired. Wary that Yang Jinyu might have leveled up before arriving. Report, Instructor. I am now at the second tier, second fold, Yang Jinyu replied. Instructor Wu's mouth twitched. As expected, if that were the case, her strength should not be 1900, but rather close to 2200. Let us calculate it as 2200. The students, they recognized it as targeted. Then go ahead. A hint of amusement danced on Instructor Wu's lips as his gaze remained fixed on Yang Jinyu. He could not believe that with so many buffs stacked, the girl's strength could still be extraordinary. Instructor, must I use my fists? Can I not use another form of attack, such as my legs? Yang Jinyu suddenly inquired, as she excelled in leg techniques as a sharpshooter. Instructor Wu was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded. After all, for ability users, the distinction between using fists or legs was not particularly significant. Yang Jinyu took a deep breath, then raised her long, powerful leg. Traced a graceful arc through the air, and in an instant, a fierce shockwave erupted. Instructor Wu, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. Had Zhang Kuang's punch possessed such tremendous force? At that moment, the apparatus began to announce, punch strength, 6,325 kilograms. The sudden number left everyone present dumbfounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. How much? 6325. This apparatus only reports in kilograms, right? Yes, over 6,000 kilograms. What a joke. Even among the top talents in the second year at Yinhuang University, Zhang Kuang's strength was only over 4,000 kilograms. Instructor, is this apparatus malfunctioning? Indeed. How could a second-tier 9-fold strength be lower than that of a second-tier second-fold? The students murmured among themselves, but their tone conveyed a singular sentiment, disbelief. Although Zhang Kuang did not possess an S-level ability, he was still among the top of the A-level, coupled with the cultivation of various elite techniques and body forging methods. It was entirely normal for him to have strength comparable to others of the same tier, even if he had not fully unleashed it. Yet now, a mere high school student at the second tier had surpassed Zhang Kuang's strength. Moreover, it exceeded even his estimated maximum. This could not possibly be a joke. At that moment, the instructors were equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Instructor Wu looked questioningly at the instructors behind him. Did you forget to adjust something? The instructor replied in astonishment. What nonsense are you talking about? You saw Zhang Kuang's strength with your own eyes. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wu was completely dumbfounded. How could someone just entering the second tier possess such outrageous power? He had stacked buffs to the utmost limit. How could it still have gone awry? Instructor, may I leave now? At this moment, Yang Jinyu's tentative voice rang out. Instructor Wu fell into silence, then said sternly, Wait a moment. He then turned his gaze to the still unresponsive Xiao Tiance in the crowd. Xiao Tiance, right? Step forward and give it a try as well. Hearing this, Xiao Tiance approached the apparatus, took a breath, and then struck with his fist. Punch strength, 7,758 kilograms. The apparatus once again reported an astonishing figure. Instructor Wu, you two, go stand aside. Chapter 58. The timing is just right. Instructor Wu now felt a headache watching Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. They truly were childhood friends who had grown up together. Their strengths were equally absurd. He turned to the students, feigning calmness, and said, This might indeed be a malfunction of the apparatus. Thus, we need to replace it. A hint of guilt flickered in Instructor Wu's eyes. Although the likelihood of this apparatus malfunctioning was low, what if? He could not believe the strength displayed by those two students. The students, unaware, could not be clearer. If the apparatus had not malfunctioned, their current displayed strength was merely 70%. Their true power was likely even higher, estimated to rival the fourth tier. This was too outrageous. He would not believe it even if he were to be killed. Upon hearing this, the students displayed expressions of realization, as if to say, as expected. How could such punch strength possibly be real? Their gazes shifted towards Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance, who stood aside like they were being punished. This sudden relaxation made them feel that the two were surprisingly easy to deal with. Meanwhile, during the wait for the new apparatus, Yang Jinyu shot a resentful glance at Xiao Tiance, her expression filled with disbelief. How come your strength is still higher than mine? Her voice carried a hint of incredulity, as if questioning the unfairness of fate. Just when she thought she finally possessed the power to counter Xiao Tiance, how could this test reveal that his strength was still above hers? Despite her rapid advancement, why had she not surpassed him? Xiao Tiance leaned slightly closer, whispering with a laugh, "Now you see my strength. So I advise you not to think that just because you secured first place in the secret realm, you can frequently provoke me. Otherwise, I won't mind giving you a lesson." Xiao Tiance's tone held a mix of teasing and veiled threat. Although Yang Jinyu's rapid rise in strength did surprise him, he had once been a ninth-tier powerhouse, with various targeted auxiliary training techniques at his disposal. If she wished to rebel, she still had quite a way to go. "Hey, why are you getting so close just to talk?" At that moment, Yang Jinyu felt the warm breath of Xiao Tiance brushing against her cheek, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Tiance glanced at her with a teasing smile. "I've noticed you've been a bit restless lately, your emotions swinging like a pendulum. What is going on? Wasn't he at around this time last month too? Do boys also have their time of the month?" Yang Jinyu froze upon hearing this, ignoring his teasing, her eyes widening in shock. "Wait, I haven't even realized it myself. Counting the days, my relative seems to be arriving soon." Meanwhile, Instructor Wu watched the two interact, feeling his mouth twitch in frustration. "What on earth are you two doing standing there? Are you chatting? Isn't this a bit too much? At least return to formation before you talk." After a while, a new instrument was brought in. Instructor Wu shot a glare at the two troublesome individuals, Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. "Yang Jinyu, try again, this time with your fist." Yang Jinyu stepped up to the instrument, took a deep breath, and swung her fist. The reading showed a staggering force of 6,225 kilograms. Although the numbers fluctuated, they were still utterly unbelievable, and immediate silence enveloped the scene, only to be shattered moments later by an uproar. "No, this can't be right. The instrument must be malfunctioning. How can the data be so outrageous? Didn't the other party just graduate from high school?" The crowd gazed at Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance as if witnessing an incredible spectacle. "What do we do now?" one instructor inquired. Instructor Wu felt a headache coming on, lamenting his misfortune in encountering such extraordinary students. He helplessly waved his hand. "You two, return to your teams for now." Then, turning to the other students, after a moment of silence, he sternly declared, "Regardless of whether the instrument is faulty or not, the achievements of Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance are merely anomalies. Is there anyone among you at the S level? No, at most, you are at the same level as Zhang Kuang, which means you are still a bunch of greenhorns here." Glancing at his watch, Wu noted it was 2 in the morning. "All right, you're dismissed. Go get some rest." After he spoke, the instructors paid no further attention to the students and left, needing some time to recuperate. The students, however, cast peculiar glances at Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance, with some boys and girls even attempting to initiate conversations. Yet, having been cornered once in the secret realm, Yang Jinyu had learned her lesson. As soon as the instructors announced dismissal, she bolted away, and of course, she didn't forget her close friend, instinctively pulling him along as she ran. Xiao Tiance, however, was momentarily taken aback. After the last trial, when Yang Jinyu had frozen up, he had pulled her out without feeling much through the combat armor, but this time, he inexplicably sensed that his friend's hand felt a bit soft. Sigh. Watching Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance's retreating figures, some students couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In the dormitory, Yang Jinyu rummaged through a backpack she had taken from the secret realm, frantically searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Xiao Tiance asked curiously, noting that she had been restless since their return. Yang Jinyu bared her teeth. "Don't come over. My personal space is sacred and inviolable." With that, she continued her search in the backpack. Moments later, she finally spotted what she needed and hurriedly made her way to the restroom with the bag. "Xiao Tiance, Are you looking for toilet paper? Is it really necessary to react so dramatically? And why are you baring your teeth like a cat? You're just being too uptight. Shortly after, young Jinyu emerged wearing a loose jacket, though her expression still bore traces of distress. The sanitary supplies she was currently using were leftovers from the last time. If she adhered to the usual replacement frequency, what she had would only last a day at most. What to do? Yang Jinyu lay on her bed, despair written all over her face. There was nowhere to buy anything in this wretched place. What to do? You can still rest for a while. Make sure to take advantage of it. Hearing Xiao Tian's calm words, Yang Jinyu felt inexplicably irked. Why should I have to endure this kind of suffering? Lao Xiao, do you even realize what your good buddy is going through? How can you be so indifferent? Yang Jinyu's face darkened as she suddenly lunged at Xiao Tian's, covering him with the summer quilt. Today, she was determined to make a scene. Yang Jinyu, you must be itching for trouble. From under the quilt came Xiao Tian's somewhat muffled voice. He was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jinyu's sudden action, caught off guard. But soon, he rolled over and flipped the summer quilt back onto Yang Jinyu, dismissively saying, with your meager skills, do you think you can rebel? Although her special ability was quite formidable, it was currently sealed, and in a physical struggle, he had never backed down from anyone. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the sensation beneath him. He knew his friend's skin was in good condition, yet the touch felt strange. Xiao Tian's instinctively squeezed, finding it soft and seemingly elastic. What the hell? Lao Xiao, get away from me. Yang Jinyu exploded, and Xiao Tian's, caught off guard, was flipped onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jinyu dashed back to her bed, wrapping herself tightly in her small quilt, as if to isolate herself from the world. Xiao Tian's stood up from the floor, instinctively saying, have you gained weight? But something felt different. He began rubbing his palm, trying to recall the sensation from just moments ago. Then, he turned his gaze toward the curled-up Yang Jinyu, his expression turning puzzled, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Chapter 59. Gravity running, making friends at this moment, Yang Jinyu, hidden under the covers, blushed furiously and shouted in indignation, shut up and sleep. Damn it, since I can still rest for a while. I loosened the bandages under my clothes while in the restroom, and now I've practically delivered myself to him. Luckily, he hasn't had any experience with women, or I would have been exposed. But what about the sanitary supplies? I feel so irritated, and the issue remains unresolved, almost costing me everything. Thoughts swirled chaotically in Yang Jinyu's mind, until suddenly, a notion flashed through, and she yawned, drifting off to sleep. 2 hours later, ding ding ding. This time, it wasn't the alarm but an ear-piercing ringing that echoed through the air. What the hell? Is something wrong? Has it only been 2 hours and we're already facing another ordeal? The once tranquil dormitory area erupted into chaos. Yang Jinyu jolted awake from her slumber, suddenly feeling an urge to curse. Awake. Xiao Tian's voice rang in her ears. You didn't sleep in? He raised an eyebrow. Surprised, as this was the first time he had seen her not sleeping in. However, Yang Jinyu was in no mood to pay attention to Xiao Tian's. She was seething with irritation. She had barely woken up when trouble came knocking. After adjusting her clothes under the covers, emanating a low-pressure aura, she expressionlessly walked out of the dormitory, heading towards the training ground. Xiao Tian's was momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. This familiar feeling reminded him once more of the saying that silence is golden. Outside the training ground, Instructor Wu cast a glance at the first 2 students to emerge, raising an eyebrow. He had expected the military recruits to be the first to arrive, but was surprised to see these 2 troublesome individuals again. However, the atmosphere around them seemed off. Had they quarreled? Youth, so fiery, easily igniting conflicts. He then shifted his gaze back to the dormitory area, waiting for the other students to arrive, though his expression darkened. After Yang Jinyu and her companion arrived, the other students trickled in. Big brother. Zhou Tianfeng waved at Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's, but was met with Yang Jinyu's piercing glare. The memory of being threatened at gunpoint at the station came rushing back, causing him to shudder, his voice trembling. Big brother. You're early. Yang Jinyu merely nodded slightly, responding, good morning. Zhou Tianfeng turned to Xiao Tian's, whispering, Big brother, what happened? Is big sister in a bad mood? Xiao Tian's regarded Yang Jinyu's back, seemingly deep in thought, then shook his head. I don't know. All I know is it's best not to provoke her right now. Simultaneously, Instructor Wu's voice thundered across the training ground, startling many students who were still half asleep. 10 minutes. Instructor Wu's penetrating gaze swept over the listless students as he bellowed. 10 full minutes. If you become members of the Purification Bureau and are suddenly called to action, would you still waste time like this? And with such a lack of spirit, what are you doing here for training? His tone grew increasingly severe. From now on, whenever you hear the bell, you must assemble within 2 minutes. I don't care what you're doing. Even if you're in the restroom, you better wrap it up. Now, everyone, go run 20 laps around the training ground. Upon hearing this, some students expressed their discontent. Instructor, I assembled right away. Why should I be punished? Yang Jinyu frowned. She had insisted on joining the Purification Bureau, so she had to endure whatever tests came her way. However, she felt inexplicably irritable. Instructor Wu shot a cold glance at the student, then turned his attention to his roommate. Why? Your roommate is from the military. Ask him why. The roommate quietly replied, it's a principle of collective punishment, a hidden rule in the military. Did you hear that? Instructor Wu's voice turned icier now. You and your roommate run 30 laps. If you ask again, it will be 40 laps. And everyone else, why are you still standing around? Do you want extra laps? Hearing this, the students hurriedly sprang into action. For them, 20 laps were manageable given their physical fitness, but the thought of additional laps was daunting. However, just as the students began running, a chorus of wails erupted. The first few to enter the training ground suddenly tumbled to the ground, not knowing what had caused their fall. What the heck? There's gravity in here. Wait, not only are abilities sealed, but there's also gravity? Is this some kind of joke? Xiao Tiance warned Yang Jinyu. This training ground starts at double gravity but will gradually increase to quadruple. Yang Jinyu nodded, and as soon as she stepped into the training ground, a heavy pressure enveloped her. Yet, thanks to her preparation, her body only trembled slightly before she steadied herself. Damn, this is torture. Zhou Tianfeng, however, lamented for 2 days, wondering when he had ever endured such a hardship. Yet, upon observing Lu Mingyao, who had already begun to run, he grit his teeth and reluctantly joined her. For Zhou Tianfeng, who had relied entirely on resources to bolster his abilities, each step felt exceedingly arduous. Xiao Zhou, are we friends? Could you do me a favor? At that moment, Yang Jinyu, exuding an air of low pressure, made a concerted effort to approach Zhou Tianfeng with a serene demeanor. Zhou Tianfeng responded with confusion. Yang Jinyu continued, could you introduce me to Lu Mingyao? Adhering to the notion that a friend of a friend is also a friend, she thought that the solution to her shortage of hygiene products was to borrow from someone. But whom to ask? Among the girls, only Lu Mingyao was within her reach. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng's eyes reflected a mix of astonishment, bewilderment, and trepidation. Stammering, he exclaimed, No, big brother, what are you planning to do? One must not covet a friend's partner. Yang Jinyu's lips twitched slightly as she gritted her teeth, saying, rest assured, I have no intention of competing for your partner. I merely wish to make an acquaintance. Ahead, Xiao Tiance noticed that Yang Jinyu had slowed her pace. Seemingly engaged in conversation with Zhou Tianfeng, he raised an eyebrow and subsequently reduced his speed, pondering what they could be discussing. Zhou Tianfeng, panting heavily, voiced his grievances in a tone tinged with indignation. Big brother is trying to steal my partner. Yang Jinyu, feeling exasperated, scolded herself for foolishly thinking she could get to know Lu Mingyao through Zhou Tianfeng. We weren't discussing anything of importance, she retorted, quickening her pace, reminding herself that it was merely about getting acquainted with a stranger. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance, having overheard Zhou Tianfeng's account, regarded Yang Jinyu's retreating figure with a hint of confusion. Chapter 60. The Flesh of Abyssal Beasts Before Long. Yang Jinyu, having mustered her courage, sprinted towards Lu Mingyao, who stood at the forefront of the group. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to sound as natural as possible. Hello, my name is Yang Jinyu. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, a trace of nervousness seeped through her words. After all, this was her initiative to approach someone, rather than waiting for them to approach her, which triggered a bit of social anxiety. The surrounding students, their breaths becoming increasingly ragged, observed the swift figure that darted past them in silence. Each of them was utterly exhausted, while the newcomer seemed to be engaging in casual conversation. If they lost their breath, it would be on her. Lu Mingyao turned to the girl who had suddenly approached her, momentarily taken aback. Hello, I'm Lu Mingyao. She was puzzled as to why this girl had sought her out, but it appeared she was acquainted with Zhou Tianfang. Yang Jinyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stammered, I just wanted to get to know you. I noticed that your weapon is related to machinery, and I have some knowledge in that area. I have a better mechanical arm. Lu Mingyao was even more bewildered, unsure of Yang Jinyu's intentions. As Yang Jinyu spoke, her cheeks gradually flushed, overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the situation. Her intention was to use their shared interest in machinery to bridge the gap. But she was not adept at initiating conversations with strangers. I just want to make a friend. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao's lips curled into a slight smile, finding the girl in front of her rather endearing. All right. At that moment, Zhou Tianfang, lagging behind in the group, felt as though he was being subjected to a dual torment of body and spirit. He turned to Xiao Tiance, Big brother, is it a bit underhanded? Xiao Tiance shot him a sidelong glance, replying, then you should put in more effort. But he added, it probably won't be an issue. Zhou Tianfang was taken aback, wondering if he was questioning the integrity of his big brother. Xiao Tiance ignored Zhou Tianfang's bewildered expression and suddenly accelerated, completing 20 laps in just half an hour, leaving the surrounding students in a state of astonishment. What are you doing, man? As dawn broke, the majority of students had completed the entire course, panting heavily from exhaustion. Zhou Tianfang collapsed directly onto the ground, refusing to budge no matter what. I'm going to die. If I had a phone, I bet my step count would be off the charts. Ding. Just as Zhou Tianfang finished speaking, the bell rang once more. What the hell is this? Zhou Tianfang's mental state erupted. Yet upon seeing the two unfortunate souls who had just finished 30 laps, he could only muster a sorrowful expression as he struggled to rise. He certainly did not wish to incur any additional penalties. In the group, Xiao Tiance observed Yang Jinyu, who seemed to be in a slightly better mood, and tentatively inquired, are you considering the prospect of finding a partner? Planning to be a dog? Yang Jinyu was taken aback, wondering why he suddenly resorted to insults. However, recalling her earlier actions and the words she had previously uttered, whoever finds a partner first is a dog, she felt somewhat speechless. Get lost? Meanwhile, Instructor Wu surveyed the group, noting that some students still appeared quite lively. He pondered whether he should add a few more laps or increase the weight. However, seeing the exhausted expressions on the other students' faces, he abandoned that thought and sternly declared, quiet. The morning exercises are over. You have half an hour to rest. When the bell rings, gather for breakfast. Upon hearing this, the students erupted with joy, dispersing with relief after enduring such a grueling session. Zhou Tianfang was particularly elated, tears streaming down his face, for only food could soothe his fragile and wounded spirit. Of course, a crush would do as well. However, no one noticed the sinister smiles that crept onto the faces of the instructors behind them. How many unfortunate souls do you think will be infected by the abyssal aura this time? No need to guess. We'll find out when the time comes. Just prepare the potions and document each case. On another note, Yang Jinyu rushed into the restroom as soon as they returned to the dormitory. I need to use the bathroom first. Xiao Tiance followed closely behind, saying, you do your thing. I don't mind. I just need to rinse off. I was sweating too much during the run. Yang Jinyu promptly shut the door, exclaiming loudly, I mind. Xiao Tiance raised an eyebrow but said nothing, lost in his thoughts. Soon, the bell rang again. Instructor Wu scanned the students who had quickly assembled, letting out a cold snort. You all seem quite eager for a meal from now on. You have 1 hour to eat. If you do not return on time, you know the consequences. The students were momentarily stunned, wondering if this was an act of kindness. Had they truly been granted an hour to eat? 10 minutes. And it's over. With that, they dashed towards the dining hall like hungry dogs, barely able to contain their excitement. However, upon entering the cafeteria, they were met with the sight of the previously open serving windows now firmly shut. On each long table lay a large basin containing meat that exuded dark, ominous vapors, streaked with blood. Where's the food? Zhou Tianfang was utterly bewildered. Yang Jinyu suddenly recalled the same truck emanating abyssal energy that they had encountered outside the cafeteria earlier. So, it was waiting for them here? A sense of foreboding washed over her as she remembered that there were indeed military training exercises that involved consuming raw meat. But surely they wouldn't make them eat this flesh that reeked of abyssal energy. Would they? Yang Jinyu tried to convince herself otherwise. The students approached the long tables with puzzled expressions, scratching their heads or examining the meat with scrutiny, each adopting a different posture. Some even speculated that perhaps the serving window had yet to open, and they should just queue up. What is this? Why is the window still closed? Aren't we supposed to eat? The meat, radiating an abyssal aura, left them questioning its purpose. What the hell? The base has gone mad. Are they trying to kill us? Yang Jinyu, Xiao Tiance, and Zhou Tianfang gathered around Lu Mingyao at one table. Old Xiao, what's going on? Given Xiao Tiance's apparent understanding of the training content, Yang Jinyu asked directly. He remained silent, simply applying spiritual energy to his hands to ensure he wouldn't be infected by the abyssal aura before picking up a piece of meat and starting to purge the magical energy from it. You remember the precautions, right? This is what it's for. This is the flesh of abyssal beasts. It will serve as our primary sustenance for the foreseeable future. You must learn to do this yourself. Do not rely on others. As he spoke, the blood-streaked meat in his hand was cleansed of its magical energy, and without hesitation, he took a bite, not even wrinkling his brow. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Seriously, bro, you still want to show off now? You're not afraid of dying. The military recruits, witnessing this, gritted their teeth and began to purge the magical energy as well. Having been trained to eat raw meat, they couldn't let a high school student outdo them. Is this even edible? Zhou Tianfang lay sprawled on the table, rolling his eyes, feeling as if he might perish. After enduring such torment, how could he be expected to eat a normal meal? Yang Jinyu bit her lip and followed suit, attempting to purge the magical energy from her own piece of meat. If she couldn't handle this, how could she ever face the abyss? Yet, as she took her first bite, she was overwhelmed by a wave of nausea beyond her imagination. The taste of blood filled her mouth, and she nearly retched, feeling her reaction was perhaps a bit extreme. Across from her, Lu Mingyao, witnessing Yang Jinyu, a girl barely past her teenage years, managed to endure it, was taken aback before she too began to take action. Only Zhou Tianfang remained at a loss, ultimately steeling himself to pick up a piece of flesh. He was determined to go all in. Chapter 61. Target practice in the cafeteria, silence reigned. Aside from the faint sounds of chewing, most students were lost in contemplation, staring at the abyssal beast meat laid out before them. It was no wonder they were granted an hour to eat. Even with 2 additional hours, they might struggle to swallow it down. Just then, the instructors entered, and upon spotting Yang Jinyu's table, already in the act of eating, Instructor Wu was momentarily taken aback. Well, this is the first time I've seen someone so eager. Is this what genius looks like? Is their capacity for acceptance truly that formidable? He cast a sweeping glance over the others, noticing that the few military trainees had already begun to take action. Yet, apart from them, no one else dared to make a move. Instructor Wu immediately bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? This is your breakfast. I have warned you to pay close attention to that manual of precautions. I am quite eager to see which unfortunate soul will succumb to the demonic energy." His words dripped with a hint of mockery and disdain. "Rest assured, we have antidotes. I won't let you perish, merely experience some discomfort." At that moment, Zhang Kuang, who often chimed in, spoke up, "Report, instructor, is this meat from abyssal creatures truly edible, even after the demonic energy has been purged?" Instructor Wu snorted dismissively. "Whether it's edible or not is irrelevant. I'll tell you this. If you can't handle it, you'd better get lost. Though you think entering the abyss is a mere game? If you find yourselves on a mission there, this might just be the sustenance that saves your lives." His gaze fell upon Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. "Look at those two. Even high school students can manage to eat it. You've all had your share of experiences in the secret realms. Are you truly so inept?" This provocation stirred several trainees into hesitant action. As seniors, they couldn't allow themselves to be outdone, could they? Yet, many others wore expressions of distress, clearly having overlooked the manual. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. The immediate result was an infection from the demonic energy, compounded by shock and prior exhaustion. Leading some to faint. In an instant, instructors rushed forward to administer antidotes, recording on their tablets, "Zhang Long, 1 bottle of demonic energy antidote, deducting 5 4th-tier energy crystals. Performance deduction of 10 points, with 4 opportunities remaining." The entire process unfolded with alarming efficiency, a testament to their practiced routine. An hour swiftly elapsed. The trainees were compelled to consume the meat, knowing that abstaining could cost them dearly in the ensuing training. The jarring bell rang once more. With grim faces, the trainees had no choice but to spring into action. knowing the gravity of the impending gravity runs. This meal had already felled 8 of them. Yet, Zhou Tianfeng, while running, nibbled on a small piece of meat, his expression contorted. Addressing the glances from Yang Jinyu, Xiao Tiance, and the goddess, he lamented, "I'm so hungry." Although he had eaten, each bite was a struggle, and he was still far from satiated. As he continued to run, he suddenly retched, feeling even hungrier. At the shooting range, the new instructor, surnamed Sun, surveyed the trainees with a stern gaze. "You should now understand that in the abyss, our powers may be rendered ineffective for various reasons. In such circumstances, our primary reliance lies solely on our physicality, but that is not our only recourse. We can also utilize weapons." Instructor Sun directed his attention towards Zhang Kuang, anticipating a response. After all, without their powers, the typical combatant's effectiveness would be significantly diminished. However, this time Zhang Kuang averted his gaze from Instructor Sunday. He had already been used as a stepping stone for 2S-level individuals. He had no intention of continuing to play the role of the mouthpiece. Yet, feeling the instructor's increasingly piercing gaze, he relented. "Report, Instructor, without our powers, aren't combatants merely sturdier than regular weaponry? Shouldn't they be considered useless?" Instructor Sun nodded in approval, well articulated. "This is precisely what you will be testing and learning next. Firearms. We possess a special type of ammunition, categorized into 4 levels, capable of inflicting additional damage on creatures of varying strengths. This is why, as members of the Purification Bureau, even those endowed with powers carry firearms," he continued. "However, due to material and technical limitations, their availability is restricted, and they should only be used in critical situations. Nonetheless, our agents are among the finest marksmen." Instructor Sun's lips curled into a faint smile as he regarded the trainees. "Ah, so you consider yourselves geniuses, with powers and abilities beyond compare? I refuse to believe your marksmanship will match your extraordinary talents. In my day, I was the top marksman in military shooting competitions, and no matter your achievements, I am prepared to accept them." He was well aware that Yang Jinyu's abilities were firearm-related, even having used a spirit source pistol before. However, firepower and marksmanship are not synonymous. Just blasting away one assure you a hit, and even if you excel with stationary targets, I also possess moving targets to test your skills. I shall demonstrate first." Instructor Sun declared, drawing his sidearm and firing consecutively. The large screen behind the range displayed the results instantaneously. 5 shots, a total of 50 points, perfect score. Turning back, he revealed a hint of pride and authority in his eyes. "Your first test is to achieve 10 shots on stationary targets with a perfect score before the end of the first month of training. Do not make excuses. You are all endowed with powers, and achieving this should pose no challenge." He gestured toward a nearby area. "You may now retrieve your weapons." A fellow instructor approached with a large box containing various handguns. "Zhang Kuang, you're up first." Instructor Sun's gaze landed on Zhang Kuang again. "While you may be a physical type ability user, your overall capabilities are comprehensive. Your mental reaction speed should be quite good. Even if this is your first encounter with firearms, achieving 60 points should be well within your reach." Zhang Kuang hesitated. "Is this a joke? 300 meters, 10 shots, 60 points? If this were 1,000 years ago, I wouldn't even hit the target with a handgun at this distance." Yet, he reasoned that marksmanship should be manageable, considering they were all endowed with powers. Steeling himself, he approached the shooting area. Bang, bang, in no time, he fired 10 shots, achieving 67 points. Instructor Sun nodded in approval. "Not bad. Let the others take their turns." The test proceeded swiftly, with most trainees scoring around 60 points, which was considered average, except for Xiao Tiance, whose previous strength rendered firearms unnecessary, having not touched one in ages. However, after a brief adjustment, he found his rhythm, though he inadvertently discharged 10 rounds in rapid succession, ultimately scoring 93 points, which surprised Instructor Sunday. Then, Instructor Sun turned his attention to the final participant, Yang Jinyu. "Why are you wielding 2 handguns?" He wondered if she intended to showcase some flamboyant trick. Yang Jinyu scratched her head. It felt natural. Indeed, she had already begun practicing dual wielding. "Let me put one down." "Wait!" Instructor Sun interrupted. "This is an excellent opportunity for me to witness your marksmanship. I recall from your dossier that you have experience with spirit source handguns." His tone revealed a subtle delight at her voluntarily increasing the difficulty for herself. 2 handguns, then. You intend to fire them both, correct? However, You only have 10 rounds. Begin. Yang Jinyu nodded, raising her guns without so much as a moment to aim. The dual handguns danced gracefully in her hands. Akin to a beautiful performance. Bang, bang. 10 shots rang out, and Instructor Sun fell silent, witnessing the remarkable feat. 10 shots, 10 targets, each scoring 10 points. This was not merely trick shooting. It was impressive marksmanship. If she could accomplish this with stationary targets, she would likely excel with moving targets as well. Let us commence the next test, Instructor Sun declared nonchalantly, waving his hand. The stationary targets were swiftly replaced by mechanical puppets. This is your second challenge. Within a month, you must hit 6 out of 10 shots on these moving targets. With that, Instructor Sun fell silent, leaving the specifics of the puppets' movements for the trainees to decipher. Some among them furrowed their brows, and Xiao Tian's hesitated to act. Yet Yang Jinyu strode directly to the shooting area at Is she really that bold? Many trainees began to realize the mechanisms of the targets. This was no ordinary moving target. It appeared to have articulating joints that could move. It likely employed AI to predict their actions and evade the bullets. The military trainees furrowed their brows, while others gradually grasped the implications. This meant the moving targets would not merely react to their predictions but would instead anticipate their movements to evade the bullets. The group fell into silence, feeling exasperation. Wasn't this akin to cheating? In rock, paper, scissors, if I throw rock, you just look at the plate. All eyes turned toward Yang Jinyu, uncertain if her confidence was warranted or merely bravado. The fixed targets and the moving ones were not comparable. This was akin to a challenging mathematical problem. Yet Yang Jinyu displayed no hesitation, raising her weapons and fluidly firing the first bullet. Bang! Then a rapid succession of shots followed. Bang, bang, bang. The puppets, positioned 300 meters away, began to move in response to the gunfire, narrowly evading the first bullet. As Instructor Sun's smirk began to rise, the puppet attempted to dodge the second shot but was met with a sharp clang. And, lo and behold, a bullet hole appeared. The third shot followed suit, and despite the puppet's efforts to evade, the crisp sound of gunfire continued unabated. Instructor Sun? The other trainees? A profound silence enveloped the shooting range. Instructor, does this mean I've passed the test? Yang Jinyu inquired tentatively. Instructor Sun remained silent, then drew his own weapon, firing rapidly. Bang, bang. In a flurry of 10 shots, his performance faltered under the pressure, scoring only 8 hits, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment of silence while gazing at Yang Jinyu, he gritted his teeth and said, "From now on, during the time frame of 8 to 10 o'clock, you are free to move about." Damn it, her skills surpass even those of his instructor, and yet he dares to teach her. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming desire to quit. Why should he endure this for a mere few points? This was simply unheard of in previous years. What business does a prodigy in abilities have with firearms? With a mixture of envy from his peers, Yang Jinyu headed towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuang in the crowd felt a sense of relief. Thankful that this time, it was not him who was being overshadowed. What are you staring at? If you possess such skills, you can return home. Instructor Sun snapped irritably. The students merely pursed their lips, not daring to speak. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Tian stepped up, firing 10 shots, 8 of which found their mark. Instructor Sun once again waved his hand in defeat, having lost the will to speak. Inside the dormitory, taking advantage of the absence of others and after a restless night compounded by the consumption of abyssal beast meat, Yang Jinyu lay on her bed, loosening the bandages around her chest. Yearning for a moment of genuine rest, however, unbeknownst to her, a figure outside was silently observing. An hour later, as the bell rang once more, Yang Jinyu rejoined the ranks. This time, a new instructor had arrived, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. Previously, Instructor Sun taught you the use of ranged weapons. Now, I will instruct you in close combat. As for how you will know if you have passed the assessment, you will find out the day after tomorrow. He continued. I am aware that many of you are physical ability users with formidable close combat skills, but those largely rely on your powers and are not purely based on combat prowess. He then turned his attention to Zhang Kuang. Moreover, Zhang Kuang, what you said earlier was incorrect. Even without the enhancement of spiritual energy, the efficacy of a warrior is not to be underestimated. Especially those equipped with advanced metals, without spiritual energy enhancement. Even the most formidable abilities would hesitate to confront them directly. Having finished speaking, the instructor summoned Zhang Kuang again, tossing him a knife. Come on, demonstrate your close combat abilities, Zhang Kuang. As Zhang Kuang was easily subdued, the instructor began explaining the basic uses of various weapons to the students. He then instructed the students to form pairs for training. As for Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance, the instructor chose to completely ignore them. After the assessments from yesterday until now, the two had fully submitted to the reality of their situation. Moreover, neither displayed any arrogance, diligently completing the test. Of course, their strength spoke for itself, even if they were not adept at fighting. Could they not manage a few basic moves? He certainly did not wish to be humiliated. Besides, close combat was an area in which the students excelled. Was he merely seeking trouble for himself? During the training, Yang Jinyu looked at Xiao Tiance opposite her, her lips twitching. Come on, big brother, can you at least put up a fight? Xiao Tiance remained silent. I fear you may not withstand the blows. Yang Jinyu, wielding two blade-tipped chains, erupted in indignation. What, do you underestimate my combat skills? With that, the chains danced in the air like silver serpents. Basic version, chain interception. Xiao Tiance quickly dodged, and just as he dashed towards Yang Jinyu, she declared, I am truly going to strike. With a fierce kick, Yang Jinyu unleashed a powerful gust. Then you retaliate. Xiao Tiance, quick-witted, grasped her calf. Even through her long pants, he could feel her toned, slender leg, and he couldn't help but squeeze it slightly. In that moment of distraction, a surge of powerful force struck him. Caught off guard, he was sent sprawling, a sudden dizziness engulfing him. This was no ordinary force. It bore a trace of rule power, something that a level 7 ability user could not easily evade. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jinyu surged forward, her chains coiling around Xiao Tiance like a constricting serpent. Ha, old Xiao, you still think you're invincible, she exclaimed, hands on her hips, grinning in triumph. Chapter 63. The familiar black bag Xiao Tiance. Although he could not contend with Yang Jinyu's inexplicable ability intertwined with the rules, he found it absurd that she thought those flimsy chains could restrain him. All right, I concede. The morning's training concluded swiftly, and at noon, the cafeteria once again served the dreaded beast meat. However, abstaining meant enduring hunger. After lunch, the students were granted a precious hour and a half of rest, most of whom quickly finished their meals and returned to recuperate. Yet, Yang Jinyu deliberately ate slowly, seemingly prolonging her time. Outside the cafeteria, Xiao Tiance noticed that instead of heading directly back to the dormitory, she was moving in another direction. Beside him, Zhou Tianfeng despaired. That's the direction of Meng Yao's dormitory. Xiao Tiance gave him a nudge. Enough shouting, let's follow her. The two soon spotted Yang Jinyu producing a mechanical arm from thin air, waiting in a secluded corner for something. Subsequently, she handed the mechanical arm to Lu Mingyao, who upon receiving it, displayed a look of delight. Xiao Tiance, Zhou Tianfeng. They've already started exchanging gifts? Zhou Tianfeng was utterly unconcerned about his lack of abilities or the ceiling of his spiritual energy. He was more focused on the fact that his goddess seemed to be drifting further away at that moment. Yang Jinyu was entangled in a dilemma as she sensed the mechanical arm in Lu Mengyao's hands. Sister Mingyao, I've run out of supplies. Could you lend me some? Lu Mingyao paused for a moment, then laughed. You mean to tell me you forced yourself to make friends just to borrow supplies? After all, her demeanor earlier in the morning did not suggest a person who would actively seek to engage with strangers. She suddenly felt that this girl was not only cute, but also quite interesting. All right, wait a moment. She returned to her dormitory, emerging shortly with a black-wrapped bag. Here, both day and night supplies are included, though I don't have much. Yang Jinyu accepted it, nodding gratefully. Thank you, Sister Mingyao, this is more than enough. Regardless of the quantity, it would suffice for a day, and it would likely cover her needs for the month. As for the next month, who could say when the base might show some kindness and grant them a break? Not far away, Zhou Tianfeng gazed up at the sky, lamenting. They've already begun exchanging gifts. Is their relationship progressing this rapidly? Xiao Tiance, keep it down. She certainly won't compete with you. I assure you. Now, let us head back. A spatial fluctuation? Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, a middle-aged man with a scarred face suddenly appeared. Standing on the rooftop, his gaze fell upon the conversing Yang Jinyu and Lu Mingyao. A large question mark emerged above his head. Did this girl forget to bring her essentials when she stepped out? He rubbed his brow, weariness evident on his face. Yang Tianhao, I truly owe you one. Subsequently, he retrieved a communication device, his tone laced with hesitation. Wu Ming, when distributing the purification potions to the students tonight, prepare some essentials for the girls as well. What? You want to know what they are? Asked the other female instructors. Also, prepare 2 compressed biscuits for each of them. We cannot show favoritism, and stay vigilant. We have no idea what the demon servant sect may be plotting. After all, they never repeat their tricks. Results? Unnecessary. They will know when they navigate the path of death. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Tiance observed young Jinyu returning with a beaming smile, only to hastily rush into the bathroom. Have you been feeling unwell lately? When young Jinyu emerged from the bathroom, Xiao Tiance could no longer restrain himself and inquired, Why have you been visiting the restroom so frequently? Young Jinyu momentarily froze, then evasively replied, I drank too much water. Xiao Tiance remained silent, well aware that she was the type to forget about drinking water unless it was mealtime. How could she possibly have consumed so much? Soon, the rest period concluded, ushering in the afternoon training, which held no novelty but was exhausting nonetheless. The intensity of the training was significantly greater than in the morning, leaving the students nearly unable to rise. After dinner, they were released for some fresh air. Upon returning to the dormitory, the students were astonished to find a mysterious small package on the table. However, after enduring a day of grueling training, they feared this might be another form of torment. Until someone could no longer contain their curiosity and opened it, revealing compressed biscuits, which instantly caused a commotion. Heavens, look what I found. Compressed biscuits, can you believe it? We must ration these. Who knows if they will be available daily? There's also the potion for body purification. Xiao Tiance, upon opening the package, discovered 4 compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of potions, and a black bag. The potions were indeed for bodily purification. Even after the magical beast's meat had its magical energy removed, it remained somewhat harmful, necessitating the expulsion of any remaining toxins from the body. However, Xiao Tiance's attention was captured by the black bag, which was nearly the size of several compressed biscuits combined. Unlike Zhou Tianfeng, he did not assume it contained food. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier scene at noon and began to unwrap the bag. It seemed he could confirm his suspicions. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open, and young Jinyu's voice emerged. Old Xiao, what's in that package? It looks like there's quite a bit. Xiao Tiance's body jolted, instinctively turning to face her with the item in hand. Young Jinyu? She gazed at what Xiao Tiance was holding, momentarily confused, as the words night use were prominently displayed on the package. The atmosphere turned awkward in an instant. I'm not quite sure why this is in the package. Xiao Tiance's gaze wandered a bit as he spoke. Yang Jinyu also awkwardly replied, yes, perhaps the instructors made a mistake. However, why not keep it and use it as insoles, just like during our military training in high school? The scene fell into silence once more, as there was no requirement for uniformity in their current training. Moreover, given their physical condition, even if they were to wear those shabby shoes for military training, it would not cause them any discomfort. The two fell into a moment of silence, and just as Xiao Tiance hesitated to inquire about certain matters, Yang Jinyu suddenly made a move. Then, I will return it to the instructors. As she spoke, she swiftly snatched the items, including the black bag, from Xiao Tiance's hands and turned to flee. The moment she stepped out the door, she entered a secret realm. She was determined to keep this. Even Jesus would not change her mind. After some time, Yang Jinyu returned, pretending to have wandered outside. Oh dear, it turns out the instructors made a mistake. You know, I handed this to Instructor Wu, and when he was seen by the other students, his face turned quite dark. Xiao Tiance remained silent, conflicted. Anyway, this is a potion for body refinement. The flesh of that monster can still be harmful even if the demonic energy is removed. Yang Jinyu nodded upon hearing this, took the potion, and walked into the bathroom. When she emerged, she found Xiao Tiance sitting upright, his demeanor serious. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. Chapter 64. You are a girl now, aren't you? Xiao Tiance stated affirmatively. You are a girl now, aren't you? As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at a certain part of her. He remembered that when she last dressed as a girl, it seemed rather ample there. Is she wrapped up too tightly? Could it be detrimental to her health? Yang Jinyu? She appeared flustered and stammered in rebuttal. What are you talking about? Are you saying I've been single for too long and am hallucinating? Xiao Tiance shook his head and asserted, you don't need to pretend. I sensed something was off when you fought with me yesterday. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu recalled the scene and her face instantly flushed crimson. Xiao Tian's continued, also, during the firearms training this morning, I ended my test early. You should know what I mean. Yang Jinyu. Damn, so I was exposed this morning. She tossed the small blanket aside and immediately hid under the covers. What are you saying? I can't hear you. She hadn't expected that within just a month, her best friend would discover her secret. She wasn't prepared for this yet. Just as Yang Jinyu squirmed under the blanket, Xiao Tian's voice reached her once more. You don't need to worry. I will ask the instructor to change dorms. Hearing this, Yang Jinyu first froze, then inexplicably felt anger bubbling up. She suddenly threw off the blanket. What do you mean by that? I haven't said anything. Are you starting to dislike me? Xiao Tian's was somewhat perplexed by Yang Jinyu's anger, but suddenly recalled the peculiarities of a girl's monthly cycle. It seemed she was in such a state. His best friend was now entirely a girl. He hurriedly explained, That's not what I meant. It's just that it's not good for you to live with someone of the opposite sex. Yang Jinyu raised an eyebrow. Huh? What are you talking about? Do you have a hole in your brain? Why should I care what others think? I haven't said anything. So why are you so worked up? Could it be? Yang Jinyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she thought of Xiao Tian's moment of distraction yesterday, and she suddenly leaned closer to him. Are you afraid you might not be able to resist making a move on your best friend? Xiao Tian gazed at her suddenly close, breathtaking beauty, and those luscious lips, feeling momentarily stunned, instinctively closing his eyes. The unusual feelings he had experienced at home resurfaced. However, Yang Jinyu abruptly lay back on the bed, clutching her stomach as she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Old Xiao, you scoundrel, what are you thinking with your eyes closed? But suddenly, her expression changed, and she wrapped the small blanket around herself even tighter. No, let me tell you. We are best friends and have a father-son relationship. You mustn't have any improper thoughts. She feared that he, having suppressed it for nearly 19 years, might not be able to hold back. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's, feeling provoked by Yang Jinyu's antics, suddenly had the urge to take action. Why did it seem like she had added another method of provoking him? What is wrong? Is she really this angry? Has being single for too long affected her? Yang Jinyu emerged from under the blanket and glanced at Xiao Tian's, who had closed his eyes and fallen silent again. He had never been this unresponsive to teasing before. Xiao Tian's muttered, To hell with you, I'm going to cultivate. With that, he removed his shirt and began his training. That moment, he finally understood why Yang Jinyu had blushed so deeply when watching him train earlier. But how could it be that he had become immune so quickly? As for why she had turned into a girl, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, she was still the same person. Yang Jinyu pouted, averted her gaze, and took out a mechanical arm to continue her research. By noon, Lu Mingyao could indeed sense that the mechanical arm Yang Jinyu was studying was more compatible with her. However, this mechanical arm was more suitable for her to use at the first level, whereas she was about to break through to the third level, so she merely observed, and she did not take the hygiene products to heart. Nevertheless, Yang Jinyu felt that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Moreover, this was not just a trivial kindness. This was related to her dignity, and she certainly did not want to bleed during training. Therefore, she aimed to devise a mechanical arm suitable for Lu Mingyao's use. Perhaps it could even be sold for profit in the future. Meanwhile, not far away, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that he had never closely observed his best friend's appearance before. Previously, he only knew she was pretty, but now, upon closer inspection, he found her stunningly beautiful. This beauty would likely attract trouble, and he promptly closed his eyes to continue training in the blink of an eye. The trainees welcomed the third day at the base. However, this time, they did not rise early to head out for running training. Instead, they carried backpacks filled with compressed biscuits and water. Having learned that the base would not easily show kindness, the students wore vigilant expressions as they followed the instructors towards the back of the base. There lay a secluded mountain. They wouldn't be tossed in there for wilderness survival training, would they? On the flat ground outside the mountain, there lay an object covered by a tarp. You all should know that the mortality rate during every magic creature extermination training is quite high. Right? Instructor Wu said with a grave expression. The mountain before you, known as the Path of Death, is one of the reasons. The requirement to pass this training is to eliminate at least 10 magic creatures that are at least 2 levels above you, which is also a requirement for passing your close combat assessment. There are 3 levels inside. The first level consists of magic creatures below the second stage. The second level consists of creatures below the third stage. And the final level consists of creatures below the third stage, fifth level. Observing the mostly unconcerned trainees, Instructor Wu's tone grew increasingly stern. Let me tell you, do not think that just because you are geniuses, you can easily handle them merely with your physical strength. These are genuine magic creatures captured from the abyss. Even now, they are suppressed. They are not comparable to ordinary ability users or those common monsters. A few abyssal magic creatures of the same rank could easily kill you. I know you might not believe this, so I will let you see for yourself. Saying this, Instructor Wu pointed to a student in the line. Lu Mingyao, step forward. Zhang Kuang. Damn, finally, he didn't call me this time. Instructor Wu turned to face the students, speaking in a tone that was both questioning and nearly certain. She is the strongest among you. You wouldn't deny that, would you? Especially you, Zhang Kuang. Zhang Kuang quickly shook his head. Although her ability level was lower, her strength was undoubtedly superior. At the very least, he couldn't defeat her in the Shaojiang trial, even in normal mode. Seeing that no one had any objections, Instructor Wu waved his hand, lifting the tarp from the 3 to 4 meter long object behind him. It was a cage made of D-grade metal. Although it was the most inferior metal, it could still withstand some damage from third stage creatures, while second stage creatures would require considerable effort to break through. Chapter 65. Lava Demon Lizard. Inside the cage lay an ugly lizard emanating an abyssal aura. With short limbs, its head was exceptionally large, and its eyes were sunken in its sockets, glimmering with a disquieting red glow. A circular ring adorned its neck, and its back was covered with a layer of uneven skin, as if it had been burned by flames. Instructor Wu introduced, "This is the Lava Demon Lizard, a common magic creature from the abyss. By the way, what you are eating is this." The students. Instructor Wu continued, "If it were an ordinary creature or a magical creature, Lu Mingyao could easily eliminate it even without her abilities. However, this is a magic creature of the same rank as her, and I will now let you see if she can eliminate it." With a wave of his hand, the students suddenly felt their spiritual energy restored. Instructor Wu scanned the crowd, explaining, "Get your battle weapons and armors ready. Even without the support of spiritual energy, you will be better off equipped than Bear." At this moment, Lu Mingyao, feeling the presence of spiritual energy within her, immediately took out her mechanical arm and mechanical folding knife. Subsequently, Instructor Wu sealed the student's abilities again. Inside the cage, the circular ring around the giant lizard's neck shattered instantly. Roar. In an instant, a piercing roar erupted. The D-grade metal, designed to withstand attacks from general third-stage creatures, crumbled in an instant. Storm slash. The mechanical folding knife in Lu Mengyao's hand resonated with her energy, emitting a faint glow despite the absence of any supernatural abilities, as its internal gears whirled furiously. With a single downward strike, a shockwave erupted, cleaving into the body of the demon lizard, causing the ground beneath its limbs to fracture, undeniably demonstrating the ferocity of her power. Yet, this blow merely opened a gash upon the creature. Lu Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. An A-class universal combat technique, even without the use of her abilities, should have allowed her to dispatch creatures of the third tier, fifth rank with ease, thanks to her passive resonance with mechanical weaponry. What was happening now? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the demon lizard suddenly opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. She swiftly raised her mechanical arm, forged from D-class metal, to shield herself, but it exploded upon impact, inflicting injuries upon her. Seizing the opportunity, the demon lizard charged forward, prompting Lu Mingyao to disregard her wounds and retaliate with a hurricane-like counterattack. Whoosh! A sudden, spinning slash conjured a tempest, severing the massive lizard along the previous wound. Instructor Wu snorted coldly, his gaze stern. "In combat against demonic entities, how dare you allow yourself to be distracted? What were you thinking?" He tossed Lu Mingyao a vial of medicine and gestured for the instructor behind him to begin recording. E-class injury medicine. Note 1 second-tier energy crystal. Performance deduction of 5 points. Lu Mingyao lowered her head, quietly returning to her team, silently administering the medicine to herself. Zhou Tianfeng wore an anxious expression, yet felt powerless to assist. He was acutely aware that comfort was unwelcome. Perhaps the only thing he could do was stand behind her in silent support, though it was possible that one day they would stand together. Instructor Wu crossed his arms, his icy gaze sweeping over the group, continuing. As you have witnessed, even the strongest among you can be injured in combat against creatures of the same tier due to a moment's inattention. Moreover, such creatures often appear in groups. Historically, very few have completed their training tasks during their first expedition with the Clearing Bureau. Those who have successfully slain a third-tier, fifth-rank demon and cleared 3 challenges are fewer than 100. Excluding those who perished, the lowest rank among them is a 7th-tier ability user. Therefore, I urge you to possess a clear understanding of your own strengths, lest you find yourselves meeting your demise within. As Wu's words resonated, the expressions of the students grew grave. Lu Mengyao's ability rating was low, constrained by the current technological level. After all, research on weaponry for ability users primarily focused on military applications. Yet, her prowess was undeniable, her cultivation techniques no less formidable than those of the arrogant, even slightly superior in level. However, if even she struggled, it was clear they could easily fall victim to carelessness. This was far more challenging than mere survival in the wild. Nonetheless, allow me to share some good news. Wu's voice broke the surrounding silence once more. The creatures within are rated at first tier. 1 point each. For each higher tier, an additional point, up to a maximum of 15 points for a third tier, 5th rank. Upon successfully entering the Clearing Bureau, you may exchange these points for various items. The student's eyes sparkled with interest, clearly intrigued. Wu continued. Among the redeemable items are those top-tier techniques. Within the Clearing Bureau, there are no ratings. As long as your points are sufficient, you may exchange for anything. This even includes the unique skills of high-tier elites. His words reignited their enthusiasm, he then added. Furthermore, while these creatures may not be classified as secret realm monsters, they possess inner cores, which are essential materials for crafting specialized ammunition. These can also be exchanged for points, but should you become infected with demonic energy as a result, you will need at least 5 4th-tier energy crystals. Weigh your options carefully. Upon hearing this, the student's somber expressions were swiftly replaced with excitement, completely ignoring Wu's final warning. NO ratings meant that points could be exchanged for anything, including the opportunity to acquire S-class techniques, or even higher. How could they not feel thrilled? After all, even among their ranks of so-called geniuses, few had ever been privy to S-class techniques, let alone those of even higher caliber. I remind you, although this perilous path carries a risk of death, it primarily pertains to those who lack self-awareness. You need not sacrifice yourselves recklessly before the time calls for it, Wu cautioned, concluding his remarks. Subsequently, each individual ventured into the back mountains, their hearts burdened with diverse emotions. Meanwhile, unnoticed by the others, Yang Jinyu stealthily retrieved a modified mechanical arm from her backpack, which he had acquired from the secret realm. Mengyao, your mechanical arm is damaged. Use mine for now. Although it may not enhance your abilities as much, I have improved it over the last few days, and it is nearly at D-class level. Yang Jinyu intercepted Lu Mengyao, who was ready to enter the back mountains with her mechanical folding knife. Lu Mengyao hurriedly shook her head in refusal. No, that's far too precious. D-class mechanical arms typically cost around 1 million. Hers had been obtained through a contract with the Tianyang Group, which required her to assist in acquiring special metals for a set period after graduation. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu's eyes twinkled with mischief. Mengyao, I never said it was free. Chapter 66, New Task, Revival Token. Lu Mengyao felt somewhat embarrassed. She had no money at the moment. Yang Jinyu continued, due to my abilities? I have been researching mechanical weaponry. I can handle long-range weapons myself, but I lack suitable testing subjects for close combat weapons. Mengyao, how about you become my weapon testing subject? Consider this a part of your compensation. Lu Mengyao hesitated, her heart wavering. She understood Yang Jinyu was providing her with a justifiable reason to accept, and indeed, she was in need. With a determined resolve, she accepted the offer, saying, thank you, at worst, she could find a way to repay her later. After all, accepting help from Yang Jinyu was far preferable to assistance from some fool. Their dynamics simply didn't fit. Yang Jinyu, however, shook her head. Mengyao, I'm not joking. I may genuinely need your help to test the weapon later. Zhou Tianfeng mentioned your strength. Yang Jinyu added, advocating for Lu Mengyao, perhaps seeking to negotiate some form of payment, perhaps for the arm. By the way, which university are you from? I'm from Beijing University. Just promoted to my 2nd year. So you're my senior. Just then, Instructor Wu's voice rang out. Those who haven't entered the back mountains, quit dawdling. Be cautious or risk point deductions. He cast a disapproving glance at Yang Jinyu. This girl had a secret realm hidden away. Had it not been for the constant reminders from the commander, he would have been oblivious. Yang Siming had said nothing, as the information they had retrieved was also incomplete. Fortunately, the girl had not attempted any tricks due to her possession of a secret realm. Soon, Yang Jinyu approached Wu under his watchful gaze. "Instructor, can we discuss something? Could I have a few more bullets?" Since the first shooting exercise concluded, they had been equipped with the handguns they selected, each containing 10 bullets. Wu responded, "What do you need bullets for?" "Those are ordinary ones, not effective against demons." Yang Jinyu lifted her weapon. "A hybrid of a firearm and a chain." "Instructor, look, this is my weapon. Without bullets, I can't utilize my martial techniques effectively." She presented a reason even she found unconvincing. "Moreover, instructor, didn't you say that these bullets are ineffective against demons? Giving me a few more shouldn't matter, right?" Wu, feeling a sense of unease, thought to himself that this girl might have ulterior motives. However, since she was protected by battle armor, the bullets wouldn't pose a threat. After some hesitation, Wu ultimately acquiesced to Yang Jinyu's request, granting her 90 additional bullets. With her spirits lifted, Yang Jinyu skipped joyfully into the back mountains, her steps lightened with excitement. She had merely tried her luck, never expecting to succeed. However, the moment she stepped into the back mountains, it felt as though she had passed through a barrier, and the scenery around her transformed instantly. A pungent odor of volcanic sulfur assaulted her senses. Before her lay a river of fiery lava, emanating unbearable heat for an ordinary person. Yang Jinyu? Had she crossed over? How had she ended up in a volcano? It was no surprise that the death rate was high. Just the terrain itself posed a considerable challenge. Young girl, a new challenge awaits. As a youth of the new era, you must shine with renewed brilliance. Let the instructors know that the waves of the Yangtze River push the former waves forward, while the former waves perish on the beach. Rewards are based on the level of challenge completed. First level, lower tier life potion X5. Second level, miniature pot of soil X5. Third level, miniature pot of soil X5 revival token X1. Hearing the system's task notification resonate again, Yang Jinyu was momentarily stunned. A revival token. Did that mean the ability to resurrect the deceased? Just as she was lost in thought, a series of crackling sounds interrupted her reverie. Several creatures radiating intense heat. A fusion of rock and flame suddenly appeared before her, breaking her concentration. She glanced down at her weapon, the Ruger Blackhawk revolver. Damn it, without the use of spiritual energy, her combat capability was severely diminished. And even her martial techniques were hindered. After all, this was a gunfighting style. Without bullets, she could only resort to martial arts, and wielding her chain gunblade, it seemed she would need to learn some universal combat techniques and quickly develop some heavy weaponry, as well as establish a production line for ammunition and projectiles. Thus, even in the absence of extraordinary abilities, she could maximally retain her combat prowess. With a thought in her mind, Yang Jinyu gave a slight nod. Subsequently, her battle armor unfolded, and a manhole cover emerged. A comical snowman pixel head began to execute a magnificent chain technique. Outside the mountain, the instructors gathered to discuss. Let's go in and give them a fright. 3 levels, 3 terrains, and the abyss is certainly not a place one wishes to visit. How many do you think will manage to complete the training mission on their first attempt? It's hard to say. But that girl and her childhood friend will definitely be fine, considering they are 2 levels ahead and the monsters they face are unlikely to exceed the second tier, level 6 or 7. It's outrageous. They're raw strength rivals that of a typical 4th tier ability user. Have the students all entered? At that moment, a steady voice echoed, and a scarred man appeared like a specter. Instructor Wu took out a tablet and, after deftly operating it, reported, "They've all entered, Commander. Here are the few students who require special attention. They are likely to complete the training mission on their first attempt without any abilities." As Instructor Wu's words fell, a virtual projection appeared before everyone, instantly showcasing the images of several individuals. The commander nodded, then suddenly paused. Who is that snowman pixel head? Instructor Wu looked bewildered. A snowman? Following the commander's gaze, he noticed that, due to the barrier's isolation, the student's information had not fully loaded. However, the weapon in the figure's hand was unmistakably iconic, leaving him momentarily silent. That Yang Gu's daughter, Yang Jinyu. It's her and her childhood friend's strength that is utterly absurd. I suspect Yanggu left them something before hunting the great python. Hearing this, the scarred man raised an eyebrow. Is there a chance they might clear all 3 levels on their first try? Wu Ming was taken aback, then shook his head. That seems unlikely. Back when Yanggu and the commander were at that level, their strength had reached Tier 3, nearly 10,000, not inferior to theirs. And they had mastered S-class universal combat techniques to clear all 3 levels on their first attempt. But they haven't even attended university. Where would they acquire suitable universal combat techniques for physical prowess? Moreover, the monsters inside do not appear individually. Clearing the levels on the first attempt is exceedingly difficult. They will likely need to increase their strength by 2 or 3 levels first. The scarred man remained silent, merely observing Yang Jinyu in the projection. He watched as the chain gun blade in her hand danced like a serpent, instantly shredding 3 second-tier, level 2 magma fire monsters, her movements swift and aesthetic. Why on earth would a seemingly clumsy and comical snowman possess aesthetic appeal? Turning to the projection of Xiao Tianzi, he noted the latter's movements were clean and decisive, devoid of any excess. With a sudden punch, the space seemed to distort momentarily, then vanished, akin to an illusion. Chapter 67. Nauseating Slime, Gelatinous Giant. Gazing at the images in the projection, the scarred man suddenly paused, then mused. I feel they should have no trouble clearing all 3 levels. Especially that Xiao fellow. His speed may not be inferior to ours. Oh, you dare to wager they will clear it within 2 hours? Wu Ming twitched at the corner of his mouth. I won't bet. I never said they couldn't clear it, only that they probably wouldn't on their first attempt. Instructor Wu swiftly seized on the flaw in his words. He had been tricked once before, and there was no way he would fall for it again. The commander shook his head and looked towards the other instructors, only to find they had inadvertently stepped back a few meters. No, Commander, we are all from the same cohort. We are well aware of your underhanded tactics from back in the day. The commander fell silent, then shot them a glare, exclaiming, a bunch of cowards. The instructors feigned ignorance. Your strength is formidable, you are impressive, but we cannot afford to provoke you. So why not just retreat? Boring. The commander scoffed and glanced at Xiao Tianzi once more, murmuring softly, the heritage of the Starfall clan? It seems to be more refined. Having said that, a golden light flashed around the commander, and he vanished from sight. The instructors then resumed their discussions. Suddenly, someone proposed, now that the commander has left, should we place a bet among ourselves? Let us wager on who clears the second level first. That should be easy for them. Sounds good. As long as the commander isn't involved, I believe that Xiao Tianzi is faster. After all, his strength is evident, and it seems he has made breakthroughs these past few days. Upon hearing this, the instructors chimed in. Then I'll go with Xiao Tianzi. I'll bet on Yang Jinyu. If I lose, it's just a small price to pay. All right, it's settled. 0.9 second-tier energy crystals for betting on Xiao Tianzi, 6 for Yang Jinyu, totaling 15, to be split among the winners. An instructor calculated. Then turned to the projection. These 2 youngsters are quite nimble. The monsters in the first level are completely incapable of holding them back. In the projection, Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianzi's figures swiftly moved towards the second level. However, how long would it take them to clear the second level? Every route is swarming with monsters, and the signposts for the second level do not indicate an easy path, all leading to hordes of large monsters. The monsters are increasingly repulsive. If they take a detour, it could easily take 3 hours, right? At this moment, within the mountain barrier, on a cooled lava rock, a sign made of an unknown material was prominently embedded, clearly stating a few large characters. Direction to the second level, proceed 5 kilometers, a directional sign. Yang Jinyu looked perplexed. During the secret realm trial, there was a projection map, and now there's just a sign? It feels rather casual. However, upon reflection, it seems reasonable, as in the abyss, the map might be useless anyway. After all, even abilities could potentially fail. Yet, recalling the training over these past few days, Yang Jinyu felt a sense of caution. Could the instructors truly be so kind-hearted? Did they specifically provide a guide? Could it be that a trap awaits them ahead? But considering she currently had no other options, Yang Jinyu could only proceed as indicated. After about half an hour, upon gazing at a blue vortex of a teleportation portal before her, she felt somewhat bewildered. Had she cleared the first level? Yang Jinyu found it hard to believe that the instructors had not set a trap. There had only been about 20 or so second-tier, level 2 to 3 monsters along the way. She shook her head and stepped into the portal. as the scene before her shifted once more. It felt increasingly absurd. The terrain here was barren and desolate, enveloped in silence, with blackened land as far as the eye could see. Looking up, one could behold a sky full of stars, but do not be mistaken. This was not the view from within a planet, but rather from outer space. Aside from the countless stars light years away, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, though it was not a vacuum environment. Had she transitioned again? Previously within the volcano, and now on the planet's surface? Yang Jinyu was perplexed and, at first glance, spotted a sign. Go left. Beside the sign, several 3 to 4 meter tall creatures writhed their bodies, entirely composed of slime, continuously dripping onto the ground. They lacked distinct facial features, but possessed a gaping maw filled with terrifying fangs and repulsive slime. Second tier, level 7, gelatinous giant. Yang Jinyu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. A nauseating version of slime? Fortunately, the first slime she encountered was not revolting. Otherwise, covered in this yellow, disgusting slime, she might have been nauseated enough to return home immediately. The gelatinous giant emitted a chilling wail, writhing closer to Yang Jinyu. Each step left deep imprints on the ground, yet it moved with surprising speed. Possessing rudimentary awareness, the creatures perceived Yang Jinyu, who lacked any energy fluctuations, as a rare delicacy. Glancing at the revolver in her hand, she hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to attack them. Just then, the gelatinous giant suddenly opened its maw and spewed forth a mouthful of repulsive slime. Yang Jinyu quickly leaped back to evade. Yet she watched helplessly as several droplets of slime splattered onto her pristine snowman outfit. Her eyes widened in horror. This disgusting creature must be eliminated. She swiftly hurled out her chain, its tail blade glinting with cold light. Tracing an elegant arc through the AIR.IT instantly pierced the foremost gelatinous giant's head, ripping open a massive gash, yellow slime gushing forth. Following that, the dual chains danced, executing a simplified chain intercept. The two gelatinous giants were not pulled back but were instead torn apart. Spilling forth the nauseating yellow slime, she surveyed the 3 massive cadavers oozing yellow slime before her. Yang Jinyu fell into a moment of silence. Should she take the inner core or not? She must devise a machine responsible for clearing the battlefield, ideally mounted on that bamboo dragonfly. Gritting her teeth, Yang Jinyu suppressed her disgust and began searching for the inner cores. Fortunately, while others lacked abilities and had to worry about being affected by demonic energy, she, adorned in her snowman outfit, had no such concerns, as long as it remained intact. She was immune to all physical negative effects, making it an essential artifact for venturing into the abyss, of course. It did not grant immunity to mental negative effects. Before long, Yang Jinyu located the monster's inner core, thankfully finding it untainted. After securing it, she proceeded according to the directional sign towards the left front. However, after about 10 minutes of walking, she encountered not a single monster. Something was amiss. Observing the black thorny forest ahead, Yang Jinyu narrowed her eyes, instantly becoming alert. Chapter 68. Twisted Thorn Beast, clearing the second level. Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp sound of slicing air suddenly echoed, and a glimmering thorny spike lunged towards her. Simultaneously, another piercing sound emerged from behind, indicating an imminent pincer attack. Yang Jinyu executed a swift roll to evade the dual assaults, promptly unleashing her twin blades. Accompanied by 2 streaks of cold light, the thorns attacking from both directions were instantaneously cleaved in 2, their severed branches scattering across the ground. A piercing and anguished shriek resonated as green liquid gushed forth from the broken thorns. Yang Jinyu glanced down at her figure, obscured by her armor, and fell into a contemplative silence. She had intended to bend low to evade the strikes, yet the distinction between standing and crouching seemed negligible in her battle gear. While the armor did not impede her movements, it appeared to present a rather expansive target for attacks. This is quite unfortunate, Yang Jinyu murmured to herself, her gaze shifting towards the source of the shrieks. There, the vines twisted grotesquely, bristling with thorns, among which hung an object resembling a fruit, its surface adorned with a multitude of spots resembling eyes. No, those were not mere spots. They were indeed eyes, densely clustered. A second tier, tenfold, twisted thorn beast horde. The wave of trepidation surged within Yang Jinyu, her fear of dense clusters igniting a desire to incinerate the entire wretched sight. compared to the lava demon lizard. These grotesque entities were undoubtedly far more unsettling. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jinyu focused her gaze and initiated her assault, propelling herself toward the fruit with the speed of a released arrow. Suspecting that this abhorrent creature might be the core of the thorny thicket, of course, whether it was or not mattered little. She simply found it distasteful. The thorny forest, sensing her intent, immediately dispatched several thorns akin to venomous serpents to strike at her. However, Yang Jinyu stood her ground, and just as the thorns approached within half a meter, she executed a swift slide to evade. Rising swiftly, the chain blade in her hand whirled like a rapidly spinning propeller. Conjuring a silver tempest in an instant, the incoming thorny vines were shredded to pieces. The fruit, sensing impending danger, hastily summoned more vines to attack. Yet, Yang Jinyu abruptly halted, dexterously hurling a revolver. Simultaneously, the chain blade of another revolver intricately entwined with the thrown one. The released revolver, its chain blade now resembling a dancing silver serpent, darted towards the peculiar fruit. Despite the gathering thorns attempting to obstruct the silver onslaught, they were as fragile as paper, easily pierced along with the fruit behind. This was her self-created technique, silver serpent dance, or mighty brick throw. With a resonant and piercing shriek, the surrounding thorns withered instantaneously. It proved quite effective. Regrettably, the synthesized hand cannon could not be modified. Or else, if thrown, it might yield even better results. Yang Jinyu pondered, shaking her head in resignation as she began to search for inner elixirs. It could only be described as disappointing. In this entire grove, there was merely a single inner elixir. Yang Jinyu couldn't help but curl her lip, but her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimmer of something different. A token within the fruit. What could this be? A passage token? Upon reading the notes inscribed upon it, Yang Jinyu was taken aback, realizing that entry into the third stage was not as simple as she had presumed. Outside the mountain, as Yang Jinyu proceeded towards the thorny forest following the sign, she immediately attracted the attention of all the instructors. Her figure was magnified clearly in the projections. The instructors were curious whether she would notice something amiss and retreat promptly, or whether she would endure a beating before managing to escape. Typically, ordinary trainees would not confront such threats directly. After all, the training requirements did not call for them to take such significant risks. The thorny forest spanned 100 meters and was considered the most formidable foe of the second stage. Anyone aware of the danger would likely avoid a direct confrontation. However, Yang Jinyu's subsequent outrageous and formidable maneuvers left the instructors wide-eyed, swallowing hard. What on earth? Mighty brick throw? No. Has that girl's strength truly increased? The instructors were entirely unprepared for the twisted thorn beast of the second tier and 10th level to be dispatched so effortlessly. It had existed there for over a decade, being a veteran of the base. Many adept abilities had previously opted to circumvent it, and it had even claimed the lives of numerous peers. Had it not been suppressed, it might have even reached the third tier, if it weren't for Yang Jinyu's evidently overwhelming power. The instructors would have had no inclination to wager on how she would retreat. Yet they were astonished that not only had Yang Jinyu not retreated, but she had also so easily penetrated the foe's defenses. They recalled that the vines were not supposed to be this fragile. Now, Yang Jinyu had ventured deeper into the level than any other trainee. In contrast, Lu Mingyao, Zhang Kuang, and others of the highest ranks had only just begun to step through the gateway to the second stage. The instructors promptly divided into two factions, one group applauding with exhilaration, while the other remained silent. Hey, can we rebet on this? Get lost, dreaming in broad daylight. What luck! Just like that, 10,000 earned. How boastful. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Damn, that girl has undoubtedly leveled up, yet remains oblivious. What a miscalculation. This rate, don't say 3 hours. Within an hour, she'll be in the third stage. What about Xiao Tiance? Didn't he also enter the second stage? Suddenly, an instructor inquired. Although Xiao Tiance and Yang Jinyu did not enter through the same portal, their times were mere minutes apart. Both were dispatching foes with remarkable efficiency. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wu promptly magnified Xiao Tiance's projection. Good heavens! He was directly teleported near the devouring worms. His progress was indeed faster than Yang Jinyu's. As long as he swiftly obtained the token, he could likely surpass her. The previously established betting pool shifted due to the uncertainty of the portals. The instructors wore varied expressions. While 10,000 was not a substantial amount for them, they cared about winning and losing. Shortly thereafter, within 10 minutes, they beheld Xiao Tiance, punching his way through the entire territory of the devouring worms to seize the passage token. He and Yang Jinyu had effectively completed the second stage in under an hour, neck and neck. The betting situation became tense. These two kiddos are outrageous. If they had third-tier strength, it would be understandable, but they're only around the second tier, fifth level, right? As for the third stage, surely they won't encounter much danger? They shouldn't, especially since in the third stage, the hordes of third-tier, fifth-level monsters consist of merely 3 waves. As long as they do not engage them directly, the other monsters should pose little threat. Indeed, they have no reason to provoke them. They certainly aren't aiming for the 100 points awarded for clearing all 3 stages on the first attempt. Old Wu, you didn't disclose this, did you? Nonsense. This is a hidden challenge. How could I possibly reveal it? That would just invite a bunch of reckless participants. The instructors debated, their gazes closely following Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance as they ventured deeper in opposite directions. For some reason, the instructors suddenly felt their hearts racing, as though something ominous was about to transpire. Chapter 69. 10 seconds to annihilate the lion horde. Old Wu, in which direction are the 3 waves of monsters? Wait, let me check. Instructor Wu quickly switched the projection screen. The display clearly showed 3 red dots representing the monster hordes, distributed across different areas of the third stage. The 3 waves consisted of magical lions and wolves. Known for their restless nature, observing the glaring red dots that were constantly shifting, the instructors felt momentarily bewildered. Xiao Tiance's trajectory seemed quite clear. He would likely collide with one of the monster waves in about half an hour. As for Yang Jinyu, the monster horde was less than 2 kilometers from her. It should be fine. They can't defeat her, but she can certainly outrun them. An instructor attempted to reassure them. Look, Yang Jinyu has stopped, hasn't she? The projection displayed Yang Jinyu standing atop a high vantage point in a canyon, lost in thought. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Surrounding her were sharp rocks and steep cliffs, while in the distance flowed a river of iridescent hues, emanating a foul odor. The source of the repugnant scent wafted from within, below in the canyon. A pride of lions, approximately 20, gathered. They were robust, muscular, and bore dark red skin marred by scars and festering wounds. Their tails resembled enormous bloody clubs, dripping with pus and rotting flesh. Particularly unsettling was the massive lion at the center. There isn't a single appealing creature among them. Yang Jinyu grimaced, then began emptying the bullets she had obtained from Instructor Wu. If this were feasible, the undertaking would likely be substantial. Grasping the inner elixir in her left hand, she began to manipulate the bullets with her right. Suddenly, a flash of silver light ignited. A smile crept onto her lips. It was indeed working. Previously, the silver bullet enchantment had been conducted without real ammunition, relying instead on energy generation. Thus, she clearly understood the principle behind the silver bullet enchantment. Now, she aimed to experiment with whether she could use external energy to enchant bullets while her inner source was sealed. If successful, even without her inner source, energy weapons like laser cannons could still be charged and employed as long as they contained physical projectiles. And indeed, her hypothesis proved to be valid. Certainly, the active enhancement skills that necessitate the infusion of internal spiritual energy are rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, the instructors outside are visibly twitching at the corners of their mouths. Just how adept is this girl at wielding her extraordinary abilities? Who can say? She has previously demonstrated the capacity to unleash area of effect attacks multiple times. And now she is capable of directly converting external energy using herself as a conduit. Is this truly within the realm of a second-tier ability user? I am nearing 5th tier, and I still cannot manage such feats. Damn, who isn't feeling the sting of being outdone by a junior? While the instructors lament, one suddenly exclaims in alarm. This is bad. That girl is not about to go insane, is she? She is actively seeking out the rotting flesh-blood lion. In the footage, Yang Jinyu selects a relatively gentle slope and slides down from a height, heading straight for the pride of lions. Instructor Wu's expression darkens, and a button-like device materializes in his hand. Charging headlong into the third stage's massive horde of magical beasts, the overall commander never acted so recklessly. Isn't this tantamount to seeking death? Old Wu, what are you thinking? Instructor Wu responds resolutely. She is Yang Ji's daughter. We cannot simply watch her get into trouble, can we? It's just a minor infraction of the rules. The worst that can happen is a demotion. Hold on, you still have a few years to spend in the training camp. What are you on about? Yang is not just your brother. The sudden speaker is Instructor Sun, who teaches firearms to Yang Jinyu and the others. If it weren't for Yang and the overall commander during our first descent into the abyss, we would have likely been annihilated. Let me handle this. I intend to leave the training camp after this session anyway. That girl and that lad with the surname Xiao have certainly taught me a lesson. My marksmanship is just mediocre, so I should hurry to enhance my strength. Though I may be the weakest, I should be able to handle those low-tier magical beasts. As Instructor Sun speaks, he snatches the button from Instructor Wu's hand and presses it without hesitation. Instantly, a teleportation portal appears before him, and without a moment's pause, Instructor Sun strides through it. Instructor Wu can no longer voice any objections. This is a temporary positioning teleportation portal, usable only once and limited to a single individual. They can only continue to monitor the scene projected before them. The scene shifts, and Instructor Sun's figure suddenly appears in the canyon. He scans the surroundings and spots Yang Jinyu in the distance. He prepares to rush over and pull her out. They are approximately a kilometer apart, and at his speed, it would take less than 10 seconds to reach her. However, within those 10 seconds, Yang Jinyu's entire demeanor undergoes a dramatic transformation. Even through the ludicrous snowman's suit, one can sense an unapproachable chill emanating from her. This momentarily stuns Instructor Sunday's super speed mode. Activate. The metallic sheen in Yang Jinyu's eyes flickers, and within 10 seconds, her attributes surge by 50. With bullet power reaching 150, she focuses intently on the pride of lions before her. The lions, in turn, immediately notice this audacious biped. Since there are always those who come to meet their demise each year, the Lion King pays little heed, treating her merely as another morsel presented to him. Instantly, several blood lions leap toward Yang Jinyu. In the first second, she neither dodges nor evades. Instead, she utilizes her momentum to execute a clean sliding kick that sends the foremost two blood lions flying. Following this, she delivers a fierce upward kick, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, obliterating the two blood lions in a shower of vile pus and blood. In the third second, Yang Jinyu disregards the gory mess. Her gaze still locked ahead. Sonic intercept. She suddenly lunges forward, evading the splatter of pus, her gun blade dancing in her hands. With a flash of cold light, she slays two more blood lions, then whirls around. Gunfire erupting, bang. A silver bullet accurately detonates the last blood lion. At this moment, the Lion King finally senses something amiss. This biped seems rather formidable. It is rare for a biped to eliminate 5 of his subordinates all at once. Roar! The Lion King bellows, rallying the pride to launch a collective attack. In the 6th second, observing the surrounding blood lions charging towards her, Yang Jinyu wears a smile. Gun dance. With that, she moves her arms, and from her 2 revolvers, countless silver bullets rain down, forming a dense curtain of silver projectiles. Every blood lion struck falls to the ground, blood pouring from their wounds. Simultaneously, the chains of the revolvers dance gracefully under Yang Jinyu's command. Tearing through every blood lion within range, bang! With the final crisp gunshot, a brilliant flash of fire releases the last silver bullet. The king of the rotting flesh blood lions collapses in response. Just as the super speed mode concludes, Chapter 70. The stunned instructors in the distance, Instructor Sun is rendered speechless by the spectacle. His eyes widen in disbelief as he rubs them, realizing that the corpses strewn across the ground are indeed real. What in the world? This sudden exclamation startles Yang Jinyu, who was busy collecting the internal cores. She looks at the now-appeared Instructor Sun, utterly bewildered. Surely, they aren't here to confront her over her use of bullets to clear the stage, are they? But isn't this reaction a bit too swift? Meanwhile, the instructors watching the scene unfold via projection fall into a stunned silence before erupting into chaos. What kind of joke is this? 10 seconds. 10 seconds to annihilate the blood lion pride. Old Wu, are those bullets of yours ordinary bullets? They can't possibly be demon-slaying bullets, can they? Get lost. Setting aside the fact that demon-slaying bullets don't look like that. Didn't you see what that girl did to the bullets? The instructors gaze incredulously at the footage, struggling to believe their eyes. Just moments ago, they were worried that Yang Jinyu might find herself in peril amidst the blood lion horde, contemplating violating regulations to rescue her. Yet in the blink of an eye, She has effortlessly wiped out the entire Pride Eye in the history of the Bureau of Demon Extermination. Such a phenomenon has never occurred. The fastest record for clearing the third stage took over 10 minutes. That individual is currently the strongest within the Bureau. No, this girl is simply outrageous. That lad with the surname Xiao can't possibly be equally remarkable. Can he? The crowd's gaze shifts to the now shrunken projection of Xiao Tiance, who has also commenced his assault on the magical beast horde. With one punch after another, in under 5 minutes, the area is littered with severed limbs. Has this lad been conserving his strength in the second stage? Damn it, 2 prodigies! Instructor Wu feels momentarily dazed before pulling out his communicator. Hello, overall commander. I think I might be losing my mind. It feels like I'm hallucinating. Upon hearing Instructor Wu's words, the overall commander cannot help but chuckle. What's the matter? Did I hit the nail on the head? However, it's only been an hour and a half. That lad with the surname Xiao is even stronger than I anticipated. Instructor Wu swallows hard, disbelief lacing his voice. Xiao Tiance indeed cleared the stage, and he did it in under 5 minutes, but the key point is, the overall commander interrupts, good heavens, 5 minutes? Are you certain? That's simply absurd. I remember it taking me nearly half an hour. However, it seems this lad must have acquired some sort of inheritance. That would make it somewhat reasonable. By the way, what were you about to say earlier? Is that girl also cleared? That's also somewhat reasonable. Instructor Wu, feeling exasperated, cannot help but roll his eyes. Can you at least let me finish my sentence? The overall commander's tone becomes flat. Speak, I'm not stopping you. Instructor Wu takes a deep breath. What I'm about to say may shock you. The overall commander retorts, get lost. Do you think I'll actually tie you up with a merman? Instructor Wu scoffs. Yang Jinyu indeed cleared the stage, but she did it in 10 seconds. Initially dismissing it, the overall commander casually remarks, 10 seconds, quite impressive. Wait. His voice suddenly rises in shock. How many seconds did you say? 10 seconds. Not 10 minutes. Forget it. I'll go see for myself. Hurry up and prepare the replay for me, the overall commander says, hanging up in less than a minute. A flash of golden light appears, and the overall commander stands before the crowd. Taking the tablet, he begins watching the replay from earlier. He falls into a long silence, his brow furrowed. Damn it, this girl is definitely not normal. Is there even a gun-wielding clan among the various races? The Clever clan seemingly has a major branch dedicated to the study of various weapons. However, the one that was shattered and merged into Blue Star is not that branch. Isn't that merely a minor offshoot focused on artificial intelligence? It's hard to say, as many technologies among those major branches are indeed interconnected. The overall commander rubs his temples. Yang Jinyu's strength far exceeds the level expected at this stage. Even among the 7 historical students of Donghuang, she could easily be compared to some of the senior students who just entered their 4th year. She is an absolute genius, the kind that is rare within a single race. Since taking command of the training camp, this is the first time he has witnessed such talent. Only Xiao Tiance can rival her, while the others, despite all being S-level ability users, fall short by a considerable margin. The information regarding these 2 youngsters must not be leaked. Once the tests conclude, ensure that they all sign non-disclosure agreements. The overall commander's expression is solemn. The instructors nod in understanding the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu, having obtained the clearance token for the 3rd stage, is promptly ushered out of the back mountains by Instructor Sunday. Upon exiting the teleportation portal, her gaze lands upon a scarred man. Despite him doing nothing, he exudes an oppressive aura, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet, Yang Jinyu feels little reaction. She senses that the individual before her seems somewhat familiar. Scenes began to flicker through her mind. Instructor Wu stood nearby, introducing, he is our chief commander for this training. You may address him directly. Commander, did you visit Xinhui City about 3 or 4 years ago? Yang Jinyu tentatively inquired. She recalled that it was indeed he who had come to Xinhui City to converse with her father. The following day, her father had left home, and soon after, news of his mysterious disappearance in the abyss reached her, leaving his fate uncertain. However, Yang Jinyu was well aware of her father's identity and would not blame him for his disappearance. Her concern was genuine. Do you know what happened to my father? What mission was he on when he went missing? Upon hearing this, the commander momentarily fell into a daze, surprised that this young girl had encountered him years ago. I did visit. It was at the commencement of a training session, and your father served as the deputy commander. However, after the training concluded, he embarked on a mission. There was an unutterable heaviness in his voice. Later, news of his disappearance was relayed back to us. As for the nature of his mission, my dear girl, even if I were to tell you, what good would it do? Your father was already a level 6 ability user back then, merely a step away from becoming a high-level ability user. Knowing this now, with your current strength, how would it benefit you? It would only add to your troubles. His enemies will eventually face retribution from the Cleansing Bureau. At this juncture, a glint of ferocity flickered in the commander's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Yang Jinyu fell silent. Level 6, just a step away from high-level ability users. The sheer force of such power could easily subdue a throng of lower-tier ability users. Her own strength was indeed lacking. Yet, could she simply relinquish hope of learning her father's fate? Absolutely not. Commander, while we may not be able to confront them now, it does not mean that we will not have the chance in the future. Within a year, I firmly believe that with our capabilities, we can vanquish them at that moment. A voice filled with murderous intent and unwavering confidence suddenly rang out. Xiao Tian stepped resolutely beside Yang Jinyu. Although he had felt somewhat lost due to her gender in recent days, even contemplating avoidance, he resolved that he would never allow Yang Jinyu to face any challenges alone. Years ago, when he lost his parents, and as he was being bullied, she had bravely stood up for him, despite being merely 7 or 8 years old, driving away those wretched foes. Since then, he could never abandon her. Chapter 71. The Pact, breakthrough to level 4 within a year. Upon hearing this, the commander was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he fixated on Xiao Tian's. Kid, are you exceedingly confident? But do you even comprehend the strength of your adversary? His tone bore a hint of skepticism. A level 7 general, on par with me, in light of such a disparity in strength, can you still maintain your confidence? The commander's voice resonated with authority. Before he could finish, a formidable aura erupted around him, pressing down on Xiao Tian's like a mountain, causing the very space to momentarily stagnate. Xiao Tian's, caught off guard by this sudden pressure, staggered, nearly losing his footing. Yang Jinyu, though unsure of the exact situation, sensed the commander's urgency and wished to assist, only to be silently deterred by Xiao Tian's gaze. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's body quaked, yet he stood tall once more. The commander, observing this, raised an eyebrow. Though he had not unleashed his full power, it was not something an ordinary level 4 ability user could withstand. Yet here stood a mere level 2 boy who managed to endure, suggesting an unusual power flowing within him. There was more to him than met the eye. He cast a penetrating look at Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. I can reveal what young Tianhao was truly engaged in back then, but there is a prerequisite. You must both break through to level 4 within a year and acquire at least 5 Starshine Crystal Orbs. Otherwise, there is no point in discussion. Knowing would serve no purpose. He then paused, awaiting their response. Internally, he was reluctant to divulge past events to Yang Jinyu, as it involved the higher echelons of the Demon Servant sect, a perilous matter. Yet, witnessing their unwavering resolve, he feared they might attempt to investigate on their own, plunging themselves into danger. It was better to set them a goal, allowing them to focus on their training for the time being. Once they reached level 4, with their talents, they would at least be able to protect themselves. Even if they did find themselves in peril, given that arrogant fellow's character, he would disdain to engage with adversaries of merely level 4 or 5. Likely sending subordinates instead, which could serve as a valuable experience for them. After this silent deliberation, the commander's gaze returned to Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianci. At this moment, Yang Jinyu looked towards Xiao Tian's, her heart wavering. She genuinely did not wish to involve him. However, seeing him nod with determination, she steeled herself and took a step forward. We dare, she proclaimed. Commander, we promise that by this time next year, we will break through to level 4. Her initial fervor waned, and she added softly, but, Commander, what exactly are Starshine Crystal Orbs? The commander chuckled lightly, a teasing tone lacing his words. You dare to agree without knowing? Quite bold of you. After the training concludes, you will naturally find out. He then turned to Instructor Wu Ming. What is their current score? Instructor Wu quickly consulted the records. Xiao Tian's, 398 points, Yang Jinyu, 452 points. On the first day of the camp's opening ceremony, they defeated 3/4 of the 200 initial level 2 monsters. He regarded Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's with a puzzled expression. If the camp's opening ceremony had not been a last-minute decision, He might have suspected that Yang Siming had tipped them off beforehand. After all, they had been quite enthusiastic about their kills, particularly Yang Jinyu, whose eyes seemed to gleam with fervor. With over 400 points, that equated to over 40 million. Both were quite affluent. Yet, within the military, such wealth would scarcely suffice to purchase even an A-class combat technique on the market. If you wish to acquire more advanced combat techniques, you might want to save up. The rear mountain is not merely a one-time challenge. The commander suddenly halted, falling silent. For others, the rear mountain indeed offered multiple challenges. Even they had ventured through 2 or 3 times. Yet for these two youngsters, it was better to refrain. If they ventured once or twice more, the monsters inside would be entirely depleted. Other base trainees were also waiting for their turn. It wouldn't do to have the monsters wiped out and then capture new ones. Thus, he shifted the topic. Do not underestimate those monsters simply because you passed this trial. Here, their strength is suppressed, and their abilities are equally diminished. The commander's expression turned grave. Without abilities, you would not merely be challenging. You would be courting death. After imparting this last warning, the commander turned and departed. The other trainees did not warrant such attention from him. In the afternoon, the trial concluded. Although this attempt was merely a trial for most trainees, coupled with Instructor Wu's warnings, several students had nearly perished from the monster's miasma, incurring a debt of 5 level 4 energy crystals to the base. Other trainees bore various injuries, clearly illustrating the danger involved. After this trial, counting Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance, a total of 5 individuals had successfully completed their training tasks for the first time. Most surprisingly, Zhou Tianfeng was among them, having also completed the challenge. The instructors were momentarily bewildered. Among the 5, aside from the 2 prodigies, the other 2 were either first or second in strength. Their success was reasonable, but what was Zhou Tianfeng doing there? Wasn't he just an average student? However, the instructors did not delve too deeply, given the absurdity of the other 2's presence. Subsequently, the base displayed some compassion, sparing the trainees further hardship and granting them a half-day of rest, in the dormitory. Yang Jinyu stood before Xiao Tiance, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze somewhat distant. This morning, although you needn't have interjected, thanks anyway. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, she placed her hands on her hips and leaned forward to scrutinize him, who was feigning meditation on his bed. But let's get one thing straight. Have you been deliberately avoiding me these past 2 days? After training, you either rest or meditate. Are you really going to cut ties with me just because I'm a girl now? Quit pretending to be mute, speak up, or else I might just throttle you. As she spoke, Yang Jinyu grasped Xiao Tiance's shoulders and began to shake him vigorously. You're overthinking it. Xiao Tiance reluctantly opened his eyes, offering a vague excuse. I just feel my strength is lacking and want to improve quickly. While this was partially true, he certainly had been avoiding her. Yet, he dared not admit it, knowing well her sharp tongue. Really? Yang Jinyu's face was etched with skepticism. Xiao Tiance nodded firmly, his tone resolute. Really? Seeing his conviction, though she remained somewhat unconvinced, she chose not to press further. All right, I'll take your word for it and spare you this time. After concluding, she turned and headed off to wash up. Shortly thereafter, after freshening up, she observed Xiao Tiance once again engrossed in his training and chose not to disturb him further. Instead, she retrieved a golden coin from the system's inventory and began to examine it closely. Chapter 72. The Demon Servant Sect, Radiance, Revival Coin. This coin can resurrect beings whose death occurred less than 10 seconds ago, provided their souls remain intact. However, as she scrutinized the description of the golden coin, Yang Jinyu fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that this item was not as formidable as she had initially presumed. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiance, who was deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon noticing the golden coin in Yang Jinyu's hand, his expression grew grave. That object possessed the essence of the laws of life, and it was a complete law, albeit a weaker one. Yet, even he, who had once attained the 9th tier, could not wield a complete law. His dear friend was becoming increasingly outrageous. It seemed he needed to step up his efforts. Time flowed like water, slipping away in the blink of an eye. Nearly a month had passed since Yang Jinyu and her companions first faced their trials, which indicated that most of the assessments were nearing their conclusion. At this moment, the final evaluation was taking place at the shooting range. Feeling somewhat restless and having been caught off guard during a break by someone, Yang Jinyu found solace in quietly observing her fellow trainees as they practiced from 8 to 10 o'clock. However, The trainees usually chose to ignore her presence, acting as if she were invisible. Even Instructor Sun was no exception. Whenever he spotted her, he couldn't help but doubt his own marksmanship, especially when those two little rascals were watching him together. What are you looking at? This is the final assessment. Let me tell you, if anyone fails, they can just pack their bags and leave. Think carefully about whether all this suffering has been worth it, only to end up leaving now. Instructor Sun reprimanded the trainees loudly. The trainees feigned ignorance, having become accustomed to it, because whenever those two were present, Instructor Sun's mood would fluctuate, as if something were triggered within him. Damn it, those two little rascals. This time, when I leave the training camp, I'll find a partner too. If my marksmanship is being provoked, must they also provoke me in other ways? Dream on. The Demon Elimination Bureau, Training Office. The chief commander looked sternly at Wu Ming. Noting that the movements from the demon servant sect had grown increasingly pronounced in recent days, suggesting they were preparing for action. Moreover, this time seemed markedly different from before he could finish his thought. The communicator on the desk suddenly rang. The chief commander furrowed his brow and picked it up. Commander, the checkpoint has been breached by the demon servant sect. A hurried and anguished voice came through the communicator, only to be abruptly cut off. The chief commander's expression darkened further, and he clenched his left fist, stating, "This is indeed different from before. They have become excessively audacious this time. Sound the alarm and inform the trainees that from now on, they need to fend for themselves." After he spoke sternly, Wu Ming seemed to grasp the implication and left promptly to that moment. A dazzling light flashed, a figure wearing a white mask adorned with golden and silver patterns appeared out of thin air in the office. "Commander Zhang, your perception is indeed sharp. You sensed my presence so quickly, I hadn't dared to make a move, fearing you might notice me." The masked man spoke with a hint of mockery. "Oh, by the way, I heard that you can now detect the metallic elements within the human body. No wonder you were able to discover me." Faced with this sudden visitor, the chief commander frowned. As a fellow 7th-tier ability user, cloaked in the power of laws, the other party had no intention of attacking. He had only noticed the intruder after they had entered the base. "Radiance? It's actually you." This action by the demon servant sect was larger than any previous endeavor and completely exceeded his expectations. In the past, they had never had the audacity to act this boldly, which is why the Elimination Bureau had treated each of their disturbances as mere trials. Yet this time, they had directly dispatched a 7th-tier ability user, particularly this madman before him. Other members of the demon servant sect might still regard their lives with some caution, but this individual showed no such restraint. What an audacious fellow, just recovering from serious injuries. And he comes out seeking death again? The chief commander questioned coldly. "None of your fellow operatives have dared to directly provoke my Demon Elimination Bureau. Are you not afraid of dying here?" The figure known as Radiance shook his head lightly, a smile playing on his lips. "Commander Zhang, what are you talking about? Do you wish to fight me here? If it's just my underlings that engage, your trainees might have a slim chance of survival, but if you take action yourself." His words dripped with provocation as he spread his arms and continued, "Then let us see whether you, Commander Zhang, can kill me first, or whether your talented trainees will succumb to the aftershocks of battle." As he spoke, Radiance gently placed his fingertip against the lips of his mask, appearing to reminisce. Before seemingly recalling something. "Oh, right. I heard that there are 2 S-rank talents in your training session. Are you willing to sacrifice them?" Upon hearing this, the chief commander's aura surged forth, and although his tone remained calm, it carried a palpable threat. "And after that, do you think that when I no longer have any reservations, coupled with other powerful reinforcements arriving, you would still have a chance to survive, even if your abilities grant you strong survival capabilities? Do you truly believe you could escape unscathed if an 8th-tier powerhouse were to come for you again?" Radiance feigned contemplation before replying with a grin. "And what of it? 8th-tier powerhouses are so impressive, aren't they? Let us see if they can kill me first. Besides, you all know what kind of person I am. I particularly enjoy targeting so-called talents." He leaned closer to the chief commander, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. "Why is it that, as fellow talents, some receive protection and support to grow while I am merely used as a resource to sustain the powers of others?" Having vented his grievances, Radiance retreated to the window and sat down, stating, "I find this rather unfair." The chief commander, upon hearing this, had already lost interest in conversing with Radiance, perceiving him as nothing more than a madman. Due to his own experiences, he seemed to derive pleasure from attacking the talents of various nations, resulting in him being relentlessly pursued by powerful individuals from across the globe. He had even provoked an 8th-tier powerhouse to take action. It was worth noting that the number of 8th-tier powerhouses stationed in the major countries was limited. If not for relying on his abilities and having allies to rescue him, he might have already been killed. However, after suffering severe injuries, he had remained dormant for a year, only to emerge again so soon seeking death. "You should prepare yourself for death this time," the chief commander said coldly. Radiance clapped his hands in laughter. "Well, I'm looking forward to it. How many powerful individuals does your bureau plan to send after me? 8th-tier powerhouses should be quite a challenge, especially since many secret realms are currently unstable. Right? If it's 7th tier, wouldn't that be somewhat beneath me? Regardless, let us first watch how your trainees perform," ASE spoke. He waved his hand, causing a multitude of black and white light points, totaling several hundred, to materialize before him, varying in brightness. The black points represented the trainees of the Elimination Bureau, while the white points indicated his subordinates, with greater brightness signifying higher levels. Let us see whose light points vanish faster. The chief commander ignored him and suddenly inquired, "What exactly does the demon servant sect intend to accomplish?" He felt that the sudden appearance of the other party was somewhat abnormal. Although Radiance had a penchant for attacking the talents of various nations due to his circumstances, this time seemed excessively arrogant. Could it be that he truly had grown weary of life? Chapter 73. The intentions of the demon servant sect? A 4th-tier enemy. Radiance smiled, his eyes shimmering with a frenzied light. "Reasons? There are none. Dio, you think I need a reason? Commander Zhang, you should be more concerned about how many of your trainees will survive." He paused momentarily before continuing. "I have been preparing for this operation for quite some time. These cannon fodder are not without strength. Not only do they exceed the level of your trainees, but even compared to their peers, they stand out as exceptional." Suddenly, a sharp and piercing alarm shattered the tranquility, echoing throughout the entire base. The trainees in the dormitory area were momentarily stunned, initially believing it was just another drill. However, Instructor Wu's urgent and serious voice soon reverberated through the broadcast. "Attention all trainees. The base is entering a state of maximum alert. The Demon Servant sect has launched a massive invasion. The outer military checkpoints have fallen, and the base can offer no protection. Your only task now is to do your utmost to survive." Before Instructor Wu could finish his statement, an explosion was heard over the broadcast, followed by silence. "What is happening?" Yang Jinyu, just exiting the cafeteria and feeling the rejuvenation of her spiritual essence, was left bewildered. Xiao Tian's expression turned grave. The Demon Servant sect has invaded. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, it was from this moment onward that the Demon Servant sect, for reasons unknown, commenced a high-frequency assault, even dispatching high-tier ability users against organizations akin to the Elimination Bureau in various countries, particularly targeting the younger generation. Initially, they speculated that the purpose of the Demon Servant sect was to weaken the future military might of Blue Star. Yet, it appeared they had some reservations, as the 7th-tier ability users they dispatched primarily served to impede powerful individuals, rarely engaging in direct combat. Nevertheless, those high-tier ability users from the Demon Servant sect would brazenly charge in with their cannon fodder subordinates, inflicting considerable damage upon the nations. Furthermore, due to the restrictions faced by ability users of similar tiers in various countries, they could not act with the same impunity as the members of the Demon Servant sect. Furthermore, considering the various life preservation abilities of the adversary, it has become exceedingly challenging to resolve the situation. Consequently, we are compelled to call upon the 8th-tier ability users to intervene. However, the primary responsibility of the 8th-tier experts stationed in the rear is to suppress the high-level secret realms that are under siege by the Abyss, or to guard against the alien races that have consistently sought to harm humanity. Additionally, in comparison to the outermost periphery of Blue Star, which only harbors a fraction of the abyssal power, the secret realms, being closer to humanity, pose a far greater danger once invaded by the Abyss. Tio addressed the threat posed by the cult of demon servants. It has become necessary to recall some powerful individuals from the outermost edges of Blue Star, which, unfortunately, has allowed the Abyss to exploit this opportunity. This series of events ultimately leads to a significant matter concerning Blue Star, the outermost frontline of the Abyss. The 5 large fortresses established to defend against the Abyss nearly fell into ruin. Although they were ultimately recaptured, the nature of the incident seems to have been confirmed, indicating that the cult of demon servants has used the internal turmoil of humanity on Blue Star as bait, with their true aim being to conquer the fortresses. Regrettably, as most of Blue Star's high-level combatants are entangled in the real battlefield, they remain in a passive state until he met his demise on the true battlefield. Meanwhile, the small maneuvers of the cult of demon servants have yet to cease, and their true intentions remain an enigma. The various nations of Blue Star can only be said to be led by the nose. Since the advent of abilities among humans, the current situation on Blue Star has become exceedingly conspicuous. However, Xiaotiance is acutely aware that these matters are beyond his capacity to resolve or even engage with at this moment. The foremost priority is survival. He will not place his hopes on the mercy of his foes, especially now, as the madman Guanghui wreaks havoc within the Eastern Empire, inflicting the greatest losses upon the nations. He indeed targets certain prodigies. Yet, due to his abilities, which allow him to both withstand and heal, the most that equals-tier opponents can do is severely injure him. The return of the 8th-tier ability users is primarily to deal with him. Tat tat tat. Just as Xiaotiance's words fell, he noticed a group of oddly dressed individuals, all donning faceless masks, slowly approaching from a distance. The weakest among them were 3rd-tier ability users, while the leaders had even reached the 4th tier. Moreover, the fluctuations of their spiritual energy were extraordinarily potent, clearly surpassing that of ordinary ability users. Surrounding them was a mysterious white shield that, ha. Are these the prodigies of the Demon Clan's cleansing bureau? Let us witness their prowess. The group laughed heartily, casually launching an attack that instantly created a massive pit in the ground, sending debris flying in all directions, resulting in chaos. The surrounding students were caught off guard, leading to considerable casualties, with cries of pain and terror echoing everywhere. My leg! The cult of demon servants. Run! We can only run now! The entire dormitory area was instantly engulfed in pandemonium, with most students displaying expressions of fear as they scattered in all directions. They finally understood why the broadcast from Instructor Wu instructed them not to slay enemies, but rather to survive. The foes before them not only possessed levels far superior to their own, but were also immensely powerful. A single attack from them was insurmountable for most, and all they could do was flee. Hiss, I want to fight too, but alas, I'm bound by the law, only able to maintain order. Damn you, Yang Siming. In the open area, the lone figure clad in a trench coat, whose face was concealed by a hood, was idly surveying the surroundings. Yet, Lord Guanghui is truly ruthless, insisting on toying with these little ones. At this moment, the dormitory area was shrouded in despair, with students either desperately fleeing or feebly resisting. However, most of the resistance was forced. They found themselves at a disadvantage when engaging the members of the cult of demon servants. Although they were not entirely without the means to fight back, a mere moment's inattention could lead to their demise. The students could only desperately escape, awaiting the arrival of their instructors. But they were also acutely aware that the explosion sounds from the broadcast had already confirmed that the instructors were likely engaged in battle with even more formidable foes at that moment. Their only reliance now was on themselves. Yang Jinyu gazed at the surrounding devastation, momentarily feeling lost and helpless. She had witnessed bloodshed before, yet since awakening her abilities, she had never encountered a situation where her side was being utterly crushed. Particularly, the trench-coated man who had yet to make a move emanated an indescribable sense of oppression. Yang Jinyu suddenly felt that perhaps she had been too fortunate in recent times. You too? You must be the S-tier students, correct? At that moment, a member of the cult of demon servants wielding a large axe approached Yang Jinyu and her companion, and most importantly, he was a 4th-tier ability user. Moreover, judging by the aura emanating from him, he was certainly not an ordinary 4th-tier ability user. He'll be honest. I feel it would be somewhat wasteful to deal with you, but unfortunately, I haven't managed to capture any other strong prodigies. As he spoke, he shook his head. 4th tier. Although the words dripped with disdain, Yang Jinyu did not take offense. Her expression turned grave in an instant. 4th tier, that was already mid-tier ability users. If 3rd-tier ability users could initially wield area attack capabilities to suppress a small battlefield, then 4th-tier users could be likened to a realm of their own on a normal battlefield. Unless one disregarded their own casualties and employed heavy weaponry, it would be nearly impossible to deal with them. Did the cult of demon servants truly need to regard them with such importance? Chapter 74. The heavy shield, that layer of shield surrounding them, is not easily breached. Engaging directly would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. It is only when one is isolated that there might be a chance to deal with them. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly seized Yang Jinyu's hand and turned to flee. Listening to Xiao Tian's calm words and feeling the warmth from his palm, Yang Jinyu inexplicably felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, instinctively nodding in agreement. Oh, what if he's fourth tier? It's not as if we can't fight back in terms of physical prowess. It's uncertain who is stronger. Observing Yang Jinyu and her companion fleeing, the axe-wielding man scoffed, "TCH. So this is the talent of the Demon Clan's cleansing bureau. Utterly cowardly. But running is still a form of dying. And I might as well enjoy tormenting you for a while. Perhaps I can even draw Lord Guanghui's attention with that." He suddenly surged forward, unleashing a brilliant arc of axe light that cleaved down, purposely striking the ground not far from Yang Jinyu and the others, creating a long fissure in the earth. Bastard. Watching the axe light whistle past her and the debris that erupted, Yang Jinyu, who had just regained her composure, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. However, she was acutely aware of the formidable strength of her opponent, compounded by the unknown nature of his shield. She could not afford to act rashly, lest it attract the attention of other members of the cult of demon servants. Nevertheless, that did not mean she could not stir up some trouble. Suddenly, a grenade appeared in her right hand, and without hesitation, she tossed it backward. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the axe-wielding man's furious roar followed. "You little brat! How dare you blow me up? I'll kill you!" Yang Jinyu glanced back to see him emerge unscathed from the cloud of smoke. She had witnessed the defensive prowess of that shield. Although the G-14 grenade was not particularly formidable, it was her first time encountering such a powerful defense that left not a single scar. At last, they reached a sparsely populated area, and Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian abruptly halted. Not running anymore? The axe-wielding man was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly turned around and shouted, "Thunderstorm fusion state." Instantly, he was enveloped by a dense array of lightning, resembling a miniature thunderstorm wreaking havoc around him, with arcs of electricity crackling incessantly. Following this, he charged at the axe-wielding man with the speed of a lightning bolt. A deep and powerful voice booming, 10,000 calamities heavy strike. Before his words had fully dissipated, countless arcs of electricity converged upon Xiao Tian's fist, seemingly imbued with destructive power, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Boom! With a tremendous roar, his fist struck the white shield, generating a wave of force that surged outward. The axe-wielding man immediately felt a formidable power penetrating through the shield. Though it was only a fraction of the total force, it was sufficient to injure his internal organs, and a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal tissue erupted forth. The axe-wielding man stared in disbelief at Xiao Tian, his eyes wide. Although he was merely a fourth-tier second level, his physique had reached an astonishing 13,000, equivalent to that of a normal fourth-tier seventh-level ability user. Coupled with Lord Guanghui's shield, how could he possibly be injured by a second-tier ability user? Yet before he could fully process his thoughts, Xiao Tian had already vanished from his sight. In the next moment, a silver projectile, trailing a blue flame, spiraled toward him at an astonishing speed. It even sparked against the shield, causing the axe-wielding man's heart to race with alarm. He felt an overwhelming force and extreme heat bearing down on him, while the power that Xiao Tian had previously inflicted upon him raged within, attacking him from both the inside and outside. Boom! Following the deafening explosion, a crater over 30 meters in diameter appeared on the ground. The shield shattered, and the axe-wielding man was left with severe burns and one arm missing. Kneeling on the ground, howling in agony, how is this possible? How could this happen? In that moment, he could hardly believe that the two second-tier ability users he had been pursuing had suddenly turned the tables on him. However, Yang Jinyu did not feel elated by this turn of events. Instead, her expression grew grave. Although her spiritual energy, reliant on her mental attributes, did not possess the same overwhelming prowess as physical strength, it was now sufficient to rival that of an ordinary fourth-tier ability user. The result of her concentrated anti-tank cannon had nearly failed to shatter her opponent's shield. She noted that the shattering of the shield was not due to the sheer strength of her attack, but rather the instability of the spiritual energy within her opponent's body. However, at this moment, Yang Jinyu found herself bereft of time to ponder. fearful that the opponent might conjure another protective shield. In a swift motion, she launched a powerful kick aimed directly at the head of the man wielding the great axe. If her supernatural abilities were futile, she would resort to martial prowess. Simultaneously, Xiao Tiance appeared behind the adversary, delivering a formidable punch. In an instant, the great axe man's form erupted, a mist of crimson enveloping the air. The shield. Yang Jinyu's gaze shifted to Xiao Tiance, who seemed to possess insights regarding the shield, uncertain if there existed a solution. Both of them were struggling against their opponent. What of Sister Mingyao and the others? A wave of anxiety washed over Yang Jinyu. Xiao Tiance, his expression grave, explained that shield is a technique employed by a high-level supernatural user from the demon servant sect. It generates a corresponding intensity of light attribute shield based on the spiritual essence within the bearer. He paused briefly, his brow furrowed, continuing, the shield strength of that axe-wielding fellow is at least comparable to that of a typical 4th-tier, 6th-level supernatural user when fully focused on defense. Although our strength is considerable, it is exceedingly challenging to penetrate that shield and inflict harm. Furthermore, the trench-coated leader from the demon servant sect likely exceeds 4th-tier, 5th level. The strength of his shield is undoubtedly on par with that of a 5th-tier defender, making it improbable for us to prevail. As he spoke, a hint of helplessness laced Xiao Tiance's tone. You should find a safe place to hide while I search for Zhou Tianfeng and Lu Mingyao. As for the others, we may not be able to tend to them. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu was momentarily taken aback before confirming, you just mentioned that the shield is of the light attribute. Correct? Xiao Tiance, unsure of her intent, nodded. Yang Jinyu's eyes sparkled with realization, then we may not be entirely at a disadvantage. Let us seek out a weaker member of the demon servant sect to experiment. With that, she grasped Xiao Tiance's hand and chose a direction to search for someone in a corner of the base. A muscular member of the demon servant sect, adorned with bull horns, mockingly observed Zhou Tianfeng, who was on the verge of collapse with a broken left arm and a face twisted in agony. You little brat, you can run, can't you? This ability of yours is rather nauseating. Fortunately, we place considerable emphasis on you. My strength is nearing 4th tier. Had it been someone else, they might have truly succumbed to your tricks. Your ability even affects my blood flow, yet alas, you are simply too weak. Bang, bang. Before the taunts could fully escape his lips, a rapid succession of gunfire resonated, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of corrosion. The bull-horned man barely had time to comprehend the unfolding chaos before noticing dark spots emerging on his shield. Just as confusion settled in, a clear female voice rang out, "It's effective." Following the source of the voice, he saw a man and a woman approaching deliberately. The girl wielded a revolver, relentlessly firing at him. Yet, shielded by the protection of the illustrious light, coupled with his own physical prowess, the bull-horned man dismissed the feeble attack, intending to eliminate this audacious pair. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianfeng, cornered and forsaken, wore an expression of exhilaration. Earlier, while fleeing, he had not forgotten to leave behind a coded signal only their faction could comprehend, as instructed by an instructor for times of peril. He had merely clung to a glimmer of hope. And to his surprise, the signal proved useful amidst the invasion. However, the voice of rescue sounded eerily familiar. As Zhou Tianfeng reveled in his fortune, the bullhorn man sensed something amiss among the bullets directed at him. Some emitted an ominous black aura. This time, he was not mistaken. He distinctly heard the sound of corrosion, realizing that the dark bullets could erode the shield of the illustrious light. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Eyes wide with shock, he then helplessly watched as the remaining ebony bullets pierced through the shield, hurtling towards him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. Crash, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The bullhorn man fell hard. A look of confusion plastered across his face. He could not fathom why such a formidable shield had been breached by mere bullets. See? I told you, there's a certain chance that I can fire dark attribute bullets. As long as I unleash a sufficient number, the trench-coated man's shield shall falter. Yang Jinyu beamed at Xiao Tiance, having never anticipated the revolver's additional effect would prove so beneficial. Dark attribute bullets were inherently counteractive to light attributes. As for the low probability, she firmly believed that with enough quantity, it would not remain low, and after shattering the shield, she was confident that the skills she possessed would ensure the trench-coated man's demise. At that moment, Zhou Tianfeng, previously overlooked by Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance, suddenly bore a look reminiscent of a long-lost kin. Ignoring his injured arm and wearing a face of distress, he lunged towards them. "Big brother, you've finally come to rescue your little brother. I was so close to being killed by that damned bull-headed man." Yang Jinyu paused, her focus having been entirely on the bullhorn man, failing to notice Zhou Tianfang's presence. What a coincidence! The coded signal she had seen earlier was indeed left by him. Xiao Tian stepped forward, blocking Zhou Tianfang's advance. "Enough. Your injury isn't severe, so stop your whining." In his past life, Zhou Tianfang had managed to survive, undoubtedly possessing some means of protection until the instructor's return. He then turned to Yang Jinyu, quietly advising, physical contact between genders should be avoided. You ought to be cautious in your interactions with other males. After all, one can never know a person's true intentions. Xiao Tian suddenly felt compelled to consider his companion's future social interactions. After all, post-university, she would inevitably present as a female, which would attract attention from many. Unskilled in social affairs, he feared she might be deceived and end up aiding others in their schemes. Yang Jinyu? Hadn't he previously dismissed her as a mere girl, ignoring her entirely? Why was he now concerned about her social engagements? Moreover, wasn't Zhou Tianfang his little brother? Wouldn't he fear that one day Zhou Tianfang might turn to others? Disregarding Xiao Tian's remarks, Yang Jinyu produced a vial of red liquid, handing it to Zhou Tianfang. "This will expedite your recovery. However, I suggest you take it slowly. Perhaps half a vial would suffice." Zhou Tianfang appeared bewildered, waving his hands in refusal. "Big brother, I have my own healing elixirs. No need for this." Xiao Tiance shot him a glance. A mountain pig cannot eat fine grains. He then naturally took the elixir from Yang Jinyu's hands. This potion seemed reminiscent of one previously obtained in Xinghui City, though it was unnecessary for a mere broken arm. He then shifted his gaze back to Yang Jinyu. "Your bullets are indeed effective, but we must first deal with the other minions, especially the two fourth-tier individuals. Otherwise, should we attract their attention, we may find ourselves overwhelmed." Given that Yang Jinyu possessed a method to counter the enemy's shield, Xiao Tiance would not hinder her. He understood her nature well. When faced with danger, she would not intervene unless capable, yet if within her means, she would certainly lend assistance. Additionally, having spent over a month together, their rapport had evolved favorably. However, this did not imply she was devoid of principles. Should she assist someone who then sought to take advantage of her kindness, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Xiao Tiance clearly recalled an incident from their childhood when, despite being grateful for Yang Jinyu's help, he stubbornly resisted her aid on one occasion, after rebuffing her assistance and criticizing her for meddling. He found himself pinned to the ground, receiving a sound thrashing, all while she declared that since he rejected her help, she would repay in kind. That day, he not only endured a beating but also had to apologize. From then on, he ceased to speak out of turn, though it was not long before she could no longer suppress him and instead fell under his dominance. Of course, should any unforeseen circumstances arise regarding her abilities, he would be there to support her. A flicker of determination glinted in Xiao Tiance's eyes. He too possessed the capability to penetrate shields and inflict damage, albeit at a tremendous toll on his stamina, rendering frequent use impractical. Otherwise, he would not have opted to safeguard only their own, awaiting the return of their instructors. In his understanding, the number of surviving students from this training session would dwindle to less than half. A fate spared only because the demon servant sect had opted for torment rather than outright slaughter. However, now that Yang Jinyu had acquired a clear means to counter the shield with minimal expenditure, and given her character, there was no need for them to remain hidden. Moreover, they held the advantage of secrecy. The animosity between them and the demon servant sect was irreconcilable. It was a matter of either their survival or the enemy's demise. Furthermore, every individual in this base held significant potential, with the worst among them destined to become mid-tier supernatural users. Every life saved mattered. Shall we proceed? What are you lost in thought about? Yang Jinyu interrupted Xiao Tiance's reverie with a wave of her hand. Xiao Tiance returned to reality, murmuring, "I was reminded of the time you rode on my back and beat me up as a child." Yang Jinyu, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Is it truly necessary for you to hold such a grudge? I couldn't defeat you later on anyway. Besides, this is hardly the time for such discussions. Let us go." Chapter 76. The Commander's Aspirations, the dull radiance of the Demon Clan Purge Bureau. Training Office. The The commander wore a grave expression, while Guanghui languidly leaned against the window, a hint of playful amusement gracing his lips. Teske, Commander Zheng, it appears your trainees are not as prodigious as one might hope. In merely 10 minutes, several black light points have already extinguished. Guanghui's tone dripped with provocation. This is merely the result of my leniency. By the way, take a look. These 2 marked black light points represent the 2 S-rank trainees. He pointed to the sky, indicating 2 black light points that were distinctly different from their surroundings, continuing. How long do you think they can survive? His gaze shifted to a notably brighter white light point. I recall that the one who engaged them should be ranked 3rd among my cannon fodder subordinates. It seems they have had a close encounter with a 5th-tier ability user, though almost met their demise. Nevertheless, their strength is still sufficient. However, Commander Zheng, your 2 trainees are doomed. They are bound to be killed by the opponent. Ha ha! As Guanghui spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. Though the higher-ups were concerned he might go overboard and provoke the Purge Bureau's wrath. Compelling him to restrain the numbers, he had his own methods. Simply targeting those with the highest potential would suffice to excite him. While S-ranks are rare, could it be that the Purge Bureau would truly risk everything to assault their stronghold for their sake? Such a notion is utterly absurd. An S-rank merely implies a higher likelihood of becoming a high-tier ability user. It does not guarantee survival, and breaching their stronghold would necessitate top-tier powerhouses paying a price. The 2 are simply incomparable. Upon hearing this, the commander felt a surge of anger, yet he suppressed his emotions, unwilling to reveal his concern for Yang Jinyu and the other's significance. He spoke coldly. You may provoke me as much as you wish, but regardless of which side perishes or if other circumstances arise, you ought to contemplate whether you can ensure your own survival. Guanghui chuckled. I told you, you need not worry about that, Commander Zheng. Before he could finish, a notably bright light point among the white ones suddenly extinguished. This was precisely the subordinate he had mentioned, who ranked 3rd in strength. The commander was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, followed by a cold smirk. Ah, it seems your subordinate is indeed cannon fodder. What has happened? Guanghui's expression darkened. Commander Zheng, perhaps you are rejoicing too soon. The extinguishing of this white light point does not necessarily signify a death. Your black light points, however, unequivocally represent the lives of your trainees. After all, I have not placed a shield on your trainees. The commander snorted coldly. Let us wait and see. Although he was uncertain whether the opponent's subordinates had truly perished, the moment he witnessed a white light point extinguish, an unrealistic fantasy seemed to arise within him. Perhaps a miracle would occur. Perhaps someone had already noticed the anomalies at the training base, albeit the likelihood was slim. After all, the demon cult had chosen to act here precisely because the training was conducted in remote areas devoid of urban suppressive devices. Historically, each operation by the demon cult had been relatively low-key, bolstered by the presence of 7th-tier ability users. Although casualties occurred, they remained within tolerable limits, leading the Purge Bureau to gradually view it as a form of training for the younger generation. Even though they prepared shielding devices each time, the lack of significant impact gradually lulled other high-tier ability users into complacency. After all, they had their own affairs to attend to and could not maintain a constant focus on the training base. Thus, year after year, the demon cult played the game of the wolf is coming, resulting in a situation where no one would notice the abnormalities at the training base in the short term. A brief interlude quickly passed, and the commander and Guanghui continued to observe the light points before them. However, the next scene caused Guanghui's brow to furrow. Another white light point extinguished, though it was merely a point of ordinary brightness. It triggered what seemed to be a chain reaction. As white light points continued to extinguish, Guanghui appeared unable to remain still, rising abruptly. What is happening? His gaze sharpened as he turned to the commander. Commander Zheng, it seems your base harbors a mid-tier ability user. A hint of displeasure laced Guanghui's tone. The extinguishing of one light point could still be interpreted as a shield shattering. But the sequential extinguishing of multiple light points was certainly more than that. However, Guanghui did not believe that the trainees possessed the capability to retaliate against his subordinates, even disregarding the shields he had placed. The strength of those cannon fodder was far beyond what the trainees could contend with. After all, the strongest among that group of trainees barely matched an ordinary 4th-tier ability user, while the rest were merely at around the 3rd-tier level. Yet in his ranks, he had no fewer than 10 individuals nearing 4th-tier strength, with the strongest comparable to a 5th-tier user. What could those trainees possibly use to retaliate? It is worth noting that he had mobilized half of the concealed mid-tier ability users from the entire Xinglua mansion for this operation. Referring to them as cannon fodder was merely because they were destined to perish, not due to a lack of strength. However, could it be that someone hidden within the base had not been marked by him? Perhaps even a fifth tier? Yet, conveniently, among those cannon fodder was an individual who had actively sought to redeem himself. That would serve a purpose. If he could stall the opponent for a while, it would allow those prodigies to endure a modicum of torment. Of course, even if it proved ineffective, it mattered little. With a wave of his hand, Guanghui summoned a ray of light to dart out of the room. However, the commander suddenly clenched his fist, and in an instant, a golden, sharp aura shattered that ray of light into fragments. "Ha! You demon cult dare to come directly to our doorstep. You must be aware of the combat power we possess, do you not?" The commander cast a cold glance at Guanghui, though a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Though you think, just because I cannot notify the outside world, I would allow you to inform your subordinates?" Guanghui gazed intently at the commander, remaining silent. Although the number of prodigies lost in this operation may not meet his expectations, the primary objective had at least been achieved. His most crucial aim was to make other factions aware that Guanghui had returned, drawing their attention. Eliminating those prodigies was merely a means to garner interest, interspersed with his own ulterior motives. However, the higher-ups were worried he might go overboard and had warned him, lest he truly take matters into his own hands. This was rather vexing. They wished for him to be a scapegoat, inciting sufficient commotion while fearing he would create too much disturbance. It was far simpler before he became a high-tier ability user. As long as he was not afraid of being killed, he need not consider anything else. However, those two S-ranks have unexpectedly been rescued. Contemplating this, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Guanghui's eyes. Whoever disrupts his plans had best remain unknown, or else he would ensure they regretted spoiling his excitement. Chapter 77. Forced Levitation. On the other side, in the open space before the dormitory area, the trench-coated man, having received no news from his superior, idly gazed at the scenery. Yet, upon hearing the surrounding wails, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Hiss! Why does it seem significantly quieter than before? The trench-coated man perked up his ears, listening intently, and indeed found that the anguished cries of the trainees had diminished considerably. Have they all been dealt with? That cannot be. Lord Guanghui specifically instructed not to act too swiftly. He quickly placed his hands on the ground, closed his eyes to sense, and was jolted to discover that several energies had vanished from his vicinity, including that of a fourth-tier ability user. What is going on? The trench-coated man's expression turned grave. What troubled him further was that while he was aware of deaths on his side, he had failed to detect the presence of the assailant. The strongest energy he could sense from the Purge Bureau remained that of the recently advanced third-tier trainee. However, there were also 3 second-tier ability users nearby, seemingly seeking their demise. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, discerning that the energies belonged to the 2S ranks. The one who had died was that fool Shun Long. What is happening? Could there be a hidden powerhouse? The trench-coated man's brow tightened further. This is not good. If there truly is one, I must find them. Since they saved those 2S ranks, if I act against them, the opponent will surely reveal themselves. Furthermore, since the opponent dares not appear openly, they must not be overly powerful. Just right, Fuqing is also in that direction. I refuse to believe that the two of us together cannot deal with them. The trench-coated man consoled himself, allowing his brow to relax. He then swiftly dashed off in a particular direction. This mission was never meant to involve him, and the opportunity to assert his presence was something he had strived for. Hoping to redeem himself, should he fail, returning would undoubtedly spell disaster. Behind the dormitory area, a violent shockwave surged forth. Lu Mengyao braced her left arm, straining against the onslaught as the blue energy shield rippled violently. Thud, thud, thud. She gritted her teeth, though she was forced to retreat several steps before barely withstanding the ferocious shockwave. She suffered no significant harm. Truly, she was thankful for the mechanical arm her junior had modified and upgraded over the past month. Without it, she would have been powerless to resist the assault from the members of the demon cult. Although the adversary was not striking with full force, intending not to kill her outright, the relentless shockwaves were sufficient to severely injure her. Yet even now, although she was temporarily unharmed, she remained in a position of extreme passivity. The previously inconspicuous flaws became glaringly apparent under the pressure of strength. She was not adept at long-range attacks. If this continued, she would inevitably suffer severe injuries, completely losing her ability to resist. Ha! You little wretch, your mechanical arm is quite impressive. Not far away, a girl with twin ponytails and a bratty voice sauntered over, revealing a hint of surprise beneath her faceless mask. Tio think it could withstand so many shockwaves without being rendered inoperable. That energy shield seems to diverge from the main focus of Blue Star's weapon research. Doesn't it? With that, she suddenly shook her head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, it would soon belong to me. As her words trailed off, a massive shockwave began to coalesce in her hand. She had played enough and was ready to conclude this game of cat and mouse. Without that energy shield, she might have toyed with her opponent a bit longer, but her current mood did not permit such frivolity. The blue crystal on the mechanical arm, capable of generating an energy shield, piqued her interest. If it could produce an energy shield through the internal spiritual source, could it potentially enhance her shockwaves or alter the singular form of her abilities? Perhaps then, she would gain the attention she sought. Though she was self-aware enough to understand it was not the illustrious Lord of Radiance she was referring to, but rather the superior overseer above her. If she could just strengthen her abilities a tad more and strive diligently, becoming a senior believer would surely be within her grasp. Only then could she earn greater favor from the abyss. Bang, bang. Just as the girl with twin ponytails indulged in her fantasies, a series of gunshots pierced the air. Startled, she immediately sensed something amiss. Her shield bore dark spots, seemingly corroded by some unknown force. A grimace crossed her face, and a flicker of terror glinted in her eyes. Someone capable of breaching her shield. Could there be hidden powerhouses lurking within this base? She turned her gaze toward the source of the gunfire, only to see 3 mere second-tier ability users approaching. A scoff escaped her lips. How foolish of these little wretches to rush to their doom. Since you are so eager, allow me to grant you your wish. With that, she aimed the shockwave at the trio not far away. Though she was unaware of their motives for shattering her shield, eliminating a mere second tier should pose no challenge. Lu Mingyao, drawn by the gunfire, felt an ominous chill creep into her heart. It seemed there was only one person in the base who favored firearms. Indeed, the newcomers were Yang Jinyu and her companions. She hastily warned, "Be careful." Although Lu Mingyao knew that Yang Jinyu's group had successfully completed their training mission during their first attempt on the back mountain, the faceless girl with twin ponytails before them was no weakling, even among 4th-tier ability users. They stood no chance against her. Upon seeing the girl suddenly direct her attack toward them, Zhou Tianfeng's face blanched in fear as he gulped nervously. He glanced at the seemingly unfazed Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tianci. "Aren't we going to dodge?" Xiao Tianci shot him a sidelong glance. Yang Jinyu, however, remained silent, merely clapping her hands together to enchant her floating bullets. Aiming once more at the twin ponytailed girl, bang, bang, bang. As the bullets hurtled toward her, the girl sneered dismissively. A handgun. How could it possibly harm her? It seemed like an ancient relic from a millennium ago. What was it called again? A revolver? Yet, in mere moments, when the girl sensed the fluctuations emitted by the bullets, she was taken aback. These bullets felt rather peculiar. Could they be demon-slaying rounds? No matter, even if they were, a mere student who had yet to officially join the Purification Bureau would only have access to the most basic ammunition. They posed no threat to her. Yang Jinyu, meanwhile, bore a radiant smile. As a 4th-tier ability user with a protective shield, she understood that ordinary bullets were unlikely to inflict harm. Yet, these were not ordinary bullets. She did not expect them to directly wound the girl. Her intention was simply to interrupt the girl's attack due to her superior strength. The instant the bullets made contact with the twin ponytailed girl, an invisible force field seemed to erupt. The girl felt a compelling force surging through her body, causing her to repel from the ground and disrupting her charged attack. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jinyu immediately launched a full frontal assault, preparing to shatter the shield. She then shot a glare at Xiao Tianci, who, somewhat helplessly, placed a hand on her shoulder. Chapter 78. Physical Mounting. Charged laser cannon. Yang Jinyu expressed her displeasure. After several prior shield breaches, it was evident that her luck had not improved. The Ruger, Black Hawk revolver had a mere 5 chance of generating dark attribute bullets, even lower than expected. Thus, she concocted a plan to hand the revolver over to Xiao Tianci, who seemed to possess remarkable fortune. Alas, it was of no use. The binding system of this weapon was inescapable. Then, a wild thought struck her. She dragged Xiao Tian's to fire again. Not only did she not expect every shot to yield dark attribute bullets, but she also hoped for at least a 50 chance. It was simply absurd, as if some divine will or cosmic force favored him. Indeed, she loathed relying on luck. With both hands gripping the revolver tightly, Yang Jinyu swiftly recalibrated her aim, moving and shooting. The two revolvers unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets, seemingly venting her frustration. Among them were numerous dark attribute bullets, glistening dangerously under the sunlight. The twin ponytailed girl watched in terror as Yang Jinyu advanced rapidly, her shield dissipating under the assault. As a third-tier, triple-ability user, she found herself utterly powerless, forced to remain suspended in the air. How could a mere second-tier ability user possess such strength? Yang Jinyu drew closer, finally ceasing her attack at a certain distance, her smile only widening. Just the chance I needed to showcase my recent research, she murmured to herself, as a massive blue crystal cannon materialized in her hand. The barrel sparkled under the sunlight, emanating a mysterious and formidable aura. Over the past month, aside from consuming inner cores to elevate her level, she had not progressed further. She had been engrossed in weapon research within the secret realm, and her most significant achievement was the laser cannon featuring a blue crystal barrel. This blue crystal was one of the rarest materials in the secret realm, perfectly suited for energy weaponry. However, according to the system, her low level within the secret realm meant that resources were scarce. Upon completing the laser cannon, only scraps remained. Otherwise, she would have considered attempting to construct an ancient particle cannon ahead of schedule, though she wondered how effective it would be without the enhancement of abilities. Yang Jinyu began to channel energy into the laser cannon. As the energy surged, its power doubled, combined with an additional 150 skill enhancement, culminating in a staggering 300 overall power. Charged laser cannon, fire, with a commanding shout. Just as the twin ponytailed girl regained her footing on the ground, a colossal blue beam, enveloped in fierce red light, shot forth. At that moment, a voice called out, followed by a heavy earthen wall abruptly rising from the ground. Yet, in an instant, it was pierced by the laser, leaving the surrounding earth molten, exuding waves of searing heat. Impossible! The newly arrived man in a trench coat froze, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This wall, though hastily constructed, could easily withstand the attacks of a typical fourth-tier ability user. How could it be shattered so effortlessly by a second tier? Moreover, why had the twin ponytailed girl's shield vanished? But soon, the whirlwind of confusion dissipated. The trench coat-clad man watched in horror as the laser struck the girl, vanishing without a trace, leaving no scream in its wake. No, this attack method, he murmured, suddenly recalling the long trench left in the wake of the laser. It felt eerily familiar. Wasn't this the very pit he had seen in Xinghua City? According to his information, it was the work of the Purification Bureau's Yang Siming. He had looked into her capabilities, and indeed, she could unleash energy beams. Yet, why did this crater seem more substantial? Coincidence? Perhaps due to familial ties? Their abilities were similar? He recalled that the old fool who volunteered as a traitor had mentioned Yang Siming had a nephew, who appeared to be the one before him, or was it a niece? Whatever the case, it mattered little. He was unwilling to dwell on such minutiae. Regardless of who stirred the chaos, this brat must die. He gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. If he couldn't deal with Yang Siming, how could he be thwarted by a mere junior? Though he was only a fourth tier, sixth stage, his power was no less than that of an average fifth tier. Furthermore, the person before him had just killed his subordinate in plain sight. A slight to his dignity, even if their connection was tenuous, especially since he had heard whispers of the girl being a cherished possession of some overseer, though he was uncertain of its veracity. But if it were true, then another offense could be added to the first. At that moment, taking advantage of the trench coat man's momentary stupor, Yang Jinyu swiftly launched her attack. She needed to break his shield first. She couldn't allow Xiao Tian's to keep his hand on her shoulder indefinitely. Bang! Bang! A rapid succession of gunfire erupted, each bullet imbued with strange fluctuations, hurtling toward the trench coat man. Yang Jinyu intended to employ the same tactic, first disrupting his ability used with levitation, then seizing the opportunity to break his shield. The trench coat man, hearing the gunfire, finally snapped back to reality. However, He did not regard the bullets as a significant threat, even though he sensed their unusual nature. With Lord Radiance's shield on his side, he felt invincible. However, he soon felt himself uncontrollably lifted into the air. His expression one of sheer astonishment. What on earth is happening? When the man in the trench coat arrived, all he could see was the girl with twin ponytails descending. He had no idea that she had been forcibly suspended for a time. Now, he felt an overwhelming force that was difficult to resist. It seemed somewhat akin to the laws encountered only by high-tier ability users. A wave of terror washed over the man in the trench coat. How could this possibly be the ability of a second-tier ability user? Could it be that hidden powerhouse? Your Excellency, what kind of skill is hiding and lurking? If you have the courage, come out and face me. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Though he knew the opponent's power might exceed his imagination, he would rather be killed in direct combat than toyed with. Yang Jinyu, on the other hand, wore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware of what the other party was saying. Nonetheless, her assault did not cease. Countless bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, some of which were imbued with a pitch-black hue. The man in the trench coat, realizing he was being ignored, felt a surge of panic. Yet, his attention was swiftly diverted as he noticed that his shield was being eroded. Was this the reason for the disappearance of the floating green shield? His expression instantly grew grave. He no longer cared whether there was a hidden powerhouse. If this continued, he feared he might be killed by a second-tier ability user. He could not afford to lose face. Chapter 79. Injured, the man in the trench coat braced himself, rapidly gathering earth elements, and in an instant, a solid earthen wall materialized out of thin air. Bullets struck it, producing dull thuds accompanied by the sound of shattering stones. The floating bullets had been countered? A trace of seriousness crossed Yang Jinyu's delicate face. After witnessing the creation of the earthen wall, unease settled within her. She hastily launched her attack, yet it met with failure. The opponent was not like the previous girl with twin ponytails, whose abilities were rather singular. Setting aside the fact that the duration of the floating bullet was short, even if it lasted longer, her internal spirit source was merely equivalent to an average 4th tier, or level 40. The ordinary bullets she conjured lacked the power to breach the opponent's earthen wall. Although silver bullets possessed the ability to penetrate energy shields, they were ineffective here, as they only targeted incorporeal shields. Furthermore, considering the opponent's light attribute shield, which shared the same elemental origin, and the fact that their spirit source was stronger, rendered them completely useless. Employing skills to cover the field with firepower could shatter the earthen wall, but the opponent could regenerate it. Without restricting the opponent's abilities, there was no chance of breaking the shield. The previous successes in breaching the shield were due to the weakness of the first two opponents. The first was because of the weak enhancement provided by the tiger, and the second was due to the restriction imposed by the floating bullet. However, this opponent possessed none of those shortcomings. At that moment, the man in the trench coat launched an attack. His ability was B-grade control over earth elements. Although his power was diminished by being off the ground, it did not mean he had lost his combat effectiveness. Whoosh! The earth beneath him seemed to respond to a summons, suddenly levitating and swiftly coalescing into several sharp earthen spikes aimed at Yang Jinyu. Seeing this, Yang Jinyu activated her battle armor, quickly crossing her arms to block. With a flash of brilliance and the sound of a crisp impact, the earthen spikes were deflected one by one. However, the opponent's level suppression was too formidable, and their internal spirit source was stronger. Some of the spikes broke through the brilliance, even shattering her battle armor and causing her injury. The man in the trench coat was nearly at 5th tier strength, rendering her E-grade battle armor ineffective. Yang Jinyu felt a sharp pain, and her hands were stained with crimson spots. Xiao Tian's furrowed his brow and stepped forward from behind Yang Jinyu, swinging his fist with great force. Thunder explosion. Countless violent arcs of electricity rapidly coalesced into a spherical bolt of lightning. With a tremendous explosion, the earthen spikes were obliterated, and debris rained down from above. The previous speed of the earthen spikes had been so swift that Xiao Tian's had not been able to react immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Earthly impalement. Meanwhile, a tremendous roar erupted from the ground, and yet another barrage of spikes surged forth, akin to ferocious beasts lurking beneath the earth, targeting Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian's. Under the sunlight, these spikes glimmered ominously. Exuding a perilous aura, Xiao Tian's suddenly smashed his fist into the ground. In an instant, the earth seemed to tear apart, with countless fissures spreading like a spider's web. generating a powerful shockwave to counter the spikes. At that moment, the man in the trench coat seized the opportunity to cancel his floating state, landing firmly before immediately raising an earthen wall. While it could not withstand Yang Jinyu's laser cannon, it was sufficient to deflect ordinary bullets. He was unconvinced that the opponent could continuously unleash such extraordinary abilities. With the opponent's abilities countering his bullets, and with the other minions nearly taken care of, it was time for him to break the opponent's shield. Xiao Tiance, with a stern expression, said to Yang Jinyu, "You focus on healing your injuries for now. Support me when you have the strength." Before he finished speaking, he flickered and surged forward, arcs of electricity dancing around him like a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the man in the trench coat. Despite still having a fourth-tier enemy to contend with, he was determined to confront this mini-boss head-on. This meant they might find themselves besieged, and he could exhaust his strength prematurely, unable to deal with unforeseen circumstances. However, the opponent was already upon them. And Yang Jinyu's bullets had lost their effectiveness. He had no choice but to resolve this himself, even if it came at the cost of his life. He was prepared to shoulder the unexpected consequences of Yang Jinyu's decisions. If he couldn't accomplish even this, what would be the purpose of his rebirth? Bang! In an instant, Xiao Tiance shattered the man in the trench coat's earthen wall and stood face to face with him. Swiftly launching his attack, "Kid, you're really looking for death," the man in the trench coat exclaimed in astonishment. He had not expected that a low-tier lightning ability user would dare to engage in close combat with him. A mid-tier earth ability user. The man in the trench coat retaliated with a punch, his fist instantly enveloped in rock, colliding with Xiao Tiance's electrified fist. However, at the moment of contact, he sensed something was amiss. A powerful force surged forth, shattering the rocky exterior of his fist. A tremendous shockwave radiated from the center of their clash, forcing both combatants to stagger back several steps to regain their footing. The man in the trench coat stared in astonishment at Xiao Tiance. Although blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Tiance's mouth, making him appear to be at a disadvantage, the man in the trench coat understood that the opponent's actual strength surpassed his own. He was merely relying on his level and the greater abundance of his spirit source. Bang, bang. Just then, a series of rapid gunshots interrupted the man in the trench coat's daze. He beheld the girl who had suddenly donned an outrageous snowman outfit, her entire body radiating a crimson glow as she unleashed a torrent of bullets at him. The man in the trench coat, fearing that the bullets might carry some special effects, quickly erected a wall of earth. However, this time, the wall failed to hold. Countless bullets shattered it and rained down upon him. The skill Death Revolver was activated, increasing critical damage by 5 when using revolver weapons. Since learning this skill, each level gained added another 5 critical damage, stacking up to a maximum of 100. Currently, the critical damage had accumulated to 55. Ruger, Black Hawk, equipped with the effect of increasing critical damage by 10. Total critical damage stacked to 65, critical rate locked at 100. What are you posing for? You think you can play the hero alone? Yang Jinyu shot an irritated glance at Xiao Tiance, tossing him a vial of red medicine. Drink this and don't dawdle. Seeing that he seemed about to say something, she interrupted him directly. She then turned her gaze back to the man in the trench coat, who was examining the status of his shield, her brows knitting in concern. After casting her enhancement skill, she had barely managed to breach his earthen wall. Yet, the light attribute shield remained unsolvable. Her luck had been rather poor, failing to refresh any dark attribute bullets. However, relying solely on Xiao Tiance was unwise. The man in the trench coat was too powerful, and engaging in close combat would only lead to further injuries. What on earth should she do? Xiao Tiance quickly drank half a vial of red medicine. Discerning from Yang Jinyu's expression what was on her mind, "I told you. Leave the shield to me. You focus on dealing damage." After saying this, he disregarded Yang Jinyu's intentions and transformed into a bolt of lightning. Charging forward, destructive impact, with a low growl, arcs of electricity enveloped him, and he unleashed a fist radiating a sense of annihilation, causing the surrounding space to ripple. The man in the trench coat felt a twinge of danger and immediately became alert. Realizing that he needed to don his battle armor while facing a second-tier ability user, the black battle armor, crafted from D-grade metal, swiftly encased him, and he swung his rock-encased right fist with great force. Yet, this time he sensed something was amiss. A force pierced through his shield and battle armor, striking directly at his core. He saw Xiao Tiance wearing a cold smirk, delivering a flurry of punches without regard for the blood continuously spilling from his lips. Chapter 80. The blue mini-mushroom cloud. The man in the trench coat's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his back. This kid had deliberately concealed his strength, not immediately employing his combat style, perhaps to lower his guard for close combat. Realizing this, the man in the trench coat attempted to withdraw. Although he excelled in close combat, his long-range capabilities were no less formidable. However, at that moment, Xiao Tian sneered, trying to escape? That's impossible. Instantly, Xiao Tian's spirit source surged, blood seeping from his eyes, as a powerful energy wave rapidly coalesced around his right fist. The man in the trench coat felt an immense gravitational force binding him, rendering him unable to flee. Black hole cataclysm, Xiao Tian shouted, and a black singularity seemed to materialize on his fist, an insatiable pull consuming everything around it. Yet, the black dot vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed, though the gravitational force persisted. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Tian weakly smiled. Though this is a forced usage, it will suffice this moment. The man in the trench coat felt himself ensnared by a terrifying gravitational force, and more alarmingly, it appeared to be devouring his very essence and protective shield. What on earth is this? Where do these two monsters come from? A hint of fear crept into his voice. He felt on the brink of collapse. This was merely a mission targeting the young prodigies of Dongwang. How could he possibly encounter these two monsters? Even an S-class threat could not be this outrageous. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling utterly drained of strength, he barely managed to distance himself, turning back to give Yang Jinyu an okay gesture before collapsing onto the ground, unaware of what was unfolding. Yang Jinyu felt a surge of rage, her delicate face marred by an indescribable fury and self-reproach. This was the second time Xiao Tian had been injured because of her, and this time, it was due to her suggestion. Hyper-frequency mode. Activate. Potential burst. Engage. A formidable and chilling aura erupted from Yang Jinyu. It seemed as though something was materializing in the void. The man in the trench coat instantly sensed a lethal threat, his face betraying terror, yet he found himself unable to escape. He could feel that unknown power could annihilate him, potentially even a true fifth-tier ability user. Frantically, he manipulated his powers, and the earth surged as countless earth elements converged to encase him within a solid earthen sphere. However, at that moment, a missile unexpectedly appeared in the sky. Lu Mingyao and Zhou Tianfeng swallowed hard, sensing that both Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tian were becoming increasingly preposterous. Are they really peers? Zhou Tianfeng, move Xiao Tian further away. Yang Jinyu suddenly commanded coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianfeng promptly complied, displaying the fastest speed of his life as he scooped up the unconscious Xiao Tian and fled. Not forgetting to drag Lu Mingyao along with him, they ran several kilometers away. Quantum bomb! Yang Jinyu exclaimed, clapping her hands. The missile plummeted rapidly, her essence draining swiftly. Boom! At the moment the missile struck the ground, a tremendous explosion erupted. From the center of the blast, a small blue mushroom cloud ascended, shaking the earth. Although the man in the stone sphere could not see the outside world, he immediately felt the overwhelming shockwave. The stone sphere began to fracture, revealing a blinding light and extreme heat. Intense pain engulfed his entire being, as if it aimed to obliterate him completely. He was about to perish at the hands of two second-tier ability users. And he could not accept it. The man in the trench coat struggled desperately but was soon swallowed by the explosion. A powerful surge of hot air, accompanied by countless stones of varying sizes, swept across the surrounding kilometers. Zhou Tianfeng and Lu Mingyao, who had managed to escape, had to deploy their defenses against the residual shockwaves of the explosion. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu had already cast a levitation spell, evading the chaos momentarily in mid-air. After the explosion, a crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared in the ground, arcs of energy resembling radiation dancing within. However, to Yang Jinyu's astonishment, something still lingered at the center of the explosion. It was a grotesque mass, scorched and seemingly a combination of flesh and rock, emanating an aura of the abyss. Another abyssal agent? Yang Jinyu frowned. She was now quite familiar with this substance. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Tian had been injured last time. She would not allow it to happen again. Damn it. One shot ist enough. Let us follow up. Grape wine in a luminous cup, you and the cover, take flight. She was determined that her firepower would annihilate the foe. In her hand appeared a massive weapon, the FM-31 grenade launcher. Instantly, 8 grenades whistled through the air, followed by another round of intense explosions. Yet, this was not the end. A laser cannon materialized in her hands, charging up before erupting forth. Howls of agony emanated from the depths of the crater, and soon after, silence enveloped the area, devoid of any further movement. Anticipating the enemy's revival was out of the question. Yang Jinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that this time the adversary was truly obliterated without a trace. However, she soon felt a wave of weakness wash over her, nearly collapsing to the ground. Having continuously unleashed her skills, her essence was nearly depleted. Yang Jinyu quickly retrieved a vial of blue potion and downed it, then hurried towards Xiao Tiance. She was still unaware of his condition. He had just coughed up blood. In the training office, the commanding officer gazed at the black and white light points suspended in midair. His expression grew increasingly neutral as yet another white light point, representing a 4th tier, extinguished. Although he was unsure if reinforcements had arrived, it undoubtedly signified good news. Each death among the demonic cult's ranks meant greater safety for the trainees. In contrast, Guanghui's countenance darkened further. Although his objectives had been achieved, witnessing yet another bright white light point extinguish left him feeling disgruntled. He merely wished to torment those prodigies a bit more. Why must they persist in thwarting him? Since earlier, the white light points had ceased to diminish, but just moments later, another 4th tier light point extinguished. Wasn't this a slap in the face? And what of that individual claiming to redeem themselves? Was this truly a merit? With so many pawns perishing, had he not recognized the oddity? Were it not for the certainty of his demise, he would have flayed him alive. Guanghui's gaze shifted to the brightest white light point in the sky, his eyes flashing with malice. Just then, a colossal explosion reverberated, shaking the very room. Both the commanding officer and Guanghui instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. They beheld a blue mushroom cloud rising conspicuously from the dormitory area. Chapter 81, Domain. Space transfer symbol. The expressions of the commanding officer and Guanghui diverged. Guanghui was convinced this was not the work of his subordinates. Was it the hidden ability user from the Purge Bureau? The commanding officer, meanwhile, felt a sense of confusion, uncertain whether this commotion originated from their side. He was well aware that they had no hidden combat power, yet he could not dismiss the possibility that reinforcements had indeed arrived. For the signal jammers had not been breached. Soon after, they witnessed the brightest white light point extinguished. Guanghui's brow furrowed. Indeed, it was the Purge Bureau. Although he understood the inevitability of the trench coat man's death, was it occurring too swiftly? Even 5th-tier ability users from the Purge Bureau could not possibly resolve the situation in mere minutes. Could it be that the hidden ability user was not the cause? But rather that the adversary's reinforcements had arrived and launched a collective assault. But could reinforcements arrive so rapidly? Their meticulously planned wolf is coming scheme, developed over years, seemed to yield so little effect? If it were not for his desire for personal satisfaction, he would never have summoned half of the hidden 3rd and 4th-tier ability users from Xingluo Mansion. Otherwise, how could the initial small force have drawn the attention of the Purge Bureau and even other factions? As Guanghui's thoughts spiraled, the hovering white light point seemed to respond to his musings, beginning to extinguish rapidly once more. Guanghui's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, the commanding officer wore a cold smile, though he was unaware who had created that mushroom cloud. It was undoubtedly an ally. Guanghui, it seems your pawns are about to be entirely wiped out. Guanghui remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. After a moment, he slowly spoke. What? Commanding officer, are you planning to take action against me now? But your trainees are still very much alive. Before he could finish, the commanding officer erupted with a sudden burst of power. A golden radiance filled the entire space, enveloping him tightly. The light was sharp and carried a potent aura. As if it sought to rend everything asunder, Guanghui's pupils constricted in genuine shock. A domain. You have broken through to the 8th tier? No. If you were at the 8th tier, how could you not have acted against me directly? The commanding officer sneered. I have indeed not yet reached the 8th tier, but who knows when I might achieve that breakthrough. When that time comes, I will certainly pay a visit to those bases on the outskirts of Blue Star before heading to the core battlefield. And do you think my earlier words, regardless of which side perishes, you should consider your own survival. We're merely a threat. I am well aware of your intentions. Even if reinforcements arrive, a mere 7th-tier user cannot hold you back. Moreover, if any trainees survive, we must still exercise caution. But regrettably, I began delving into domains months ago. Now, I can isolate the majority of power leaks, leaving no room for caution. However, since I have not truly reached the 8th tier, I cannot swiftly form a complete domain. Therefore, since I uttered those words, I have been covertly gathering my domain. Did you truly believe I was merely waiting for reinforcements? Before the commanding officer's words had fully faded, the golden sharpness erupted, coalescing into countless golden weapons that shimmered with a chilling light, piercing towards Guanghui. Simultaneously, Guanghui felt the metallic elements within him growing increasingly unstable. A sense of fatal danger engulfed his heart. He shouted, "Light Guardian!" In an instant, a massive winged angelic apparition materialized behind him, its enormous wings enveloping him entirely. Yet, this angel exuded a chilling aura of the abyss, starkly contrasting with its luminous attributes. Bang, bang, bang! The relentless sounds of collision echoed within the golden domain, and it was unclear how long it took before silence finally descended. The wings of the dual-winged angel shattered upon collision, gradually dissipating thereafter. Guanghui wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, you two were the pride of the Demon Clan Purification Bureau back in the day." After years of silence, I had thought my dear friend was lost to the void. Succumbing to despair, it turns out you were plotting for the 8th tier all along. However, Commander Zhang, as I have mentioned before, my life and death are of no concern to you. As he spoke, a mysterious talisman emanating spatial fluctuations appeared in his hand. The commander's expression darkened instantly, a spatial teleportation talisman. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he launched another ferocious attack, yet Guanghui had already crushed the teleportation talisman, waving a hand with a grin. "We shall meet again." The commander, infuriated, felt his power slip from his control, causing the golden domain to vanish. He struck the table with a fist, and countless fissures erupted instantaneously, leading to the entire building collapsing with a thunderous roar. "Damn it. He still got away." The commander gritted his teeth, his face etched with fury. He knew all too well that he had not truly reached the 8th tier. His domain could not contain space. Generally, it should suffice to confine a 7th-tier ability user, yet his adversary possessed a spatial teleportation talisman. Such items could only be crafted by 8th-tier ability users who had comprehended the laws of space. However, even among 8th-tier users, lacking an understanding of spatial laws would still grant them the ability to seal off space. Thus, within their tier, that talisman was rendered utterly ineffective. Moreover, its complex crafting process rendered it somewhat redundant for 8th-tier users, leading to its rarity in production, mostly reserved for the benefit of younger generations. Yet, he had never expected Guanghui, a troublemaker universally unwelcome, would possess such an artifact. Well, let's first assess the situation at the base. The commander sighed helplessly before closing his eyes to sense his surroundings, instinctively focusing on the site where the mushroom cloud had just formed. However, no expected reinforcements arrived. Only a few trainees were visible nearby. His brow furrowed as he quickly recognized one among them. Was that the little girl Yang Jinyu? Never mind, I can inquire about the situation later. He then expanded his perception further, probing into other areas. Yet, it was not reinforcements that arrived, but rather the instructors returning. Upon seeing the number of returning personnel, the commander felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, sitting silently amidst the ruins. Casualties among instructors during training had not occurred in a long time. Within the confines of the base, as the jamming devices were deactivated, the outside world finally learned of the situation at the training base, albeit too late. Yang Jinyu surveyed the desolation within the base, where lifeless bodies were being carried away, and her mood inevitably darkened. Despite their time together being merely a month, their camaraderie had flourished. Those brave enough to join the Demon Clan Purification Bureau were rarely the brutish sort. Yet, just hours earlier, they had been full of life, now reduced to cold corpses, lying silently. Many were even left in a state of disfigurement. Gripping a golden coin tightly in her hand, Yang Jinyu felt an indescribable sorrow and confusion. In a mere 10 seconds, could the revival time truly save those she wished to rescue in critical moments? Chapter 82. A hat tip of respect, rewards. The Demon Servant Academy shall perish, Yang Jinyu muttered through gritted teeth. Beside her, Xiao Tiance remarked blandly, do not dwell on it too much. From the moment we stepped foot here, it was destined that one day we might meet our ENDI in the Demon Clan Purification Bureau. All are treated equally. He paused slightly, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. This sentiment also applied to him, now a 9th tier in his previous life. He continued, therefore, keep this coin safe. You must never relinquish it to anyone else. It is yours alone. You have already done enough. Yang Jinyu glanced at the revival coin in her hand, her tone tinged with something unusual. Do you recognize this? Xiao Tiance shook his head. I do not know it well, but I am aware of some of its functions. Suddenly, Yang Jinyu, in a fit of agitation, seized Xiao Tiance, pushing him against the wall with fierce intensity. Xiao Tiance, do you have a death wish? What was that bravado earlier? Do you truly fear not being able to return from death? This worthless trinket can only revive those who have died for 10 seconds, and only if their souls are intact. You might not even come back. Xiao Tiance averted his gaze from Yang Jinyu's piercing eyes. I have confidence. I won't die. Being so close, he could catch a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. He quickly shifted the topic. The large-scale skill you released earlier has likely caught the commander's attention. Instructors should be coming to inquire soon. There is no need to conceal it. You will receive credit, points, and even a promotion. Yang Jinyu paused, taken aback. Promotion? Xiao Tiance explained. Once you join the Demon Clan Purification Bureau, you are officially part of the military, starting at the rank of 2nd lieutenant. Given your recent contributions, your rank may very well rise to captain. No sooner had he finished speaking than clear footsteps echoed from outside. Yang Jinyu, Xiao Tiance, the commander requests your presence. With a creak, the dilapidated door to the dormitory swung open, revealing Instructor Wu, who immediately spotted Yang Jinyu pinning Xiao Tiance against the wall. Initially frowning, thinking their behavior was inappropriate at such a time, he soon noticed the redness in Yang Jinyu's eyes and seemed to understand. After a moment of silence, he spoke gently. Joining the Purification Bureau means that as long as the abyss exists, we will inevitably face death one day. There is no need to overthink it. Living now is the best outcome. The commander is looking for you. Let's go. In the temporary office, a series of knocks sounded. Come in. Upon seeing Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance enter, the commander got straight to the point. Are you aware of what caused the explosion at the base? Xiao Tiance spoke first. Commander, it was an ability released by Yang Jinyu. Moreover, she dealt with those 4th-tier ability users from the Demon Servant Academy, along with half of the 3rd-tier users. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Jinyu, fully aware she would wish to share the credit. However, compared to her, his need for points was far less pressing, given his extensive array of secret techniques and combat strategies. If not for the fact that most of the techniques he possessed were highly targeted, he would have readily shared the few that were not. Yet, he vaguely recalled that among the combat techniques mastered by the Demon Clan Purification Bureau, there was one particularly suitable for Yang Jinyu to cultivate, a movement technique. And it was also a prerequisite for mastering one of his top-tier combat skills. The commander's expression turned incredulous as he listened, his eyes wide as if he had heard an unbelievable tale. Are you certain? An ability user of the 2nd tier affecting a radius of several kilometers? That seems rather absurd. Yet, upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu raised an eyebrow, disregarding the commander's presence as she directly exclaimed. Xiao Tiance, are you out of your mind? If it's my achievement, it belongs to me. You don't need to push everything onto me. Subsequently, Yang Jinyu recounted the entire sequence of events to the commander in detail. After listening, the commander fell silent, incredulous at the thought of a 2nd-tier lightning user engaging in a physical clash with a 5th-tier earth user, while another simply launched a missile to obliterate the opponent, each tale more far-fetched than the last. Just then, another knock came at the door, and in walked Lu Mingyao and Zhou Tianfang, who had also been summoned to the office. Before the commander could speak, Zhou Tianfang eagerly chimed in, his excitement palpable as if he had accomplished a monumental feat. After listening, the commander remained silent for a moment before sincerely stating, this time, it was thanks to both of you that we significantly reduced casualties. I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of myself. With that, he stood, removing his hat in a gesture of respect. Though every trainee signed a life-and-death contract before joining the Demon Clan Purification Bureau, those who had not yet been eliminated had effectively taken a significant step into the Bureau. Becoming his colleagues in this moment, He was not acting as the commander but as a fellow member of the Demon Clan Purification Bureau, expressing his gratitude to his peers. Yang Jinyu found herself at a loss for words at the commander's unexpected respect. Hastily retreating, after all, he was of her father's generation and seemed quite familiar with him. "Commander, please, you needn't do this. We are at least half members of the Purification Bureau ourselves," Yang Jinyu tentatively suggested. "If you must show your gratitude, perhaps reward us with some energy crystals or points." The commander chuckled. "Whether in gratitude or reward, it shall not be lacking. Your performance this time, aside from the normal points earned, will yield additional rewards." As he spoke, a tablet materialized in his hand, and with a gentle swipe, an image projecting various techniques, combat skills, and secret arts appeared before them. You may select one S-rank technique or one SS-rank combat skill or secret art without any point deduction. As for higher levels, I lack the authority to grant that. Had I accumulated enough points along with your contributions, I might have been able to secure an SS-rank technique for you. However, I had to expend my points on cultivating my domain. Thus I cannot assist with that." After the commander's words, Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance were still processing the information, while Lu Mingyao and Zhou Tianfeng were utterly astonished. The opportunity to choose an S-rank technique or an SS-rank combat skill was an incredibly valuable reward, one that could not be purchased with any amount of money on the market, available only through military channels or major official organizations like the Eastern Huang 7. However, it was also exceedingly difficult to obtain. Lu Mingyao possesses a profound understanding of this matter. She herself cultivates an S-rank technique, albeit only half of it. This accomplishment was achieved during her university years when she successfully navigated the rigorous trials known as the Shaojun trials, which are reputed to confer a high probability of attaining the 7th tiered. As a result, she received a promotion in her ranking. Coupled with nearly a year of accumulated points, she ultimately secured this half of the technique. Regarding combat skills, due to insufficient points, she merely possesses an A-rank universal combat skill. Zhou Tianfeng, on the other hand, was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. His father is already considered one of the largest shareholders of the Tianyang Group, ranking among the wealthiest in the entire Donghuang. Yet, acquiring an S-rank technique remains exceedingly difficult, having necessitated a substantial investment in Yinhuang University. Furthermore, their collaboration on equipment had only afforded them a singular opportunity to study an S-rank technique. However, it is quite lamentable that Yinhuang University, by its very name, likely offers few techniques suitable for those cultivating water attribute abilities, and he lacks a water core. Consequently, he found himself devoid of any suitable techniques. Nonetheless, Zhou Tianfeng expressed his determination to learn, declaring that even if that S-rank technique proved no different from an A-rank in his hands, it would not be wasted. Chapter 83. Elemental Spirit Transformation Technique in Retrospect. He believed his choice had indeed been wise. Zhou Tianfeng's gaze involuntarily fell upon Xiao Tiance, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Please do not misinterpret. He merely pondered whether he could procure something valuable from the other's possession for his goddess. On a compensated basis. After all, his goddess shares a good rapport with the elder brother, who he suspected was not merely a brother, but rather an elder sister. Lu Mingyao noticed that Zhou Tianfeng's constant calling of Yang Jinyu as brother felt off. Yet she remained uncertain of Yang Jinyu's feelings, subtly hinting at it. Must be said that while Zhou Tianfeng may be a tiger in other respects, he instantly became astute when it came to Lu Mingyao. However, the expressions of Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance remained rather indifferent. They casually swiped through the tablet they had received. Setting aside the fact that they were cultivating SSS-rank techniques, even without that, the Imperial Capital University had already promised them access to S-rank techniques. Tio put it bluntly, a satiated person cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. To them, S-rank techniques do not hold such preciousness. Elemental Spirit Transformation Technique. Suddenly, Yang Jinyu's eyes lit up as she exclaimed with excitement, "Commander, I choose this one." The commander was momentarily taken aback, looking at her with surprise. It was neither a technique nor a combat skill, but rather a secret art. "Are you attracted by its ability to transform attributes?" The commander inquired cautiously. Yang Jinyu, her delicate face brimming with determination, nodded emphatically. Indeed, she was drawn to the capability of this secret art to transform attributes, which aligned perfectly with her requirements for transitioning her ammunition. The commander continued to explain, although this secret art is decent, it is not as advantageous as you might think. Otherwise, it would not merely be rated as S rank. When we initially acquired it, we too believed it to be a formidable secret art capable of freely transforming attributes. Yet, in practice, the process of attribute transformation incurs significant spiritual source depletion due to attribute conflicts. Only those whose spiritual source lacks a specific attribute, such as certain physical type or special type ability users, can utilize it effectively. Zhang Kuang is one such individual. His ability is physical, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy of nature to grow stronger, devoid of any inherent attributes. However, unlike elemental ability users, he cannot wield elemental attacks. Thus, the efficacy of this secret art for him is quite limited, only applicable to his physical form, and its effects fall short of expectations. It is likely only at the level of an A-rank combat skill, yet due to the considerable difficulty in initially acquiring this secret art, it was categorized as S-rank. The high point requirement for S-rank techniques further discourages selection. Are you still certain of your choice? Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu's eyes sparkled even brighter as she resolutely nodded in affirmation. How could she not choose it? Although the heavy artillery she deployed was either light or fire attribute, that was merely a characteristic of the skill itself. Her spiritual source, in essence, bore no specific attributes, making her perfectly suited to cultivate this secret art. Compared to gunners, ammunition specialists lean towards consumption-based abilities, though they do not require the additional energy activation prior to using skills as the former and mechanics do. Previously established, due to sufficient inner elixirs acquired during the trial in the secret realm and the subsequent reward of 1 million from the Education Bureau. This was not emphasized. This time, having directly completed the trial, he faced disqualification. The inner elixirs were only enough for leveling up, and he had no funds left, hence the brief mention. However, whether it be the transformation of attribute enchanted special ammunition or the creation of grenades of various attributes, both necessitate converting non-attribute spiritual sources into corresponding attributes for production. As for the levitating and silver bullets, the former is not merely an attribute enchantment, while the latter belongs to a novice assistance system. Observing this, the commander refrained from further comments, fully aware that with Yang Jinyu's talent, she likely lacked for techniques at the university. At this moment, Xiao Tiance had also made his decision. He opted for the SSS rank combat skill, Thousand Shadow Flowing Light Steps. This combat skill serves as a prerequisite for cultivating his superior combat technique, which he obtained alongside the boxing technique from a lineage known as the Starfall clan, an adventure unique to him that the authorities would not interfere with. However, the acquisition record of the Thousand Shadow Flowing Light Steps must be traceable. Official S-rank and above techniques, combat skills, and secret arts, regardless of who learns them, are meticulously documented. Furthermore, they are one-time learning experiences, directly infused into the learner's mind through special means. Notably, techniques are bound by restrictions, rendering them incapable of being passed on to others unless one possesses sufficient strength to break the constraints. Combat skills, on the other hand, lack such restrictions, yet require the instructor to possess a profound mastery of the skill. The higher the level of the combat skill, the more challenging it becomes to learn. If the instructor themselves lacks proficiency, their teachings will only lead to the development of faults. As for secret arts, they are highly specialized and not universally applicable. Xiao Tiance now sought a plausible explanation for his choice of the Thousand Shadow Flowing Light Steps, avoiding any mention of its lineage. While the rationale for techniques could be justified, official combat skills are typically unique to high-tier ability users, either volunteered or contributed for points. If one acquired a combat skill without documentation, it would expose them, as the high-tier ability user would not recognize them. Therefore, since his rebirth, apart from the boxing technique that genuinely stemmed from the Starfall clan's lineage, Xiao Tiance had not showcased any combat skill with identifiable traits, all leaning towards the application of ability techniques. The Thousand Shadow Flowing Light Steps, however, is a unique combat skill of a high-tier ability user. Originally, the Starfall clan's inherited combat skills had no prerequisites for cultivation and were ill-suited for humans. It was only through the failure of a high-tier ability user in acquiring the inheritance that two combat skills were self-created. Xiao Tiance, having learned one of those skills from that individual, successfully obtained the Starfall clan's inheritance and modified it to suit human cultivation. However, the modified combat skill does come with a prerequisite. One must first learn the unique combat skill of that high-tier ability user. Since Xiao Tiance was already proficient in that skill, he could directly execute the inherited combat skill without fear of drawing attention. Yet, Yang Jinyu was different. she had not learned the unique combat skill of that high-tier ability user. It would be impractical to privately teach her and then prevent her from using it until she could cultivate the inherited combat skill that would require an inordinate amount of time. Xiao Tiance had spent nearly a year solely mastering that high-tier ability user's skill, with an additional 5 years for the initiation of the Starfall Clan's inherited combat skill. It is essential to note that his aptitude for cultivating combat skills is already among the top tier of humanity. Although the modified inherited combat skill is easier to initiate, and the other combat skill has his guidance, it will still take a considerable amount of time. It would be wiser to spend some points to acquire a legitimate path that would not raise suspicions. However, how long would it take her to learn this combat skill? Xiao Tian's peripheral vision unwittingly glanced at Yang Jinyu. Aside from her being a person, there was little else he could discern. With his guidance, perhaps she could master it in half a year? Chapter 84. Dare to take a gamble. Now that you have chosen your techniques, the next step involves points. There may be additional factors, but those have yet to be determined. The commander, observing that Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance had both finalized their technique selections, continued, nonetheless, while the techniques and unconfirmed rewards are under discussion, points will be calculated based on the strength of the enemies you have dealt with. Furthermore, this will be according to the standards set after your formal induction into the Purge Bureau. During the training, the points you accrued are considered a benefit and do not merit such a high point value. Typically, they would be reduced by a factor of 10, as points possess significant purchasing power. An S-rank technique costs only a little over 2,000 points. For enemies below the 4th tier, the point range is from 1 to 10 points. From 4th to 6th tier, it is between 100 to 1,000 points. As for higher tiers, those are beyond your current reach. This time, the points you have earned are approximately close to 1,000. According to your wishes, that would equate to 500 points each. Xiao Tiance, your current point total stands at 898 points. Yang Jinyu, you the commander glanced at Yang Jinyu, you have spent 250 points over the past month, exchanging them for a 4th-tier energy crystal, 3 3rd-tier energy crystals, and some spiritual medicines, leaving you with 702 points. The damage caused by your previous ability does not require energy crystals, does it? Is it a one-time use? The commander surmised that if his guess were accurate, it would make much more sense. As for the spiritual medicines, he did not take them seriously, as they were clearly intended for cultivating body tempering techniques. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu fell into a momentary daze before instinctively nodding in agreement. It seems there is some truth to that assertion. Her abilities are indeed activated through energy crystals, though they are not one-time use. As for the 250, why does it feel like an insult directed at her? Never mind, if insults are to be hurled, so be it, for she has successfully gathered the elixirs necessary for the 3rd stage of body forging. Furthermore, the electric laser cannon does not require reactivation, saving her 10 points, which she finds quite agreeable. The commander-in-chief, observing the situation, nodded slightly and inquired if there was anything else they wished to exchange. If so, he suggested they mention it all at once. Yang Jinyu wore a conflicted expression, and after a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. However, Xiao Tiance chose to spend another 200 points to acquire a substance that would stabilize the body during the forging process. Preventing it from collapsing. As for the remaining points, he decided to keep them as a precaution, for the most crucial elixir needed for his future ability enhancement was difficult to procure. Subsequently, the chief instructor allowed the 4 of them to depart. On their way back to the dormitory, Yang Jinyu remained troubled, shaking her head in contemplation. The matter causing her distress was that her current mental attributes were already equivalent to a normal 4th tier. According to the requirements for activating a skill for a gunnery expert, approximately 10 inner pellets of the corresponding level or 1 energy crystal would be needed. Should she exchange for a 5th-tier energy crystal in preparation for an awakening? Or should she prioritize upgrading first? Although she had yet to reach the level of awakening, indicating that she should indeed focus on upgrading, the availability of 2nd and 3rd-tier energy crystals was relatively easy, whereas 5th-tier energy crystals were exceedingly rare. At least, she had not seen any for sale in the market. However, once she entered the Imperial Capital University, might her rating allow her to acquire some? Old Xiao, how does the difficulty of obtaining points at the Imperial Capital University compare to that of the Purification Bureau? Yang Jinyu expressed her confusion and turned to Xiao Tiance for answers, momentarily setting aside her annoyance at his previous actions. For instance, if I were to exchange for a 5th-tier energy crystal, would that be exceedingly difficult? Xiao Tiance looked at her and confirmed, You still have a more powerful ability that requires an energy crystal for activation. And it must be of the 5th tier? Yang Jinyu was taken aback. How did you know? Xiao Tian's shot her a glance. As if it were obvious, I recommend you exchange at the Purification Bureau. Once you arrive at the Imperial Capital University, although your rating is the highest, granting you unconditional access to various techniques and equipment, which you may not necessarily need. Resources will still need to be procured independently, as stated by Teacher Jiang. Besides the resources provided by the school for your promotion to SS grade, you must acquire the rest on your own. Thus, at the Imperial Capital University, you will be starting from scratch. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu pouted and muttered, "But I still don't have enough." Suddenly, Xiao Tian's playfully tapped her on the head, smiling as he said, "I could lend you some, but with interest. What do you think?" He understood that if he merely offered to lend, without adopting a somewhat unscrupulous demeanor, Yang Jinyu would never ask to borrow. However, with the situation becoming increasingly unstable, nations being invaded and outer fortresses falling, rumors began to circulate that the highest echelons of Blue Star could no longer tolerate the crisis, leading a top-tier powerhouse, a demigod, to take action personally. The headquarters of the demon servant sect was nearly obliterated. Yet that demigod returned severely wounded. Xiao Tian's could not help but question whether all of this was orchestrated to draw the demigod out. First, they invaded various nations, knowing that internal powerhouses were otherwise occupied, thus enticing the outer forces of Blue Star to come to their aid. Then, they seized the opportunity to unleash a long-hidden, soul-attacking extraterrestrial powerhouse to interfere with the fortress, ultimately leading to its fall. This entire scheme seemed meticulously calculated and executed, with the intention of luring the demigod into action. However, Xiao Tian's was unaware of the veracity of the demigod's news. After all, he had been too weak when these events unfolded in his past life. Later, when he finally encountered that powerhouse before stepping onto the core battlefield, he could not discern whether they were injured. Moreover, at that time, the actions of the demon servant sect seemed to have shifted entirely into the shadows. He was completely oblivious to their own headquarters nearly being annihilated while still plotting. It felt as though the demon servant sect had initially refrained from fully engaging, perhaps seeking to redirect attention back to the internal conflict while simultaneously avoiding attracting too much scrutiny, with the ultimate goal still being the internal affairs of Blue Star. Nevertheless, the future situation would undoubtedly become increasingly unstable. If Yang Jinyu possessed the means to grow stronger, he would unreservedly assist her, whether from personal inclination or due to her evident potential. "You little rascal, stop hitting me," Yang Jinyu fumed after being playfully struck, but upon hearing Xiao Tian's subsequent remarks, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you want to lend me with interest? Aren't we supposed to be good friends? Don't you think that's a bit excessive?" Xiao Tian smiled, nonchalantly stating, "Whether you borrow or not, it's 300 points or 330. Gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, Yang Jinyu replied, "Fine, but Xiao Tian's, remember, this isn't over. I'm keeping a note of this. You better not find yourself under my thumb one day." However, as she spoke, a sudden thought crossed her mind. They both practiced nearly identical techniques. Given that Xiao Tian's training speed seemed somewhat outrageous, she contemplated how to reverse their positions. Unless she struck it rich and acquired a substantial number of energy crystals for upgrades, that would indeed prove challenging. Achieving parity would be the utmost limit. But if he were merely fortunate, why not take a gamble? "Hey, can you discern its effects? Are you brave enough to take a wager?" Yang Jinyu abruptly produced a coin, half gold and half silver. Indeed, the coin of fate. After all, he wielded lightning abilities, so he should not fear being struck. If all else failed, she still had her red potions. Xiao Tian's, sensing the two coexisting principles within the coin, raised an eyebrow, noting that she possessed quite a collection of odd trinkets. "What shall we wager?" he asked, maintaining his amused demeanor as he gazed at Yang Jinyu. Crossing her arms defiantly, she declared, "Let's bet on whether you will be struck by lightning. If you are hit, I won't return a single point of the borrowed credits." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's smile widened. "And what if I am not struck?" Yang Jinyu hesitated, unwilling to delve into that line of questioning, as it would only remind her that she was floundering. "Fine, no need for you to pay a price. That should suffice, right?" As Xiao Tian's reached for the coin in her hand, Yang Jinyu suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty. Was she being too petty, considering his generosity? Ultimately, she decided against the bet. Suddenly, She yanked her hand back, intending to put away the coin of fate, but Xiao Tian's had already made contact. Clang. The coin fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound, and then inexplicably vanished. Yang Jinyu gasped, "What? Based on my luck? It certainly won't strike me dead, will it?" She quickly hid behind Xiao Tian's, cautiously observing the sky, only to find it unresponsive. Hiss. Nothing happened? Yang Jinyu suddenly felt as if her luck might not be so dire after all. A 50 chance of not being struck by lightning had indeed come to pass. As for the other 50, she was currently unscathed and at full health. What more could she ask for? A smile spread across her face, and she brushed aside her previous annoyance at Xiao Tian's behavior. Beyond monetary concerns, nothing could surpass the joy of realizing her luck was not as dismal as she had thought. Nevertheless, this did not mean she would choose to use the coin. Time to exchange for crystals instead. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian observed Yang Jinyu's retreating figure, feeling the vitality surging within him, uncertain whether to speak up. She seemed genuinely happy. However, the life principles embedded within that coin appeared to be more potent than those of the elixirs, potentially playing a significant role in the knight's endeavors. As evening descended upon the makeshift training office, the commander-in-chief bore a grave expression as he spoke into the communicator. What does the upper echelon mean by the recent maneuvers of the demon servant sect? What? It's not just us. Other nations as well? How should we address this? We can only send a few of our tier to pursue, but the internal powerhouses are all tied up. Those extraterrestrial beings must be eliminated. They previously attempted to seize Blue Star directly, only to be intercepted by the first true god outside the Tianhe star system. They fused with Blue Star by self-destructing their branches. How ridiculous is it that branches, all of which were annihilated, still have 8th or 9th tier powerhouses stationed? They have no shame whatsoever, particularly that beast tribe. Yet, merely sending tier counterparts to pursue the demon servant sect will only mitigate serious damage. When Guanghui escaped from my grasp, he utilized a spatial transfer talisman. Even that lunatic possessed one, so others undoubtedly do too. They were likely crafted by those gap travelers who defected to the abyss. The commander-in-chief sighed in resignation. Continuing, we are in the light while they lurk in the shadows. Dealing with one individual requires multiple times the effort. Be why doing this? The voice on the communicator responded again, but the commander's brow furrowed deeper. Clearly displeased with the reply the comprehensive opinion of the United Government is to strike against the demon servant sect's branches on the outskirts of Blue Star. We've already annihilated several branches, but will they take that into consideration? However, the subsequent response from the communicator left the commander momentarily astonished. What? If the situation takes another unexpected turn, the 9th demigod will venture into the abyss? All right, I understand the rest. I cannot inquire further. The commander rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of frustration. The sudden large-scale actions of the demon servant sect had launched assaults against the 5 major powers of the Blue Star United Government. Although nations had united in retaliation, it had only resulted in the elimination of a few of the opponent's branches, while they had slain numerous members of the 4th and 5th tiers. Appearing to inflict greater casualties on the demon servant sect, the reality was far more complex. As long as the opponent's headquarters remains intact, they possess the ability to continue attracting followers, fundamentally unshakable in their foundation. One might even assert that as long as the abyss exists, the demon servitude sect will persist indefinitely. Yet, indeed, there appears to be no better solution. Although the demon servitude sect lacks top-tier powerhouses, its headquarters is situated within the abyss, a realm truly shrouded by its darkness, unlike Blue Star, which has merely been partially invaded by abyssal forces, resulting in an outer battlefield. To thoroughly resolve the threat they pose, only the intervention of supreme experts would suffice. However, should such top-tier beings take action, it would effectively mean penetrating deep behind enemy lines. While the demon servitude sect may not boast elite masters, the demonic races within the abyss certainly do, posing a significant risk to life. Blue Star has only awakened its extraordinary powers for a mere millennium, and the number of top-tier experts is exceedingly limited. The loss of even one would be intolerable. Such a loss would drastically diminish the hard-won influence gained from various races, especially given that the true gods of the current era are absent, leaving demigods as the absolute powers. Even among the ancient races, none are willing to part with a top-tier expert. The commander-in-chief suddenly shifted the topic, inquiring about the two trainees I mentioned earlier. Does it imply that once they successfully navigate the challenging mode of the night trials at university and reach the third tier, they can join the prodigy cultivation program? Understood. Upon ending the communication, the commander's expression instantly transformed into a grimace, a blend of fury and helplessness etched across his face. Damn it, even if they reach the 8th tier, it would have no impact on the overall situation. Blue Star has taken centuries to evolve from being merely a target for the various races into one of the critical members of the Alliance. Yet, they are now forced to confront a full-scale invasion from the Abyss in the core battlefield. With the covetousness of other races still unrelieved, the damned Demon Servitude sect has further reduced interference with other races, specifically targeting Blue Star, particularly those treacherous traitors. The commander felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Years ago, he was unable to avenge his grievances at the 6th tier. Now, as he nears the 8th tier and faces the loss of a comrade, he remains impotent under the assault of the Abyss. Blue Star, a small planet on the fringes of the cosmos, has ironically become a coveted prize for all parties. While the Demon Servitude sect may be unassailable, there are still the Great Python and the Radiant. I must eliminate them. The commander's visage contorted with fury. Even if he couldn't eliminate two sworn enemies before entering the core battlefield, he would ensure they paid a price. After all, once he steps onto that battlefield, life and death become unpredictable. In the core battlefield, the weakest opponents are already at the 7th tier. Although Blue Star has risen as a power in the past millennium, its top-tier experts can only maintain stability, while the number of high-tier extraordinary beings lags far behind other races. Nevertheless, to grow stronger, he must venture there. The commander sighed helplessly, casting his gaze out the window, staring at the twinkling stars in the sky. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight, trailing flames and swaying midair. "What the hell?" the commander exclaimed, perplexed by Yang Jinyu's antics. Should he intervene? Chapter 86. Individual Propulsion Device. Crash. Meanwhile, Yang Jinyu's predicament had begun half an hour prior. Upon acquiring a secret technique and successfully transitioning to an ammunition expert, activating all her skills, she eagerly sought to experiment with the individual propulsion device. After all, it was a means of flight. However, prior to her attempt, the system had advised that although it wasn't a physical technique, it would be prudent to learn a bit first. Yang Jinyu immediately shook her head in refusal. She had already been misled once while studying the knowledge of the crafty race. There wouldn't be a second time. Furthermore, regarding the individual propulsion device, her understanding was nearly sufficient to create a physical prototype. Learning was unnecessary, yet, the moment she took off, Yang Jinyu lost control. With no flight experience, she had no idea how to maneuver the individual propulsion device. Unlike in games, where one could only fly straight ahead, she found herself in a precarious situation. Yang Jinyu, quickly deactivate your extraordinary ability, or you'll crash. At that moment, below her, a purple lightning bolt pursued closely. As Yang Jinyu attempted to roll over and adjust her direction, she heard Xiao Tianzi's voice. Looking up, she realized a small building loomed dangerously close. "What the hell, old Xiao? If you can't catch me, I swear I'll haunt you." With gritted teeth, Yang Jinyu disregarded everything and deactivated her flight mode. Closing her eyes and free-falling, she performed a 360-degree spin midair, striking a perfect pose. However, having completely relinquished control over her body, the result was boom. With a resounding crash, a pit several meters in diameter formed before the small building. As the smoke cleared, Xiao Tianzi caught Yang Jinyu as she fell. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Yang Jinyu felt the warmth of Xiao Tianzi's embrace, gazing into his face, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Though Xiao Tianzi was handsome on ordinary days, in this moment, he appeared particularly striking, instilling an unprecedented sense of security within her. Xiao Tianzi, too, felt the softness in his arms, his gaze drawn to Yang Jinyu's exquisite yet spirited face. Accompanied by a faint fragrance, he sensed his own heartbeat quickening. He felt a strange sense of guilt, as if he had developed inappropriate thoughts about his closest friend, wanting to avert his gaze, yet unable to do so. "What are you two doing?" At that moment, a voice tinged with exasperation shattered the bubble of pink that enveloped them. "Damn it!" Yang Jinyu hurriedly extricated herself from Xiao Tianzi's embrace. Her cheeks flushed. "I'm merely appreciating a handsome figure. There's nothing more to it. After all, everyone admires beautiful things." Xiao Tianzi's gaze wandered, slightly dazed. Before them, the commander-in-chief appeared reluctant to speak. He hadn't intended to intervene, but hadn't their ruckus been a tad excessive? Gazing at the pit they had created, he declared, "You two will each submit a self-reflection report by tomorrow evening." Xiao Tianzi, he was at a loss for words. Caught in a case of pure misfortune. Yang Jinyu exploded. Wait, a self-reflection report? The commander shot her a glance. Is it unusual to have self-reflections in the military? He turned to leave, leaving them with one final remark. By the way, this incident can be attributed to the demon servitude sect. If there's another occurrence, be prepared for compensation. Merit and fault do not offset each other. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Jinyu pouted in despair as she lay on her bed. Writing her self-reflection, wasn't this a matter of life and death for her? She was a poor student, albeit one who had undergone evolution. However, at that moment, her eyes suddenly darted toward Xiao Tianzi, who was nearby. "Here, this is for you." Xiao Tianzi spoke up, tossing over a recently received combat technique storage device. Yang Jinyu was momentarily stunned, then frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Tianzi, sitting nearby, shrugged indifferently. "Just tell me if you want it or not. You should be able to discern from the techniques I've previously given you, coupled with the fist techniques I used earlier. I can clearly inform you that I've inherited the legacy of a top-tier expert and lack for nothing in terms of combat techniques. However, this opportunity must not be wasted. So do you want it?" Yang Jinyu, finally grasping the situation, thought, "Damn it, I've never cared where his techniques came from. And now, it's from a powerful legacy? Truly, the child of destiny." Xiao Tianzi continued, "Let me be clear, this combat technique is a prerequisite for cultivating a top-tier combat skill. I initially intended to teach it to you. If you refuse to learn, I'll have to destroy it. After all, I have no need for it, and the registered information will still belong to you. Moreover, if you don't learn it now, regretting it later at the Imperial Capital University will be futile. The 7 great powers of Donghuang and the military don't share knowledge. That technique won't be available there." Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu immediately refuted, "No way. You wasteful fool. How could you destroy something like this?" With that, she snatched the combat technique storage device from the bed and pressed it against her forehead. In an instant, a torrent of immense information surged into her mind. Thousand shadow flowing light steps. A method with countless variations. Once cultivated to its peak, it can generate innumerable illusory clones with speed akin to flowing light. Rising from the bed, Xiao Tianzi urged, "Let's start with the basics." He wasted no time, instructing Yang Jinyu to begin her training. Smack? "Your posture is incorrect. You shouldn't exert force like that." Smack? "The method of circulating your spiritual energy is also wrong." Xiao Tianzi, "Don't go overboard." Finally, after an hour of expressionless guidance from Xiao Tianzi, Yang Jinyu managed to grasp the fundamentals of cultivating this combat skill, albeit clumsily. "Your talent is even better than I anticipated. You might reach the perfected state in just over 3 months." A smile crept onto Xiao Tianzi's lips as he observed Yang Jinyu, who lay on the bed, too exhausted to speak, yet still glaring at him. The combat skill has 4 stages: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Although Yang Jinyu had yet to fully initiate, her progress in half an hour demonstrated her talent, especially considering this was an SS-grade technique. "All right, wash up and rest directly. You can ignore the self-reflection for now." Yang Jinyu perked up at his words, her lips curving into a smile. "That's what you said. By the way, what did you need that coin for earlier? Were you trying to get struck by lightning?" Before she could finish her sentence, she sprang from the bed to wash up but stumbled, crashing back onto the bed with a thud. "Damn it, Xiao Tianzi, this is all your fault." Yang Jinyu shot him a glare before rubbing her sore spot and trudging toward the bathroom. Getting zapped in the training room and in reality, all for the same reason: electric shocks promote learning. She felt utterly drained. After some time, Xiao Tianzi observed Yang Jinyu, who had fallen asleep yet was secretly training in the physical technique room. He retrieved the potion he had exchanged earlier, one that could preserve the integrity of the body, and consumed it without hesitation. Subsequently, an ethereal wisp of faint black lightning enveloped him, exuding a devastating aura that seemed to linger without dissipating. Xiao Tianzi felt the relentless destruction of this annihilative force within him, furrowing his brow. Even with the elixir sustaining his body, it would not endure for long. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning. Departing the base without arousing a single soul, Chapter 87. The invincible king of the same rank Xiao Tiance understood that given his current strength, it was impossible to influence the overall situation. However, that did not imply he would remain idle. He was determined to make an attempt to intervene. Especially since he had perused the files on Guanghui, he was acutely aware of the opponent's temperament. Now that both he and Yang Jinyu, two S-rank individuals, were still alive, the adversary would undoubtedly be unwilling to concede, likely resorting to overwhelming force against the weak, and he might take matters into his own hands. Thus, it was prudent to strike first in his previous life. Due to the considerable repercussions caused by Guanghui, Xiao Tiance had meticulously studied the opponent's information. He was well versed in their character, survival tactics, and hiding places. Initially, Guanghui had adopted a strategy of darkness beneath the light, and he had yet to depart from Tianqing City, suburb. Inside a modest bungalow, Guanghui was softly intoning a sacred healing chant. As his voice trailed off, a grayish-white light abruptly illuminated him, enveloping his entire being. Yet, the grimace on Guanghui's face did not lighten. Damn Zheng Tianyang, he had unexpectedly comprehended the domain. Purging the power of the domain within him was an arduous task. He ground his teeth in resentment, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. And those two S-rank brats, what a nuisance! Why had they not perished? No, I cannot rest until they are eliminated. Otherwise, I may never have another chance. Just as his thoughts concluded, a cold, emotionless voice resonated beside him. No need for later. You have no opportunity now. Guanghui's expression turned to one of sheer terror, his eyes widening. Tio approached him silently. It must be at least an 8th-tier ability user. The Cleanse Bureau had swiftly summoned powerful individuals from the periphery of Blue Star. Or was it an internal powerhouse disregarding those high-tier secret realms to pursue him directly? Guanghui had no time to ponder, nor the inclination to glance back. Another spatial teleportation talisman appeared out of nowhere, which he immediately crushed. Yet, the talisman abruptly lost its efficacy, responding not at all to the Rift Traveler clan, indeed a race capable of mastering the laws of space upon reaching maturity. The cold voice echoed once more, laced with disdain and mockery. For other races, the complex spatial teleportation talismans are exceedingly difficult to produce, yet they can be manufactured en masse here. Unfortunately, they are of no use against me. With the finality of the statement, the surroundings transformed instantaneously, everything vanishing without a trace. Only a world interwoven with lightning remained, emanating an infinite power of destruction. Before Guanghui, a man sat enthroned upon a throne of lightning, surrounded by black lightning, obscuring his form. Yet, he radiated boundless authority and dominance, with an aura of annihilation that seemed capable of erasing all existence. The only visible feature, his eyes, were devoid of warmth, coldly surveying Guanghui as a deity might regard mere insects. Thou, upon seeing the king, why dost thou not prostrate? A voice devoid of emotional fluctuation yet brimming with inexorable majesty reverberated through the air, causing the entire realm of lightning to tremble. Guanghui felt an unbearable pressure crashing upon him, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. His expression morphed into one of abject terror. An 8th-tier monarch? No, it is a king, not a lord. He was on the brink of madness. Although he had contemplated the possibility of being pursued by an 8th-tier powerhouse, he had never anticipated confronting a king. An 8th-tier lord is a ruler of a domain. A king, however, reigns supreme across the land. There is no dominion where a king does not preside. Within a king's domain, if there is no other king, that king is invincible among equals, and this is not confined to the 8th tier. Only the most extraordinary talents can be crowned as kings, not mere lords. Since thou dost refuse to kneel, I shall grant thee the sentence of obliteration. Thy soul and flesh shall vanish, ceasing to exist in this realm. The voice was imbued with overwhelming authority, causing the very essence of the lightning realm to resonate in concord. Shaking heaven and earth, Guanghui was horrified to realize that both his body and soul were being eroded by an invisible force, dissipating gradually. He trembled, stammering, destruction? The law of annihilation? No. I cannot perish. I possess life-saving skills. He shouted in a panic. Radiance instantaneous. This was his final trump card, seldom used, allowing him to transform into light, rendering him nearly impossible to fully confine within space. However, His desperate cry sank like a stone into the ocean, eliciting no response. Guanghui quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his gaze shifting to the man upon the throne, filled with dread. His abilities? Ineffective? Is it the will of a sovereign, half-divine potential? Why? Why must you all conspire against me? I am a genius too. Why must I be reduced to a mere resource for others? Guanghui began to scream frantically, but his utterance was cut short as he completely vanished from existence. The man upon the lightning throne remained impassive, coldly observing the scene, devoid of any emotional response. Then, the realm of lightning dissolved instantaneously, revealing the visage of Xiao Tiance, who appeared in a highly disconcerting state. Resembling a shattered porcelain doll, marred by countless cracks, as though he might shatter at a mere touch. The law of destruction? Xiao Tiance murmured, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Indeed, annihilation is the only path. It cannot be reshaped, nor can it form a cycle. It is solely destruction. I cannot afford to utilize it lightly again. Otherwise, I risk damaging not only my body but even my soul. However, Guanghui is dead. While I cannot prevent the powerful from being summoned back to the periphery of Blue Star, there is no need to recall the Phantom Lord. After all, the other members of the Demon Servant sect lack the formidable life-saving abilities that he possessed, allowing them to escape spatial confinement to a certain extent. They do not require interference with their souls and can simply use their domains to seal the space. At this juncture, Xiao Tiance's demeanor grew somber, and he shook his head slightly. Yet, judging by the rapid fall of the three fortresses, the Demon Servant sect had likely commenced their schemes much earlier. The foreign race excelled in the laws of the soul, subtly affecting the fortresses, unnoticed by anyone. The only one capable of detecting this, the Phantom Lord, had also been summoned back, resulting in the influence upon the fortress in Donghuang. He sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Well, any reduction in casualties is a small mercy. What I can do now is limited, yet fortunately, I still maintain control, without causing any disturbances. Otherwise, I would be unable to explain. With that, Xiao Tiance produced a vial of red elixir and consumed it. Watching as some of the cracks on his body rapidly mended, the instant recovery potion held extraordinary efficacy. However, it was not without its flaws. It merely restored life, and any abnormal states would persist. I wonder if there has been any progress on Teacher Yan's end. That substance is truly extraordinary. He shook his head again, dismissing further thoughts, and retrieved the fate coin he had acquired from Yang Jinyu. Tossing it into the AI art, as the coin spun, the remaining cracks on his body began to heal gradually, restoring him to a state of near completeness. Thanks to this coin and the elixir. Otherwise, concealing these cracks would have been a challenge. Regardless, Guanghui must die at this point. A glint of ruthlessness crossed Xiao Tiance's eyes. If Guanghui were to survive, he would find no peace within himself. After all, 1,000 days of thievery does not equate to 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves. The words of the opponent had hinted at how they intended to act against them. As for why Guanghui had fallen to such depths, the tragic nature of his background, and the resulting hysteria, Xiao Tiance was well aware. Yet he remained indifferent. It was time to return. Having concluded his thoughts, he vanished from his location in a flash. Chapter 88. The dignity of humanity. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Tiance's gaze fell upon the sleeping Yang Jinyu, eliciting an involuntary chuckle from him. He truly could not discern whether to describe her as sensitive or utterly carefree. He muttered softly to himself before turning to freshen up, preparing to write a reflection. Just then, Yang Jinyu suddenly opened her eyes. Upon seeing him unharmed, she promptly closed them again. What a pretender, she thought. How insipid. The following day, early morning, the assessment of the students' marksmanship had concluded. However, Instructor Wu had not announced any new evaluations or training sessions. Upon hearing the bell, everyone still made their way to the shooting range. Yet, the original cohort of 100 had dwindled to merely 70, following eliminations and fatalities. The spirits of the remaining individuals were somewhat subdued. Although they were not close friends, the loss of companions they had spent a month with inevitably evoked feelings of sorrow. Many students, reflecting on their good fortune in being rescued, cast grateful glances toward Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance. However, the two remained oblivious to the admiration directed at them. Moments later, instead of the familiar instructor Sun, the students were confronted by the rarely seen commander-in-chief, whose expression was a mask of seriousness. The students felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of what was unfolding. Having been at the base for some time, this was only their second encounter with him. Was it regarding the invasion of the demon servant sect? Did he have something to convey? Though perplexed, no one dared to inquire, quietly waiting in anticipation. The commander-in-chief gestured, and the large screen at the shooting range flickered to life, displaying an image. Is it recording? I haven't even finished my cigarette yet. The voice of Instructor Sun resonated from the screen as he sat upon a large boulder, hastily flicking the cigarette between his fingers. Cough, good morning, it should be morning. However, Instructor Sun's current condition was far from satisfactory. His right arm was severely injured, swathed in layers of gauze, yet blood continued to seep through intermittently. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with the essence of the abyss, and his body bore numerous scars. Witnessing this scene, the students felt a tightening in their hearts, an ominous premonition washing over them. Yang Jinyu's expression momentarily froze, but she quickly shook her head, dismissing the unsettling feeling within her. After all, losing a hand and being assailed by the abyss was hardly a grave issue. Although the origin of this footage was unclear, he should be recuperating. The image of Instructor Sun continued on the large screen. You have seen my current state, afflicted by the essence of the abyss. Thus, I shall seize this opportunity to impart some knowledge. If one is infected by the essence of the abyss and suffers no serious injuries, an antidote can suffice to alleviate the condition. However, once the injuries are grave, like mine, the abyss will immediately invade the body. In such cases, for those below the 4th tier, it is akin to awaiting death. Nevertheless, as your instructor, I am a 5th-tier practitioner, so I need not await my demise. Upon hearing this, the students believed that Instructor Sun was not gravely harmed. Yang Jinyu's face brightened. It turned out he was merely using his situation as a cautionary tale. Over the past month, she had sensed that the instructors at the base seemed particularly attentive towards her. Perhaps due to her father's influence, they treated her as a younger generation to care for. Among them, aside from Instructor Wu, she was most familiar with Instructor Sunday. Although he often seemed to wish to dismiss her while guiding other students, he had risked violating regulations to rescue her during a perilous challenge in the back mountain. Believing she was in danger, even though she did not require assistance and was ultimately scolded and sent away, she genuinely felt the concern of a senior. Growing up, her family had few relatives, and in recent years, aside from her mother and homeroom teacher, this was the first time she felt the warmth of elder care. Though somewhat stern, it was still a form of affection. However, the words that followed from Instructor Sun left everyone momentarily stunned. Do you all still remember what I previously told you? As practitioners of supernatural abilities, why must we carry firearms? The weapons are loaded with specially crafted bullets, primarily intended for life preservation in dire moments when we lose our powers. Naturally, they serve other purposes as well, just as in the current scenario. Suddenly, Instructor Sun drew his gun and spun it expertly in his hand. Creatures above the 4th tier, once infected by the essence of the abyss, need not await death, but they will succumb to madness. This is unlike the demon worshippers who voluntarily submit to the abyss. Instead, they will become grotesque, mind-controlled creatures of the abyss, and this transformation is irreversible. Much like my current predicament, he raised his left hand, revealing muscles that had begun to decay. Therefore, as I am beyond salvation, I shall make use of my remaining strength to impart one final lesson to you. At this point, Instructor Sun's demeanor turned grave as he aimed the firearm at his own temple. Once madness takes hold, our supernatural abilities will first spiral out of control, making self-termination exceedingly difficult. Especially for elemental practitioners, losing one's powers typically results in a significant reduction in strength. They may even lack the ability to inflict wounds upon themselves, let alone those with unique abilities lacking offensive means. Thus, these firearms and special bullets represent our final means of preserving our dignity as humans. At the very least, they allow us to die with our humanity intact, rather than becoming mere monsters. Forever restless in death, before his words could fully dissipate, the gunshot rang out, and the screen was engulfed in a bloody scene. Instantly, Instructor Sun's left hand fell lifelessly. The shooting range plunged into a profound silence, the students' breaths seemingly suspended. Meanwhile, under the scorching summer sun, Yang Jinyu felt an unexpected chill envelop her. Compared to the camaraderie shared with her peers, which remained merely superficial, the concern shown by the instructors as elders was incomparable. Witnessing the demise of a caring elder before her eyes, and in such a brutal manner, left Yang Jinyu dizzy, surrounded by an indescribable sorrow. Beside her, Xiao Tiance gently supported her, his expression complex. Find a way to grow stronger. As long as you are powerful enough, there will always be a chance to salvage everything. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to him from his past life, where he had even been implored by others to end their lives. All of this was due to the abyss. Without the abyss, Blue Star would have gone unnoticed, continuing on its tranquil and normal trajectory, unperturbed by the powerful will that uprooted it, forcing it into the brutal conflicts of the cosmos. At that moment, the commander-in-chief turned off the large screen, his expression somber, his voice low and solemn. This is the final lesson your instructor son has imparted to you. I hope you will forever remember the dignity of being human. Chapter 89. A shift in mindset, tokens of gratitude at noon. In the cafeteria, as the students grew accustomed to the flesh of the monsters, the cafeteria began preparing some normal meals. However, the dishes that usually brought joy to the students now tasted like sawdust to them. The death of a comrade and instructor son's final lesson delivered at the cost of his life weighed heavily upon their hearts. Yang Jinyu silently ate her meal, suddenly looking up at Xiao Tiance, her eyes shimmering with determination as she spoke earnestly. You are right. We are simply too weak and need to grow stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can we prevent irreversible tragedies. Whether it was her father's disappearance or the casualties at the base, her inability to act stemmed from her own weakness. Initially, her desire to grow stronger was primarily to investigate her father's past. Although she understood the world was perilous, she had never truly encountered its dangers until now. The events of the past 2 days had opened her eyes to the cruelty of this world, which was entirely different from her previous life. She now clearly recognized the necessity of becoming stronger. Only by attaining sufficient strength could she avoid further regrets. Otherwise, everything else was meaningless, regardless of the means at her disposal. She might ultimately fail to achieve her desires. For instance, the antidote she held could have saved Instructor Sun, yet he still perished. And regarding the resurrection coin, while it was said to bring someone back to life, who could she revive within that crucial 10 seconds, aside from herself? Not to mention, she possessed only one. Even if she had many, she could still save no one. The deeper she delved into this world, the more dangerous it appeared, as anyone could suddenly meet their demise. External forces could always fail to deliver expected outcomes. Only her own strength remained the most reliable, if she were strong enough. Perhaps none of this would have happened, and there would be no regrets. Even if such events occurred, with sufficient strength, she could salvage the situation. However, recalling her past life, Yang Jinyu suddenly faltered. Her memories seemed perpetually hazy. At this moment, Xiao Tiance, observing Yang Jinyu's resolute demeanor, broke into a smile. Then you must work hard. You must become strong enough. Yang Jinyu squinted at him. What are you laughing at? I'm not joking. Just as she prepared to continue speaking, a man interrupted her approach. He walked toward Xiao Tiance and Yang Jinyu, the same individual who had watched them earlier that morning. Thank you for saving us yesterday, he said sincerely, bowing in gratitude. We know that for you, it may have been a mere act of convenience, but for us, it was a life-saving grace. Hence, this is our token of appreciation. We hope you do not find it lacking. With that, the man placed a storage ring on the table and departed before Yang Jinyu and Xiao Tiance could respond. Yang Jinyu was taken aback. Her actions yesterday had indeed been casual, and she had never considered a reward. Xiao Gu and Xiao Jinjie. At this moment, Zhou Tianfeng suddenly spoke up. As for the issue of titles, Yang Jinyu had grown weary of fussing over it. After all, she would inevitably face it upon entering university, so it was better to confront it sooner rather than later. Moreover, Zhou Tianfeng seemed to have recognized her gender, as he had been straightforward that morning. Yet, within the base, it was likely that no one regarded her as a male. She was merely seen as a girl who dressed somewhat minimally. Regarding yesterday's incident, Ming Yao and I have also prepared a token of gratitude, which we shall present together, Zhou Tianfeng continued. However, we do not possess much here at the base, just 32nd-tier energy crystals. Zhou Tianfeng added. He scratched his head awkwardly. 32nd-tier energy crystals were worth around 3 million, which seemed considerable. However, he understood that to talents like Xiao Tiance and Yang Jinyu, this amount was insignificant. He simply did not have anything more valuable on him. Aside from the energy crystals, he possessed only techniques and battle skills. none of which exceeded grade S, and he suspected they would not be deemed worthy in the eyes of his peers. Furthermore, he did not want to offer more, as he had money, but his goddess had none. And she refused help, relying solely on her own points for exchanges. But when we get out of here, Xiao Gu, I will help you find the spiritual herbs you need, no charge, Zhou Tianfeng added. Xiao Tian's glanced at him and replied slowly, I think you'd better take the money. Otherwise, be careful not to get chased by your father. After all, the spiritual herbs he required were worth at least 10 million. Zhou Tianfeng was perplexed and turned to Yang Jinyu. Xiao Jinjie? He probed cautiously once more, apprehensive about having a machine gun aimed at his forehead again, still unclear about where he had erred in their last encounter. Lu Mingyao, noticing his hesitation, spoke directly. Jinyu, we understand that with your exceptional talent, ordinary techniques are of no use to you, and the points we possess cannot be exchanged for what you require. However, are you not researching machinery? We have exchanged our points for some materials and literature that may be of use to you. Please do not refuse. This is our humble gesture. Having said this, Lu Mingyao left behind a storage device and hurriedly took Zhou Tianfeng out of the cafeteria, leaving no room for Yang Jinyu to decline it. So, have you decided to accept it? Xiao Tian's inquired, observing Yang Jinyu's reaction. While he was aware that Yang Jinyu was not overly benevolent, he had never seen her accept gifts from others. I will accept it, Yang Jinyu replied without hesitation. Resources can help me grow stronger. Why not accept them? In the afternoon, 2 months of intensive training had passed the halfway mark. Most of the assessment tasks had concluded, leaving only the crucial challenge of the death road on the back mountain. Additionally, there were some relatively less significant training projects, such as driving skills. After all, low to mid-tier supernatural beings could not rely solely on their legs for task execution, could they? It was then that Yang Jinyu grasped the meaning behind Yang Ximing's remark about being able to fly a vehicle, quite literally. She witnessed a modified Hummer jets issuing 4 blue flames from beneath, soaring into the air like a spaceship, vanishing into the sky in an instant. The speed was at least Mach 1. Exceeding the sound barrier, she found it perplexing why a vehicle would need to fly. Could it also traverse water, making it amphibious? Soon, the afternoon training concluded. After dinner, within the dormitory, Yang Jinyu sat on her bed, perusing the materials sent by Lu Mingyao. However, unbeknownst to her, the other party was unaware of her possession of a secret realm belonging to the mechanic clan. The documents contained much she had already studied. Yet one introduction about the mechanic clan piqued her interest. The Star Mirage Cube. Did the mechanic clan possess such an extraordinary artifact capable of conjuring objects from thin air? Yang Jinyu gazed at Xiao Tian's with astonishment, her eyes brimming with curiosity. To her, Xiao Tian's was akin to a walking encyclopedia, especially after learning he had obtained the inheritance of a powerful being, solidifying her belief. Whatever she did not know, she could simply ask him. Xiao Tian's was currently inspecting 5 jars before him, casually remarking, indeed, but it's not as outrageous as you might think. The primary requirement to utilize that object is possessing sufficient knowledge, which has long been lost. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, looking at Yang Jinyu with a hint of exasperation. Wait, I'm confused about your inheritance. Why are there so many jars? Do treasures also depend on luck? Yang Jinyu, hearing this, sprang up lightly, urging, hurry and smash it. I haven't received anything despite my attempts. You've been examining this jar for quite a while without any insights. Xiao Tian's nodded, deciding not to dwell on the matter. He approached the jar and struck it with a punch, resulting in a crisp crack as it shattered. A dazzling pink light instantly flooded the room. Chapter 90. The new battle armor. Yang Jinyu was momentarily stunned. Murmuring, another divine artifact? She abruptly turned to Xiao Tian's, placing her hands on his shoulders and began shaking him excitedly. Yet, mindful of disturbing others, she lowered her voice, half whispering, What on earth have you done? Did you engage in some under-the-table deal with Brother Ma? Last time, there were 3 divine artifacts, 2 rings, and now another one. It's not that I begrudge my brother his fortune, but must your luck be so outrageous? Xiao Tian's helplessly restrained Yang Jinyu, calming her down. All right, let us not get too excited. Let us see what's inside. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinyu composed herself and hurriedly glanced at the shattered jar, revealing a delicate gift box resting quietly within. Mecha Divine Artifact Set Non-Selectable Gift Box, Battle Armor Formed, a Dragon Robe? Yang Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had just mentioned that the snowman set felt a bit bulky, and now she had been presented with a battle armor set of divine quality, a dragon robe. She vaguely recalled that in her previous life, the best she had obtained in-game was a rare quality sky set, which had cost her quite a fortune, yes, from merging the sky set with the dragon robe. Her hazy memory suggested she lacked the funds and had quit the game. Moreover, this divine set had now materialized in reality, having transformed into battle armor with self-upgrading and self-repairing capabilities. Truly a divine artifact in the real world. Although it was from the third phase of Mecha, not the first phase of divine beasts, it indeed contained a dragon, making it a true dragon robe. At the very least, it looked better than the second phase of angels. Or so she thought. Eagerly, Yang Jinyu began to unwrap the gift box to discover the outfit of which profession. After all, there were no class restrictions in reality, and the battle armor would adapt, allowing her to wear even male attire. Inside the box was a battle armor combination device shaped like a metallic bracelet. With a flick of her wrist, the device activated with a series of mechanical sounds. Enveloping her entirely in battle armor, in an instant, a striking figure appeared. A woman adorned with a silver-white mechanical helmet, her exquisite features partially concealed by goggles, revealing only the lower half of her stunning face. She had cascading blue hair resembling satin, clad in a sleek black leather battlesuit that accentuated her graceful form. Her limbs and waist were tightly encased in silver armor with subtle blue stripes, the design flowing seamlessly with her curves, exuding an unparalleled mechanical beauty. The most captivating aspect was the pair of wings on her back, laser wings radiating a soft blue glow, composed purely of energy, creating delicate ripples in the space around her as they fluttered. "How do I look? Impressive, right?" Yang Jinyu exclaimed, striking a muscular pose with her right arm, breaking the icy beauty image she had just created. The first thing she wanted to do after donning the battle armor was to show off. Moreover, she noticed that the goggles seemed extraordinary, capable of reading others' strengths. However, upon gazing at Xiao Tian's, she was taken aback. "What the heck? How are you already at the second tier, 8th level?" He had previously only been one level above her, yet now he had jumped 2 levels. Xiao Tian's awkwardly averted his gaze. "Having just broken through yesterday, by the way, your battle armor, it suits you well indeed." He had not misjudged her figure. She truly looked remarkable. But was she now accepting her feminine side? Xiao Tian's couldn't help but glance again, thinking to himself that he should not feel guilty. It was not as if the attire was revealing. Were not many battle armors designed similarly? With that thought, he faced Yang Jinyu directly. Yang Jinyu, feeling somewhat perplexed by Xiao Tian's gaze, questioned whether her appearance was odd. Raising her arm, the silver mechanical armor sparkled under the light. Indeed, it looked magnificent. Yet, her legs, why are they spherical? Yang Jinyu suddenly lifted her head, retrieving a mirror from her secret realm, regardless of how she had acquired it. The reflection showed a woman with blue curls and a graceful figure. Yang Jinyu collapsed onto the floor, murmuring, "The outfit of the female ghost sword? Why is there no class indication?" She had yet to fully accept wearing female attire, especially in front of her close friend. Her face felt as if it had been buried deep in the frozen lands of the Northern Alliance. Instantly, Yang Jinyu cast a discontented glance at Xiao Tian's, her hands clasped over her chest, exclaiming, "What are you staring at, damn it? Why isn't there any armor on my chest?" Although she could feel a protective shield, the absence of armor seemed to render the defense equivalent. Xiao Tian scratched his face, his gaze wandering. "I believe you don't need to be so wrapped up. I've heard from others that it might not be good for your health. And to put it bluntly, everyone at the base probably sees you as a girl." Yang Jinyu felt as if Xiao Tian's was pouring salt on her wounds, deliberately mocking her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, "Old Xiao, I remember your battle armor is still at the E level, right? You're about to reach the 3rd tier, which means that battle armor will soon be useless. Here, let me gift you a new one that can also be upgraded." Xiao Tian's gazed at Yang Jinyu's mischievous grin and instinctively took a step back. What are you planning to do?" Yang Jinyu brandished another battle armor combination device and lunged at him. "Don't resist. Just accept it." If he was going to be serious, then she would gift him a snowman outfit complete with pixelated headgear. Let us see how serious he could remain. If there was to be embarrassment, they might as well share it. Xiao Tian's found himself pinned down, initially prepared to resist, but was suddenly overwhelmed by a soft sensation. His face flushed crimson, momentarily forgetting to fight back. "Yang Jinyu, observing Xiao Tian's sitting silently on the bed, hands on her hips, laughed softly, reveling in the amusement. Indeed, it was far more entertaining to see others don such attire in reality. After her laughter subsided, Yang Jinyu began to meticulously study the capabilities of her battle armor. Besides the basic defense, it seemed to grant additional attribute enhancements. Speed and attack speed increased by 10, along with a 10 resistance to various attributes. This dragon robe, upon entering reality, was truly astonishing. Yang Jinyu was now even more astonished. Items that could enhance attributes by percentages were indeed valuable treasures. Her current attack speed has already increased by an additional 13, and it appears that the functions of this battle armor have yet to be fully developed. At the very least, the wings on her back cannot fly. Surely they cannot be mere decorations? Lao Shao, continue to open the jars. Yang Jinyu exclaimed excitedly, anticipating what treasures Xiao Tian's might unveil next. Xiao Tian's did not respond. Instead, clad in a snowman suit, he silently shattered the remaining 4 jars, as the shards scattered. A purple light emerged once more, yet, upon gazing at the contents within the broken pieces, Yang Jinyu fell into a moment of silence. Shining Remy Assistance X1, at midnight, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Jinyu, who was tightly wrapped in her blanket. Her brow was furrowed, and her eyes were slightly reddened, as if she had dreamt of something troubling. Xiao Tian shook his head lightly, rising from the bed and moving to her side, gently taking hold of one of her hands. Though soft, his heart was devoid of any distractions, and no longer hiding away in the room, pretending everything was fine during the day. It was all the same, wasn't it? Observing Yang Jinyu's gradually relaxing brow, Xiao Tian sighed. Her demeanor may seem carefree, yet at certain moments, especially when it involves her concerned elders, she becomes remarkably sensitive. After all, having displayed maturity from a young age, she has always shown understanding towards Yang's busy parents. Yet it has inevitably affected her, leaving her with a sense of insecurity. However, in that moment, as he held Yang Jinyu's hand, Xiao Tian's was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet this familiarity did not stem from memories of 3 years prior. It seemed to originate from a past life. He felt as if he was missing a fragment of memory. Chapter 91. An unfathomable sense of déjà vu, an unknown voice. July. The sweltering summer heat was nearing its peak. The 2-month training session was drawing to a close. Although the shooting assessment had concluded, Yang Jinyu still enjoyed finding a shaded spot in the morning to gaze blankly at the familiar shooting range. The training is about to end, Yang Jinyu murmured, her voice tinged with melancholy. Then, she stood up and gently kicked Xiao Tian's, who was resting with his eyes closed. Hey, why aren't you practicing? Why are you sleeping here? By the way, after our training ends, are we supposed to execute our tasks immediately? Yang Jinyu inquired with curiosity. Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes and replied calmly, roughly, but it also depends on the assigned location. After leaving the training base, assignments will be made based on performance at the base. Some locations have a high volume of tasks, requiring newcomers to take up their posts immediately, albeit under the guidance of experienced veterans. However, that only applies to typical newcomers. You should have noticed that the students coming to the Cleansing Bureau have a maximum talent rating of A level. Most are B level, which, while considered talented in our Xinhui city, is rather ordinary in university, especially among the 7 grades of Dongwang. Thus, the ratings in university are not high, making it difficult to obtain sufficient resources. This is why many choose to join the Cleansing Bureau, risking their lives for a better future. Although ratings can be improved, the challenge is substantial. As he spoke, Xiao Tian's paused and stood up as well. However, arrangements for S-level talents in the Cleansing Bureau differ. While S-level does not guarantee the emergence of high-tier abilities, there is nearly a 50 chance of being regarded as a genius. Consequently, the Cleansing Bureau, much like universities, adopts a training strategy. Yet, compared to the relatively free training methods of universities, the environment here is far more stringent, with a higher mortality rate. The schedule does not clash with schooling. The trials typically commence in July. At this point, he looked at Yang Jinyu, the conversation shifting abruptly. Therefore, under normal circumstances, there is no necessity for either of us to join the Cleansing Bureau, considering we lack resources and the inherent dangers here. As Yang Jinyu opened her mouth to explain, she was cut off by Xiao Tian's. I understand your intentions, particularly regarding Uncle Yang. Previously, your aunt mentioned she was unaware of the situation, and you have always doubted her, believing she was deliberately withholding information. I know that unless you personally investigate the Demon Clan's cleansing bureau, you won't rest easy. Thus, I can only allow you to proceed, especially since Aunt Sue has consented. However, this is just one reason. You are quite stubborn. If it were merely for that reason, you could easily join later, once you are sufficiently powerful, through other means. The reason I have not opposed this, and even brought it up, is due to time constraints. The Cleansing Bureau can provide a Xinghui crystal core in the shortest possible time. If you were in university, you would have to wait until your third year to obtain one. But by then, it could be too late. Otherwise, if I hadn't spoken up or had opposed this, at this, Xiao Tian suddenly smiled. Do you think Aunt Sue is on my side or yours? Yang Jinyu's lips twitched involuntarily. What do you mean? You're just rambling, Xiao Tian stated plainly. What I mean is, unless there is an imperative reason to join the Cleansing Bureau so early, I would never allow you to act recklessly. You often fail to consider the consequences of your actions. Yang Jinyu, upon hearing this, was quite displeased, pouting as she attempted to retort. Yet before she could speak, Xiao Tian continued, Don't deny it. When you were young, you boldly chased off several children with a stick. After all, they were just ordinary kids. But what about Zhao Wanner? When I was in school, it was manageable. She provoked you, and you could scold her as you wished. But during the time I was in the secret realm, could you not wait for my return? If I hadn't come back just in time, you would have faced a beating as he spoke. Xiao Tian suddenly felt a surge of anger, his brow furrowing. For some reason, ever since he realized he seemed to have lost some memories, Yang Jinyu's somewhat reckless and thoughtless behavior ignited his frustration. Yang Jinyu muttered softly, Who knows who would have gotten beaten up? Never mind. Seeing Yang Jinyu's expression, Xiao Tian sighed helplessly, steering the conversation back on track. Returning to the earlier subject, the reason for joining the Cleansing Bureau at this time is the Xinghui Crystal Core. Its purpose is to unlock the seals within our bodies and amplify our strength. However, looking at Yang Jinyu's confused expression, Xiao Tian could only start explaining from the beginning. Our blue star was originally just a small planet. But after countless secret realms merged, do you think it could remain ordinary? Yang Jinyu shook her head in bewilderment. So that's how we gained abilities. Xiao Tian chuckled at this, his hand instinctively rising. Almost reaching out to pinch Yang Jinyu's cheek, feeling an inexplicable sense of DJVU, yet reason told him that she might become irate, so he resolutely withdrew his hand. Recently, a similar sense of DJVU had occurred frequently, leaving him troubled about what memories he had forgotten. Xiao Tian furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a wave of headache. But at that moment, a surge of power emanated from deep within his soul, instantly overshadowing the pain. Simultaneously, a mysterious voice echoed in his heart, Too early. It's not the time. Must not remember. Must not be noticed. What are you daydreaming about? At that moment, Yang Jinyu waved her hand in front of Xiao Tian's face, snapping him back to reality. Xiao Tian regained his composure, shaking off the daze. You're thinking too simply. He shook his head and continued. The abilities are not the main focus. Rather, the unprecedented transformation resulting from the merging of Blue Star and countless secret realms is what matters. Though not visible to the naked eye, it indeed exists. The rapid changes on Blue Star have naturally brought about unprecedented alterations in its ecosystem. Spiritual herbs and abilities are among these changes. Chapter 92. Xinghui Crystal Core, the Lock of Evolution. As he spoke, Xiao Tian paused momentarily, as if recalling something, before continuing. However, compared to the countless secret realms merged within just a millennium, the speed of change on Blue Star is far beyond what the life forms residing there can adapt to. Including us humans, if this continues, we will inevitably collapse due to our inability to adjust to the rapidly changing environment. Therefore, to adapt, we possess a mysterious self-regulating mechanism. Within our bodies, a force known as the Lock of Evolution quietly emerges, allowing organisms to remain unaffected by external environmental influences, avoiding forced evolution, and instead adapting gradually. When our bodies develop to a certain point and can initially accept external influences, that is when abilities awaken. From that moment on, we can utilize the Xinghui Crystal Core to unlock the seals within us, as our evolutionary pace has become sufficiently rapid. Xiao Tian continued, his expression turning serious and earnest. However, the Xinghui Crystal Core is best merged before reaching the third tier. Based on your and my talents, if we delay joining the Cleansing Bureau, our levels will undoubtedly exceed the third tier. And by then, it will be too late. As he spoke, he shook his head, recalling the secrets he had learned after reaching the 7th tier and obtaining the Starfall clan's inheritance. The later the Xinghui crystal core is merged, the fewer the number of cores that can be integrated, and the more challenging the process becomes. Its primary function is to amplify strength. Unlocking the seals is exclusive to Blue Star. The main reason is that acquiring the Xinghui crystal core is no easy feat, and the difficulty of normal merging increases progressively. Thus, no one on Blue Star has uncovered this secret. However, merging at the 2nd tier is still not too late, but exceeding the 3rd tier means that the upper limit for merging is generally 9 cores. Attempting to merge a 10th will significantly raise the difficulty. Even the later the first fusion occurs, the greater the difficulty of each subsequent fusion becomes. At that moment, Xiao Tiance realized that although there were few geniuses in the Cleansing Bureau, the number of star control masters who had fused 10 star crystals was, in fact, greater. Many newcomers had fused their star crystals below the 3rd tier, thus playing a significant role on the battlefield. In his previous life, he had fused the first star crystal far too late, costing him nearly half of his life in the pursuit of becoming a star control master. Therefore, despite knowing Yang Jinyu's temperament, he did not deter her. Rather, he indulged her. After all, with an S-level talent, there was no need for her to undertake missions in the early stages after joining the Cleansing Bureau, and he could shield her from the dangers of the intensive training. However, he might face challenges during the subsequent life and death training within the Bureau, but that was a necessity. To become powerful, one must endure the trials of life and death. With this thought, Xiao Tiance suddenly shifted the conversation and asked, "By the way, how is your SS-level combat skill coming along? Let me see." After all, it was a life-saving skill, and after he had guided her last time, she had stubbornly insisted she had mastered it the very next day. Refusing any further instruction, he had no choice but to tell her to ask if she had any questions, yet he had received no response since then. Yang Jinyu was taken aback, puzzled by Xiao Tiance's sudden change of topic. But soon a proud smile crept onto her lips as she crossed her arms and declared, "Naturally, I've mastered it. I told you the very next day," she added. Xiao Tiance paid little mind to Yang Jinyu's emphasis. Simply nodding in acknowledgement, "That's expected. I mentioned that you would likely achieve mastery in about 3 months. It has only been a month, so it would be unusual if you hadn't made any progress." It seemed she was diligently working on her own without consulting